TCH, it's the world of Naruto. Mingren climbed up from his worn-out wooden bed muttering to himself. Who would have thought reading a manga would lead to transmigration and into the most dangerous Naruto world at that? If I had known, I wouldn't have stayed up late reading comics online. He shook his head trying to recall something. Did I fall and hit my head while graffitiing the Hokage monument? The original Mingren was really unlucky. When he tried to recall his past life, a sharp pain shot through his head. Is this my subconscious trying to forget the darkness of the past? Since his subconscious didn't want to recall, Mingren gave up trying and instead began to refine chakra. About 2 hours later he woke up. Phew, luckily the body's instinct knows how to extract chakra, otherwise I'd have to learn it all over again. Let me see what else the original Mingren left behind. Mingren rummaged through his belongings and finally found 2 scrolls. One was a chakra extraction scroll. He glanced at it and tossed it aside, thinking just like the original Mingren that such complex things could be memorized by the body, and at worst he could learn from Kakashi's team by climbing trees and walking on water. The other scroll was on shuriken throwing. Mingren thought of Uchiha Itachi's incredibly cool throwing technique and got excited. This is perfect for showing off. Once I master it, I'll easily crush weaklings. He unrolled the scroll and concentrated on reading it, feeling grateful that his body could still read Japanese. After finishing, Mingren threw the scroll aside in annoyance. It's just the most basic throwing method, teaching how to throw fast and accurate like those extras in anime who throw tons of shuriken but are pathetically weak. He paused. It was then that Mingren realized he had memorized every detail of the scroll. How is this possible? I read it only once and remembered everything. Even as a transmigrator, this shouldn't be possible. The original Mingren definitely didn't have this talent. Mingren scrambled off the bed, ran to the mirror, and stared at himself. This. How can it be? He pointed at his own eyes in the mirror, completely shocked. The concentric circles in his eyes were undeniable proof. This was the most revered of the 3 great dojutsu, the Rinnegan. Rinnegan. How? Isn't Nagato the inheritor of this generation's Rinnegan? Mingren forced himself to calm down. According to the latest chapter, Naruto absorbed the Nine-Tails chakra and manifested the Six-Paths Sage's body, so it's possible that Naruto could have the Six-Paths Sage's Rinnegan. Maybe in the original Naruto's spirit wasn't strong enough, or he hadn't experienced the trauma like Nagato witnessing his parents' death, so he didn't awaken it. Now that I have arrived merging with Naruto's spirit, I must have awakened it. After constructing a plausible explanation, Mingren fully calmed down. The 6 paths eye, the true divine eye. Now I have the capital to protect myself. Closing his eyes, Mingren began to sense the abilities granted by the Rinnegan. Shouting, Rain Tiger at will technique. Mingren attempted the Deva Path's power, and suddenly a torrential downpour began over Konoha. Outside, someone complained. What bad luck, why is it suddenly raining so hard? Several passers-by outside shouted. Yeah, it's really strange. Could it be that monster's doing? Another old lady added. Don't say that, he might hear you. The conversation ended there. Mingren of course heard these words, but he didn't care. The excitement of possessing the Rinnegan completely blocked out all negative emotions. 1, 2, 3. 15. Mingren seemed to sense something. 15 people. All watching me. That's overkill. Judging by their outfits, they must be from Root. Danzo, I'll remember this. With that thought, Mingren could no longer maintain his jutsu, and the rain that had lasted only 5 minutes suddenly stopped. Mingren panted heavily. Without the Nine-Tails support, my chakra reserves are still too low. But this is still way better than the original. With the Rinnegan as a cheat, what do I have to fear? From today on I am Naruto, a different Naruto. Having said that, Mingren couldn't hold on anymore and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. No one would ever guess that tonight's rain was related to Mingren. Even the surveillance ninja, seeing his actions, would only think he was planning another prank. No one saw that Naruto's future had already changed. Mingren sat on a swing listening to the jeers and mockery of the middle-aged women. He thought helplessly. So frustrating, I should have realized yesterday that today is graduation day, the time when the story really begins. Wearing contact lenses, he was not afraid of others seeing his Rinnegan. Yes, today was the day of the Ninja Academy graduation exam. With his Rinnegan, the failure of the clone technique would never happen again. Mingren struggled hard to produce a single clone that lay on the ground unable to move. So having talent is also a trouble, Mingren thought maliciously. He did not choose to graduate normally, but followed the original story's path, for only thus could he obtain the greatest benefit, the sealing scroll. Sure enough, after a short while Shuimu walked towards Mingren. So impatient, really pathetic. Mingren thought to himself. Then came the same conversation as in the original story, agreeing to steal the sealing scroll that night. That night Mingren sneaked into the third Hokage's home. Even though he was very careful, he still encountered the lecherous old man. With no other choice, Mingren decided to use his strongest jutsu. Old man, take this. Sexy technique. The third Hokage felt blood streaming from his nose. Mingren chuckled and continued toward the scroll's storage, thinking, the third Hokage really let me get the sealing scroll on purpose as compensation. Having obtained the sealing scroll, Mingren did not linger, and ran toward the agreed forest. Shortly after Mingren left, the third Hokage lying on the ground turned into a puff of smoke with a poof sound. The real third Hokage stepped out from hiding, silently watching the direction Mingren had gone. Fourth Hokage, this is all I can do to compensate him. The scene shifts to Mingren. He ran into the forest and began to read the sealing scroll. The first technique was a perfect one tailor-made for him, the multiple shadow clone technique. Mingren was not in a hurry. He used his Rinnegan to record all the techniques, planning to choose the suitable ones later. As expected, there is no flying thunder god technique. How could the first Hokage's sealed scroll contain the fourth Hokage's technique? Unless the first Hokage also traveled through time. After finishing the entire sealing scroll, although there were many useful techniques, Mingren was still a little regretful that his father's famous technique was not among them. Thinking that Yuluka would soon arrive, Mingren put away the scroll and waited quietly. Just when he was about to lose patience, Yuluka finally arrived. Seeing Yuluka's face twisted with anger and disappointment, Mingren scratched his head and said sheepishly, "You found me after all, Yuluka-sensei. Then I can graduate, right?" Yuluka, who had thought Mingren was about to betray the village, was now puzzled. Seeing the pursuers behind him, why wasn't Mingren panicking? Graduation? What graduation? What's going on? His mind full of questions, but then they were answered by Mingren. What's wrong? Yuluka-sensei, you're not going back on your word, are you? Shuimu-sensei said that if I bring the sealing scroll here, I can graduate. You mean Shuimu-sensei told you to bring the sealing scroll here? Yuluka asked, his face showing dawning comprehension. Yes, Mingren replied happily. Damn! Yuluka, now understanding, sensed the sound of something cutting through the air from behind. Unable to defend in time, he pushed Mingren hard at the last moment, but was injured because he missed the chance to dodge. Why? Shuimu-sensei, why? Mingren thought. Acting is really tiring. But he said, so you followed me here, Yuluka, not bad. But his expression revealed nothing. He sneered twice, then turned to Mingren and said, Mingren, hand over the sealing scroll now. Don't give it to him, Mingren. The sealing scroll contains many dangerous techniques. Shuimu has betrayed the village. You must not give it to him. Yuluka struggled to stand and shouted to Mingren. Mingren, how about I tell you a secret? Shuimu showed a treacherous smile. Don't say it. Yuluka felt something was wrong. 12 years ago the village made a rule. Everyone knows it, but only you, Mingren, were kept in the dark. Shuimu's face appeared even more sinister under the moonlight. What rule? Why am I the only one not allowed to know? Mingren looked shocked. No, Shuimu. Yuluka was still doing useless work. What a naive person, telling his enemy not to do what he wanted. Such a person could only teach at the academy. On the battlefield he would be merely cannon fodder. That rule is you must never mention that you are the nine-tailed demon fox. In other words, you are the nine-tailed demon fox who killed Yuluka's parents and destroyed the village. That's why everyone hates you. Haven't you ever wondered why? Ha ha! Shuimu felt he had accomplished something great and laughed arrogantly. Nine-tailed demon fox. I am the nine-tailed demon fox. I am. Mingren seemed completely shattered. He stood with his head down, muttering to himself. Actually, Yuluka also hates you. Deep down he wants to kill you too. Ha ha! With that he threw a windmill shuriken at Mingren. Cursing, Mingren felt the third Hokage's telescope watching him and decided to take the hit. Get down, Mingren! Shouting, Yuluka had already thrown himself in front of Mingren. Drops of blood fell from the tip of the windmill shuriken that had pierced through his body onto Mingren's face. Mingren, don't believe him. After my parents died, I became an orphan and was mocked by everyone. No one acknowledged me. I only pretended to be stupid and kept running away, so I know exactly how you feel. I truly see you as my own little brother. Don't believe Shuimu's words. Take the sealing scroll and escape back to the village. The Hokage won't blame you. Yuluka said weakly, bleeding profusely. Boring. Such childish feelings. Since that's the case, you both can die together. Jumping down from the tree, Shirimu slowly approached holding the windmill shuriken. The excited smile was clearly visible on his originally handsome face. Mingren ignored him, just lowered his head and murmured, "Mingren, I finally understand your feelings. The feeling of being acknowledged." In fact, the newly transmigrated Mingren was filled with panic and resistance to the world. Even after discovering he had the Rinnegan, he only temporarily suppressed those feelings, not eliminated them. Until today, Yuluka's actions completely broke down Mingren's inner barriers, giving him a sense of belonging. Die, Demon Fox! The huge windmill shuriken flew toward Mingren at high speed, spinning. This feeling. This is a bond. Mingren looked up, tears in his eyes. It feels so good. He raised his hands. I want to protect this feeling. Shinra Tensei. An immense repulsive force instantaneously expanded, flinging the whistling shuriken and the pursuing Mizuki away without the slightest resistance. Bang, bang, bang. Mizuki crashed through two giant trees, fell to the ground, and lost consciousness. So that's settled, Naruto murmured, gazing at his own hands. I never expected the power of the heavenly way to be so convenient. Iruka and the third Hokage, who was watching through the crystal ball, were stunned by the calm expression on Naruto's face. A tidal wave of shock surged within them. Could this really be Naruto? Could this truly be the infamous dead last at the academy who spent every day just sleeping? How could this be? When the Umbu arrived, they found only Mizuki bound and tossed aside, still unconscious Iruka with a bare forehead and severely wounded, and Naruto lying asleep on the ground wearing his Konoha headband. All right, it's late. Everyone must be tired. Go back and rest. Kakashi, stay. With the Mizuki incident resolved, the third Hokage dismissed the other ninjas. Yes. The ninjas present answered in unison and dispersed. Kakashi, what do you think of Naruto? The third Hokage asked after the battle. He awakened a special power because he wanted to protect something. He is a worthy heir to the will of fire. With no combat experience, he still managed to defeat Mizuki. His potential is truly boundless. Kakashi replied, all trace of his usual laziness gone. I see. Kakashi, assign Naruto to your squad. The third Hokage said after a moment's consideration. Yes. Kakashi vanished from the Hokage's office. Protection. Fourth, Naruto has inherited your will. A relieved sigh echoed in the dead of night. Sarutobi, why summon me so late? An icy voice emerged from the shadows. Danzo, withdraw all root operatives monitoring Naruto. Replace them with Umbu. The third Hokage said, slowly glancing at the figure in the shadows. Impossible. Sarutobi Uzumaki, Naruto is Konoha's most dangerous weapon. You want to give up monitoring him? Do you want to destroy Konoha? Danzo shouted angrily. Naruto is not that kind of person. He is a true successor of the will of fire. Remember, he is also the fourth son. Besides, my Umbu will keep an eye on him. Lastly, remember this, I am the Hokage. The third Hokage showed rare firmness. Sarutobi, you. Fine. You will regret this. Danzo glared at the third Hokage with his one exposed eye, then turned and left. The Hokage's seat will be mine sooner or later. Danzo swore to himself. Fourth, this is all I can do for Naruto. The third Hokage looked even more aged as he watched Danzo depart. Naruto, however, was unaware of the great favor the third Hokage had done for him. At that moment he was in a sewer, searching for an exit. Though Naruto had fallen unconscious, he had not lost awareness. Instead, he found himself in a dim sewer. The moment he recognized the place, he instantly understood, the Nine Tails. A peculiar sensation compelled Naruto to delve deeper into the sewer. There it was, the massive iron door clearly visible with the seal inscribed upon it standing out starkly. Hey kid, come closer. Just a little closer. The Nine Tails' seductive voice echoed in Naruto's ears. He took a few steps forward and looked up, finally beholding the full form of the first of the tailed beasts. That's a lot of tails, Naruto uttered sincerely, stunning the Nine Tails. The beast's forehead was covered in dark lines. You little vermin! Come here and let me kill you! Worm! The Nine Tails slammed a claw against the iron gate, releasing its overwhelming malevolence. In the world of shinobi, jinchuriki are akin to nuclear weapons. Yet for some reason the jinchuriki of this generation were all disappointing. Aside from Kumogakure's killer bee, the others were either mentally unstable or insufferably arrogant. The true strength of a jinchuriki lies not only in using the tailed beast's unique abilities but also in communicating with it, utilizing its chakra, and even transforming into a full-tailed beast. Do not underestimate the importance of communication. Without it, like Naruto in the original timeline, he would lose control as soon as he grew too many tails. With poor communication like Gaara, he couldn't sleep and eventually drove himself insane. On the other hand, look at Killer Bee. He could transform into the 8 tails as easily as playing. Even Sasuke with his Mangekyo Sharingan could do nothing against him. If Bee hadn't wanted to use them to escape and have fun, Naruto suspected that everyone except Sasuke would have been killed. Jackpot! Jackpot! Naruto's eyes gleamed as he stared at the 9 tails. If I can cooperate with the 9 tails like Killer Bee does, who will I ever fear? But how do I communicate? Naruto knew that the 9 tails had always been colluding with his inner darkness, vying for dominance. How could he get the 9 tails to agree? Vermin, why aren't you talking? The 9 tails growled, its eyes filled with murderous intent and contempt. The overwhelming killing intent emanating from the 9 tails finally shattered Naruto's mental defenses. Unable to bear it, he collapsed to the ground, cold sweat pouring down his body, rigid and immobile. Suddenly the 9 tails fell silent and stopped moving. It stared at Naruto's eyes in disbelief. Impossible! How could you have those eyes? How could the Rinnegan appear on you? The inherited memories of the 10 tails allowed the 9 tails to instantly recognize Naruto's eyes. Huh! How can you see? Naruto reached up to touch his eyes. I should be wearing contact lenses. Idiot, in the spiritual world everything is real. All concealment is useless. The 9 tails rarely showed mercy by explaining. Since you possess the Rinnegan, I acknowledge you as worthy to be my jinchuriki. From now on I will not interfere with your training. The 9 tails was silent for a long time, as if pondering something before finally speaking. The 9 tails voluntarily lowered its stance, knowing that with the Rinnegan present it could no longer communicate with the evil thoughts inside Naruto. After all, the human path of the 6 paths was not something to be trifled with. It specialized in inflicting damage to the soul. Even the 10 tails had suffered from it, let alone itself. Huh! Naruto was dumbfounded. He had racked his brains for a solution, only for the 9 tails to offer it voluntarily. If I had known, I would have shown the Rinnegan right away. I wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Well then, please take care of me, 9 tails. Since the 9 tails had agreed not to interfere, Naruto had no major complaints about his tenant. After all, his mother had once been the 9 tails' landlord. Kid, what's your name? Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Kid, dawn is breaking. Get out of here. Come visit sometimes. Without waiting for Naruto's agreement, the 9 tails forcibly expelled him from his consciousness. When Naruto came to, he found himself lying on a hospital bed in Konoha's medical center. Hee, from today on I'm a real ninja. I wonder what level I'm at. Naruto thought excitedly. That morning Naruto donned the red Yushin robe from the Shippuden era, which he had prepared long ago. In fact, Naruto had always found it peculiar. In the original story, when he went to Mount Myaboku for training, he wasn't wearing that red robe. How did it appear when he returned with the toads? Did the toads of Mount Myaboku know how to make clothes? When Naruto appeared in the classroom, his classmates were astonished. Ya exclaimed. Dead last. What are you doing here? What's it to you? Can't you see my forehead protector? Pointing to his forehead, Naruto took his seat. To avoid the awkwardness of accidentally kissing Sasuke like before, he deliberately chose a spot far away from him. You! Yo was about to flare up, but Shino interjected ominously. Fighting in class leads to punishment. That's the rule. Lucky for you. Yo glared at Naruto resentfully but said no more. Forehead girl, don't you feel something different about Naruto today? Ino pulled Sakura aside and whispered. He does seem a bit different from before. Is it because of his clothes, Ino pig? Sakura replied. Forehead girl. Ino pig. The two began arguing again. Troublesome women. Shikamaru glanced at Naruto, then at the quarreling pair, and sighed helplessly. Choji remained indifferent, still munching loudly on his snacks. Naruto. Hinata shyly watched him fidgeting with her fingers. Sasuke stayed in the corner playing cool. Then, just like in the original story, Naruto was still assigned to Team 7 with Sasuke and Sakura. The only difference was that during the long wait, Naruto didn't bother placing an eraser on the door out of boredom. He silently practiced hand seals. Time travel is such a hassle. I have to relearn everything from scratch. Naruto sighed. Why is it so quiet? Feels strange. Sakura turned to look at him. Is it because Naruto isn't causing trouble? But isn't this good? I can stay quietly with Sasuke. Sakura was confused. Why don't I feel as happy as I imagined? While Sakura was agonizing, Kakashi finally arrived. Well, how should I put it? My first impression of you all is not bad. Kakashi squinted and smiled. Follow me to the rooftop. By the way, let's start with introductions. Kakashi said lazily. Introductions. What should we say? Sakura immediately asked. Well, things you like, things you dislike, future dreams, hobbies, that sort of thing. The teacher should introduce himself first. Without Naruto interrupting, Sakura had to take the lead. Kakashi had no choice but to begin. Alright, I'll go first. My name is Hatake Kakashi. What I like and dislike. I'd rather not say. Future dreams. Nothing special. Hobbies. Plenty. So all we know is his name. Sakura said helplessly, but no one responded. Now it's your turn. Let's start with the one with yellow hair. Kakashi said, looking at the three of them. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like reading, I hate people who don't like me. My dream is to protect those I acknowledge. No hobbies yet. Naruto said disinterestedly. I'm Uchiha Sasuke. There are many things I hate and nothing I particularly like. And I have an ambition that goes beyond a mere dream, to restore the Uchiha clan and also to kill that man. Sasuke said coldly. My turn. My turn. My name is Haruno Sakura. What I like. Well, rather who I like. My hobby is. My future dream is. Sakura kept glancing at Sasuke as she spoke. Kakashi was speechless. At this age, girls really do value love over ninjutsu. But Sakura wasn't finished. What I dislike. She looked at Naruto again, but to her surprise he wasn't paying attention to her speech, he was silently forming hand seals. It should be Ino. For some reason Sakura changed the words she was about to say. Alright, introductions end here. Starting tomorrow we'll carry out missions. First, a task only the four of us can complete, a survival exercise in the field. Kakashi said sternly. Survival exercise. Not a mission. Why an exercise? We've done plenty of exercises at school. Sakura continued to ask questions. This isn't an ordinary exercise. If I told you the details you'd definitely quit. It's an exercise with a 66 elimination rate. Only 9 out of 27 graduates will be recognized as Gen and the rest will go back to the academy for training. Kakashi said darkly. Anyway, tomorrow I'll decide your fate at the training ground. Bring your ninja tools. Gather at 5 in the morning. Dismissed. Just as he was about to leave, Kakashi turned back to warn them. Oh, and don't eat breakfast. Otherwise you'll throw up. Ignoring the stunned Sasuke and Sakura, Naruto stood up, adjusted his Yushin robe, leaped off the rooftop, and headed toward his doghouse. His son. Seems interesting. Kakashi, who hadn't left but remained hidden in the shadows, thought to himself. The next day. Naruto, you're too slow. Sakura shouted angrily as she watched Naruto shuffling over at a snail's pace. Oh, sorry, I woke up late. Naruto looked up, revealing a sunny smile, his hands still forming seals. To Naruto, strength was the only thing that could protect everything. Then, Sakura stared at Naruto's smiling face, but the words she wanted to say got stuck in her throat. A strange feeling stirred in her heart, and she could only watch as Naruto walked past her. Time ticked by. Watching Naruto and Sasuke sit in silent waiting, Sakura finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Naruto. Can't you act normal for once? Don't copy Sasuke and sit there trying to look cool. Don't think putting on that act will make me like you. Sakura planted her hands on her hips, pointing at Naruto, who was deep in contemplation of the Rinnegan, as she yelled loudly. Act like an idiot and say I like you. Then let you hit and scold me. Sorry, Miss Haruno Sakura, I've given up. Naruto didn't say anything harsh. He just glanced calmly at Sakura, then closed his eyes and resumed training. Even Sasuke looked at Naruto in astonishment, unable to understand why he seemed like a completely different person. No matter how he changes, he's still the dead last. Just don't hold me back. Sasuke snorted coldly, ignoring the embarrassed Sakura. Just then Kakashi finally arrived. Ah, good morning everyone. Seems like something interesting has happened in our team. Kakashi looked at Sakura's awkward expression and glanced at Naruto, lost in thought. Too slow. Sakura yelled at Kakashi as if trying to break the awkward atmosphere. Sorry, I got lost on the path of life. Kakashi showed no sign of remorse. Even though he knew Kakashi would say that, hearing such a classic excuse still left Naruto speechless. Indeed, hearing it in person is a totally different feeling from reading it in a book. Alright. I'll set the time at 12 o'clock. Kakashi took out an alarm clock and placed it on a wooden stake, then pulled out 2 bells. There are 2 bells here. Your mission is to take them from me before 12 o'clock. Anyone who doesn't get a bell by noon will have no lunch, and will be tied to a log to watch me eat my bento. No wonder he told us not to eat breakfast. Sakura and Sasuke were covered in sweat drops. Since there are only 2 bells, at least one person will be tied to the stake and fail the mission, forced to return to school for retraining. In other words, at least one of you will fail. You can use shuriken if you want. If you're not determined to kill me, you won't be able to take the bells. Kakashi explained patiently, seeing no further questions from the 3. He hung the bells on his waist and announced, "Now the survival exercise of Team 7, begin." With a whoosh, Sasuke and Sakura quickly hid themselves. They seemed to be hiding well, but just as he thought they were doing decently, Kakashi saw Naruto still sitting in the same spot with his eyes closed, and couldn't help but ask, "Hey, is there something wrong with you?" "Kakashi-sensei, you're wrong about that. This is a tactic." Naruto flashed a sunny smile at Kakashi. Shadow Clone Technique. Over a dozen Narutos appeared on the spot. Without pausing, each one pulled out a kunai and charged at Kakashi. "What? They're not after images. They're all solid. What kind of jutsu is that?" Sakura and Sasuke stared at Naruto in astonishment. "Oh, it's the Shadow Clone, but that's not enough, Naruto." Kakashi basically punched each clone into smoke. Naruto, who had time-traveled only a few days ago, had taijutsu as terrible as in the original story. He really does look like him. That smile is exactly the same as the teacher's, Kakashi thought as he destroyed the last clone. No original body. Kakashi's expression turned serious. Did he use the smoke from the shadow clones to hide? Is that the tactic? Jingle. The bells on Kakashi's waist suddenly dropped, and at the same time the stone under Kakashi's feet transformed back into Naruto, who reached for the bells with one hand and kicked at Kakashi with the other. What? It's the transformation technique. Sasuke stared intently at Naruto. Got it. Naruto shouted as he was about to touch the bells. Too naive, Naruto. Kakashi's voice suddenly sounded in Naruto's ear. Another Kakashi appeared behind Naruto and kicked him away. The original Kakashi along with the bells turned into a puff of smoke. Bang! The kick Naruto also turned into smoke. What? Still a shadow clone. Kakashi, who was about to reach for his book Make Out Paradise, stopped and guarded his chest again. Seeing Naruto able to hold his own against Kakashi for so long without being caught, Sasuke clenched his fists. Damn it, that dead last is actually this strong. An opening. Seeing Kakashi turn his back to him, Sasuke threw a handful of shuriken. Finally found a gap. All the shuriken hit, but before Sasuke could rejoice, poof, Kakashi turned into a log. Damn, he left that opening on purpose. I fell for his trap. Sasuke immediately retreated. Come out. Suddenly Kakashi's voice came from behind. What? Before Sasuke could react, Kakashi kicked him out of the bushes. Is this all the strength of the top young genius in the village, the Uchiha clan? Kakashi walked out lazily. Damn it, you can't slander the honor of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke leaped back a big step and began forming hand seals rapidly. Fire-style great fireball technique. What? A genin can use this technique. His chakra should be insufficient. Before Kakashi could finish the thought, a huge fireball flew toward him. Boom! The spot where Kakashi stood was scorched into a large crater. He's gone. Sasuke looked around but saw no one. Below. Kakashi's voice came from underground. Earth-style headhunter technique. Just like in the original story, Sasuke was buried in the ground with only his head sticking out. Oh, looks like our genius isn't as strong as the dead last. Kakashi stood aside, speaking carelessly. Damn it, the gap is that huge. Is this the strength of a jonin? Sasuke stared fiercely at Kakashi. Kakashi suddenly turned around. Naruto, come out. It's just you and me now. Let me see your strength. What, you think Sakura is still here? She had long been subdued by Kakashi's shadow clone when he and Sasuke clashed, now tied to a stake. Sensing his movement, Naruto had no choice but to leap out from behind the tree where he was hiding. But as soon as he jumped out, Naruto knew he had been tricked. Kakashi-sensei, you're bluffing. It turned out Kakashi didn't know Naruto's exact location, only a general direction. The moment Naruto emerged, Kakashi's spiritual sense locked onto him. Still lacking experience? Naruto sighed inwardly. Since he was already out, it was time to fight. Naruto, don't hold back. Show me that bloodline ability you used against Mizuki. Kakashi stared at Naruto. Damn, Naruto still has tricks up his sleeve. The pride of the Uchiha clan kept gnawing at Sasuke. So it was exposed back then. In that case, I'll put the power of the heavenly Tao on the surface. Otherwise it would be troublesome to fight without using the Rinnegan later. Naruto made his decision in an instant. Haha, Kakashi-sensei, you knew all along. You'd better watch out. Naruto scratched his head like in the original story, his eyes focusing. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 2 Narutos appeared. Let's go. The 2 clones threw shuriken at Kakashi, then followed closely. Such simple attacks won't hit me. Kakashi leaped and all the shuriken missed. It's not over yet. The clones seized the moment when Kakashi was mid-air, charging from left and right to grab his legs, immobilizing him. What? Kakashi stared at the clones in surprise. It's over. Universal pull. The original Naruto extended his right hand, aiming at the bell on Kakashi's belt, and shouted. The bell instantly left Kakashi and flew toward Naruto. Just as Naruto was about to catch it, the bell transformed into Kakashi. Not so fast. Kakashi grabbed Naruto's extended right hand, twisted it behind his back, and subdued him. I never expected the bell was also a shadow clone of Kakashi-sensei. Naruto glanced back at Kakashi in frustration. Phew, this kid is really troublesome. If I hadn't been cautious and kept the bell in my pocket, I'd have been capsized today. Kakashi silently thanked his luck. Although your tactics were good, Naruto, your taijutsu is terrible. You just flail wildly. Getting close means the fight is over. Kakashi analyzed for Naruto objectively. There's no helping my bad taijutsu. How could a 21st century college student compete with the natives here? Of course, Naruto only dared to think this to himself. The fight ended and the 3 returned to the stake, only now Sakura was the one tied up. Forget it. After all, you don't need to go back to the Ninja Academy. Kakashi put on an act for a while before finally speaking. Huh. So we can pass. It was all Naruto and Sasuke fighting. Sakura had woken up while tied to the stake and witnessed the entire battle between Naruto and Kakashi. All 3 of you will never be ninjas again. Sasuke and Sakura were stunned. I mean, you're all just brats unfit to be ninjas. Kakashi's eyes burned. You completely missed the point of this test. It's teamwork. If you 3 had attacked together, especially Naruto and Sasuke, you might have been able to take all the bells. Kakashi glanced at the 3 again. But look at you, Sasuke. You always treat them as obstacles and go it alone. Naruto, your tactics were effective, but in the end you fought alone. Sakura, I won't even mention you. Indeed, for a ninja, outstanding individual ability is indispensable, but teamwork is even more important. I'll give you one last chance, but the afternoon battle will be even fiercer. Those who want to challenge can go eat lunch over there, but you absolutely cannot give any to Sakura. If anyone dares to feed her, that person will immediately fail. Got it. After saying that, Kakashi turned and left the training ground. It's okay if I don't eat. Naruto, Sasuke, you go ahead and eat. Don't worry about me. Sakura forced herself to say. It doesn't look like it's okay at all. You're really stubborn. Naruto pouted and extended his untouched lunchbox to Sakura. Here, I haven't touched it. Naruto, you'll fail. Sakura looked at the lunchbox, seemingly moved. It's fine. I already ate something this morning. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. Besides, we're comrades. Naruto showed Sakura a bright smile. Naruto. Sakura's thoughts drifted. Here. Sasuke also handed his lunchbox to Naruto. If you don't eat, you'll be a hindrance in the afternoon, and that would be annoying. Naruto looked at Sasuke, didn't refuse, and took the lunchbox with a grin. Poof! Kakashi appeared before the 3 again. You 3. You all pass. Kakashi really loves to act. Naruto thought inwardly, but put on a surprised expression. Kakashi smiled. A ninja must remain calm and judge carefully. Those who break the rules of the ninja world are called trash. But those who don't value their comrades are worse than trash. The drill is over. Everyone passes. Good. Team 7 will start missions tomorrow. Great. Sakura shouted happily, and even Sasuke had a smile on his face. Alright, let's go back. Kakashi led the 3 away from the training ground. In the Hokage's office. Attraction and repulsion. The 3rd Hokage pondered silently after hearing Kakashi's report. Kakashi, what do you think? The 3rd asked another vague question. Absolutely no problem. A person who cherishes his comrades will never betray Konoha, Kakashi said firmly. Then Kakashi, I entrust Naruto to you. Yes. Carrying water for the villagers again. Naruto looked at the task with exasperation. He had seen this same assignment at least 3 times. Doesn't anyone in Konoha's village have anything better to do than laze around? And they hire ninja for this. Isn't it just a disguised tax from the village? Well, anyway, Team 7 move out. Only Kakashi seemed full of energy. For him, leading Genin meant a break. Yes, the 3 replied in a listless tone. Arriving at the villager's house, Kakashi knocked on the door, and an old woman tottered out. You must be the ninja sent to complete the task. The old woman scrutinized Kakashi, Naruto, and the others. Yes. Thank you so much. I'm an old woman who can barely walk. My son usually fills the water jars, but today he went off somewhere and hasn't returned. So I had to ask you ninja to fill all those water jars over there. The old woman pointed to 20 water jars behind the house. Naruto and the others broke into a sweat. 20 jars to fill completely. That would take forever. Oh, and the nearest river is 10 miles away in the forest. Naruto was utterly defeated. That's it, now move out. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura each grabbed 2 wooden buckets and dashed forward. As they ran, Sakura, who was following behind Sasuke, suddenly noticed that Naruto had disappeared. Hey Sasuke, Naruto's gone, Sakura called out urgently. Don't worry about him. He probably tripped again. Let's get the water first. Sasuke frowned and kept running. But Naruto. Sakura glanced back again and slowly followed. What was Naruto doing? He had hidden in the woods by the roadside. If we keep running back and forth like this, it'll be dark before we finish. Only an idiot would do this without using ninjutsu. Naruto prepared to form hand seals. I was planning to train my body anyway. Drink rain, tiger apple technique. Heavy rain began to fall from the sky. Few in about 10 minutes the jars should be full. Naruto maintained his chakra. The root members are gone. Is it the 3rd Hokage? Naruto felt a rare moment of gratitude. Sasuke, it's raining so we don't have to go, Sakura said, looking back as if searching for something. Well, let's head back then. Sasuke also breathed a faint sigh of relief. No one could stand doing this task 3 times a day. By the time Sasuke and Sakura returned to the villager's house, the rain had long stopped, and the water jars were overflowing. Then Sakura saw Naruto sitting on the ground. Naruto, where did you go? Sakura shouted at him. Nature called, sorry. Naruto forced a smile which looked more like a grimace. Liar who gets pale-faced from a bathroom break. Sakura's words were full of disbelief, but her eyes held a concern she herself didn't recognize. That. Maintaining a jutsu for over 10 minutes over such a wide area was still too much for the current Naruto. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, then thought of the rain that had carried chakra moments ago, as if a realization dawned. Alright. Since the task is complete, we'll disband here. With that, Kakashi vanished. Is he rushing to buy the latest issue of Makeout Paradise? Naruto inwardly sneered at Kakashi's swift departure. See you tomorrow. Sasuke, eager to train, acknowledged Naruto and left. Ugh, heartless bastard, can't you see I'm this weak? Naruto was depressed. Just as he assumed Sakura would chase after Sasuke, he noticed she hadn't left. Instead, she stood beside him, hesitating. Naruto, can you walk? Do you need help? Sakura seemed to have made up her mind. Need to make up your mind just to help? Naruto was completely baffled by Sakura's thoughts. Thanks. Leaning on Sakura's hand, he struggled to his feet and gave her a weak smile. Sakura supported Naruto as they walked back step by step. At the crossroads, Naruto pulled away from her hand and hopped a little. I'm feeling a bit better. I can make it home alone. Sakura, you wanted to catch up with Sasuke, right? I'm fine now, you can go. You might still catch him. Naruto thought Sakura's earlier hesitation was about chasing Sasuke, so he tried to create an opportunity. But he didn't see the hand Sakura had extended toward him from behind. Naruto. Sakura herself didn't understand her own heart. Phew. Once home, Naruto collapsed onto his wooden bed. My chakra is drained. Without Kurama's support, chakra is the biggest problem. Before he could finish the thought, he fell into deep sleep. The sewer again. Next time I'll ask Kurama if we can change the scenery. Indeed, Naruto had entered his inner world again. Kurama, long time no see. How's it going? Naruto greeted the tailed beast sealed within the cage. Try staying in here for 12 years. Kurama was used to Naruto by now. It groomed its fur with a front paw and glanced at him, then suddenly seemed to notice something interesting. Kid, don't you feel any change in your Rinnegan? Change? I don't feel anything. I just used up all my chakra, so even if there were a change I wouldn't notice it. Naruto touched his eyes and replied helplessly. Idiot, the Rinnegan relies not only on ninjutsu but even more on the soul. Use your soul to sense it. For some reason Kurama seemed unusually excited. Soul. Naruto closed his eyes and began to perceive. I feel it. There's something more. Look more carefully. Kurama yelled impatiently. Suddenly many bubbles appeared around Naruto, slowly coalescing into a human shape. The figure gradually became clear, and it was another Naruto. His eyes were the same as Naruto's, the Rinnegan. I finally have a chance to get out. Kurama shouted loudly, its 9 tails thrashing about, chakra scattering everywhere. Has the animal path awakened? Naruto opened his eyes. Kid, have him sign a contract with me. Using the Rinnegan I can summon my soul out of here. Every fox's body can hold my soul, and then I can see the outside world. Kurama looked at Naruto with longing. Sure. Naruto agreed readily and had the animal path step forward to sign the contract. In the name of Kurama, I, the inheritor of the 6 paths, hereby sign the blood contract. Naruto suddenly felt a piercing pain in his head like needles stabbing. He couldn't hold on, and was forced out of the inner world. In the instant he left, he only heard Kurama's voice. Thank you, Naruto. Naruto raised his hand to shield his eyes from the streaming sunlight, then opened them. Kid, finally awake. You've been sleeping for a whole day. Kurama's seductive voice echoed in his ears. Kurama. Naruto looked around. You can talk. A few dark lines appeared above Kurama's head. Idiot, what do you mean can talk? I've always been able to talk. Oh, that's not what I meant. It's your Rinnegan. After we signed the contract, the Rinnegan became the bridge between us. Now we can communicate anytime, and I can see the outside world through your eyes. Kurama impatiently interrupted Naruto. But your summoning beasts seem to have mutated. The foxes you summoned all have the Rinnegan, and they seem to obey your every command. Anyway, forget it. As long as I can get out. Mutated. Naruto recalled the summoning beasts Pain had used. Doesn't that mean they've completely lost their consciousness? No, they still have their own consciousness. But as the Rinnegan's owner, your commands override everything. Kurama replied lazily. Oh. Had he really slept for a whole day? Luckily there were no missions recently, or he'd have been suspicious. In that case, Naruto jumped off the bed. Time to train. He randomly chose a training ground and headed there, thinking as he walked. Taijutsu. That's my weak point. But it seems impossible to improve significantly in a short time. Maybe I should buy some weights first to boost my physical fitness. If worst comes to worst, I'll just use the human path to absorb the souls of a few enemy ninjas later, then my taijutsu will improve. With that thought, Naruto changed direction and headed for the ninja tools shop. Since I have the Rinnegan, my current strength lies in ninjutsu. Apart from the Deva Path's abilities, the Rinnegan grants mastery over 6 chakra nature transformations, making learning ultra-fast and granting proficiency in all mainstream ninjutsu. Yeah, that's what the internet says. But in the original story, Nagato never seemed to use abilities beyond the 6 paths, which left Naruto a bit puzzled. Whatever. Ninjutsu is essential anyway. If worst comes to worst, I'll have Kurama give me some chakra, then split into a ton of shadow clones and all fire great fireball techniques at once. I'll overwhelm them with sheer numbers. This idea made Naruto laugh. Is that Naruto? Ino spotted him smiling. Naruto happened to pass by Ino's family flower shop on his way to the ninja tool store. He really does seem different from before. How strange. Ino sighed as she watched him leave. Having bought the weights, Naruto headed straight for his destination. Wearing these weights is really uncomfortable. Naruto stretched his body. I can't even move freely. Ninja art shadow clone technique. 4 clones appeared. Naruto didn't want to have to be carried back, so he only made 4 clones for training. 2 will work on chakra control, 1 will practice ninjutsu, and the last. Naruto thought for a moment. Yeah, go for a run, 2 laps around Konoha. Naruto decided to train his stamina. If he couldn't win a fight, at least he could outrun his enemy. The Shadow Clone training chakra was inspired by Naruto's Sage Shadow clones from the Shippuden arc. When chakra ran low, he'd dismiss 1 clone to regain the energy, and continue training. As for Naruto himself, he stood before a tree as thick as 10 men could encircle. Here we go! Naruto channeled chakra to the soles of his feet and stepped onto the trunk. 1 meter, 2 meters. He climbed until he was 8 meters high, then fell. Phew! Much better than the original Naruto. Now let's continue. Naruto firmly believed that only what one experienced personally could become instinct in battle. The memories transferred from the Shadow Clones were like borrowing someone else's experience. Huff! Huff! The chakra from the last Shadow Clone was exhausted. If he continued training, he'd have to use Kurama's chakra. Naruto decisively dismissed the remaining 2 clones. Perhaps Naruto was indeed far more talented than his original counterpart. In just one afternoon he had smoothly walked all the way to the top of the tree. Someone's there. Just as Naruto was about to leave, he sensed someone hiding nearby. Who's there? Come out. Nobody likes being watched while training. Nah. Naruto, it's me. A small figure stepped out from behind a tree. It was Hinata. Seeing it was Hinata, Naruto relaxed his guard and smiled at her. Oh, it's you, Hinata. Is something the matter? Though he knew Hinata had a crush on Naruto, he still couldn't understand why such a shy girl would fall for the original hot-headed Naruto. No. Nothing. I was just passing by. Her voice grew softer, almost inaudible. Naruto's face remained calm, but inwardly he felt a bit smug. I guess I still have some charm. Then Hinata, would you like to train with me? Naruto couldn't miss this chance to get closer. Hinata was surprised that Naruto had invited her to train together. Oh. Okay. Hinata lowered her head and began twirling her fingers. What did you say? I couldn't hear you. Naruto leaned in close to her face, a mischievous grin curling at the corner of his mouth. Hinata, seeing how close they were, blushed so deeply it looked like she might steam. Oh. Naruto quickly pulled back. A little teasing was fine, but going too far would be bad. If Hinata fainted, the Hyuga clan wouldn't listen to his excuses. See you tomorrow morning then. Naruto waved cheerfully at Hinata, turned and left, leaving her alone. Naruto. From then on, Naruto's training days became interesting. The young Hyuga clan members, who considered themselves elites, couldn't stand the idea of their clan's heiress training with a dead last. They came to challenge him day after day, hoping to make him realize his place. But every one of them who came looking for trouble was inexplicably driven off by Naruto. For example, Extra One charged in, shouting, "Dead last! Stay away from Our Lady!" Suddenly he stepped on a piece of wood that appeared out of nowhere, stumbled, and crashed headfirst into a tree, knocking himself out. Another example, Extra Two carefully scanned the ground and said, "Dead last, I'm not as weak as that idiot before. You're finished." After speaking, he assumed a defensive stance, wary of tripping on his way to attack. But then a nearby tree suddenly snapped and fell right on his head. Knocked out again. Yet another example, Extra Three glanced at Naruto without a word, leaped forward, and, thump, fell into a pit trap meant for bears. Third one knocked out. In short, after a series of such coincidences, no more clueless fools disturbed Naruto and Hinata's happy life anymore. How far is the target? Kakashi asked, covering one ear with his hand and speaking into the walkie-talkie. Naruto found it strange that in the world of Naruto walkie-talkies existed, yet transportation remained so primitive. 5 meters. I'm ready. We can strike any time. Naruto replied helplessly. Why is catching a cat such a hassle? Naruto felt frustrated inside. I'm ready too. Sasuke's words were few and concise. Me too. Sakura chimed in, not wanting to be left behind. Go. At the command, the three of them charged at the kittens simultaneously. Indeed, this was the legendary Ahu mission. Just like in the original story, Naruto grabbed Ahu in his arms. Excellent. The lost pet Ahu capture mission is over, Kakashi concluded. At the Hokage's office. Next, Team 7 Kakashi's squad. The next mission is. The third Hokage, pipe in mouth, glanced at the mission list. Babysitting for the elderly or shopping at the neighboring village and helping with sweet potato harvest. No way. Old man third, isn't there any higher level mission? These missions are way too boring. Naruto knew that the time had come, if he didn't speak up now, that C-rank mission would be taken by another team. But the others didn't know what Naruto was thinking. I knew it. He's about to quit, Kakashi said helplessly. Idiot. You're still inexperienced rookies. Irika, standing beside the third Hokage, looked furious. Everyone starts with simple missions to accumulate experience. Next came the third Hokage's explanation time. A long speech about mission classification, acceptance, and payment procedures delivered quite earnestly, but Naruto seemed to be spacing out. Listen to me properly. The third Hokage had a vein bulging on his forehead. But I think our team already has the strength to take on the next level of missions. Naruto finally snapped back to reality. The third Hokage looked at Kakashi standing nearby, and Kakashi gave a confirming nod. I understand. Since you say so. The third Hokage put down the mission list. I'll give you a C-rank mission. You will protect someone. At this, even Sasuke let out a sigh of relief. It seemed he too couldn't stand these D-rank missions anymore. Actually, Naruto always thought that D-rank missions were just a homophone for low-level tasks. Then please come in. As he finished speaking, an old drunkard carrying a bottle of sake walked in from outside. What's up? Tazuna took a sip of his sake. They're all kids. Are these really ninjas? Perhaps because of the transmigration, Naruto was taller than in the original story, so Tazuna didn't particularly disdain him. I'm the world-famous bridge-building master. I am Tazuna. Tazuna declared with a serious expression. Until I return to my country and finish building the bridge, I ask you to risk your lives and protect my safety. Alright, that's the mission. Everyone go prepare. Assemble at 7 tomorrow morning. Dismissed. Everyone dispersed on their own, ignoring the embarrassed Tazuna. Damn it, don't ignore me! Tazuna shouted at the dispersing crowd. The next morning. Hey, Kakashi-sensei actually isn't late. Sakura was surprised to see Kakashi arriving on time. The number one latecomer in Konoha actually showed up on time. That's rare. Naruto also teased Kakashi. Sasuke continued to act like a block of ice. Alright, everyone's here. Then let's go. Kakashi had long developed an impenetrable poker face, ignoring their words. Hey, are those kids really okay? Tazuna looked at Kakashi with suspicion. Don't worry, my students are very strong, Kakashi said proudly. Is that so? With Tazuna's words, they set off. As the journey progressed, Kakashi explained to Sasuke and the others the layout of the continent, the ninja of each country, and the meaning of the Kage. Just as Kakashi finished, the puddle they had been waiting for finally appeared. Finally out. I've been waiting for you. Naruto's eyes swept over the puddle, and he continued walking as if nothing was wrong. As Kakashi, who was at the back, walked past, two lackeys leaped out from the puddle, quickly wrapping chains around Kakashi. First one hooked. As he finished, Kakashi was sliced into pieces. Naruto looked at the two Miss Chunin with pity, thinking, poor kids, they don't even know they've been tricked by Kakashi. Don't they know about the substitution jutsu? Looks like the education in Mist is too poor. In contrast to Naruto's calmness, Sakura screamed at the top of her lungs, almost shattering glass. Second one hooked. Before the scream could stop, the two lackeys appeared beside Naruto. Didn't your teacher teach you? Naruto smiled. People who talk too much die the worst. Shinra Tensei. Boom! With Naruto at the center, the ground collapsed, creating a large crater. The surging repulsive force shattered the chains into pieces, and the two lackeys flew backward with screams, landing right beside the puddle they had come from. Exactly as they came, so they returned. As so strong. Sakura covered her mouth, staring at Naruto. Although she knew Naruto was different from the past, she hadn't expected him to be this strong. It seemed even Sasuke wasn't that impressive. Thinking this, she turned to look at Sasuke. Damn, that dead last is actually this strong. Sasuke drew a kunai and stood guard in front of Tazuna. Bypass that kid, aimed directly for the target. Lackey 1 struggled to get up and shouted at Lackey 2. The two lackeys charged again with a somewhat heroic but doomed air. By then Sakura had snapped out of it, and stood shoulder to shoulder with Sasuke guarding Tazuna. You're dead! The two lackeys shouted loudly, trying to boost their morale, but to Naruto they seemed more like all bark and no bite. Sigh, you never learn. Can you stop with the pointless chatter? Naruto sighed in exasperation, extending his right hand. Banshote. The voice stopped halfway, not because of something wrong with Naruto, but because Kakashi appeared. What? The two lackeys panicked. Kakashi took them down easily, one in each hand. TCH showing off. Naruto watched Kakashi's cool taijutsu with a hint of envy. Wow, Kakashi-sensei is alive! That was Sakura's inner thought. Sasuke remained silent, lost in thought, just staring intently at Naruto. Well done, everyone. Kakashi said as he tied the two Chunin to a tree. The words of praise, however, struck Sasuke as a bitter irony. Damn it, Naruto did all the fighting just now. I had nothing to do with it. The memory of the survival exercise flashed through Sasuke's mind. Hey, looks like our genius isn't even as strong as the dead last. Kakashi's jest from that day echoed relentlessly, grating against Sasuke's pride. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms. How did you see through our moves? The masked mist ninja now tied to the tree asked. It hasn't rained these past few days and it's a clear sky now. How could there be puddles on the road? Kakashi answered his question generously. If you knew that, why did you let the kids handle it? Tazuna eyed Kakashi suspiciously. If I wanted to, I could have taken them both down in an instant. Kakashi paused, his lone visible eye fixed on Tazuna, making him break out in a cold sweat. There's something I need to confirm first. Who is the enemy's real target? We had no idea you were being targeted by ninja. This is at least a B-rank mission. Kakashi glanced at the three behind him. The situation now is beyond our capabilities. Upon hearing this, only Sakura showed signs of retreat. This mission is too much for us. Let's go back. Sakura looked at Kakashi with hopeful eyes, then turned to glance at Sasuke and Naruto. Sakura, who hasn't experienced Sasuke's defection, is still immature. She's not someone you can trust with your back yet. Naruto sighed inwardly, ignoring her gaze, and walked over to Kakashi. Fight. Only stronger enemies can make me grow. Only then can I kill that man. With that thought, Sasuke cast a contemptuous glance at Sakura and turned his back. Sensei, there's something I'd like to talk to you about. Tazuna, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. Then, as in the original story, Tazuna recounted how formidable Gato was, how his country had been invaded, why he hadn't applied for a B-rank mission, and finally his importance to the Land of Waves. It's nothing. You don't have to worry at all. Even if I die, the only ones who will be devastated are my 10-year-old adorable grandson. And my daughter will hate the Leaf Ninja for the rest of her life and live out her days in solitude. Tazuna continued. Well, it's not your fault, is it? What a shameless old man. That was the only thought in the minds of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Fine, no choice. We'll protect you until you return home, Kakashi said, sweating. In that case, Kakashi noted Sasuke's eager look and Sakura's disappointed expression. The mission continues. Thus the four of them, along with Tazuna, set off again. Boarding the small boat, they smoothly reached the Land of Waves. Without Naruto's loud clamor, the journey was much calmer, and the incident with the snow rabbit never occurred. Killing intent. Kakashi turned and shouted. Everyone get down. Before Tazuna could react, Naruto shoved him to the ground. Hey! What are you doing? Before he could finish, the decapitating great sword flew past his scalp, giving the old drunkard a cold sweat and rendering him speechless. The great sword, having missed its targets, embedded itself in a tree. The next moment a figure stood atop its hilt. Naruto was speechless. All the villains made such flashy entrances, Pain descending from the sky upon Konoha, Itachi, and Kisame appearing in their black cloaks with red clouds, and even a high-level grunt like Zabuza had to make a big show. Hey, isn't that the rogue ninja from the Mist Momochi Zabuza? Kakashi's reply sounded casual, but his right eye was locked tightly on Zabuza. You all stay back. This guy is on a completely different level from the two before. Kakashi held out his hand to stop Sasuke, who was eager to prove himself, and set down his backpack. If it's this guy just like this, it's going to be tough. He revealed the eye he had kept hidden all along. Didn't expect to find the Sharingan user Kakashi here. Zabuza's low voice resonated. Sorry, but could you hand over the old man? Sharingan. Sasuke was startled. Form a defensive formation. Protect Mr. Tazuna. Don't engage in combat. This is the time for teamwork. This is the kind of cooperation needed now. Ha ha ha, what an honor! Zabuza laughed arrogantly. I didn't expect to witness the legendary Sharingan so soon. What exactly is the Sharingan? Sakura asked curiously. Sasuke's lesson time. The Sharingan. A dojutsu user can instantly see through all genjutsu, taijutsu, and ninjutsu and counter them unchanged. The Sharingan is a special kind of eye unique to dojutsu users. But the Sharingan's abilities are not limited to that, Sasuke said. Well said. Of course there's more. Zabuza was about to expound, but Naruto couldn't stand it anymore. Since they were already confirmed enemies, why blather on? Ah, chew. A loud sneeze cut off Zabuza's words and shattered the grim atmosphere he had built. Naruto, nice one. Kakashi was pleasantly surprised. Damn it, that brat. Zabuza kicked off and appeared on the water's surface. Ninja art hidden mist technique. Thick mist gradually rose enveloping Kakashi's team. Momochi Zabuza was already a master of silent killing technique when he was in the mist assassination squad. Kakashi was unusually serious. By the time you realize it, you're already in another world. And I can't fully use the Sharingan. Don't let your guard down. Throat, spine, lungs, liver. Carotid and subclavian arteries. Kidneys, heart. A low voice echoed in the mist. Tell me. Which vital point shall I strike? Killing intent spread instantly. As such intense killing intent. Even moving an eye could get you killed. This is the bloodlust of a jonin. Sasuke's whole body began to tremble. I can't. I'd rather die than endure this. Just as Sasuke raised his kunai, a hand reached out and grabbed it. Sasuke, I won't let him kill our comrade. Naruto, ignoring the blood flowing from his hand, smiled at Sasuke. A long-lost warmth surged in Sasuke's heart, and his trembling gradually subsided. Thanks, Naruto. Sensei Naruto truly inherited your will. You can rest in peace up there. Watching Naruto steal his own line, Kakashi felt a pang of comfort. Kakashi, losing focus in battle is not a good habit. Zabuza's voice rang in his ear. What? Kakashi turned around only to see himself being sliced in half by the decapitating sword. Puff! The sliced Kakashi turned into 2 pieces of wood. Zabuza was clearly not expecting Kakashi to form hand seals so quickly. I said you're the one who shouldn't be distracted. Kakashi's kunai pressed against Zabuza's neck, slashing down fiercely. Splash! The cut area spurted water instead. Behind you, Kakashi-sensei! Sakura shouted in panic. Before Kakashi could turn around, Zabuza swung his massive sword, cleaving Kakashi from head to toe into 2 halves. What? The sliced Kakashi dissolved into a puddle of water. A water clone. Could it be? In this mist. He copied my jutsu. Zabuza was stunned for a moment. Don't move. Kakashi's voice came from behind as a kunai pressed against Zabuza's back. It's over. Heh. I see. The restrained Zabuza actually laughed. You copied my water clone technique in the mist, deliberately distracted me, then used the substitution technique and a water clone to confuse me. But you say it's over. You really don't understand the situation. Zabuza laughed arrogantly. A trick of this level won't take down me, the great Zabuza. I'm not that simple either. Zabuza's true body appeared behind Kakashi, and the previous Zabuza instantly turned into a pool of water. Whoosh! Kakashi ducked down, and Zabuza's massive sword grazed past his hair. It's not over yet. Zabuza thrust the sword he had swung into the ground using his left hand to brace the handle, and launched a flying kick. Bam! Kakashi was sent flying backward and fell into the lake. Such a powerful Kakashi-sensei. He was actually kicked away. Sakura couldn't believe it. So his taijutsu is that amazing too? Hey Sasuke, who are you talking about? Kakashi or Zabuza? Why is the water so heavy? Kakashi emerged from the lake. Foolish brat. Zabuza appeared beside him. Water release, water prison technique. A water sphere instantly enveloped Kakashi. If I let you move freely, I won't be able to handle you. Then I'll take care of them first. Water clone technique. Zabuza formed hand seals with his left hand. I'll start with that cocky brat. Swoosh! The clone appeared before Sasuke and immediately kicked him. Wah! Sasuke was blasted 7 or 8 meters away by the tremendous force. You put on your headbands and think you're ninjas, Zabuza said as he manipulated the clone to walk towards Sasuke. A real ninja is someone who has faced life and death many times. People like you are not worthy of being called ninjas. The clone stood before Sasuke, who was still on the ground, raised its massive sword and swung it down. You're just brats. Clang! A kunai blocked the sword's path. It's not for you to decide. Naruto appeared before Sasuke. Naruto! Sasuke and Sakura called out simultaneously. Don't worry, I'll protect my comrades. Naruto smiled at them. Oh, such speed and strength, able to block 1/10 of my power. That's already at the level of a chunin. Zabuza looked at Naruto. Konoha is truly a cradle of geniuses, but the feeling of crushing genius in the cradle is even better. With that, Zabuza actually created another water clone. Sasuke, can you fight? Let's work together. Naruto turned back and asked. Of course. Sasuke struggled to his feet. Ninja Art Multi-Shadow Clone Technique. A flood of Narutos appeared. Everyone attack. The swarm of Narutos charged at the two water clones. Naive. The water clones relying on their long swords sliced the shadow clones into puffs of smoke before they could get close. Sasuke now! Naruto shouted. Fire release fireball technique. Sasuke spewed a massive fireball from his mouth engulfing the water clones shrouded in smoke. I see using the shadow clone smoke to confuse the enemy then finishing with ninjutsu, but that alone won't cut it. The real Zabuza started chattering again. One water clone stepped in front of the other using its body to block the fireball then dissolved into a puddle of water, while the other water clone remained unharmed. Ha ha ha, what other tricks do you have just? Zabuza's arrogance was cut short. Universal pull. A tremendous gravitational force seized Zabuza's body yanking him from the water surface to the shore. The water prison technique lacking Zabuza's support immediately dissipated. Naruto Sasuke. Well done. So the battle with the water clones was just a feint. Naruto had left a shadow clone behind to deceive the enemy, while his real body had sneaked behind the clone and seized the opportunity to pull Zabuza out when he wasn't paying attention. Bastard, you again. Brat. Zabuza, enraged and humiliated, grabbed his sword and swung at Naruto. Kakashi blocked Zabuza with his kunai. Your opponent is me. Then, just as in the original story, Kakashi toyed with Zabuza, beating him half to death. Just as Kakashi was about to finish him off, Haku finally appeared. SHSH. Two Senbon needles accurately pierced Zabuza's neck. Damn that guy. Sasuke glared at the uninvited guest. What exactly are you doing? I'm from the Mist Assassination Squad. I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. The same dialogue as in the original. I'm so weak even Naruto is stronger than me. And now there's a peer who looks even stronger. At this rate, when will I ever be able to kill that man? I need to become stronger. Sasuke fumed inwardly. Next, Haku carried away Zabuza's corpse, and Kakashi collapsed as expected, overexertion from using the Sharingan. It seemed everything was over, but only Naruto knew that something more dangerous was still to come. Did you all notice how that masked boy handled Zabuza's body? This is Kakashi's first words upon waking up. He said. Generally speaking, the corpse disposal team would handle the deceased's body on the spot. Could it be? Sasuke was startled. Exactly, that's what I mean. Kakashi's face grew grave. I suspect Zabuza might still be alive. Sensei, didn't you already confirm that Zabuza was dead? Sakura asked anxiously. I did confirm it, but Kakashi recalled the situation. That probably was just a state of suspended animation. What should we do, Sensei? You're still unable to move for now, Sakura asked. Of course I'll guide you in serious training. Kakashi looked at Naruto and the others. Finally we get to train. Sasuke anticipated excitedly. Train. Sensei. No matter how much we train, we can't win. Sakura looked at Kakashi nervously. Sakura. Don't forget who saved me when I was struggling. Kakashi smiled at Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto. Sakura's expression was complicated. In the coming days I will seriously guide you in training and take your abilities to the next level. Kakashi looked at his disciples with satisfaction. This is getting more and more interesting. Sasuke smirked. It's not interesting at all. A boy wearing a hat appeared at the door. If you don't want to die, I suggest you go back early, Inari said, then turned and left the living room. I'm really sorry. Tazuna apologized to Kakashi. The next day, leaning on a cane, Kakashi led the three into the forest. Before we start, let me talk to you about chakra. Sensei, skip that stuff. We can already use ninjutsu now, can't we? Naruto quickly stopped Kakashi from starting a long lecture. No. You still can't fully control chakra, Kakashi said. You're not using chakra efficiently right now. Then what are we going to do? Sasuke couldn't wait to become stronger. We're going to climb trees, Kakashi said. Climbing trees. That counts as training. Sakura asked in confusion. Sasuke also looked doubtful. Of course not with hands but with feet. Kakashi extracted chakra and walked up the tree trunk step by step. By concentrating chakra on the soles of your feet you can achieve this effect. But how does climbing trees make us stronger? Sasuke couldn't help asking. Then Kakashi explained the various benefits of such training. Finally he gave each of them a kunai. You probably won't climb smoothly at first, so just rush up as far as you can, mark the spot, and then try to climb higher than that mark. Now begin. As he finished, the three each ran toward a large tree. Whoa! Sasuke had just climbed 3 meters when he accidentally kicked a hole in the tree. Whoa! Sasuke casually made a mark, then executed a backflip and landed steadily. Damn, I didn't expect maintaining a steady flow of chakra to be so hard. Sasuke looked at his mark, then instinctively glanced at Naruto. What? Naruto was walking steadily and swiftly on the tree trunk, easily reaching the very top. TCH, instead of practicing this, I might as well practice using repulsive force to keep myself floating in the air. It seems this is my unique third stage. Naruto thought to himself. Oh. So Naruto has already completed this stage of training. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Naruto, come with me. You two keep practicing. Watching Kakashi and Naruto's retreating figures, Sasuke felt extremely unbalanced. Damn, that loser is ahead of me again. With that thought, he ran toward the tree again. Naruto, since you've already mastered tree climbing, you must also know water walking, right? Kakashi stared at Naruto. Seeing Naruto nod, he asked further. Then tell me who taught you. Under Kakashi's stern gaze, Naruto knew the moment had come. Konoha always had to test him somehow. Naruto pointed at his stomach. The Nine Tails. Kakashi looked at Naruto in shock. Had the Nine Tails already awakened? Naruto shook his head. It's my father, the fourth Hokage. Yes, Naruto planned to blame everything suspicious on his father, whom he had never met, and might never meet. Sensei. Impossible. Kakashi seemed unable to accept it. When sealing the Nine Tails, the fourth left a strand of chakra inside me. Whenever I need him, he appears. Naruto said with a hint of sadness. Sensei, is he still there? Kakashi asked anxiously. His chakra could only last a month. A few days ago he disappeared. Naruto lowered his head, not wanting Kakashi to see the smile he was barely holding back. But Kakashi thought Naruto was heartbroken, remembering his father. Then you must have your own training plan now. Kakashi said, having composed himself. Yes. I can train on my own. Naruto couldn't wait for Kakashi to leave. Then I'll go guide Sasuke and the others. Kakashi, as Naruto hoped, left Naruto to train alone. Feel the power of the Tendo. The first stage, proficient application, is already complete, Naruto murmured, standing still. Now the next stage is to enhance the power. Naruto chose a boulder that was taller than him and pressed both hands against it. Shinra Tensei. The boulder was instantly pushed back 5 or 6 meters, leaving a deep groove on the ground. Few only that far. Naruto recalled the power of Pain, who had once sent 3 giant toads flying with a single push, and felt a bit discouraged. Again. Bansho Tenin. In an instant, a massive amount of chakra surged through his meridians, causing Naruto pain. Damn, I have to endure it. The boulder was pulled back again, but it went beyond its original position. Great, it's really working. Shinra Tensei. Bansho Tenin. Shinra Tensei. Bansho Tenin. Naruto's voice echoed repeatedly through the forest. Hidden behind a tree, Kakashi watched Naruto's training, smiled with satisfaction, and then turned away. Just as Kakashi left, Naruto's movements paused for a moment. The feeling of being cared for. It's really nice. Naruto trained even harder, determined to protect the people he wanted to protect. You'll catch a cold sleeping here. A long-haired girl patted Mingren on the shoulder. I'm not sleeping, just resting. Mingren smiled at her, straightened up, and said, These are medicinal herbs. Are you here to gather them? What hard work. He pointed to the basket placed aside. Bai was startled. You're the one. What are you doing sleeping here so early? Training. Mingren looked up at the white clouds in the sky. Why do you train? Bai looked at him meaningfully. Because I want to protect the person most important to me. Mingren smiled brightly. Bai stared blankly at his smile. People, when they want to protect something important, they can become truly strong. You will become stronger. Bai smiled at him. Saying that, Bai stood up and left. May we meet again if fate allows. Bai will meet again in 3 days. Mingren watched her retreating figure, silently saying in his heart. Meanwhile, Zhu was communicating with Kakashi. Kakashi, tell me how to become stronger to surpass Mingren. You're so competitive. Kakashi thought to himself, but said aloud. Drop that foolish pride. Mingren is no longer the dead last of the Ninja Academy. Although I don't know why he pretended to be weak in the academy, he is definitely stronger than you. To become stronger you must first recognize your own position. Suizhu was silent for a long time. I understand, Kakashi. But the flicker in his eyes told Kakashi that he had not yet let go of his resentment. In that case, Kakashi sighed helplessly, deciding to teach him something. Then I'll teach you the lightning attribute body tempering technique. What was supposed to happen during the Chunin exam had been moved forward due to Ming Ren's appearance. 3 days later. Ming Ren, hurry up. Teacher Kakashi and the others have already left. Xiaoying shouted at the door. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Ming Ren responded to Xiaoying and ran to the back of the house. 6 paths clone technique. Drink. A person who looked exactly like Ming Ren appeared beside him, the only difference being that his eyes were not covered by contact lenses but shimmered with ripples. Originally Ming Ren thought that to summon the 6 paths he needed a dead body because only a dead body without a soul could be inhabited by the animal path. Later he realized that shadow clones also have no soul, so he had a sudden inspiration and tried using a shadow clone instead of a dead body. To his surprise it worked. Unlike shadow clones, the 6 paths clone only disappears when it suffers fatal damage, just like a real person. Leaving the animal path behind, Ming Ren and Xiaoying rushed to catch up. Ming Ren, what were you doing just now? Why so slow? Xiaoying asked curiously. A gift for you. Ming Ren pulled out a few wildflowers he had just picked and handed them to Xiaoying. I knew you would ask, Ming Ren thought to himself. Expecting to be scolded, he noticed his companion was silent for a long time. He turned to look and saw Xiaoying's calm expression, but the flowers had disappeared. Maybe she threw them away, Ming Ren thought, completely ignoring Xiaoying's flushed ears. While chasing, Ming Ren suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Xiaoying asked. Nothing, let's keep going. Ming Ren snapped back to reality and continued running. Have the bandits hired by Ka Duo been dealt with? Then Kakashi and the others have already started fighting. We need to speed up. It turned out that the animal path had already dealt with the 2 bandits who came to kidnap. Xiaoying, let's speed up. With that, Ming Ren increased his pace. Really, wait for me. Xiaoying hurriedly chased after him. At this moment on the bridge, Kakashi and the others had already begun fighting. Long time no see, Kakashi. Through the thick fog, Zai Bujan's arrogant voice rang out once again. You're still the same, dragging along a useless brat. Zai Bujan sneered at the trembling Suizhu. He's shaking again. How pathetic. After saying that, many Zai Bujan suddenly appeared around Kakashi's group. I'm shaking with excitement. Before he finished speaking, Suizhu moved. In the blink of an eye, all the Zai Bujan were slashed into puddles of water. I saw through it. Suizhu was elated. The effect of the lightning attribute body tempering was fully displayed here, with speed far surpassing that of ordinary ninjas. Oh. So you can tell these are water clones. Zai Bujan and Bai appeared on the opposite side. Looks like this brat has grown a lot. Zai Bujan glanced back at the masked Bai. Bai, it seems you have a formidable rival. I was right about that masked kid, Kakashi remarked. No matter how you look at it, he's Zai Bujan's partner standing together. I'll take care of him. Suizhu stared at Bai. He dares to play such a lame trick. I hate these pretentious people. I'm ready, go ahead. Zai Bujan ordered Bai. Yes. Bai disappeared, instantly appearing in front of Suizhu, thrusting saban needles in both hands toward him. Suizhu was surprised by Bai's speed, but his hands were not slow. He pulled out 2 kunai to block Bai's saban. Oh, he can actually see through Bai's speed. Zai Bujan watched the fight. I don't want to kill you, but you won't back down, will you? Bai pleaded with Suizhu. Stop talking nonsense. Suizhu rejected her kindness. As expected, but I now have 2 advantages, Bai said. First, the water flowing nearby. Second, I blocked you with 1 hand, so you can only defend against my attacks. With that, Bai's other hand began to form seals rapidly. What? He's doing hand seals with 1 hand. I've never seen that. Kakashi grew worried. Secret technique, 1,000 flying water needles. With Bai's shout, the accumulated water on the bridge quickly turned into hundreds of ice needles shooting towards Suizhu. Clang clang. Bai retreated, the needles clashing with each other, but none hit Suizhu. He's gone, Bai thought. Now you can only defend against my attacks. Suizhu's voice came from behind Bai. Suizhu thrust a kunai at Bai, who was forced to stretch out 1 hand to block. What? Suizhu flicked the blocked kunai toward Bai's face with his fingers. Unable to avoid it, Bai ducked to dodge, then pushed off the ground with her hand. Just as she was about to rise, she saw Zhuju's kick coming. So fast. Bai marveled. Zhuju's speed from body tempering was fully displayed. Bam! Bai was kicked out by Zhuju. What? Bai's movements are actually slower than his. Zaibujan's expression turned grim. Looks like my speed is still faster. Zhuju's expression returned to arrogance. Giggle giggle, Zaibujan laughed, then his face turned cold. Bai, don't you understand yet? If this continues, you'll be the one to die. Yes, what a pity. Bai stood up and formed a strange hand seal. Secret technique, demonic mirror, ice crystal. Thick ice mirrors rose up surrounding Zhuju. Let me show you true speed. Bai merged into the ice and a Bai appeared in every mirror. Damn, that's a Kekii Genkai. Kakashi tried to rush to Zhuju but was blocked by Zaibujan halfway. Kakashi, that's their fight. If you dare to interfere, I'll kill the old man. Then I'll begin. The Bai in the mirror said, and in an instant countless Saban shot from all directions. His body tempering had only been done for 2 days, far less than the 1-month training of Zhuju in the original story. He only dodged a few Saban before being hit by Bai. Aya! Zhuju screamed as in the original. Just as Bai was about to continue, a shuriken interrupted her action. Mingren, we made it in time. Naruto turned to Sakura and said, Sakura, protect the old man. Understood. Sakura replied, shielding Tazuna. Just as Naruto turned to speak, Zabuza made his move. That troublesome brat. Zabuza swiftly appeared before Naruto, who had just turned back. You get in there too. Zabuza kicked out and Naruto could only raise his hands to block the frontal attack. With a bang, Naruto was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground and sliding into Haku's ice mirror fortress. Naruto stood up. Careless. My strength is still too weak to be kicked that far. Then. This is bad, both of them are inside. Kakashi looked at the ice mirror with concern. Naruto grabbed Sasuke, who was sitting on the ground, and pulled him up. How is it? Can you fight? Naruto asked Sasuke. These words of concern sounded like contempt to the paranoid Sasuke, who thought Naruto was looking down on him. Of course. Sasuke angrily shook off Naruto's hand, leaving Naruto puzzled. These are mirrors made of ice. That means... Sasuke formed hand seals and took a deep breath. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A huge fireball rushed toward the ice mirror, engulfing it, completely obscuring any view from inside. Soon the fireball dissipated, revealing the ice mirror unscathed. Such firepower can't melt the mirror, Haku said slowly. With that, Haku in the mirror raised her hand holding Senbon and began to attack again, while flickering among different mirrors. Shinra Tensei. Naruto had not yet mastered the 3rd stage of Shinra Tensei, control. To avoid injuring Sasuke, he had to reduce the range of Shinra Tensei, only repelling the Senbon close to him. Thus Naruto was safe, but Sasuke couldn't withstand the onslaught of so many Senbon. Wah! Sasuke screamed again. Damn it! Where are they coming from? Is it a clone? Sasuke said in pain. This jutsu is a movement technique that uses the mirrors reflecting my image. Haku in the mirror explained. From my speed you look like you're standing still. Indeed, that is a Kekii Genkai. Kakashi stared at the ice mirror. Kekii Genkai. Sakura, who had just arrived, hadn't heard Kakashi's previous words. Kakashi explained what Kekii Genkai was and that he couldn't break this jutsu. The scene returned to the ice mirror. Haku looked at Naruto again. You can protect yourself, but what about him? Haku raised her Senbon and began to move. Shwa shwa shwa. A shower of Senbon flew toward Naruto and Sasuke. Although Naruto knew Haku probably wouldn't kill, he couldn't be sure that his arrival wouldn't affect the original storyline. Watching the incoming Senbon, Sasuke closed his eyes in resignation. Is this the end? That man, I haven't yet. Suddenly a force interrupted Sasuke's thoughts, and he instantly opened his eyes. Shinra Tensei. Naruto raised his hand towards Sasuke. Before the Senbon could reach him, Sasuke was pushed out of the demon ice mirror by the force of Shinra Tensei. Meanwhile, Naruto could only watch helplessly as the Senbon flew toward him. Boom! A cloud of water mist rose within the ice mirror fortress. Naruto! Sakura screamed. Naruto! Kakashi instantly activated his Sharingan, trying to see what was inside. Naruto! Sasuke stared blankly at the ice mirror, muttering. Why? Why did you save me? The scene of Naruto blocking the killing intent for him gradually surfaced in his mind. Sasuke, I won't let him hurt my comrades. Naruto's smile appeared clearly in his mind. Naruto! Sasuke screamed wildly. What? Those eyes! Zabuza stared at Sasuke in shock. Has he finally awakened? Zabuza, that child. Kakashi turned to Sasuke. His surname is Uchiha. The descendant of that tragic clan. Zabuza sighed. No wonder he grew so fast. But Haku has dealt with one, the other won't take long. Kakashi, let's finish this quickly. Zabuza released his chakra and the bridge gradually filled with thick mist. Too bad. Naruto's voice came from within the ice mirror fortress. Seems you didn't hit me. Naruto. Sakura was overjoyed. Great Naruto. Hearing that Naruto was alive, Sasuke, who had barely any strength left, collapsed to the ground. At this moment Naruto thought to himself. Phew, so lucky. I awakened the Predapath at this moment and absorbed all the attacks. I thought I would have to unleash the Nine Tails. What? He's unharmed. Haku stared at the unharmed Naruto in shock. Better not prolong this, otherwise if Haku goes to block Chidori for Zabuza it'll be a tragedy. Let's finish this quickly. Having made up his mind, Naruto opened his arms. Let's test the results of the second stage. Shinra Tensei. Boom! Under the immense repulsive force the ice mirror shattered and Haku in the mirror was sent flying. The last thing she saw was Naruto's smiling face. Haku, just sleep quietly for a while. Kakashi and Zabuza in the thick mist also heard the sound. Yo Zabuza, their fight seems to be over. Let's end ours too. Kakashi took a scroll from his chest pocket and slapped it on the ground. Earth-style tracking fine technique. Characters emerged from the scroll and sank into the ground. What? Wha? A scream came from the thick mist. As the mist gradually cleared, Zabuza's figure was revealed, his entire body bitten by dogs and unable to move. Zabuza, you are too dangerous. Kakashi quickly formed hand seals. The Tazuna you want to kill is the hope of this country. Chidori. Lightning crackled with blue light in Kakashi's hand. I'll say it again, give up Zabuza. Impossible. Zabuza roared. Seeing Zabuza's stubbornness, Kakashi's Chidori accurately struck its target. Zabuza-sama. Haku, who had been unconscious for a while, woke up and cried out. Haku, it seems you won't see the day my dream comes true. Zabuza's mouth overflowed with blood. I think I was really wrong. That yellow-haired boy. Haku. I'll leave Haku in your care. I can see that you never tried to kill her. She is truly a kind person. Seeing Naruto nod, Zabuza closed his eyes in relief. Zabuza-sama. It must be said that the shinobi of Konoha were quite humane. Kakashi found a scenic spot, built a grave for Zabuza, and allowed him to rest in peace. After spending 2 days in front of Zabuza's grave, Haku decided to follow Naruto to Konoha to fulfill Zabuza's final wish. As for the Great Bridge, it was eventually named Courage. Finally home, Naruto said, gazing at the gates of Konoha. Phew! Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, everyone dismissed. You have a break, the next mission starts in 3 days. Great! Sakura cheered and Sasuke also relaxed. Hey Haku, come with me to see the third Hokage to register as a Konoha ninja and settle your residency. Kakashi turned to Haku, who was following Naruto. Kakashi, you go ahead. I'll accompany Haku later. Before Haku could speak, Naruto answered. Seeing that Haku had no objection to Naruto's offer, Kakashi said, Understood, I'll head to the third Hokage's office. With that he vanished in a body flicker. Well then, goodbye Sakura, Sasuke. After bidding them farewell, Naruto and Haku walked toward the Hokage building. Why are they so close? Sakura felt a mix of emotions watching Naruto and Haku leave. Yo Naruto. Back from the mission. How about a bowl of ramen? As they passed by Ichiraku, the owner greeted Naruto. Uncle. Save me some ramen, I've got things to do now, but I'll be back soon. Perhaps inheriting the original Naruto's habits, this Naruto's favorite food was also Ichiraku ramen. Naruto, you're back. How was the mission? Smooth. It was Iruka eating at the ramen shop. Iruka-sensei. It was fine, the mission was a breeze. Naruto was delighted to see him. I knew it. How could the man who would become Hokage ever fail? Iruka walked out and patted Naruto's shoulder approvingly. Hee. Naruto laughed happily. Nah. Naruto. Suddenly he heard someone calling him. Turning around he saw Hinata. Ah, Hinata. How are you? Naruto reached out to wipe the sweat from Hinata's forehead. She had been training and rushed over upon hearing that Naruto had returned to the village, not even bothering to wipe her sweat. Although they had trained together for a while, such an intimate gesture still made Hinata blush. Schwa! Her face turned crimson. Is Naruto confessing to me? What should I do? Her mind feverish, Hinata began to overthink. Keep up the good work, Hinata. I've got things to do, so I'll be off. After bidding farewell, Naruto and Haku continued toward their destination. This feeling of being cared for. These people. This is why I need to become strong. Reflecting on the people he had just met, Naruto smiled warmly. Zabuza-sen, you didn't misjudge him. He truly is someone worth entrusting. Haku silently thought as she looked at the radiant Naruto. Entering the Hokage's office, the third Hokage and Kakashi were already waiting for Naruto. Old man, we're here. Naruto called out to the third Hokage. The third Hokage's forehead sprouted black lines. 2 weeks without seeing you and you're still as unlovable as ever. He rarely cracked a joke. Since Kakashi has explained it then. The third Hokage pulled out a ninja registration form. Haku, fill this out and you'll officially be a Konoha ninja. Haku silently took the form, filled it out, and handed it back. The Yuki clan. That family? The third Hokage's mind churned as he looked at the form. So what's your address in Konoha? Seeing the third Hokage silent for a long time, Kakashi stepped in to speak for him. Kakashi-sensei, I want to live with Naruto-san. Since entering Konoha, Haku spoke for the first time. I see. The third Hokage snapped back to reality, looked at Haku's determined expression, and chose to trust her. Kakashi, take her to Naruto's place. The third Hokage said to Kakashi, who was standing nearby. Yes. Haku, follow me. Haku glanced at Naruto, who nodded, and then she followed Kakashi out. The third Hokage watched them leave, dismissed the surrounding A and B with a wave, and turned to Naruto. Naruto, I heard from Kakashi that you met the fourth Hokage. The third Hokage's tone was heavy. Yes, I met him. Naruto touched his seal, feigning nostalgia. So you know everything? The third Hokage asked uncertainly again. He told me everything, Naruto said somberly. The third Hokage, thinking he was grieving, comforted him. Don't be sad. Your father is a hero of Konoha. Then the third Hokage recalled the treatment Naruto had received in Konoha. Though ashamed, he feared even more that Naruto would seek revenge upon learning the truth. Naruto, what do you think of Konoha? The third Hokage asked seriously. Naruto understood his meaning. I will always be a Konoha ninja. With that, Naruto ignored the relieved old man and walked straight out. At the door, he suddenly stopped and said, Old man, third, you're getting old. It's time to let us young people take over your position. Am I really that old? Ha ha. The third Hokage laughed heartily, watching Naruto's back. Naruto returned to his rundown home but stopped at the door, afraid to enter. Is this really my home? Can it be this clean? Naruto-san. Please come in. Haku's voice came from inside. Hearing Haku's voice, Naruto finally dared to step in. Haku, you're really capable. Even such a messy room can be tidied up so cleanly. Haku smiled gently. As Naruto-san's tool, taking care of his daily life is my duty. Naruto was exasperated. Haku, we're friends. Don't talk about tools and such. Zabuza-san entrusted me to you, so I am your tool. Haku insisted. Naruto was frustrated, not expecting Haku to be so stubborn. After much persuasion, Haku finally stopped using the words tool and san so frequently. As for what she truly thought in her heart, that remained unknown. Just then Naruto hesitated, speaking with difficulty. Haku, are you male or female? Naruto finally asked the question he had dared not ask the entire journey. Schwa. Haku's face flushed instantly. She stammered. I'm female. Satisfied with the answer, Naruto immediately brightened up. If someone so beautiful turned out to be a man, what would I even be living for? Hearing Naruto's words, Haku felt both pleased and shy. After all, no woman dislikes being complimented. I'll start cooking now. With that, she fled as if on wings. What a gentle soul. Naruto sighed as he watched her leave. Bai waved a hand gently. Since the Chunin exam was about to begin, the third Hokage had temporarily decided not to assign Bai to a genin team, allowing her to train on her own. Hey Sasuke, Sakura. Naruto greeted them. Naruto, you're late again, Sakura said to Naruto, while Sasuke gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Come to think of it, after the Land of Waves incident, Sasuke had changed a lot. Though he still spoke little, he was no longer as cold as before. Man, are you two still not used to Kakashi being late? You're always so punctual, Naruto teased. That's true, Sasuke and Sakura replied with dark lines appearing on their foreheads. At that moment Kakashi finally arrived, unhurried as ever. Good morning, everyone. I got lost on the way today, so, he said, using his usual excuse. Sakura was furious. Don't you dare lie with such a serious face every time. This time even Sasuke nodded in agreement. Kakashi's mask completely concealed his expression, but Naruto doubted that a few words from Sakura would make him feel ashamed. After all, Kakashi was famously known as the #1 latecomer in Konoha. As expected, Kakashi acted as if he hadn't heard Sakura. I have something urgent today, so the mission is cancelled. You're all dismissed. With that he walked away leisurely, completely ignoring Sakura's furious glare. The three of them watched helplessly as Kakashi left. Naruto, fight me! Sasuke turned around and fixed his gaze on Naruto. Seeing only battle intent in Sasuke's eyes with no trace of jealousy, Naruto knew that Sasuke had come to terms with things. Alright. Let me show you my strength, it'll be good for you too. The two squared off in the middle of the street. Naruto. Sasuke. Sakura stood there at a loss. Don't worry about them. A hand suddenly rested on Sakura's shoulder. It was Kakashi who had returned. They're just having a normal spar. Then let's begin, Naruto said as he saw Sasuke ready. Sasuke nodded and 3 shuriken flew out immediately. Sasuke, you won't hit me with that. Naruto dodged to the side and the 3 shuriken missed. Before his words faded, Sasuke's voice rang out. Fire style, great fireball technique. An immense fireball engulfed Naruto. Naruto. Sakura looked at Kakashi in panic. Kakashi-sensei, stop them. Don't worry. Naruto isn't that weak, Kakashi reassured Sakura. Substitution technique. Sasuke's pupils contracted as the dying flames revealed a burning log. Sasuke instinctively leaped into the air, thinking of Kakashi's headhunter technique. Unfortunately, Naruto wasn't Kakashi and he hadn't learned that technique yet. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of slicing air came from above. Several shuriken rained down from the sky. Sasuke twisted his body to evade them. Just as he relaxed, the shuriken he had dodged suddenly transformed into Naruto. Naruto weaved hand signs. Fire-style, great fireball technique. Though he called it a great fireball, the fireball he spat out was nearly as large as Sasuke's version. Sasuke's expression tensed. Stimulating his lightning chakra, he kicked off the nearby wall, and just as the fireball was about to hit him, brushed past it by a hair's breadth. That's fast, Naruto remarked. Even if I take off my weights, I can't reach that speed. Among genin, only Rock Lee might be a bit faster. I guess speed is a matter of talent too. Huff huff. Sasuke landed steadily, panting heavily. In stark contrast to Naruto, who remained calm and composed. That burst of speed seems to consume a lot of stamina, Naruto pointed out, hitting the weakness of the technique. Seeing that Naruto had no intention of attacking while he was tired, Sasuke took the opportunity to rest and recover some energy. Watch out, Naruto! Sasuke closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them. Crimson eyes slowly spun with Tsutomu. Sharingan, huh? Sasuke, you've really grown a lot, Naruto said, but every muscle in his body tensed. He disappeared. Naruto couldn't track Sasuke's movements at all. With his Sharingan activated, Sasuke's speed had increased another level. Bam! Naruto barely managed to block Sasuke's strike with his arm, and his rising foot was also intercepted by Sasuke's leg. Completely seen through. The ability to see through. He's already making such skillful use of his Sharingan. Truly a genius. Kakashi glanced at Sakura, who was watching the fight with intense anxiety. I wonder how Naruto will handle this. Someone's coming. Excuse me, are they all Konoha genin? Asked a female ninja with a giant fan and yellow hair. Beside her stood a ninja whose face was covered in strange markings, with a large object wrapped in bandages on his back. They were Temari and Kankuro of Sunigakure. San genin, huh? That's right, they're all Konoha ninja, Kakashi answered proudly. Just then Sasuke closed in on Naruto again. Naruto finally failed to block Sasuke's high-speed attack and was kicked into the air. But instead of joy, Sasuke's eyes were filled with the same worry as Sakura's. Poof! The kick Naruto turned into a cloud of smoke. Sakura's tense heart immediately relaxed and Sasuke even smiled. I knew it! You wouldn't go down that easily. Kakashi looked at the two, then at Naruto. Naruto, it seems you've made them understand what true teamwork really means. They're really strong. Temari and Kankuro were stunned as they watched Naruto and Sasuke. And they're both handsome, especially that blonde one, Temari added in her mind. She turned to her own companions and black lines appeared on her forehead. Unlike our village, which is full of this kind of people. Sasuke, let's call this a draw, Naruto said with a smile as he emerged from behind a nearby tree. No, I lost, Sasuke replied without any resentment. My chakra is almost gone while you seem to have hardly used any. Yeah, it looks like a draw on the surface, but in reality. Sasuke even used his Sharingan while Naruto only used Shadow Clone Substitution Shuriken and a C-rank technique to force a tie. Just how much more real strength does he have? Sensei, your child can truly stand on his own now. Kakashi was filled with deep emotion. Hey, you up in that tree, you've been watching for quite a while. Come out now, Naruto called out, looking up. Humph. A certain gourd boy hanging upside down snorted in dissatisfaction and jumped down. I'm very interested in you. And that red-eyed one. What are your names? Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto said with a smile, ignoring the blushing blonde female ninja. Uchiha Sasuke, Sasuke replied, having recovered his chakra. I am Gaara of the Sandfall. The little panda announced his name with full presence. Let's go. Gaara turned and left. Kankuro dragged Temari, who was still ogling Naruto and Sasuke, and followed. Kakashi-sensei, why did you stop me? They're ninja from another village, Sakura asked in confusion. They're here to take the Chunin selection exam. Kakashi once again played the role of explainer, telling Sakura and the others about the Chunin exam and its purpose. Alright, I'm off now. Kakashi, as irresponsible as ever, disappeared again. Well, everyone, these are the strongest genin among this year's graduates. The third Hokage spoke slowly, pipe in mouth. Both are exceptionally strong, nearly at the level of Chunin. And Uzumaki Naruto's battle awareness far surpasses his peers, even exceeding that of ordinary Chunin. Kurena's eyes had not left Naruto since the battle began. He is truly an extraordinary genius. Uchiha Sasuke's strength as a member of the Uchiha clan is understandable, but how could Uzumaki Naruto, given his performance at the Ninja Academy, possess such power? Questioned a Jonin. Hearing this, the other Jonin began to murmur among themselves. Ahem. The third Hokage interrupted the discussion. Personally, I have full trust in Uzumaki Naruto. With the third Hokage's clear stance supporting Naruto, the Jonin under him wisely refrained from further questioning. Kakashi, you truly are my eternal rival in life. Even the disciples you lead have become so strong. Guy was once again fired up, but unfortunately Kakashi had not yet arrived. The other Jonin unanimously ignored him, leaving Guy weeping alone. Just as the third Hokage was pondering how to calm Guy down, Kakashi appeared. Lord Third, I have arrived. Kakashi, you are here. The third Hokage adjusted his hat and looked toward the assembled Jonin. Then you already know? They have already appeared in the village. It has come to this time, Kakashi remarked with emotion. When will it be held? Inquired Marino Ibiki. 1 week from now. Ah. So soon? The Jonin exclaimed. Huff, the third Hokage blew out a puff of smoke. Then I officially announce that we will hold the Chunin selection exam 7 days from now on July 1st. Kakashi Kurenai-sama. Among the genin under your guidance, are there any you wish to recommend for this exam? The third Hokage continued. Though it goes without saying, formally, they are genin who have completed at least 8 missions. The rest depends on your recommendations. As expected, all 3 recommended every genin under their charge. Since Iruka was not qualified to attend the Jonin assembly, the original conflict between Kakashi and him never occurred. The next day the 3, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, gathered at their usual spot waiting for Kakashi. This time they had finally learned their lesson. Following Kakashi's habits, they arrived 5 minutes early. This is the application form for the Chunin exam. It is your decision whether to participate. Kakashi said no more and pulled 3 sheets from his pocket, handing them to Naruto. Those who wish to participate should sign the application and report to room 301 at the school by 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. That's all. With that said, Kakashi swiftly vanished. Finally it begins. The Chunin exam. Naruto gazed at the form in his hand. Sasuke. The Chunin exam. There will surely be many opponents. Sakura watched the 2 ahead of her heart wavering. Can I really participate in the Chunin exam? I have been left far behind by them. Am I truly capable? As Sakura struggled inwardly, a warm voice sounded in her ear. Sakura, what are you thinking? Keep up. Sakura looked up to find Naruto gazing at her with concern. Naruto, can I really? Sakura, believe in yourself. You will become a great kunoichi just like Lady Tsunade. Naruto smiled. And do you remember what I said? I will never let my comrades get hurt. The smile of the Naruto before her merged with the memory of that earlier promise, and Sakura's eyes grew distant. Sakura, what are you thinking? Naruto waved his hand in front of her eyes. Sasuke has gone ahead. Hurry and catch up. I won't be a third wheel for you too. Naruto turned around gracefully and walked away, leaving Sakura at a loss for words. The next day the three arrived at the Ninja Academy on time. Sakura showed none of the confusion from the previous day and seemed full of energy. Hey, you guys think you can take the Chunin exam just like that? Little ones, I advise you not to participate. You are far too green. As soon as they arrived, Naruto and his team heard a commotion. Naruto looked closely and saw Rock Lee sitting on the ground wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Please, let us in. Tenten looked pitiful. We are doing this for your own good. The two gatekeeping geniuses began their usual rambling. You should release the barrier created by Genjutsu. I have business on the third floor. Sasuke, unable to bear it any longer, spoke up. TCH, this guy. Naruto was helpless. Does he really think no one here can see through this Genjutsu? Everyone just doesn't want to be the first to speak out. So you already noticed. The gatekeeping Chunin seemed surprised. Sakura, you noticed it first, didn't you? Naruto chimed in. Because your analytical skills and knowledge of Genjutsu are the strongest in our team. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Oh, those two boys are quite handsome. Tenten thought to herself. Naruto. Sakura lowered her head. Thank you. Of course I noticed. This is the second floor. Sakura declared with an imposing air. Seeing through Genjutsu isn't enough. The gatekeeping Chunin refused to give up and kicked towards Sasuke, who raised his leg to block. Just as their legs were about to connect, a figure appeared between them, easily catching both attacks. So fast. He is completely different from the one who was beaten black and blue just now. Sakura thought in amazement. Lee, this is not what we agreed on. You said you wanted to avoid drawing attention and causing alarm. Niji frowned at Rock Lee. Because. Rock Lee blushed and strode towards Sakura. I am Rock Lee. Your name is Sakura, right? Lee said to Sakura. Please go out with me. I will protect you with my life. His white teeth flashed brilliantly. Sakura's entire body broke out in goosebumps. I absolutely refuse. Because your eyebrows are too thick. Lee was utterly devastated. Hey you! State your name. Niji challenged Sasuke defiantly. Before asking someone else's name, you should state your own first. Sasuke retorted without backing down. Niji, you are the top graduate this year, aren't you? Sasuke glanced at Naruto and said, Top graduate? Hey, it seems you don't know anything. Oh. Is there someone stronger than you in this year's class? Niji was puzzled. Hyuga Niji. Niji pointed to himself. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke replied. Hey, you with the yellow hair. What's your name? Niji pointed at Naruto, who had been trying to stay out of sight. Damn, can't even hide from this. Naruto grumbled as he stepped forward. Sasuke, you're ruthless. You know I hate troublesome things like this. Sasuke smiled like someone who had gotten away with mischief. Naruto walked up to Niji and spread his hands. You should know me. Your Hyuga boys used to come looking for trouble with me all the time, right? You are. Niji remembered. You are that incredibly lucky Uzumaki Naruto. Niji, unwilling to divulge his family's embarrassing affairs, brushed it off and turned back. Naruto Uzumaki Sasuke Uchiha, I'll be waiting for you in the Chunin exam. Niji turned and walked away. TCH, a show of intimidation. How childish. Naruto muttered speechlessly as he followed Sasuke and Sakura toward room 301. You with the fierce eyes, please wait. As expected, Rock Lee appeared. What is it? Sasuke turned back impatiently. His eyes wide beneath his watermelon bowl haircut, Lee said. How about right now? Let's settle this. With a flip, he leaped down from the upper floor. I want to spar with you. I want to test whether my techniques are effective against someone hailed as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Lee assumed a fighting stance. Although Sasuke had long abandoned his obsessive pursuit of power, he could not tolerate being challenged. You're challenging me because of the name Uchiha, aren't you? Sasuke's expression turned cold. Let me show you what that name really means, you bushy-browed brat. Sasuke, don't fight. The registration deadline is only until 4 o'clock and there's less than 30 minutes left. Sakura hurriedly stepped in to stop another battle. I can finish him in 5 minutes. Sasuke charged forward. Leaf whirlwind. Lee pivoted and delivered a roundhouse kick towards Sasuke. Sasuke was moving too fast to stop, so he leaned back, planted both hands on the ground, and kicked out to deflect Lee's attack. The two then clashed in a flurry of blows, either gaining an advantage. After another exchange, they separated. Not bad. You can actually keep up with my speed, Lee exclaimed in surprise. As expected of a genius. TCH. Sasuke snorted and began forming hand seals. That seal. Fire style. Naruto's heart sank. Sasuke. The floor here is all made of wood, Naruto shouted. If you use fire, you'll burn down the whole building. Hearing this, Sasuke hesitated, his hands freezing mid-seal. An opening. Lee's eyes sharpened. He dashed forward, delivering an upward kick that sent Sasuke flying into the air. Dancing leaf shadow. Lee appeared behind Sasuke, unwinding his bandages. I'll use this move to prove that hard work can surpass genius. With a sharp clang, a shuriken pinned Lee's bandage to the wall. What? Lee was startled. I can't pull it free. That person. Lee somersaulted safely to the ground. Naruto. Why did you interfere with my battle against Sasuke? It turned out that Naruto was the one who had thrown the shuriken. Look behind you first, Naruto said, pointing. Lee turned around. The spot where Sasuke had been was now a block of wood. That technique of yours must put a heavy strain on your body. I don't want you to get hurt before the exam, Naruto said. Then he called upstairs. Sasuke, come down. Sasuke descended with a smile. Naruto, why did you stop the fight? We're all Konoha shinobi, there's no need to be so serious. Naruto grinned. Well said. Might Guy appeared, twisting his body. Youth is all about caring for each other. His teeth gleamed. 3 lines of sweat appeared on the trio's foreheads. Sasuke. Super bushy brow. Sakura. Super watermelon bowl. Hey. Don't make fun of Master Guy. Lee lost control. Then came the ridiculous scene of master and student embracing and weeping. How can someone like that be a Konoha shinobi? Sakura and Sasuke thought in dismay. As for Naruto, he had long since learned to ignore them. Oh no, he's looking this way. Sakura was startled by Guy's gaze. Kakashi's talented students. Guy looking at the oblivious Naruto and the cool Sasuke thought to himself. By the way, let me ask you, how is Kakashi-sensei doing? Guy was clearly just making small talk. Everyone knew he challenged Kakashi daily. You know Kakashi-sensei? Sasuke asked. Of course I know him. Hee hee. Guy rubbed his chin foolishly and vanished. What? Sasuke was stunned. They call us eternal rivals. The big watermelon bull's voice came from behind. This guy. I'm 50 wins, 49 losses. I'm even stronger than Kakashi. His gleaming teeth reappeared. How can that be? He's stronger than Kakashi. Damn it. Sasuke's eyes widened. As if reading Sasuke's thoughts, Naruto spoke up. If you're stronger than Kakashi, then why is he called the copy ninja and not you? Oh well. Even Guy was at a loss for words. Sasuke, Sakura, let's go. Naruto called to his teammates, leaving the watermelon bowl duo behind. With just one sentence, he rekindled his teammates' confidence. It seems Naruto is the real genius. Guy for once was serious as he watched the 3 walk away. Oh, even Sakura came. Kakashi looked at the approaching trio. Now you can officially register for the Chunin exam. What do you mean? Sakura asked in confusion. Actually, the exam rules require participation in teams of 3. Kakashi explained. The fact that you came to take the exam of your own volition makes you my proudest team. Go on in. Alright, let's go. Naruto was already showing signs of leadership. Wow, so many people. The others pushed open the door. Sasuke, you're so slow. Ino clung to Sasuke. I haven't seen you in ages. I've been looking forward to your arrival. Contrary to Ino's expectations, Sakura didn't argue with her. Sasuke, Sakura, let's find a spot instead of blocking the entrance. Naruto walked to the side. Alright, Sakura immediately followed. Oh! Sasuke freed himself from Ino and followed. What a hassle! Shikamaru followed with Choji munching on snacks. Finally found you! Kiba with a dog on his head walked in. Shino followed closely behind. Hello! Hinata, whom they hadn't seen for a long time, appeared. Hinata, long time no see. Naruto took the initiative to greet her, patting her head. Have you been training hard? And Naruto, I've been training diligently. Hinata's face turned red again. Sakura watched Naruto and Hinata from behind, her expression complicated. Ino looked from Naruto to Sakura. Sakura, could it be that you? Hey, you'd better keep quiet. A white-haired man with glasses stepped forward to stop them. Then Kabuto began introducing himself, and finally pulled out his ninja ID card. I spent 4 years gathering intelligence on this exam and I have over 200 cards. Do these cards contain detailed personal information? Sasuke, as expected, was fooled by Kabuto and asked naively. He already have someone in mind. Gaara from Sunigeki, Rock Lee from Konoha, and Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke listed the names swiftly. No way, even Naruto's. That dead last. Kiba complained. If you're checking, check mine. Kabuto quickly found the ninja ID cards. First, Rock Lee. He's a year older than you and also a first-timer. Last year he was a highly promising rookie genin but didn't take the exam. His taijutsu is strong but other aspects are lacking. Next, Gaara of the Sand. He's completed C-rank missions 8 times and B-rank once. Even as a genin he's handled B-rank missions. Impressive. Kabuto's tone was either sincere or feigned. It said he returns unscathed from every mission. As for Uzumaki Naruto, he's a rookie this year and didn't particularly stand out at the academy, so I have no information on him. Haha, Naruto, you're so weak you don't even have data. The ever-obnoxious Kiba chimed in again. Next, Kabuto and the Sound Ninja started an internal conflict. Honestly, did Orochimaru even tell them that Kabuto is on our side, or are these Sound Ninja too low-ranked to know about Kabuto's existence? Naruto cursed inwardly. Shut up. You scum! Ibiki Marino and the Chunin made their grand entrance. After the exam rules were explained, the test began nervously. Of course, for Naruto, who knew the outcome, he was completely relaxed, and promptly fell asleep. Watching everyone fervently start cheating, Naruto hadn't yet figured out how to cheat himself. The Rinnegan was a dojutsu for ninjutsu, not for X-ray vision or copying. His other techniques were useless now. Just as Naruto was about to decide to hand in a blank paper, Hinata's voice rang out. Naruto, you can look at my exam paper. Hinata had already copied the answers. Thanks, cute Hinata. Naruto glanced at the paper, memorized the answers, and began copying them down. After finishing the exam, Naruto felt light and simply went to sleep. When he woke up, the 10th question had just ended. Is the exam over? Awake. You're a lucky brat. Ibiki thought as he looked at Naruto. Bang! Anko burst in through the window holding a large poster. I'm the proctor for the second exam, Mitarashi Anko. Hurry up and head to the next test. Anko raised her hand provocatively. Everyone follow me. The crowd below was dead silent. Naruto imagined 2 crows flying over Anko's head, cawing. Fool, fool. Ibiki emerged from behind the poster. No one's paying attention to you. Anko was stunned. Glancing at the examinees below, she said, 48 people. Ibiki, you actually left 16 teams. Without Naruto's shout, there were indeed fewer people. Fine. I'll cut the number to below half in the second exam. Anko flashed a bloodthirsty smile. I can't wait. Follow me. Arriving at the location, Anko turned to the examinees and said, This is the site of the second exam training ground No. 44, also known as the Forest of Death. Sakura peered into the forest. This place gives me the creeps. She instinctively looked at Naruto and felt a bit more at ease. You must engage in a survival battle within this limited area. Use your personal weapons and ninjutsu. Any means are allowed. This is the scroll battle. Anko began explaining the rules. You must obtain the Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll. There are 48 people here forming 16 teams. 8 teams hold the Heaven Scroll and the other 8 hold the Earth Scroll. The condition to pass is for all 3 members of a team to arrive at the central tower with both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. You have 5 days. 5 days. What about food? Choji seemed only concerned about eating. You'll have to fend for yourselves. This forest is a treasure trove of wildlife. Beware of wild beasts, poisonous insects, and toxic plants. Anko was unusually patient. In this scroll battle you won't just get hurt, some of you may even die. Additionally, we stipulate that once the exam starts no one is allowed to forfeit and leave. You must stay in the forest for 5 days. Finally, a piece of advice. Don't die out there. After receiving their scrolls, each team stood at their respective gates. It's about time. Enko checked her watch. The Chunin selection exam second stage begins now. Whoosh! As the gates opened, all examinees set off. Let's go! Naruto called to Sasuke and Sakura. A scream of "Ah!" echoed from the forest of death. Starting so soon? Orochimaru must be close too. Naruto thought to himself. Sasuke, Sakura, let's speed up and head straight for the tower. Naruto called out. Why go to the tower so early? We have 5 days. Sakura asked curiously. Because the longer we wait the more ninja will be lying in ambush ahead. All aiming to rob others. Naruto said as he ran. And the smell of snake is getting stronger. Snake smell. Sakura kept her doubts to herself. Time passed but Naruto's unease grew. We've been running non-stop since we entered. Will we still get caught by Orochimaru? Whoosh! A kunai flew toward the leading Naruto. Naruto dodged the kunai effortlessly. Who's there? Naruto and his team steadied themselves. Orochimaru. No, Orochimaru wouldn't throw such a poorly aimed kunai. It must be the rain ninja from earlier. Ruling out Orochimaru, Naruto felt much calmer. Not coming out. Sasuke pulled out several kunai with explosive tags attached and threw them in all directions. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions echoed but still no one emerged. Temporarily retreated, Naruto thought. Know that smell? Sasuke, Sakura maintained formation. Move quickly! Naruto shouted urgently. What a sensitive brat. A hoarse voice slowly echoed around them. You can actually sense me. Then let's have a scroll battle. Snake-like pupils appeared before the three of them. In your hands you hold the scroll of heaven. You must be eager to get my scroll of earth. Orochimaru said, grotesquely extending his long tongue and rolling up his own scroll before swallowing it. You'll have to fight desperately to obtain it. Orochimaru's killing intent erupted violently. Sasuke and Sakura could barely withstand it, collapsing to the ground instantly. The only one still struggling to resist was Naruto. Having experienced the Ninetales' murderous aura, Orochimaru's killing intent was not enough to render him incapacitated. Oh, you can still fight. I'm starting to take an interest in you. Orochimaru licked his tongue. Pray must try every trick to escape. Sasuke, can you still move? Naruto shouted. Don't forget your surname. Naruto's voice. Sasuke gradually came to his senses. How can I die here? I am an Uchiha. Crimson Sharingan appeared in Sasuke's pupils. He broke free from the killing intent and stood up unsteadily. Good, you can move, Naruto said. Sasuke, take Sakura and go first. Naruto, but you. Although he knew he couldn't be of much help in his current state, Sasuke was still reluctant. Hurry. If you can find the proctor. I can hold out here for a while. Considering the situation, Sasuke chose to trust his comrade, hoisted Sakura onto his back and ran in the opposite direction. Abandoning your comrade to survive. A clever strategy. Orochimaru laughed sinisterly, turning to Naruto. But can you stop me? Let's try and see. Naruto stepped back and threw a handful of shuriken. These little tricks won't hurt me, you know. Orochimaru's sleeves shot out the same number of small snakes, intercepting the shuriken. Fire-style great fireball technique. Taking advantage of the shuriken cover, Naruto quickly performed the jutsu. The fireball engulfed the snakes and then swallowed Orochimaru, who stood still. Naruto did not let his guard down. If Orochimaru were that easily dealt with, he wouldn't be one of the legendary Sannin. Sure enough, Orochimaru slowly melted away within the flames. An earth clone. Damn Sasuke. Naruto hurriedly chased after the direction Sasuke had fled. Meanwhile, the battle at Sasuke's side had already begun. Away from Orochimaru, Sakura could move again. Sasuke, watch out for the snake! Sakura screamed as she saw a massive serpent lunging at them from behind. What? Sasuke quickly rolled to the side, flinging Sakura off as well. You can't afford to be distracted. Orochimaru emerged from the snake's mouth. Prey must be cautious even when fleeing from the predator. Who said I was running? Sasuke's Sharingan was brimming with almost overflowing battle intent. Several shuriken flew toward the charging Orochimaru, who tilted his head, dodging the vital spot. Wire! The wires attached to the tails of the shuriken bound Orochimaru tightly. Orochimaru looked down at the wires binding him. Hell, what a pity! He raised his head startled. What? Fire-style dragon fire technique. Drink! The flames raced along the wires and struck Orochimaru. We hit him! Before Sakura could celebrate, her expression turned to horror. To use the Sharingan so effortlessly at such a young age. Truly worthy of the Uchiha name. Beneath the scorched face another face was revealed. But! I still want you! Orochimaru's neck instantly elongated and lunged towards Sasuke. Damn, I can't move, it's the paralysis jutsu. Sasuke struggled frantically. Naruto! Where are you? Sakura screamed in panic. As Orochimaru's fangs were about to pierce Sasuke's neck, despair set in. Bansho Tenin! Naruto finally made it in time. Damn, just a little more. Only a centimeter away from biting, Orochimaru was pulled toward Naruto by the gravitational force. The Predator Path hurled shuriken at the flying Orochimaru. Thud! The shuriken struck a log. Annoying brat! Humiliated after barely dodging the attack, Orochimaru grew furious. Summoning jutsu. He summoned a gigantic serpent dozens of meters tall, its tail whipping rapidly toward Naruto. Naruto wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. If he did, Sasuke and Sakura behind him would be killed. Naruto commanded the Predator Path to carry Sasuke and Sakura to a tree while he silently gathered a massive amount of chakra. As the serpent's tail was about to strike Naruto, Sakura covered her eyes and Sasuke struggled to get up. Shinra Tensei. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed through the entire forest of death. That direction! Neji frowned, staring at the enormous cloud of smoke rising. Has it already begun? Orochimaru! Anko sprinting increased her speed even more. Nearly everyone turned their gaze to that spot. Pant pant pant! Naruto used nearly half his chakra to unleash a massive Shinra Tensei, blasting the serpent and Orochimaru away. Poof! The serpent turned into a cloud of smoke. As the smoke slowly dissipated, Orochimaru was nowhere to be seen. Wind-style great breakthrough. Orochimaru circled around Naruto and appeared before Sasuke and Sakura. A hurricane slammed towards Sasuke and Sakura. Just as Orochimaru thought victory was assured, the Predator Path stood in front of them. The hurricane gradually shrank between the Predator Path's hands and ultimately vanished. What? Orochimaru stared at the Predator Path in shock. Those eyes. So that's it. No wonder. While Orochimaru stood frozen, Anko arrived. Ninja art shadow snake hands. Several snakes shot from Anko's sleeves toward Orochimaru, binding him. Orochimaru! Today I will make you die here! Anko charged at Orochimaru with a kunai, but before she could get close, Orochimaru had already turned into a pile of mud. Anko, you are a special jonin of the village. Orochimaru's voice came from afar. You can't keep using the techniques I taught you. Anko turned around regardless and demanded. Orochimaru! What are you doing here? There's a brat I really want. Orochimaru's gaze fell on the immobilized Sasuke, then shifted to Naruto. But now there's one more. An interesting boy with the Rinnegan. Don't look at me with that perverted gaze. Sasuke shouted angrily. If you want power, come find me. Sasuke. Sensing a large number of Umbu approaching, Orochimaru wisely chose to disappear. Proctor, are you all right? The only one who could move was Naruto. As for Sakura, she had fainted during the battle. So you're the little guy who held off Orochimaru for so long. Anko reverted to her carefree nature. Little guy. Naruto was speechless. He ignored her and walked towards Sasuke and Sakura, canceling his 6 paths clones as he went. Hey little guy, give me a hand, I can't muster any strength. Anko called out to Naruto. Seeing him unresponsive, she grew irritated. Kid! I'm the chief proctor. Watch out or I'll disqualify you. Naruto was annoyed. He was genuinely afraid this hot-tempered older sister might actually disqualify them if she got angry enough. Helpless, he turned back to support her. After much effort, he finally helped Anko to her feet. Alright little guy, you can let go now. Anko was irritated by Naruto's reluctant expression. Are you really okay? Naruto doubted she could stand on her own in this state. Stop talking nonsense. I said I'm fine. Anko stubbornly shook off Naruto's hand. She took 2 steps forward, stumbled, and fell forward. How embarrassing! That was her only thought. Anko closed her eyes. But instead of feeling pain, she landed in a warm embrace. Anko looked up to be greeted by a gentle smile. Are you alright, big sister Anko? Naruto emphasized the word big. TCH. Anko's cheeks flushed briefly, but she quickly recovered. Help me over to that tree, she ordered Naruto without hesitation. What a pain! Naruto grumbled inwardly, but he still helped her to the tree. Anko leaned against the trunk and formed a few hand seals. Alright, our people will be here soon. You can leave now. Anko dismissed them. Hearing this, Naruto turned and walked away with relief. Hey little guy. You just leave when I tell you to. Anko called out from behind. Naruto truly found women impossible to understand. He took Sasuke and Sakura and decisively vanished, leaving Anko standing there dumbfounded. Little guy, just you wait. In a few swift movements, Naruto and his team disappeared from Anko's sight. Feeling they had escaped Orochimaru's possible range, Naruto found a tree hollow and set down Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke, how are you? Naruto looked at Sasuke. I can't fight for now. Sasuke glanced at his own body helplessly. Am I still too weak? If you knew who that was, you wouldn't think that way. Naruto resumed his role as psychological counselor. He is one of the legendary Sannin Orochimaru and a Konoha S-rank missing Nin. Hearing this, Sasuke's regret noticeably diminished. Rest well. Our fight isn't over yet. Naruto gazed thoughtfully outside the cave. Fight. Sasuke was momentarily confused. Naruto. Don't forget we still need the Earth Scroll. The next day. Sasuke, you're finally awake. Sasuke woke to Sakura's delighted voice. Sasuke looked around but didn't see Naruto. Sakura, where's Naruto? He went out to find food. At that, Sasuke's stomach growled loudly. His face turned red. After all, he hadn't eaten since yesterday, and after such a perilous battle he was bound to be hungry. Yo, Sasuke, awake. Just as Sakura mentioned him, Naruto returned carrying a roasted wild boar. Sasuke rolled his eyes at the sight. Tell me you didn't roast it with fire style. Sasuke eyed the fragrant boar. Too lazy to catch and roast it myself. I just used fire style. Faster that way, Naruto said innocently. Eat up, we've got a fight ahead. Oh. Sasuke looked at the cave entrance, as if understanding something. A dozen meters from the cave, the Sound Ninja trio had arrived on time. I don't know why Lord Orochimaru specifically told us to deal with this team, the spiky-haired sack said impatiently. Shut up. Lord Orochimaru must have his reasons. The half-faced TOS spoke up. Time's about right. Let's go. Kin, the only female Sound Ninja, declared. Alright, let's move. The three charged toward the cave. They're here. Naruto, who had finished eating, sensed the killing intent. Sasuke, can you fight? Naruto turned to Sasuke, who had also sensed it. Of course. Let's head out. Sasuke was full of confidence. Enemies. Sakura looked at them with concern. Sakura, stay behind us. We'll protect you, Naruto assured her. When the Sound Ninja trio landed, Naruto and the others stepped out. Hand over your heaven scroll or I'll kill you. The hot-tempered sack spoke first. You'll have to earn it first. Sasuke drew his shuriken ready to fight. Arrogant. Sack was about to charge forward when TOS stopped him. TOS, what are you doing? I'll take this fight first. You watch out for that yellow-haired one Orochimaru specifically warned us about, TOS said. Fine, fine. Make it quick. Sack, seeing no role for himself, stepped aside reluctantly. It doesn't matter who it is. Come on. Sasuke was eager to test his own strength. Take this. TOS charged at Sasuke, swinging a fist. Sasuke accelerated, dodged his fist, and kicked him flying. Just as he prepared to pursue, his cheek seemed to take a heavy blow, and a drop of blood trickled from his lip. TOS slowly got up from the ground. You're fast, but can you outrun the speed of sound? Resign yourself. Sasuke looked up and wiped the blood from his mouth. Hell, I can't outrun sound. But I can outrun you. I'll finish you before you strike. Before TOS could react, Sasuke appeared behind him and gripped his shoulders. Crack! His shoulders were dislocated. A scream rang out. A violent gust of wind formed a wind bullet hurtling towards Sasuke. Sasuke lightly leaped aside, dodging the wind bullet. Did you think such a jutsu could hit me? Sasuke cast a disdainful glance at Tosu. Meanwhile, Kin had already dragged Tosu out of the battle circle. How is it, Tosu? Kin looked at Tosu nervously. Both arms dislocated and fractured. I can't fight anymore. Tosu, enduring the pain, turned to Zaku. Zaku, I leave the task for Lord Orochimaru to you. Stop your blabbering. I'm not as weak as you. Handling this guy is a piece of cake. Zaku charged forward and kicked at Sasuke, who raised his hand to block Zaku's heavy strike. Is that all you've got? Sasuke sneered. Damn it, don't underestimate me. Zaku leaped back, spreading his hands towards Sasuke. Extreme air cutting wave. Boom! A massive explosion of air kicked up a cloud of dust, blocking everyone's view. Sasuke! Sakura shouted in concern. Is it over? Zaku panted, his eyes fixed ahead. The smoke slowly cleared, revealing no one, only a large crater. Are you looking for me? Sasuke's figure appeared behind Zaku, looking at the sound ninja with a hint of mockery. What? Zaku's eyes widened, but before he could say anything, thud! Sasuke struck him with a chop, knocking him unconscious. Only you remain. Sasuke turned around, looking at the only remaining one kin. Just as Sasuke was about to deal with the last female ninja, Tosu reappeared, blocking kin. Sasuke, you're really strong. We can't possibly defeat you now. Following Tosu's signal, Kin pulled a scroll from her pocket and tossed it over. This is our compensation. Please spare our lives. Sasuke caught the scroll and instinctively glanced at Naruto. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto had become the backbone of their team. Seeing Naruto nod to him, Sasuke felt relieved and turned back to say, You go. Thank you so much. Tosu and Kin, who was carrying Zaku on her back, quickly disappeared from the trio's sight. Like this, we've gathered both the Heaven and Earth scrolls, Sakura said. Yeah, let's head out now. To the central tower. Naruto decided. Alright. The three of them quickly dashed toward the tower. Since they had not wasted any time, even Kabuto Yakushi couldn't catch up, so the incident of Kabuto interfering never happened. Hey! Where are you? A sudden shout came from not far away. Someone! Naruto signaled Sakura and Sasuke to stop. Another cry came. Over there. I'll check it out, Sasuke said as he started to move. Naruto grabbed his arm. You've just fought. Let me go this time. Naruto took a few steps, then turned back and said solemnly, Protect Sakura, Sasuke. Sasuke glanced at Sakura and replied seriously, I will. Naruto turned and ran toward the direction of the sound. Karen had already resignedly closed her eyes, waiting for the bear's paw to fall on her. At that moment, a sound like celestial music reached her ears. Shinra Tensei. Karen snapped back to reality, quickly picked up her glasses from the ground and looked at Naruto. The scene she thought she would never forget for the rest of her life. Since you're okay then. Naruto stood on top of the bear's head and smiled. Goodbye. Naruto vanished from Karen's sight. Before long, Naruto returned to the team. What happened, Naruto? What was it? Sakura asked anxiously. Nothing, just helped someone casually, Naruto said, but in his mind he thought, Karen. After this small incident, nothing else happened along the way, and Naruto's trio arrived smoothly at the central tower. Afterwards, Naruto opened the two scrolls and Iruka-sensei made a grand appearance, as in the original story, congratulating them on passing the second exam. Meanwhile, Anko had found the third Hokage. How is it? Does the curse seal still hurt? The third Hokage asked, looking at Anko. No thanks to you, I feel much better, Anko said. But isn't Orochimaru one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha? He's an S-rank rogue ninja that even the Umbu dare not touch, a certain Umbu member said. Why has he appeared in the village again? Probably, Anko replied. For Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke is understandable, but why would Orochimaru be interested in Naruto? The third Hokage's expression turned serious. The 9 tails within Naruto was a Konoha secret, and it could not be revealed to others for the time being. According to Orochimaru's exact words, an interesting Rinnegan boy. Anko recalled the situation. What? Rinnegan. The third Hokage was shocked, unable to believe it. Impossible. I've watched Naruto grow up. Could it be? Could that be the power of the Rinnegan? The third Hokage pondered silently. At that moment, a voice came from the television next to him. Lady Anko, it has been confirmed that a total of 21 people have passed the second exam. The second exam is now over. Let's let the exams continue. As for Orochimaru, we must keep an eye on his movements. The third Hokage made his decision. Yes, the Umbu members responded. The scene shifts back to the exam hall. The third Hokage stood on the stage, a row of jonin behind him, with the chief examiner Anko and others at the side. Below stood the candidates who had passed the second exam. All 9 Konoha rookies had passed. Nice to meet you. I am the chief examiner of this preliminary round, Gekahate. A young ninja with a sickly complexion jumped in front of the examinees. The next exam will be a one-on-one individual battle. Before that, anyone who is injured or unwell and cannot continue may choose to withdraw. Preliminary round. What's this about? Shikamaru asked loudly. Sensei, I don't really understand the meaning of this preliminary round. Sakura spoke up. Why can't the remaining candidates directly participate in the next exam? The first and second exams were too lenient this time, so the number of remaining candidates is a bit too many, Gekahate explained. Therefore we must hold a preliminary round to reduce the number of participants for the third exam. How could this be? Sakura looked worried. Alright, report immediately if you choose to withdraw, or we will begin the preliminary round immediately, Gekahate urged. I give up. Kabuto indeed withdrew. Alright, no one else, Gekahate confirmed again. In that case I declare. The third exam preliminary round begins now. First match, Uchiha Sasuke vs. Yoroi Akato. The names of the two appeared on the announcement board. I didn't expect to be on stage so soon, Sasuke thought. Had just what I wanted. Yoroi stared at Sasuke. Neji watched from the side. Uchiha Sasuke, let me see how strong you really are. As the two walked out, Moonlight Hate said, Everyone except the 2 combatants please go up to the stands. The genin followed his instructions and headed toward the stands. From the stands, the disguised Orochimaru, pretending to be the Sound Village's Jonin leader, extended his grotesque tongue and licked his lips. Has Sasuke, let Yoroi measure your worth. His ability is truly terrifying. Then, Moonlight Hate announced. The first preliminary match officially begins. As soon as the words fell, Yoroi threw 3 shuriken at Sasuke while gathering chakra in his right hand. Ding ding ding. Sasuke deflected all the shuriken with a kunai, then charged forward behind them. Yoroi ducked to evade the 3 shuriken. Where is he? Yoroi couldn't find Sasuke at all. Are you looking for me? Sasuke's voice sounded behind him. That unlucky kid. Naruto on the stands helplessly held his forehead. Why waste so much talk? Just knock him out and win. All that chatter only lets the enemy get prepared. Behind me. As expected, Yoroi heard the voice and immediately dropped to the ground, dodging Sasuke's punch aimed at his head. Not done yet. Sasuke followed up with a kick, sending Yoroi sliding across the floor, leaving a long trail. But this attack didn't take Yoroi out of the fight. Is that all you've got? Sasuke looked at Yoroi with disdain. Bastard, don't underestimate me. Yoroi yelled wildly, charging at Sasuke with his fists. Sasuke didn't dodge, he simply raised his hand to block Yoroi's strike. My strength. Halfway through his sentence, Sasuke suddenly went pale. My chakra. You've actually drained my chakra. Yoroi seized the opportunity to push aside Sasuke's hand and slammed his right palm onto Sasuke's head. Ha ha ha, how careless of you, Uchiha Sasuke. Yoroi laughed triumphantly. That's right, Yoroi's special ability is chakra absorption. Orochimaru watched Sasuke's reaction intently. Once he places his hand on an opponent's body, he can drain both their mental and physical energy. What a splendid jutsu. Sasuke, let me see your true power. Orochimaru's snake-like pupils locked onto Sasuke. Damn you! You bastard! Sasuke mustered all his strength, kicking Yoroi away. I used up a lot of chakra during the second exam, and now I've lost more. I can't use ninjutsu anymore. Sasuke panted, thinking. He wants to win through close combat, so I'll have to rely on taijutsu. What should I do? Sasuke glanced at Naruto on the stands. What would he do? Then he noticed Rock Lee standing next to Naruto. That's it. Yoroi had already gotten up and was charging again. You still have time to look elsewhere. Boom! Sasuke appeared in front of Yoroi, kicking him into the air. Then, bracing his hands on the ground, he appeared behind Yoroi. That's not my... Lee watched in surprise. What? Guy glanced at Lee, then at Sasuke. Now for my original move. Sasuke grinned. Lion combo. After a series of strikes, Yoroi fell unconscious. No need to confirm. Moonlight Hate stepped forward. The first round goes to Uchiha Sasuke. He passes the preliminaries. So at that moment you had already activated your Sharingan and copied my moves. What a terrifying ability. Lee felt a strange depression inside. showing the true power of the Sharingan at this point. Impressive. Kakashi watched as Sasuke climbed step by step onto the stands. Uchiha. Sasuke. Orochimaru began to tremble with excitement. Absolutely magnificent. The next few matches followed the original Shino Aburame. The insect-controlling clan of Konoha defeated the Sound Village's Saku. Kankuro beat Misumi. Tsurugi, Sakura and Ino fought to a draw. Temari subdued Tenten and Shikamaru defeated Kin of the Sound Village. Then the next round. Moonlight Hate glanced at the electronic board. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Kiba Inuzuka. Finally my turn. Naruto, who had been waiting for a long time, looked at Kiba. Though the opponent's not much. Ha! So lucky. Kiba said joyfully. Akamaru. We'll definitely beat him. As he was about to step down, a hand landed on his shoulder. Huh! What is it, sensei? Kiba turned to look at Kurenai. Kiba, be careful. Naruto is strong, Kurenai said seriously. Having witnessed Naruto's fight with Sasuke, she deeply understood that Naruto and Kiba were not on the same level. Naruto. No way, sensei must be seeing things. Kiba didn't take Kurenai's words to heart. After both entered the arena, Moonlight Hate announced. 7th round, Kiba Inuzuka vs. Naruto Uzumaki begin. Don't be stubborn, just give up. You can never beat me. Kiba started boasting right away. I don't even need Akamaru to take you down. Huh? Did you say something just now? Naruto looked up at Kiba dazed. Wow, Kakashi, you truly are my eternal rival. Even your disciple talks with the same sense of style. Guy was going crazy on the stands again. Damn it, how dare you ignore me? Kiba was furious. Beast imitation 4-legged technique. Kiba transformed into a beast-like form, landing on all fours. Here I come. He dashed in front of Naruto in an instant. It's over. Nonsense. Naruto raised his leg and kicked Kiba flying. Too slow. Move faster. After all, the Rinnegan also had perceptive abilities. Otherwise, how could Pain have seen Konoha's barrier? Impossible. Kiba refused to believe and charged again. The result was the same, kicked away each time. You are too weak. Naruto looked down at Kiba, who lay on the ground. Is that really Naruto, the perennial dead last? Ino covered her mouth, unable to believe it. No wonder. Sakura. Kankuro. Oh, he's even stronger than I imagined. Kakashi. Indeed, Naruto has already surpassed all the genin, including Sasuke. Hinata. Naruto. This is truly wonderful. Damn it, impossible. Kiba scrambled to his feet once more. How can a guy like you be this strong? He fed a soldier pill to Akamaru, whose fur instantly turned crimson and bristled. We're getting serious. Kiba formed hand seals. Ninja art, beast, human clone. Beast clone. Naruto crossed his arms, watching Kiba leisurely without bothering to stop him. Bastard. Take this. The two Kiba roared as they charged. Secret art, Fang over Fang. They spun rapidly toward Naruto with astonishing momentum. It's over. Kiba prepared that move specifically for Sasuke. Shino felt relieved seeing Kiba use that technique. Hinata watched the battle with concern. Naruto. Go for it. Naruto won't lose. Sakura prayed nervously. Boom! A thick cloud of smoke rose on the field, obscuring everything. Kakashi had already lifted his headband and activated his Sharingan. I see. Kakashi-sensei, what's happening? Sakura asked anxiously. Watch carefully. Naruto isn't that weak, Kakashi said with relief. The smoke slowly cleared, revealing a figure. What? Everyone except the third Hokage and Kakashi was stunned. Naruto extended his right hand palm facing Kiba. The two Kiba spun at high speed but seemed blocked by an invisible barrier, stopping a meter away from Naruto, unable to advance further. It's like Gaara's absolute defense. Kankuro felt a chill for the first time. Niji Hyuga. Naruto Uzumaki. He's indeed strong. So powerful. Killing him would surely give me a sense of existence. Gaara was losing control. Gaara. Fortunately, Temari was there to calm him down. Here we go again. Kankuro looked worried. I knew it, Naruto is really strong. Sakura rejoiced as if she had won herself. Beside her, Hinata also smiled. Naruto. As the crowd in the stands whispered, Naruto's voice rang out. Shinra Tensei. Under an unknown force, the two Kiba were sent flying backwards, slammed hard into the wall, leaving two craters, then collapsed unconscious. What overwhelming power! He never used that kind of strength when fighting Sasuke. Kurenai looked at Naruto with a puzzled expression. Looks like the top rookie this year should be Naruto Uzumaki. Asuma blew a smoke ring. From the start to the end of the battle, even his clothes aren't dirty. Only then did everyone notice that Naruto's red Hiyori was spotless and unwrinkled. This year's rookies are really strong. The examiner Moonlight Hayate, after being stunned like everyone else, remembered his duty. He ran over to check if Kiba could still fight, then announced, "This round goes to Naruto Uzumaki." "Yeah." Rock Lee cheered for Naruto too. "Awesome!" Sakura shouted happily. "Naruto, you are truly strong." Kakashi smiled as he watched Naruto approach. At that moment Naruto was inwardly grumbling. A battle with no technique at all, so boring. He was being smug and ungrateful. Now announcing the next round's matchups. Another round of battles was about to begin. It should be Hinata versus Neji. If Neji doesn't hold back, I'll have to stop him. I can't let my Hinata get hurt so badly. Naruto thought silently in the stands. Ding! The electronic bulletin board stopped. Hinata Hyuga versus Choji Akimichi, Moonlight Hayate announced. Has the plot finally changed? Naruto was annoyed not only because of the unpredictable future. I was hoping to play the hero and save the damsel. But this is fine too. They're both graduated genin from the same year, so they shouldn't go too hard. Harmony is most important, he muttered inwardly. But the battle turned out to be unexpected. At first Choji used his human bullet tank, pushing Hinata into a corner. His body was covered in chakra, repelling her on contact, and he would ram into her immediately after. Hinata dared not engage closely, but she was a taijutsu specialist. So they chased and dodged until Choji got dizzy from spinning, giving Hinata an opening. When she struck, the entire arena was stunned. 8 trigrams 64 palms directly sealed Choji's tenketsu. When did Hinata learn that move? Kiba, who had just woken up, asked Kurenai while watching Hinata's technique. I'm not sure. She should only be able to perform 32 palms. Could it be? Kurenai recalled Hinata training with Naruto. It's him. Curiosity about Naruto grew in her heart. Huff huff. Hinata victorious smiled toward Naruto in the stands. He returned a radiant smile. Naruto, I really can. I've really become stronger. The only flaw in the seemingly perfect scene was the shifting expression on Sakura's face behind Naruto. Next round, Neji Hyuga versus TOS. Moonlight Hayate appeared again. The last sound ninja is about to be eliminated, right? Let's count down how many seconds Neji takes to beat him. Naruto glanced at Sasuke. This way we can compare who's stronger between Sasuke and Neji. As it turned out, age had its advantages. Neji used rotation to knock back the charging TOS, then closed in for a few pressure point strikes. TOS was done for. In the stands, Orochimaru's face twisted again. Konoha truly produces genius after genius. Whether he was jealous or not, we chose to ignore it. Final round, Rock Lee versus Gaara. The most tragic and heroic battle of the original was about to begin. Naruto perked up, ready to intervene at any moment. Yo yo yo. The finale is indeed me. Rock Lee was at it again. Give me a break. When you weren't in the previous match, we already knew you'd be the last pair. Tenten patted Lee helplessly. Stop the chatter and get down here. Gaara's voice rang from below. I can't believe I get to fight you so soon. Rock Lee was brimming with fighting spirit. Humph. The gourd boy was quite dismissive. Then the final round begins now. Shaoli moved like lightning to stand before Wei Luo, delivering a powerful flying kick. Leaf whirlwind. Shaoli's seemingly formidable kick failed to hit its target. Sand spilled from the gourd on Wei Luo's back, automatically blocking the strike. What? Sand? The sand near Wei Luo attempted to envelop Shaoli. Damn it! Shaoli barely retreated out of the sand's reach. Sand? Xiaoying exclaimed in astonishment. He can control sand. Kakashi remarked. What a peculiar technique. He wondered. Is the sand stored in that gourd? Damn it! Shaoli, unwilling to relent, charged again. Pfft. His fist, as expected, struck the sand once more. Huff! He hasn't made a single move himself. Shaoli felt helpless. Even with that speed, it's useless, Jingyi said in surprise. Shaoli's attacks are completely ineffective. Ning Xiai stared intently at Wei Luo. For a member of the Hinata clan, an opponent who couldn't be approached was equally unbeatable. Any physical attack is useless. Kinjio Lang seemed to hear Ningxi's thoughts. That sand moves independently of Gaara's will, it automatically becomes a shield to protect his body. So far no one has been able to harm Gaara. Hearing this, the recovered Zhuozhu opened his crimson Sharingan, revealing an intense fighting spirit. Beneath the stands, Shaoli continued his furious assault, only to be repeatedly blocked. Xiaoying could no longer bear to watch. Why does Shaoli only use taijutsu? Fighting like this is so hard. If he kept some distance and used ninjutsu. Shaoli isn't refusing to use ninjutsu. Akai interrupted Xiaoying's doubt. He simply doesn't know how. He's a master of taijutsu. What? Apart from Ningxi, Tian and Mingren, who were in Shaoli's team, the other genin on the stands were all stunned. Akai began recounting Shaoli's tragic days at the Ninja Academy. As he spoke, Wei Luo started attacking, sending waves of sand hands at Shaoli, forcing him to dodge incessantly. Li! Take them off! Akai urged Shaoli to stop hiding his strength. Don't worry. I allow it. Ah ha ha! Shaoli's face lit up with joy. He stripped off all his weights and tossed them to the ground. Great! Now I can move much more freely. Weights? Xiaoying was curious. How boring! Kinjio Lang sneered dismissively. Humph, just a slight reduction in weight. Shoju thought to herself. He still can't keep up with Gaara's sand speed. Even Kakashi thought. Why does Akai make him do such useless training? Boom! The weights hit the ground, creating two huge craters. Kinjio Lang, Shoju, and the Konoha genin gaped in shock. Akai, you've gone too far. Kakashi covered his face. Go Li! Akai waved his hand grandly, exuding an air of command. All right. Shaoli responded joyfully. The next second he vanished from his spot and reappeared behind Wei Luo, swinging a punch. Though the sand still blocked Shaoli's attack, it couldn't keep up with his subsequent kick aimed at Wei Luo's face. Thud! Wei Luo flew backward and crashed hard. Shaoli may not know other techniques, but he will never lose to anyone. Akai looked at his disciple with pride. He is the expert of taijutsu. What? Ma-ji, the jonin leading the sand team, widened his eyes. Unbelievable. He actually managed to hurt Gaara. Shoju broke out in a cold sweat. How could this be? Kinjio Lang's arrogance faded. Come on. The real show is just beginning. Shaoli looked confident as Wei Luo slowly rose to his feet. Amazing, so fast. Jingyi cheered from the stands. The sand can't catch up with him. He landed a direct hit. His attack speed is too fast, my eyes can't keep up. Ding Xi stared at Shaoli in a daze. Oh no. Kinjio Lang muttered. That's right, that panda-eyed guy got a good hit from Shaoli. Xiaoying said happily. None of the Konoha ninja wanted their village's shinobi to lose to an outsider. That's not what I meant. Kinjio Lang's sweat dripped. Thud thud. Chunks of sand fell from Wei Luo's face, revealing his ferocious expression. What? Shaoli recoiled in horror at Wei Luo. The other Gaara has fully awakened. Kinjio Lang looked at Wei Luo in fear. If he's caught by Gaara now, he'll be killed. Zhuozhu looked at Kinjio Lang. Meanwhile, the sand on the field slowly recovered Wei Luo's body. What's going on? Xiaoying asked in confusion. That's the sand armor. Shoju answered this time. Besides the external sand shield, Gaara has a layer of hardened sand forming armor on his skin. This is Gaara's absolute defense. You. Is that all you've got? Wei Luo finally spoke. I must unleash the lotus. Shaoli's expression turned grim as he looked at Akai on the stand. Akai nodded in response. Seeing Akai's agreement, Shaoli unwound his bandages and began sprinting around Wei Luo. Suddenly Shaoli appeared before Wei Luo, delivering a series of rapid kicks that sent the sand-laden Wei Luo into the air. Take this. The bandages wrapped around Wei Luo, spinning rapidly as they plummeted toward the ground. Front lotus. Boom! Before everyone's disbelieving eyes, Wei Luo crashed down, gouging out a huge crater. Did it work? Shaoli looked wearily at the field. To his disappointment, the Wei Luo in the crater slowly turned into a pile of sand. Hee hee. Wei Luo's voice came from behind Shaoli. A torrent of sand surged toward Shaoli. Whoa! Shaoli, temporarily unable to move, was hit hard, then battered relentlessly by successive sand attacks. If this continues, Shaoli will die, Xiaoying said anxiously. Only Akai still wore a confident smile. Trust Li. The Konoha lotus will bloom again. No matter what. The next attack will end everything. Shaoli raised his confident smile again, staring straight at Wei Luo. Has it finally come? The 8 gates. Mingren finally perked up. Will the lotus of Konoha bloom again? Kakashi seemed to realize. Akai, could it be that you? You are right. Akai was unusually serious. He will open them. That child has talent in this. How can this be? That 8 gates. Kakashi leaned on the railing of the stands, looking at Akai for the first time. Even if he is talented, you cannot let him use such a dangerous technique. Only reverse lotus is a technique that cannot be taught to a student. Kakashi stared intently at Akai. I don't want to know what that child means to you, and I won't tell you not to be emotional. But you should have some limits. Akai, I misjudged you. Do you understand that child? Akai recalled the years he taught Shaoli. He can already open 5 gates. Kakashi was shocked. This is not something that can be achieved by hard work alone. That child is indeed a genius. What? What are you all talking about? What exactly is the 8 gates technique? Suizhu rarely put aside his pride to ask, and Ning Xiai also pricked up his ears. Kakashi and Akai explained to them the power of the 8 gates and its aftermath. While Suizhu and Ning Xiai were astonished, Shaoli had already begun. Ning Xiai, Suizhu, and Mingren. I can't be the only one who loses here. Shaoli's entire body turned red. Master Akai, please acknowledge my ninja way. Now is the time to follow my ninja way. Chakra began to overflow from Shaoli's body. 3rd gate, gate of life. Open. But this was not over. Next. 4th gate, gate of hurt, open. Kakashi quickly activated his Sharingan. This guy is incredible. Whoosh! Shaoli vanished from his spot, and Wei Luo was inexplicably launched into the sky. Too fast. Kakashi raised his hand to block a stone carried by the fierce wind. Byakugan activate. Sharingan activate. Suizhu and Ning Xiai activated their Sharingan simultaneously. What? Even with this we can only see a faint shadow. This is truly a powerful force, but at this rate Shaoli's muscles will completely tear. We can only wait for Gang Shou to come. Mingren watched the sky with concern. In the sky, Wei Luo was being struck back and forth by an unseen force, completely unable to move, while Shaoli was already invisible. How is it possible? Wei Luo has no chance to fight back. Kinjio Lang had been astonished many times today. Now for the final blow. 5th gate, gate of limit. Open. Shaoli had gone completely berserk, attacking relentlessly. There's no way to defend. Is this even a move a human can make? Wei Luo's eternally indifferent expression finally shifted. Ning Xiai stared fixedly at the battle and the sky, his heart surging. Is that really Shaoli? Take this. Reverse lotus. Shaoli struck Wei Luo with a palm, and under the heavy blow Wei Luo crashed down heavily. The speed is too fast, I can't keep track. Lu Wan covered his face. Did it miss? Mingren clearly saw that the gourd on Wei Luo's back was slowly turning into sand. It's about time to step in or else. Shaoli fell from the sky exhausted. What? He used the gourd to turn into sand and resisted the impact. Akai was stunned. While the people in the stands were amazed, Wei Luo extended his hand toward Shaoli, and a torrent of sand surged toward the immobile Shaoli, threatening to bury him. Sand burial coffin! Wei Luo clenched his fist, and Akai was already too late to rush down. That technique! Ji Nai and Ye looked worriedly at the arena. Shaoli will die. Shinra Tensei. Bang! The huge sand sphere encasingly burst apart, turning back into sand grains. Amid the dissipating dust, Ming Ren's figure slowly emerged. Ming Ren stood with arms outstretched, floating directly in front of Shaoli. At that moment Akai also arrived, shielding Shaoli. The genin looked at Ming Ren in astonishment. The power of the Rinnegan! How interesting! Deshiwan watched the floating Ming Ren, unable to contain his excitement, trembling all over. Has he grown this much? Sandai watched Ming Ren with satisfaction. And he has already inherited the will of fire. Why? Did you save him? Wei Luo held his head in his hands, his face pained, as if recalling something. Because he is my friend, Ming Ren replied with a smile. After a moment of silence, Wei Luo stood up, quietly turned, and walked away. I won't fight anymore. Yu Guangji Feng glanced at the unconscious Shaoli and announced. Wei Luo wins. He couldn't possibly defeat Wei Luo. Shouju relaxed. Phew, the match is finally over. Yu Guanji phone coughed twice. Now I declare the preliminaries for the third exam are all concluded. Afterwards Sandai announced the rules and time for the official selection, giving the qualifiers a month to rest. Finally they drew lots for the matchups. No way, such a simple pairing. Don't they consider strength? Lu Wan complained. Don't nag, no matter what you say the groups won't change now. Ming Ren approached. How about we go out for a meal now? Great, let's have grilled meat. Ding Xiai also came over. By the way, we're both going. Jingyi, you won't skip, will you? Alright, I'll go too. Jingyi was dragged in. Then Xiaoying should come too. In the end, all 9 genin who graduated this year went together, and the group marched toward the barbecue restaurant. As they walked, Ming Ren suddenly noticed Xiaoying lagging behind, head down, lost in thought. Xiaoying, what's wrong? Everyone is ahead. Ming Ren also slowed down to walk alongside Xiaoying. Ming Ren, it's you. Xiaoying looked up, saw it was Ming Ren, and lowered her head again. Am I really useless? Huh. Why would you think that? Naruto seemed to understand what Sakura meant. I'm so weak, I've been holding you and Sasuke back. Every time you need to protect me, I feel the gap between us growing wider. I can't catch up to you anymore. As she spoke, Sakura covered her face and sobbed quietly. Naruto glanced at the main group ahead. Fortunately, they had fallen behind, and Sakura's crying was so quiet that no one noticed them, otherwise Naruto was afraid others might think he was bullying Sakura. Sakura. He handed her a handkerchief. Sakura, don't feel inferior. Actually, you have strengths that surpass us. Huh. Sakura stopped crying and looked up at Naruto. Naruto knew that if he didn't say something specific, Sakura would think he was just comforting her. Your chakra control is the best among our peers, Kakashi-sensei said so. If you study medical ninjutsu, you'll improve quickly. Also, your knowledge of jinjutsu and your talent are far greater than mine or Sasuke's. As Naruto consoled her, Sakura's expression of dejection faded. But what should I do? Sakura was still unsure how to utilize these strengths. It's simple. Naruto thought for a moment. For medical ninjutsu, you can study in the medical squad. For jinjutsu, Kurenai-sensei is considered a master of jinjutsu in Konoha. You can ask her for guidance. But will I still be a member of Team 7? Sakura was worried about leaving Kakashi's squad. Of course, these training sessions are just in your spare time. You'll still be a member of Team 7. Seeing Sakura relieved, Naruto continued. If you agree, I'll talk to the third Hokage about having the medical squad take you in. Yes. Sakura nodded firmly. I want to go too. Suddenly a head popped out, startling Naruto and Sakura. How can I fall behind? I want to train with Sakura too. Ino hugged Sakura. It turned out Ino had already noticed Sakura falling behind. Just as she was about to go check, she saw Naruto drop back, so she secretly eavesdropped on their conversation. Hearing this, Ino couldn't help but pop out. Naruto, put in a word for me too. I want to train as well, Ino said, looking at Naruto. Naruto glanced at Sakura. If Sakura has no objection, I can help you. Ino turned her head and leaned on Sakura's shoulder. You won't object, will you? Of course not. It's better to have a good friend train with me. Sakura laughed. Strange, when did they become so close? Didn't they used to fight over Sasuke all the time? Alas, Naruto was still a bit dense when it came to emotions. And so the three of them chatted and laughed as they caught up with the main group ahead, but Naruto didn't notice the complicated expression on Hinata's face. Naruto. While everyone was having a barbecue party, the third Hokage had already summoned all the Jonin of Konoha for an emergency meeting. As you all know, Orochimaru has returned. The third Hokage's emotions were complicated. After all, he was his beloved disciple, yet in the end he wanted to destroy Konoha. Truly ironic. The Jonin below were murmuring among themselves. Some who had encountered Orochimaru had a rough idea of his goal, while newly promoted Jonin who didn't know his deeds kept asking questions. Alright, regardless, remain vigilant until the final exam ends and be ready to fight. The third Hokage concluded the meeting. Kakashi, stay a moment. Yes. Kakashi, who had just taken a step, stopped. Kakashi, do you know Orochimaru's true purpose? The third Hokage blew a smoke ring. Lately he had been smoking more and more, and his worries were piling up. Could it be that he's not just trying to strike at Konoha? Kakashi questioned. Do you know Anko? The third Hokage said slowly. I know. The curse seal. Could it be? Kakashi's eyes widened. His target is Sasuke. Has he already Don't worry, Sasuke hasn't been given the curse seal. Naruto delayed Orochimaru. Hearing this, Kakashi's worry eased and he was even more amazed by Naruto. However, Orochimaru's target is no longer just Sasuke but also Naruto. What? How is that possible? Isn't Orochimaru's goal the Uchiha clan's Sharingan? Why would he set his sights on Naruto? Kakashi knew that being targeted by Orochimaru was not a good thing. You didn't know. The third Hokage looked at Kakashi meaningfully. What Naruto possesses is the Rinnegan. What? Kakashi looked incredulous. His eyes look normal. Heh. The third Hokage told Kakashi about what happened in the Forest of Death and repeated Orochimaru's exact words. As for what you said about his normal eyes, the third Hokage took out a document and handed it to Kakashi. It records that a few months ago Naruto went to a shop and bought a pair of contact lenses. The third Hokage sighed slowly. It seems Naruto has been hiding many things. Hearing this, Kakashi's heart skipped a beat, thinking the third Hokage was about to move against Naruto. He quickly said, Lord Third Naruto would never betray Konoha. He must have his reasons. I've been with him for a while and he is definitely not someone with deep schemes. Kakashi was truly afraid that the orphan of his teacher would be secretly dealt with by the third Hokage. The third Hokage clearly saw Kakashi's concern and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Do you think I'm the kind of person who judges by appearances? I probably already understand Naruto's purpose in doing this. It's not against us but against. The third Hokage pointed downward. The root buried underground. Kakashi understood. Besides, I regard Naruto as my successor. The third Hokage looked gratified. In fact, he had made that decision when he saw Naruto take that blow for Rock Lee. Only someone with both extraordinary strength and unyielding will of fire could truly protect Konoha. What? Kakashi never expected the third Hokage to hold Naruto in such high regard. Kakashi, this is Konoha's highest secret. The third Hokage said sternly. The future of Konoha depended on the next generation, and lately his ominous premonitions had been growing stronger. Kakashi nodded. Understood. I will never reveal it. All right, you may go. The third Hokage waved his hand, dismissing Kakashi. The future will surely shine in his hands. The third Hokage's mind's eye saw Naruto's bright smile. Especially our comrade Sasuke, when he refrains from putting on airs, he is quite approachable, capable of at least engaging in conversation with everyone. Naruto observed this with delight in his heart. This was the bond of fate. In the original story, Sasuke, a young prodigy with boundless potential, was either lured away by Orochimaru or exploited by Madara. Naruto had often wondered if he could keep Sasuke in Konoha. Pervert hermit, Jiraiya, where on earth are you? Naruto roared impatiently. Who calls me? Jiraiya, who was peeping from the rooftop, heard something and lifted his head to look around. Suddenly he spotted a figure with golden hair clad in a red imperial robe. Naruto. Minato. Jiraiya was stunned. No, Minato is no longer here. Then who is he? In an instant Jiraiya appeared before Naruto. Kid, what is your name? Startled by the sudden appearance, Naruto looked closely and realized it was Jiraiya. Pointing at himself, Naruto asked. Me. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto. Minato, he is indeed your child. You two look so alike. Jiraiya thought as he gazed at Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, it should be the Chunin exam period now. What are you doing wandering the streets? Jiraiya inquired. I'm looking for someone to guide my training. Naruto feigned ignorance. Oh. How about I guide you? Jiraiya volunteered. As the son of the fourth Hokage, he felt obligated to take care of him. You. Naruto looked at him with suspicion. Who are you? What? You doubt my strength. Jiraiya began his comical introduction, summoning a toad and swaying atop it. I am the Toad Sage of Mount Maiboku, the hermit of the toads, known as the Toad Sage. Pleased to meet you. Pervy sage. Naruto tilted his head and said. Bastard, where did you get the idea that I'm pervy? Jiraiya said, somewhat fuming. Naruto pointed at the nearby bathhouse. Since Jiraiya could hear his voice, his pervy nature must have led him to spy on the bathhouse nearby. There was only one bathhouse in the vicinity, and Naruto could easily guess what Jiraiya had been doing. Sure enough, Jiraiya coughed awkwardly twice and dropped the subject. Alright, now let's go train. Jiraiya led Naruto to an open area. So what do you want to learn now? Naruto thought for a moment. Apart from the powers of the heavenly Tao, he seemed to have very few offensive jutsu. I want to learn a jutsu, preferably one with fewer hand seals. Why learn one with fewer? You know, the more hand seals the more powerful the jutsu, Jiraiya deliberately said. But Naruto didn't fall for it. Are you stupid? Who would give me that much time to form seals in battle? By the time I finish I'll be in another world. Naruto showed a contemptuous expression, thinking to himself. Besides, it's not like there aren't jutsu with few seals but immense power. Well said. Jiraiya looked approving. True masters, aside from using some extremely powerful jutsu, often skillfully combine lower-level techniques to defeat their opponents. With that, Jiraiya extended his right hand and a rapidly spinning ball of chakra appeared in his palm. Watch. This jutsu requires no hand seals, yet its power is beyond imagination. As he said this, Jiraiya slammed the Rinnegan onto the ground. With a loud boom, a large crater appeared in the spot. So want to learn it? Jiraiya stood up and looked at Naruto. Of course I want to learn. Such a powerful jutsu and with no hand seals. Naruto said happily. In the past he had been so busy training that he never had time to learn the Rinnegan on his own. Moreover, since his transmigration, many things that weren't mentioned in the manga had also occurred here. He had been afraid that without Jiraiya's guidance, rashly self-studying the Rinnegan might lead to mistakes. Now that Jiraiya was willing to teach, it couldn't be better. Alright, since you want to learn this jutsu, first you need to climb trees. Before Jiraiya could finish, his eyes fell on Naruto, who was already walking straight up the trunk of a nearby tree. Well done, then next is walking on water. Jiraiya hurriedly tried to hide his surprise, but seeing Naruto's actions he stopped again. Naruto directly jumped from the tree onto the center of the nearby lake, stood steadily, and then walked back to the shore. Since you've already mastered the first two basics, we can proceed directly to learning this jutsu, Jiraiya said calmly, but his eyes betrayed him. He took out a water balloon with his right hand and the balloon began to vibrate and deform continuously in his hand, finally bursting with a pop. In tree climbing training you gather chakra in the necessary spot and maintain it. In water walking training you must continuously release a certain amount of chakra, Jiraiya explained. In this water balloon training you need to create a flow of chakra, that is a rotation of chakra. What you need to practice is using chakra to make the water inside spin until the balloon bursts. Jiraiya tossed a water balloon to Naruto. Try it yourself. This is an A-rank jutsu, you know. Jiraiya watched eagerly. Naruto Uzumaki, let me see what you've got. But to his surprise, Naruto didn't immediately start trying. Instead, he closed his eyes and recalled the explosion of Jiraiya's water balloon. The balloon had become uneven and bumpy because the water inside was spinning in different directions, indicating that the chakra was rotating in various directions, a chaotic chakra flow. After a moment of thought, Naruto opened his eyes and looked at the water balloon in his right hand. Oh. Starting now. Jiraiya watched with interest. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. The water balloon began to vibrate in Naruto's hand, its surface slightly uneven, but it didn't burst. Damn, is the rotation too weak? Naruto complained. On your first try you can already do this much. Jiraiya stared at the water balloon in Naruto's hand in shock. Is this kid a genius? One more time. Naruto continued to increase the chaotic chakra flow. Fortunately, with the Rinnegan he could create the chaotic flow with one hand, unlike in the original story where two hands were needed. Doing it with two hands would be useless in a chaotic battle, especially against someone like Madara who could use space-time ninjutsu. By the time you formed the Rinnegan with both hands, he would already be right in front of you. As chakra was continuously poured in, the balloon's vibration grew stronger, and its unevenness became more pronounced. Finally, with a pop, the balloon burst. At this point, only 2 hours had passed since Naruto began learning. More importantly, Naruto had spent most of the time thinking. Truly a genius, Jiraiya thought with admiration. His chakra control is so good. So it seems the first stage is complete, Jiraiya said. But the second stage won't be so easy. Here. He tossed a rubber ball to Naruto. This time make this burst. Jiraiya himself took out a rubber ball, and in less than 2 seconds it rapidly expanded and deformed, then burst. This is 100 times harder than a water balloon. Jiraiya looked at Naruto, clearly expecting him to try. Naruto followed the same motion, making the chakra spin, but the rubber ball only deformed slightly before returning to its original shape. So hard! Naruto exclaimed. The first stage is rotation, the second stage is power. Since there's no water inside, it's much harder to visualize the direction of chakra rotation. Try it yourself. Jiraiya said, then leaned against a tree and closed his eyes. Sure enough, by evening Naruto still hadn't managed to burst the rubber ball. It's really difficult, Naruto lamented. With the Rinnegan control is easy, but concentrating power, an instant burst, is still very difficult. And besides, he looked at his slightly trembling right hand. With continuous chakra output, my meridians can't take it. Over the next few days Naruto continued to practice his chakra burst power. Although he could now burst the rubber ball with a sudden release, it wasn't the kind of explosion he wanted. Still not concentrated enough. I have too many things to consider. Looks like I'll have to learn from Jiraiya's old trick. Naruto took out a pen and drew a dot on his palm. He tried again. Concentrate, concentrate. Damn it, this won't work. Naruto gazed at his slightly trembling hand. Wait. He recalled the concentration training method from the original story. He picked up a leaf, placed it on his forehead, and focused all his energy into the leaf. Oh. It seems he's getting it. Jiraiya, who appeared to be peeping at the bathhouse, thought to himself. For an entire day Naruto trained his concentration. Alright. One last time. Naruto looked at the rubber ball in his right hand. Focus, focus, focus. In Naruto's Rinnegan, chakra slowly gathered at the center of his palm. No. The chakra instantly spun at high speed without any distortion. Without warning, the rubber ball exploded in Naruto's hand. Bang! The explosion of the high-density chakra rubber sent Naruto flying over 10 meters. In the end, Jiraiya still caught him. Impressive. Without any hints, he managed to concentrate chakra to the point of burning his own hand. Remarkable. Jiraiya once again felt his age. Alright, the second stage is complete, Jiraiya said. Good, then let's move on to the third stage. Naruto struggled to his feet and replied. No need to rush. Jiraiya looked at Naruto's burned hand. Your hand can't take it anymore. Go to the hospital and get it treated. When Naruto arrived at the hospital, he ran into Ino and Sakura, who were studying. Hey Naruto, are you here to see Lee? No. Naruto scratched his head. It was true he hadn't visited Lee yet. I'm here to get my hand treated. As he spoke, a medic approached, pale green chakra glowing in his hands. Naruto-kun, you've been training too hard. Your hand is burned and your chakra pathways are damaged. You've been releasing too much chakra these past 2 days. Hearing this, Sakura and Ino were stunned. Sustaining chakra release to the point of damaging pathways. How intense must his training be? Sakura especially looked worried. Seeing their expressions, Naruto knew what they were thinking. It's nothing, just a minor injury. No big deal. Even he didn't believe his own words. After treatment, he visited Lee and offered some encouragement. Then Naruto returned to the meeting spot with Jiraiya to begin the third stage of training. Hey, you're already here. Jiraiya approached, blowing up a balloon. Naruto took one and waited for instructions. The first stage is rotation, the second is power. The third stage is compression and sustainment. Jiraiya extended his right hand and released the Rinnegan. Maximize the rotation from the first stage and the power from the second. Inside this balloon, form a membrane to contain the chakra. As long as you maintain all the power together, the destructive force will greatly increase. Sustainment. Naruto tried to form a Rinnegan inside the balloon. Rotation, power. Maximize. Poof! The chakra burst out as the balloon exploded. It's really tough. Naruto discarded the balloon fragments and took out another one to continue. Several more days passed. Naruto still made no progress. Damn it! Do I really have to learn from the original story and use a shadow clone to maintain it with both hands? What's the point of that? Naruto was getting frustrated. Maintain. How do I maintain it? He started yelling. Has he reached his limit? Jiraiya wondered. I guess I expected too much. Even the 4th Hokage needed 3 years to learn this technique. How could Naruto master it in a month? Maintain. Naruto seemed to sense something but couldn't grasp it. Oh. Could a miracle really happen? Jiraiya widened his eyes, watching Naruto's movements closely. Maintain. That's it. Maintain. Naruto shouted happily. Since I can't compress it from the outside, I'll attract it from the inside. He extended his right hand, discarded the balloon, and began gathering chakra. A pale blue chakra sphere appeared in Naruto's palm, but it was unstable, emitting chakra wind in all directions. Deva path. Attraction. A small gravitational force gathered at the center of Naruto's palm focused on the core of the chakra sphere. Miraculously, the sphere began to stabilize. What? He actually succeeded. Jiraiya watched the pale blue chakra sphere in Naruto's hand, his mouth wide open. I did it! Gravity and the dispersal force of chakra balanced each other. Naruto marveled. That's basically a miniature planetary devastation. Let's test the power. Naruto aimed at a nearby tree trunk. Rinnegan. He slammed the sphere into the trunk. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Rinnegan ground into the trunk bit by bit until it pierced through. I really succeeded. Naruto couldn't believe his eyes. He had been learning the Rinnegan for so long, yet he mastered it in just half a month. He actually learned it. The A-rank super high-level jutsu. Rinnegan. Jiraiya stared at Naruto in delight. Unbelievable. Fourth Hokage. He will truly surpass you. Become an indispensable ninja for this village. Pervy Sage. I've already mastered it. Naruto had revealed his position while Jiraiya was lost in thought. Pervy Sage, how about that? Naruto extended his right hand and formed another Rinnegan. No, it's surprising, he really did master it. Jiraiya sighed again. Next I'm going to teach you a technique, the summoning jutsu. Before Jiraiya could finish, Naruto interrupted. Hey Pervy Sage, I've already learned it. Summoning jutsu. Jiraiya was puzzled. Was it Kakashi? No. Naruto shook his head and pointed to his stomach. It was the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails. Jiraiya was shocked. Does that mean you can freely control the Nine Tails? No, I just made a contract with it. Naruto shook his head. He couldn't exactly say that the Nine Tails saw his Rinnegan and voluntarily formed a contract with him. Then I'll teach you the hand seals for the summoning jutsu, Jiraiya said thoughtfully. Time passed quickly during training. A month flew by in the blink of an eye. Naruto learned a great deal from training with Jiraiya. Apart from the Rinnegan, Naruto also learned several earth release and fire release techniques. Jiraiya had originally wanted to teach Naruto the Toad Jutsu, but since Naruto had already signed a summoning contract, he couldn't learn it, much to Jiraiya's frustration, as he had hoped Naruto would inherit his legacy. In his spare time, Naruto went to check on Sasuke's training progress, but instead of finding Sasuke, he ran into Kakashi, who was reading Makeout Paradise. Yo, it's Naruto, Kakashi said, lazily raising Makeout Paradise as a greeting. Kakashi-sensei, where's Sasuke? Naruto looked around but didn't see Sasuke. Sasuke. He's pushing past his limits right now, Kakashi said. Seeing that Kakashi wouldn't reveal anything about Sasuke, Naruto dropped the subject and instead said, Kakashi, I met the author of that book you're reading. What? Kakashi exclaimed, looking desperate. He's back. Naruto, tell me where he is. Probably at the entrance of some bathhouse, Naruto replied. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kakashi vanished. Did he go to see the third Hokage? Naruto looked up at the azure sky. Third Hokage. I hope you don't sacrifice yourself like this. Finally, the day of the third exam arrived. The genin stood in a row in the center of the circular training ground while the spectator stands were packed with people. Naruto glanced at Sasuke standing beside him and thought, I didn't expect Sasuke to show up on time. It seems he's much stronger than in the original story. Naruto. Hinata, who was beside him, secretly turned her face to look at him. Hey. Don't be nervous. The toothpick man Sharingan turned around, thinking they were nervous from looking around. Keep your faces turned to the audience. The stars of this official selection are you. The toothpick man was good at stirring up the atmosphere. Even Naruto felt a bit excited. At that moment, the Kazekage, who was actually Orochimaru in disguise, finally arrived. Oh ho, you're here, Lord Kazekage. The third Hokage greeted with a smile. You must have had a tiring journey, the third Hokage said. Not at all. It's wonderful that we can hold this event here. Although you're still young, this journey must have been somewhat hard on you. I think you should decide on the fifth Hokage sooner, the Kazekage said with a smirk. Ha! You always treat me like an old man, the third Hokage laughed. I think I can still hold on for another 5 years. And besides, the third Hokage turned his gaze to the arena. Well then, it's about time to start the matches. The third Hokage stood up. Dear audience, thank you all for coming to watch the Chunin selection exam hosted by our Hidden Leaf Village. The third Hokage's voice was loud and clear throughout the venue. Now the 9 who passed the preliminary selection will proceed to the official selection exam. Rinnegan in the arena pulled out the match schedule and said, "Since there's an odd number, one person will be selected by lottery to advance directly to the second round and so on. The first round's draw is..." The toothpick man scanned the genin. "It's number 7 Temari of the Sand. TCH, it doesn't matter anyway," Temari muttered. "Listen carefully, this is the final exam." The toothpick man continued. "Although the terrain is different, just like the preliminary selection, there are no rules. The match will continue until one side dies or surrenders. But when I determine the outcome, I will stop the match. Understand?" Seeing that the participants had no objections, the toothpick man announced. "First round match, Naruto Uzumaki vs. Neji Hyuga. The opponent is the top student from last year's class." Ino looked at Sakura beside her. "Even though Naruto has become really strong, can he beat him?" "It's fine, Naruto will definitely win," Sakura said, though her eyes showed worry. "But I never thought that brat would make it this far," the extra Chunin Kotetsu said. But someone like him who got here by luck can only go this far," the extra Chunin Izumo said. These two extras clearly hadn't been qualified to watch the preliminary selection, and were still stuck in their prejudice against Naruto, as the image of the former loser Naruto was too deep. "My initial thoughts were exactly the same as yours." Kiba, who was nearby, overheard the conversation and thought. "But the Naruto now will surprise you." "First round match. Begin," Rinnegan announced. "Naruto Uzumaki. You are strong." Neji shifted his tone. "But you will still fall at my hands. That is your destiny." However, Naruto clearly didn't hear him at that moment. Naruto was lost in thought. 3 days ago, after Jiraiya visited the Hokage's office, he came back to Naruto and told him to fully display his strength. Naruto was surprised and asked Jiraiya why. Jiraiya didn't answer, just smiled contentedly, leaving Naruto quite frustrated. "Show my strength so early? To intimidate others? No, who can I intimidate now? Is it to make me famous? As a stepping stone to becoming Hokage?" Naruto laughed self-deprecatingly, unaware that his joking thought was close to the truth. "Bastard, you dare to space out," Neji said. Neji felt insulted. "Byakugan activate. Hanabi, watch carefully. No one inherits the Hyuga bloodline as perfectly as he does," Hayashi Hyuga said to his youngest daughter. "Yes, father. That Naruto Uzumaki." Hayashi Hyuga recalled the days when Naruto trained with Hinata. "He probably isn't weak either." Swish. As Neji assumed the starting stance of the 8 trigrams palm, Naruto finally snapped back to reality. "Forget it, since the pervy sage told me to show my full strength, I'll stop holding back. If anything happens, he'll take the blame. First, let's try the Hyuga-style taijutsu." Naruto thought to himself, his hands moving. "Ninja art Shadow Clone Jutsu." With a puff of smoke, 6 or 7 Narutos appeared on the field. Chunin Kotetsu. "Hehe, this guy is interesting. It seems we can't see the outcome yet." Chunin Izumo. "Shadow Clone is a Jonin-level technique. I never thought he could use it. It's useless under Neji's ironclad defense," Tenten thought from the stands. Naruto didn't care what others thought. He commanded the Shadow Clones to charge. "Go, everyone. Is that all it takes to defeat me?" Neji taunted as usual, swiftly dispatching a Shadow Clone attempting a sneak attack from behind. With a few thuds, Naruto's last Shadow Clone dissipated under Neji's hands. "These eyes of mine can see through everything. The talents one is born with are already predetermined," Neji declared emotionlessly. "And your fate is only one, to lose to me." "Huh? What are you talking about?" Naruto chose to blatantly ignore Neji's words. Since he had already grasped the gist of the Hyuga gentle fist style, he had no desire to waste his breath, leaving the troublesome task of educating a child to Hayashi Hyuga. "Bastard!" Neji repeatedly ignored, finally lost his temper. He lowered his stance and charged at Naruto, striking with a palm. "Take this!" Thud! The chakra-laden palm struck its target with devastating force, sending Naruto flying backward. "Examiner, you can declare the match over. He won't get up." Neji turned back with confidence. However, the toothpick guy paid him no heed, still lounging leisurely. Could it be? Neji hurriedly looked toward where Naruto had flown, only to find nothing but a log. "Hyuga Neji, you really talk too much." Shuriken flew from all directions, sealing off every possible escape route. "All right, Naruto." Kiba began shouting wildly from the stands. "Naruto." Hinata was still as shy as ever. "Naruto, well done." Sakura cheered, perhaps thinking the outcome was already decided. Niji. Tenten watched anxiously from the arena. Just as everyone in the stands thought Niji was cornered, he moved. His body spun at high speed and the chakra released formed a hemispherical barrier. All the shuriken were deflected away. What was that move? Kiba asked Hinata in confusion. What is this? Hayashi Hyuga stared in shock at Niji. That's Kaiten. Hee. That's Niji's defense method, Tenten thought. At the moment of an attack he releases a massive amount of chakra from his tenketsu, then spins his body at high speed to deflect all attacks. That's not father's. Hanabi trailed off, also startled by Niji. Kaiten is a secret technique passed down orally only within the Hyuga main house. Could it be that he created it on his own? What a terrifying guy. Hayashi Hyuga's gaze grew heavy as he watched the arena. Found you. In the instant Niji used Kaiten, his Byakugan precisely pinpointed Naruto's location. Before Naruto could react, Niji appeared behind the tree where he was hiding. It's over. You've entered my 8 trigrams field. Niji assumed the starting stance. Gentle fist 8 trigrams 64 palms. That stance. Could it be? Hayashi was speechless. Niji's subsequent actions fully confirmed Hayashi's suspicion. He executed the 64 palms flawlessly, and with the final strike Naruto was sent flying. A member of the branch house. Surpassing the main house. Hayashi was completely stunned. What terrifying talent! Could it be that the bloodline of Hyuga Tenjin flows through the descendants of the branch house who can never inherit the clan? Meanwhile Niji didn't believe he had won. Know this feeling. I didn't touch his body at all. He stared at Naruto in horror. How could someone within his 8 trigrams field remain completely unharmed? At that moment Naruto, who had been lying on the ground, slowly floated up into the air, straightening himself. The Hyuga's 8 trigrams palm is indeed renowned. It's a pity. Not a single hit landed. In truth, Naruto had surrounded his body with a repulsive force just 1 centimeter from his skin, preventing Niji's hands from ever making contact. What? Someone can completely counter the 64 palms. This time the Hyuga clan head's attention was no longer on Niji. Wow! The spectators erupted in astonishment. Someone was actually flying in midair. Although some powerful individuals could fly through their own strength and others could hover using external means, for the vast majority of shinobi, an ordinary people flight remained an unattainable dream. For Hyuga Niji, the flying Naruto was an absolute nemesis. Perhaps in the future, after Niji mastered the 8 trigrams air palm, he might be able to strike Naruto from the air, but for now he could only watch as Naruto relentlessly threw shuriken, forcing him to continuously use Kaiten. Perhaps by constantly throwing shuriken Naruto could wear down Niji's chakra, but that would never meet the requirements Jiraiya had set for him. Yes, strength, power that would make the entire shinobi world take notice. Perhaps Naruto hadn't achieved it yet, but he needed to display that potential. Niji, your Kaiten is indeed strong, but that's only under the premise that your opponent's strength doesn't exceed yours by too much. Naruto stopped attacking. Defend with all your might. This is my final strike. Let me show you my power. My true power. Floating in the air, Naruto extended his right hand toward the sky, drawing everyone's gaze to it. Gradually a blue chakra surged toward his palm, forming a small chakra sphere that grew larger and larger until it reached the size of his entire hand. The faint blue chakra sphere emitted a radiance that stunned every Konoha shinobi from the previous generation as well as the leaders of other villages. The pale blue chakra sphere, the white cloak, the golden hair, and a smile nearly identical to the 4th Hokage's. Shinobi who had lived in the era of the 4th Hokage almost instantly guessed Naruto's identity. That's the 4th Hokage's. The 4th Kazekage stood up in shock and Orochimaru could no longer contain himself. Sensei, is it really you? Kakashi's vision blurred. Lord 4th. For a moment every Konoha shinobi saw Naruto as the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. This is my answer to your fate. Rinnegan. As if to confirm their speculation, Naruto finally uttered the name of the technique. Niji, standing in the arena, had no time to ponder what others were amazed by. He only knew that the technique in Naruto's hand radiated danger, a danger that even Kaiten could not withstand. Naruto dispelled the repulsive force and dropped straight down the Rinnegan aimed directly at Hyuga Niji. Niji couldn't dodge. Kaiten! He released his chakra to the maximum, hoping that his Kaiten could block Naruto's jutsu, even though Hayashi Hyuga himself wouldn't dare guarantee he could block it. Swoosh! As the Rinnegan effortlessly pierced through the rotating chakra layer of Kaiten, Niji's heart sank. Boom! A deafening impact echoed and a dust cloud enveloped the entire arena. Even the toothpick guy spat out his toothpick and scrambled out of the smoke. When the dust cleared, what lay before everyone was a 5-meter-wide crater with Neji standing dazed at the bottom. At the very last moment, Naruto had pulled back, directing the Rinnegan past Neji and into the ground. Wow! Witnessing the spectacular power of the technique, the ordinary spectators could no longer contain themselves and erupted in cheers. Who is that guy? So strong! Has the yellow flash of Konoha been resurrected? I'd better never run into him again. That's really the fourth Hokage's technique. So powerful. Could that guy be? Murmurs filled the entire arena. At this point, the goals of Jiraiya and the third Hokage had been fully achieved, even exceeding expectations. Neji trembled and shouted, "You know nothing. What are you babbling about?" Neji removed his forehead protector, pointing at the mark on his head, and began to reveal the inner workings of the Hyuga clan. Hayashi Hyuga helplessly closed his eyes. That child indeed harbors resentment toward the main family. You are not the only one in this world who is special, Naruto said, thinking of the pain the original Naruto had suffered. Since you believe you cannot change fate, then I will change the Hyuga clan after I become Hokage. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Neji stiffened, then silently sat down. Humph. The Proctor Sharingan, who had been silent for a long time, finally appeared. The winner! Uzumaki Naruto. Sakura. Awesome. Naruto won. Hinata. Naruto. That's wonderful. Sasuke. TCH this guy. Then, as in the original story, Neji was taken away by Hayashi Hyuga to learn the truth of Hisashi's death. Meanwhile, Naruto, amid the cheers of the audience, staggered up to the viewing platform. Along the way, all the Konoha ninjas looked at him with unprecedented respect, as if through Naruto they saw the departed fourth Hokage. No one noticed a figure flash by in the arena. Now please welcome the next contestants, Shino, Aburame, and Kankuro, to the arena. The toothpick-chewing proctor announced the participants of the second match. Damn. This match is completely unimportant. Kankuro thought about their plan. And before starting the plan, I don't want to reveal the mechanisms hidden in Crow in front of the enemy. After some deliberation, Kankuro decided. I forfeit. What? The Proctor Sharingan clearly couldn't understand what that sand ninja was thinking. Just as he was about to question him, someone else cut him off. Sasuke jumped down from the viewing platform. Forfeiting is best. Now it's my turn. Sasuke looked at Naruto on the platform. Although he now understood that Naruto was no longer the dead last, that didn't mean Sasuke would admit defeat. He thought to himself, "You're not the only one who improved. I haven't been slacking off this month either. Looks like you can't wait to compete." Sharingan said, looking at the eager Sasuke, and called out to the platform. Hey! The other one, get down here. Heh. The gourd boy laughed eerily, and used the sand shunshin to appear in the arena. Damn. I haven't seen Gaara make that expression in a long time. Temari's forehead began to bead with cold sweat. Seeing both contestants had arrived at the battlefield, the toothpick proctor officially announced. Begin. As soon as Sharingan finished speaking, both sides began their moves. Sasuke retreated to create distance from Gaara, while Gaara released sand from his gourd, forming a sand clone. Sasuke threw a few shuriken, then followed closely, leaping into the air to attack from above. The sand clone decisively appeared in front of Gaara, not only blocking the shuriken but also parrying Sasuke's punch aimed at Gaara and firmly entangling him, preventing Sasuke from escaping. However, Sasuke didn't let it succeed. He followed up with a powerful palm strike that directly shattered Gaara's immature sand clone. Take this! Sasuke switched hands and punched toward Gaara. Gaara still showed no intention of evading. His sand shield automatically rose in front of him to block Sasuke's punch. But what happened next was completely unexpected. Heh. Sasuke pulled back his fist and instantly appeared behind Gaara, preparing to strike the defenseless Gaara. So fast. This guy. Gaara only had time to glance at Sasuke before being sent flying. Pfft. The protection of the gourd on his back prevented Gaara from falling too hard. So fast. Almost as fast as Lee's standard speed. Guy widened his eyes, looking at the arena. And it's identical to Lee's taijutsu. Crack, crack. Fragments began to fall from Gaara's face. Is this the sand armor? Sasuke extended his right hand and beckoned to Gaara, taunting. Come on. If you won't come, then I'll come. Sasuke seemed eager. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Gaara again and launched an attack. With his incredible speed, Gaara had little chance to fight back. Is it about to happen? Naruto frowned deeply watching Gaara in the arena. Finally Gaara couldn't take it anymore and activated his absolute defense. A massive amount of sand surrounded Gaara tightly, forming a huge hard sand sphere. Sasuke's imitation of Lee's taijutsu had no effect on the absolute defense, instead he was injured by the sand's counterattack. So this is the so-called absolute defense. Sasuke's bleeding hand trembled slightly. In a place Sasuke couldn't see, a sand-formed eye slowly appeared. The third eye. Exactly. He's going to use that technique. Temari anxiously looked at the sand sphere encasing Gaara. While Gaara was preparing a jutsu inside the absolute defense, Sasuke also stopped his futile attacks, looked up at Naruto, and thought, Naruto, I'll let you see this technique I prepared for you first. Sasuke jumped back a few steps, stopped on the arena wall, and began forming hand seals. Zzzzz. A piercing sound emanated from Sasuke's hand and a dazzling lightning appeared in his palm. Seeing the technique was ready, Sasuke kicked off and charged rapidly toward Gaara's absolute defense. That guy! This was the second time Orochimaru had been surprised that day. What technique is that? Sakura asked curiously. And it makes a loud noise. That is the unique original technique of Konoha's #1 technician, the copy ninja Kakashi. Guy explained. Gathering a large amount of chakra in the hand, creating a thunderous effect, and producing a piercing sound like 1,000 birds chirping. Hence the technique is named Chidori. Bang! Sasuke's Chidori broke through Gaara's absolute defense. Just as everyone was astonished by Sasuke's strike, feathers began to drift down from the sky. The Konoha Crush plan had begun. The Konoha Jonin and Umbu members lying in ambush within the venue, entirely unaffected by the genjutsu, decisively dispelled the illusion. Then let us begin. The fourth Kazekage, disguised as Orochimaru, spoke. Beside him, Asuna Jonin hurled a smoke bomb to the ground, generating a massive plume of smoke that obscured the events within. A shadow darted out from the smoke, landing on the arena's rooftop. A closer look revealed the Kazekage holding the third Hokage hostage. Even the dimmest of minds now realized that Suna had allied with Otogekure to assault Konoha. After them, the Umbu guarding the third Hokage rushed toward the rooftop. They were nearly upon him, but Orochimaru gave them no chance. He coldly regarded the approaching Umbu and said, "Make your move!" At the command, the 4 Otogekure ninja lurking on the rooftop began to weave hand seals. Ninja Art 4 Violet Flames Formation. Violet barriers rose on all sides, blocking the Umbu's pursuit. Oh! A small fry managed to slip through. Orochimaru sneered at a single Umbu who had dashed in. Before the 4 could complete the barrier, this Umbu had already entered untouched by the 4 Violet Flames formation. No matter. A mere minnow, it won't stir any waves. Orochimaru dismissed the intruder and turned his attention to the captive third Hokage. I never expected Suna to betray Konoha. The captive third Hokage spoke calmly without a trace of panic. Treaties are just a smoke screen to lull the opponent into complacency. Orochimaru cut off the third's words. The tedious tournament ends here. The wheel of history is about to turn. Lord Kazekage, we should avoid force and seek a peaceful resolution. The third made a final attempt to persuade him. Heh. Orochimaru closed his eyes and let out a low laugh. Gone senile in your old age, have you? Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru revealed his true face. You. Orochimaru. The third's pupils constricted. The scene returned to the arena. Temari and Kankuro stood on either side of the sand sphere. Suna's Jonin leader Baki had already appeared before the toothpick-chewing man. Gaara, it's time to execute the plan. Hey! What is going on? Sasuke, disoriented by the sudden chaos, demanded. Sorry. The Chunin exams are over. The toothpick man spat out his toothpick. You've already reached Chunin level. Since you're a Konoha ninja, go do something useful for the village. Stop the Suna ninja. TCH of all things. Sasuke looked around, seeing chaos everywhere, Otogekure and Suna ninja attacking Konoha ninja. Just as he was about to help, Naruto descended. Sasuke, don't go help yet. First handle the Suna ninja in the arena. Naruto gestured toward Temari and Kankuro beside Gaara. And you? Sasuke frowned. Me. Naruto looked helplessly at the sand sphere in the center. Leave the most troublesome one to me. Just as Sasuke was about to protest and trade places, a roar cut him off. Gruer! The sand sphere finally cracked open, revealing a tanuki like Gaara. Hasn't transformed completely yet. Baki looked at Gaara and said, It's fine. By the time we deal with those 2 Konoha genin, it'll be complete. Baki didn't believe anyone could defeat a semi-transformed Gaara. Then let's warm up first. Baki charged at Rinnegan the Toothpick Man. Gaara has started transforming. We need to get away quickly. Otherwise we might get caught in the crossfire. Temari and Kankuro exchanged a glance and dashed out of the arena. TCH don't think you can escape. Though dissatisfied with Naruto's plan, Sasuke gave chase. Roar. Uzumaki Naruto, what do you fight for? Even as he transformed, Gaara asked with a hint of curiosity. Why do I fight? Naruto stared straight at Gaara. Because there are people I cherish here. I want to protect them. Naruto spoke slowly. Gaara's head began to ache again. Naruto's words seemed to have struck a nerve. Die. Gaara's frenzy erupted. Sand shuriken. Dozens of sand projectiles shot toward Naruto. Naruto did not dodge. Instead, he raised his hand and repelled Gaara's attack with repulsive force. But behind the sand shuriken emerged Gaara's terrifying face, his transformed arm wrapped around Naruto. Naruto frowned. Almighty push. Gaara's forward momentum instantly halted and he was flung backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Another brief clash of blades and Baki and Genma separated. Genma glanced at Naruto's direction and said proudly, "Looks like our Konoha ninja have the upper hand." Baki grunted, brandishing a wind blade as he charged again. The few remaining ninja in the stands not only fended off the invading enemies but also watched the changes in the arena. The only awake Gen and Sakura watched Naruto with concern. Sakura. Hearing Kakashi's call, Sakura turned around. Two Oto ninja were charging at her. Just as they were about to strike, Sakura ducked, evading their straight punches, and channeled chakra into her palms, striking both of them in the heart. In her month of training, the talented Sakura had mastered the healing palm technique. Seeing Sakura unharmed, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief and felt even more proud of her talent. Sakura, break the genjutsu quickly and wake up Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Kiba, and Hinata. It's been a while since I've been on a mission. Kakashi dispatched another sneaking ninja as he spoke. This is an A-rank mission, defend Konoha. Sakura's face tightened, but then she regained her composure. I can do this. Naruto said I can. After dispelling the genjutsu on Ino and the others, she asked, how do we execute this mission? She glanced at Naruto fighting in the arena. Should we help Naruto? No, Shikamaru said decisively. We're far below Naruto's level. Rushing in would only burden him. Shikamaru surveyed the surroundings. Direct confrontation doesn't suit us. Let's get out of here first. He led the team out through a hole in the wall. The last to leave, Sakura looked back at Naruto. Naruto. Keep fighting. Earth release swamp of the underworld. Naruto used a technique he had learned from Jiraiya to temporarily trap the rampaging Gaara. What now? I can't knock him out. If Shikaka comes out, it'll be even worse. The third Hokage. With him there, it should be fine. Naruto looked toward the rooftop. Just as he was growing anxious, the worst happened. You! Gaara's eyes narrowed and he let out a mad roar. ROOAR! Boom! As the smoke cleared, what emerged was the colossal Shikaku. Genin are really weak. Sasaki Tengen, slightly injured, walked toward Shikamaru, who had exhausted his chakra. You're somewhat clever enough to hurt me, but any scheme is futile against absolute power. Sasaki raised his kunai and shouted. Remember the name of your master. Suna Shinobi Sasaki Tengen. The kunai plunged straight toward the immobilized Shikamaru. Is this the end? In that instant, many thoughts flashed through Shikamaru's mind. He glanced at the unconscious figures on the ground, bitterness welling in his heart. I've been too lazy. If I were stronger, they wouldn't be so badly hurt. Shikamaru closed his eyes. Secret technique, 1,000 killing water spikes. A clear voice rang out. Whoa! Caught off guard, Sasaki's vital points were riddled with senbon, and within moments, he breathed his last. Hearing the sound, Shikamaru, who had been waiting for death, opened his eyes quickly, and saw a girl smiling at him. Using a water technique where there's no water. She's strong. Who are you? Shikamaru had never seen her before. Maybe she's a chunin. But her age doesn't seem right. I'm Naruto's comrade. Haku took out a Konoha headband and tied it around his forehead. Haku. It's you. Sakura, who had only minor injuries, woke up at that moment. Why are you here? Seeing that Sakura and Haku were familiar with each other, Shikamaru's last bit of wariness faded. I saw many shinobi from other villages suddenly rush into Konoha, so I came out to check. Haku looked around and asked. Where's Naruto? Naruto. He's still fighting in the arena against the Suna shinobi. Sakura looked up toward the arena. Just as Haku Shikamaru and the others looked over. Boom! A figure even larger than the arena suddenly appeared. Shikaku. Finally out. Naruto wasn't sure if he could handle Gaara in Shikaku form now without Gamabunta's help, and with the animal path not by his side. Fortunately the spectators hadn't filled the entire arena, they were only gathered on one side. Otherwise Shikaku's emergence would have caused massive casualties. I can't let it stay in the arena. If we fight here these people won't survive. Naruto decided to change the battlefield. So the complete form is finally out. Baki glanced approvingly at Gaara in Shikaku form, then took the lead in fleeing the arena. If he didn't run now, he might get caught in the crossfire. This is Shikaku of the Sand. Kakashi and Guy stared at its body in shock. The Suna shinobi actually brought a jinchuriki. Unforgivable. The third Hokage was rarely angry. Sarutobi-sensei. You still have time to look outside at a moment like this. Orochimaru grinned viciously. Let's take care of the small fry first. With a sharp sound Orochimaru shot forward like a spring, spitting a sword from his mouth and thrusting it at the Umbu who had charged in. The Umbu didn't dodge but stayed still and formed hand seals. Ninja art Raging Lion's main technique. His hair instantly surged, wrapping around the charging Orochimaru. What? Seeing the hair rushing toward him, Orochimaru's pupils contracted. He spun around, avoiding the hair, and stopped. This technique. You're Jiraiya. Yo Orochimaru, long time no see. Found out Jiraiya cancelled his transformation technique. No wonder the old man was so calm, you were here all along. Orochimaru's expression soured. But can you stop me? He looked at the Shikaku outside, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Look! Konoha will soon become history. The windmill is about to start spinning. TCH. Jiraiya's face showed disdain, but inwardly he was worried. Naruto, the village is counting on you. The scene returned to Naruto. With such a huge body, I don't know if I can move it. No choice, I'll borrow the Ninetales' power. Naruto glanced at Shikaku and flew out of the arena. Perhaps because he was so conspicuous in the air, Gaara in Shikaku form spotted him instantly, and reached out toward him. Sand binding coffin. The airborne sand quickly wrapped around Naruto. Sand waterfall funeral. The sand crushed inward instantly. Shinra Tensei. Naruto repelled all the sand and finally found a suitable battlefield. Turning back to face Shikaku, Naruto called out inwardly. Ninetales, lend me your power. Kid, you finally thought of me. The Ninetales' arrogant voice echoed in Naruto's ears. I've seen everything. This Shikaku doesn't need my personal intervention. I'll share some power with you. Crimson chakra surged over Naruto's entire body, enveloping him in a thick aura. His divine robe fluttered with the chakra. That evil feeling. Could it be? Kakashi instantly activated his Sharingan and looked outside. A red dot in the sky. Ninetales. Has he broken out? The third Hokage stared at Naruto anxiously. At this moment Orochimaru was no longer in a hurry. Naruto releasing the Ninetales actually worked in his favor. If Naruto became a full Ninetales within Konoha's bounds, the village would be destroyed even faster. Besides, it was 2 against 1 now. Using impure world reincarnation rashly would be countered by Jiraiya and the third Hokage working together, not only useless but also a huge drain on chakra. This feeling. Gaara looked at the distant red dot, and felt a sense of fear for the first time. Such a feeling of power! Naruto stared excitedly at his hands. This is amazing! He extended his right hand, aiming at the distant Shikaku. Almighty push! The enormous sound was heard clearly throughout the entire village. Whoa! With the boost from the Ninetales chakra, even a tailed beast couldn't escape this power. The massive body shattered the arena and flew toward Naruto. Shikaku's body fell halfway, scraping along the ground and sliding toward Naruto. This guy is so strong! Who is he? Gaara went mad. This is truly interesting. Uzumaki Naruto! The halted Shikaku form, Gaara roared. Gaara's face emerged slowly from atop Shikaku's head. To thank you for letting me enjoy myself fully, I'll show you the true power of the Sand Avatar. Sleeper technique. Gaara's head slowly drooped. Shikaku's eyes began to change. The real Shikaku had finally emerged. Haha! I can finally come out! Shikaku roared loudly. That annoying chakra smell. It's that fox's. I'm going to destroy you. Shikaku pointed at Naruto in the sky. But before attacking Naruto, Shikaku actually retracted Gaara back inside. Damn it, it put the medium back inside its body. Now there's no way to wake Gaara. Naruto realized Shikaku had gotten smarter. No choice. I'll have to use that technique. But it needs some preparation time. Ninja Art 6 Paths Clone Technique. Poof. The Pretapath Naruto wrapped in Ninetales chakra appeared. His eyes shimmered with ripples. Hold it off and give me some time. With that, Naruto dropped straight down. Shikaku ignored him completely, turned toward the village and fired a blast. Wind-style drilling air bullet. No good, its target is the village. The Pretapath Naruto's heart tightened. All the shinobi in the arena panicked and scattered, but such a massive chakra bullet was impossible to dodge. Just as all the shinobi were losing hope, a figure stood before the arena. Absorb. The Pretapath spread his hands, blocking the drilling air bullet and slowly absorbing it. Good, I made it in time. Through the shared vision of the Rinnegan, Naruto saw everything clearly. It's Naruto. Some shinobi with sharp eyes recognized him. Instantly all the shinobi from Konoha and other villages felt immense gratitude toward Naruto. After all, that drilling air bullet made no distinction between friend and foe. Naruto. You've truly become Konoha's hero. Kakashi, Kurinaya, Sumagai and the other Jonin looked at Naruto as if they were looking at the fourth Hokage. Finally complete. Naruto held a black sphere between his hands. He appeared behind the Pretapath, tossed the black sphere above Shikaku outside the village, and pressed his hands together. Chibaku Tensei. This. Impossible. Shikaku's eyes widened. The inheritance from the Tentales made him realize what kind of calamity this was. Shikaku screamed frantically. This is the six-pad sages. Before he could finish, Shikaku was already floating upward with the rock beneath his feet. No. I won't go in there. Shikaku went berserk. He fired air bullets one after another at the rock-covered sphere in the sky as if they cost nothing. However, his air bullets were clearly ineffective. If that technique won't work, then I'll aim for the man. Shikaku turned his head and spat out an air bullet at Naruto, who was maintaining his chakra. However, the Pretapath in front of Naruto was not to be underestimated. It spread its arms wide and blocked all of Shikaku's air bullets. No. In the end, Shikaku's enormous body was completely encased in the Chibaku Tensei. The massive rock sphere floated in the sky, blocking the sunlight that shone on Konoha, casting the village in the shadow of the Chibaku Tensei. Is that really Naruto? Asuma froze, not even noticing the cigarette falling from his mouth. He has surpassed us. Kakashi was filled with both relief and melancholy, the melancholy of the old making way for the new. Kurinai could not utter a single word. She looked at Naruto with a gleam of admiration in her eyes. Youth. Even Guy could not finish his sentence. No one, no matter how thick-skinned, could withstand such a shock. Naruto. You saved Konoha. The third Hokage thought with a sense of comfort. It seems it's only a matter of time before you become the Hokage of Konoha. Great Toad Sage appears. The child of prophecy you spoke of has truly appeared. Jiraiya said excitedly. It seems a great change in the ninja world is imminent. Naruto. Sasuke, who was still in the midst of battle, also saw the floating rock sphere. It seems you've grown stronger again. That thing. Actually lost. Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances, disbelief in their eyes. The Shikaku they had believed invincible had been defeated. Just who is that guy? Truly the power of a god. The Rinnegan. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with longing and envy. Pant, pant, pant. Naruto looked at the rock sphere in the sky. The red chakra on his body had faded. Did it succeed? As he spoke, Naruto could no longer maintain the Chibaku Tensei. The flow of chakra stopped, and the momentary miniature moon began to crumble, shattering from bottom to top. Falling along with the debris was Gaara, who had returned to human form. As for Shikaku, the fear from the soul of the Tentales made him flee back the moment he was sealed. Seeing Gaara about to be buried under the falling boulders, Naruto forced himself past his mental exhaustion and pulled him out with Bansho Tenin. However, Gaara seemed indifferent to his own life or death. He murmured, Why? Why do you possess such overwhelming power? Because I have people I want to protect. In that instant, Gaara felt as if he saw Naruto radiating a dazzling light, and he himself was enveloped by that radiance. Protect. Gaara slowly closed his eyes. With the battle here concluded, the fight inside Konoha began to tilt into a one-sided affair. Naruto's jutsu gave the Konoha ninja immense confidence, and before long the alliance of Suna and Sound Ninja started to retreat step by step. Just as Naruto was carrying Gaara back to the arena, Baki appeared. "This war is our loss. We will send a representative to discuss the details later. For now, can you return Gaara to us?" It seemed Baki had also seen Orochimaru disguised as the fourth Kazekage. Since the battle was over, Naruto naturally had no intention of keeping Gaara. After all, Tsunegekyo would be a major asset in dealing with the Akatsuki in the future, and building a good relationship now was essential. The fighting within Konoha had largely ended. With Suna's surrender, the few remaining Sound Ninja could not stir up any major trouble. However, the battle inside the Four Violet Flames formation had only just begun. While Naruto was dealing with Shikaku, Orochimaru had taken advantage of Jiraiya and the third Hokage's distraction to use the Edo Tensei. Fortunately, Jiraiya reacted quickly and pushed the third coffin down. However, in the end, the first and second Hokage still emerged from their coffins unchanged from the original story. Unforgivable Orochimaru! How dare you toy with the souls of the dead? The third Hokage looked at the first and second Hokage, tears streaming down his aged face. Old man, you handle Orochimaru. I'll take on the most powerful ninja in Konoha's history. Jiraiya's heart trembled as he looked at the first and second Hokage, but he said it anyway. After all, he couldn't let the old third Hokage fight both of them. Having dealt with all the invaders, a crowd of ninja gathered around watching the battle and sighed with tension. Damn it! What's going on? Jiraiya dodged the first Hokage's wood style again. They can regenerate on their own. Ha ha ha, it's useless, Jiraiya. Seeing Jiraiya's discomfiture, Orochimaru laughed gleefully while dodging the third Hokage's adamantine staff. Those summoned by Edo Tensei cannot be killed by ordinary means. Even killing me is useless. The third Hokage was old and his stamina was not what it used to be. He could only watch helplessly as Orochimaru brazenly mocked him. Will I have to use that technique? The third Hokage glanced at the first and second Hokage, who were still attacking relentlessly, and finally made up his mind. Jiraiya, let me handle this. He began forming hand seals. Old man, you're not going to use the dead demon-consuming seal. Absolutely not. Jiraiya screamed, trying to stop the third Hokage. The ninja outside, upon hearing that the third Hokage was about to use that forbidden technique, panicked. They shouted and launched ninjutsu at the Four Violet Flames formation, trying to break the barrier. Orochimaru, upon hearing the name of the technique, also panicked and rushed toward the third Hokage. However, the adamantine staff transformed back into Enma, who desperately blocked Orochimaru's advance. For the moment, Orochimaru could not get past. I am old. The future of Konoha will always be in your hands. The third Hokage smiled at Jiraiya and the Konoha ninja outside, speaking his final words. As long as I can still move, let me make one last contribution to Konoha. The third Hokage's hands moved faster and faster as he formed the seals. Just as he was about to complete the last one, a hand grabbed his hands, forcing him to stop. Third Hokage, you can't die so soon. Naruto's voice rang out clearly. Let's not talk about how I got an old man third. First, we need to deal with the enemy. Mingren pushed the third Hokage as he watched Dashyuan break through, and Dashyuan passed between them. Huff! Mingren stepped back a few times before steadying himself. Watching Dashyuan and the third Hokage resume their fight, Mingren felt frustrated. I've almost exhausted my chakra from using the planetary devastation earlier. Fortunately, I left the animal path on the roof so I could get in. He then looked at Zilai and the first and second Hokage. This kind of battle is not something I can intervene in with my current state. I just rushed in to stop the third Hokage from committing suicide. Now what should I do? As Mingren was pondering, the second Hokage charged at him, shouting, Water-style water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon roared as it rushed toward Mingren. Damn it! Mingren quickly summoned the hungry ghost path, which he had also summoned to block in front of him, and absorbed the attack. That damn thing! Dashuan's eyes narrowed as he broke free from the third Hokage's desperate struggle, reaching his hand toward the hungry ghost path. Hidden Shadow Snake Hand! A swarm of snakes opened their mouths wide, extending small swords from their mouths, and stabbed toward the hungry ghost path. The hungry ghost path was absorbing the second Hokage's water dragon, and couldn't dodge at all, getting pierced by countless small snakes. Poof! In helplessness, the hungry ghost path turned into a puff of smoke. Seeing the troublesome obstacle finally disappear, the second Hokage increased his chakra output. The water dragon, which had not been fully absorbed, continued its charge unabated toward Mingren. Mingren wanted to leap away, but his excessive chakra consumption had left his body utterly exhausted and in a state of paralysis. As the water dragon approached inch by inch, Mingren felt helpless. Is this really where I fall? My dream. Just as Mingren was in despair, the sensation of soul swelling from the previous 2 times finally arrived. Something began to squeeze out from his soul, and at last another humanoid figure appeared beside Mingren. Ninja Art 6 Paths Clone Technique. At the brink of life and death, Mingren not only recovered his physical strength, but also comprehended another path, the human path. The human path lifted Mingren and leaped upward, dodging the roaring water dragon. Let's take one out first. Mingren made a decision instantly. While airborne, Mingren pulled out several kunai and threw them at the second Hokage, forcing him to refrain from a direct assault. Mingren then landed beside Zillai, joining him. Mingren, are you okay? Zillai, having just witnessed that perilous scene, was almost frightened. I'm fine, perverted hermit. Mingren felt a warmth in his heart. Can you restrain one of them? Keep him still. Restrain one? Of course, but what's your plan? Zillai asked curiously. You just need to restrain one of them, and I can take him out, Mingren said confidently. Zillai glanced at Mingren and said, All right, I trust you. As soon as he finished, Mingren pulled out several smoke bombs and threw them to the ground. Poof! Instantly a large cloud of smoke covered the area. The smoke blocked the vision of the first and second Hokage, but not Mingren, who had the Luinhui eye. Where are they? Mingren clearly saw the second Hokage's figure. Guided by Mingren, Zillai easily circled behind the second Hokage. Ninja Art Wild Lion's main technique. Zillai's hair instantly stretched out, binding the second Hokage tightly. Mingren, hurry up. The second Hokage is struggling fiercely, I can't hold him for long. Understood. Mingren nodded. Since the second Hokage was caught, if he couldn't defeat him, all his efforts would be wasted. The human path appeared behind the second Hokage, reached out, and placed its hand on his head. Soul absorption. The human path's ability activated instantly. The second Hokage's soul was pulled out almost without resistance. His body, having lost its soul, began to slowly dissipate. Done! Next! Mingren exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the effect. The two repeated the trick and subdued the first Hokage as well. However, during the soul extraction, Mingren was a bit careless and got hit by the first Hokage's with style, but fortunately it didn't hit a vital spot. The smoke slowly cleared, revealing the dissipating dust and the two sound ninja lying on the ground. What? You actually took out the first and second? Dashyun had sensed something was wrong when he lost contact with the first and second, and during the fight with the third Hokage he had already moved to the edge of the barrier. As soon as he saw the smoke clear, he immediately said, No need for the barrier. Let's go. Yes. The four-man cell also knew the situation was unfavorable, quickly dispelled the barrier, and followed Dashyun as they ran out of my village. Trying to escape. Kakashi, who had been waiting outside, charged straight in. Lightning cutter. His hands crackling with lightning reached for Dashyun's heart. But Dashyun was not so easily caught. Get away! He dodged the lightning cutter and kicked Kakashi's hand. Although Kakashi blocked it, he could no longer keep up. The other pursuing ninja were also entangled by a few techniques from the four-man cell and couldn't catch up. Enough! The third Hokage called out, stopping the ninja who wanted to continue the pursuit. It's enough. Even if you go, you won't be able to kill him, and it will only cost more lives. Yuan Fei, the matter is settled. I'm leaving too. Yuan Ma said, then was summoned back. Phew, it's finally over. Mingren's spirit suddenly relaxed and he collapsed to the ground. They really were tough. Mingren, thank goodness. You're okay. Xiaoying, who had rushed over, threw herself into Mingren's arms, tears streaming down her face. It's really so good. Seeing the state of Shoha, Xiaoying had been truly worried that Mingren might leave like this. Mingren, I said, looking at the weakened Mingren with concern. Why, you came too? Mingren gave a helpless smile. Just as he was about to say something, a huge impact suddenly struck his mind. Something enormous filled his head, trying to burst out. Oh no, could it be that the memories I absorbed from the first and second are now exploding? Mingren's vision began to blur, and he dizzily fell down. In the end, he only faintly heard some voices. Mingren! Mingren! Mingren, wake up! Medical team, where are they? Quick, send Mingren to the hospital. After that, Mingren could no longer hear anything and fainted. When he awoke again, 3 days had passed. Opening his eyes, Naruto saw white curtains. Ah, finally awake. He turned his gaze to the ceiling, stretching his body. Naruto looked at the person leaning over him. Naruto, you're finally awake, Sakura said happily, then her expression turned stern. Do you know how worried everyone was? Oh Sakura, I'm sorry. It won't happen again. Naruto scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. Just then the door to the hospital room swung open and a group of people filed in. Yo Naruto. You're already so energetic after just recovering. Youth is not to be wasted. Guy flashed his gleaming white teeth. Naruto, you're recovering nicely. Looks like we'll have time for a good chat. Enko said with a sinister grin at the bedridden Naruto. No thanks. Naruto quickly declined, memories of the second exam flooding back. Naruto. Kakashi followed up. How are you? I'm fine, fully recovered. Naruto twisted his body to show he was completely fine. After the Jonin had visited, the other genin also came, each showing concern for Naruto's condition. Warming inside, Naruto responded with a bright smile. Phew, finally everyone's gone. Naruto lay back on the hospital bed, gazing contentedly at the busy yet fulfilling people outside the window. Hey, this is no time to relax. Jiraiya's lecherous voice came from outside the window. Boom. Jiraiya, standing on a giant toad, appeared before Naruto's window. Pervy Sage, what's up? Naruto asked lazily. He was truly exhausted, having expended immense effort to save the third Hokage during the Chunin exams. Come with me on a mission, to find Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya seemed to recall something, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. Naruto frowned. Could the third Hokage still not survive? What about the old man third? He's fine, just a minor injury. Nothing serious. Jiraiya leaned in and whispered, he's still got the energy to peek at the women's bath, hee. Jiraiya was utterly irreverent. Relieved that the third was safe, Naruto asked, since the third's fine, why find Tsunade? Jiraiya sighed. You know, the third is past his prime now. He can't serve as Hokage much longer. He turned to Naruto. Actually, the two advisors originally recommended you as the most suitable candidate for Hokage. But I turned it down, saying you're too young to command respect. You won't hold it against me, will you? Jiraiya paused, looking at Naruto oddly. You don't want to become Hokage this early, do you? You've still got plenty of youth to enjoy. If you become Hokage, you won't have time for fun. Naruto didn't care about that. What bothered him was being knocked unconscious by the memories of the first and second Hokage. But now that he was awake, he had no recollection of either of them, which frustrated him. Forget it, I won't think about it. Naruto quickly gave up on the thought. Jiraiya suddenly sensed something. Naruto, stay put. I'll be right back. With that, he and the giant toad leaped into the distance. What's going on? Why the rush? Naruto wondered. Wait. This is the time. They're here. No wonder the pervy sage went to check. Realizing the key, Naruto threw off his bed covers, changed into his clothes, and rushed toward the place where in his memory Kakashi and the others were fighting Itachi. By then Kurenai and Asuma had already engaged Itachi and his partner in battle. Genjutsu. Tree binding death technique. Kurenai's body faded into the air, then reappeared behind Itachi, binding him with branches. It's over. Kurenai thrust a kunai at Itachi, believing she had succeeded. Swoosh. Suddenly it was she who was bound by the trees. This is a reflection genjutsu. Kurenai was stunned. Such a low-level genjutsu is useless against me, Itachi said calmly, revealing a kunai from his sleeve and slashing at Kurenai. Damn it. Kurenai bit her lip to break the genjutsu, dodging the fatal blow. But she couldn't evade Itachi's next kick, barely raising her arms to block. Thud. Even with her arms blocking, the immense force sent Kurenai flying. Kurenai. Asuma, locked in battle with Kisame, wanted to help but couldn't break free. Just as Kurenai thought she would crash, a body caught her, halting her backward momentum. Kurenai-sensei, watch out. Naruto. Kurenai looked at him, surprised to see him there. Naruto, kunai ready, stared at the charging Itachi. But Itachi stopped mid-stride. Kisame, the target has appeared. Finish this quickly. Hearing this, Kisame pushed Asuma away and began rapidly forming hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon roared toward Naruto and Kurenai. Naruto could dodge alone, but with Kurenai frozen he couldn't escape. Just as Naruto was at a loss, his body moved on instinct, hands forming seals unconsciously. Water release, water clear wave. Naruto shouted the name that appeared in his mind. A torrent of water swirled around him, and Kurenai then surged forward with immense force. Boom. The two techniques collided, sending up a massive spray. But it wasn't over. Water-clear wave after blocking Kisame's water dragon bullet continued rushing toward Itachi and Kisame. What? Kisame was shocked. His own technique had been repelled. As he prepared to attack again, Itachi said, "Kisame, let's go." But, Itachi. Kisame, reluctant, nevertheless used the water wave as cover and followed Itachi away. As the waves receded, Itachi and Kisame were nowhere to be seen. Jiraiya then emerged from the shadows. Interesting. They sensed my presence. Jiraiya's face grew serious. But how did Naruto use the second Hokage's technique? Naruto stared at his own hands in a daze. What just happened? My body moved on its own, he muttered. But now I can't remember how to form that seal. Jiraiya listened and said, "So you're saying you've lost a fragment of memory, and those fragments sometimes surface but then fade?" Lost memories. The memories of the first and second Hokage and the past. Naruto looked up at the azure sky. Naruto, you need to understand that finding someone is a very time-consuming task. If we already knew the destination, why would we need to search? We just head straight there. Jiraiya said with a profound tone. Then why don't you just buy some information about Tsunade? Naruto retorted, completely ignoring Jiraiya's explanation. Looking utterly contemptuous. I think you just want to go to those taverns for fun. Jiraiya's embarrassed expression froze on his face, but it lasted only a moment before he resumed his lecherous grin and slinked into the bar full of beauties on the street. Sigh. Naruto let out a sigh, his thoughts drifting back to the moment of parting with the others. Naruto, take care. Haku gently adjusted the collar of his coat and spoke softly. Naruto, leave early and come back soon. Sakura waved at him. Naruto. Hinata's face flushed crimson as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. I know. Naruto gently tapped Hinata's forehead with his index finger. When I return, let's train together again. That's our promise. Hearing Naruto's words, Hinata temporarily cast aside her shyness and replied bravely. Humph. The cool guy standing nearby seemed to disapprove of such sentimental and hesitant scenes, interrupting the rare atmosphere despite Naruto's angry glare. Thus the petty-minded individual decided to tease him and get a rise out of the cool guy. As he passed by Sasuke, Naruto whispered in his ear, "There's more than one way to obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan, not just the one Itachi told you about." What? Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. After being spurred by Naruto, he had already reached the state of 3 Tomo. Evolving his eyes into the Mangekyo was a constant burden on his mind. Killing Naruto was not only impossible for him, but even if he could, he wouldn't have the heart to do it. Ask Kakashi for the details. He's the only one outside the Uchiha bloodline who might be able to awaken the Sharingan. Naruto made sure Kakashi could hear him. How does this troublesome kid know? Kakashi covered his forehead. Just as he had started thinking about the Mangekyo, Naruto dragged him into being a workhorse. Well, may you soon be freed from your suffering. Naruto waved his hand nonchalantly, ignoring Sasuke's complicated gaze, and strode away. Snapping back to reality. Traveling alone really is hard to get used to. I miss my friends in Konoha. Naruto chuckled wryly. Hey. Jiraiya popped up again. What do you mean traveling alone? Am I not a person? Huh. How come you who's so lacking in presence are back so quickly today? Naruto looked at the suddenly appearing Jiraiya in surprise. Do I really have that little presence? Jiraiya had a defeated expression but instantly turned serious again so fast that Naruto wondered if he had a double face. I found news of Tsunade. Time to set off. Huh. So soon? Naruto was inwardly shocked. We've only been out a few days and we already have information on Tsunade. This is way faster than in the original story. We should be ahead of Orochimaru if he's also looking for Tsunade. However, what Naruto didn't realize was that Orochimaru hadn't been seriously injured and their search for Tsunade had also accelerated. Thus everyone was back to the same pace as before. On the road, Naruto wasn't idle. He kept practicing the Rasengan by switching hands. Forming the Rasengan with one hand was easy for him, but trying to create them simultaneously with both hands was very difficult. Multitasking is really hard. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead and tried the dual Rasengan again. In the original story, Naruto could summon 2 shadow clones to each make a Rasengan, but that only works if the opponent doesn't interfere. Once the enemy attacks his clones, that technique becomes useless. For this reason, Naruto had been diligently training in the dual-handed Rasengan to minimize his weakness as much as possible. Jiraiya, who was traveling with him, observed Naruto's hard work and felt a sense of relief in his heart. With such exceptional talent and relentless efforts, surpassing the fourth Hokage is only a matter of time. After a few days of travel, the two finally arrived at the legendary Tanzaku town. Pervy Sage. Are you sure you didn't find her at the gambling house? Naruto looked at the emerging Jiraiya with disbelief. Of course I wouldn't lie to you. She's just not there. Jiraiya was frustrated. He thought he had found her, but it was a dead end. No way. We set out early. How come we still missed her? Could Orochimaru have gotten ahead of us again? Naruto grew more and more annoyed, so he simply dragged Jiraiya toward a small restaurant nearby. Hey Naruto. What are you? Jiraiya stopped mid-sentence, his eyes catching sight of two women in the corner. He turned to Naruto in disbelief. How did you know they were here? I'm just hungry. Naruto looked equally puzzled. I can't exactly tell him I saw it in a manga. Naruto thought to himself. Jiraiya. Tsunade, who had been drinking, spotted the two at the door and instantly sobered up from her slight tipsiness. Oh. Tsunade. Jiraiya led Naruto to sit opposite Tsunade. What's the occasion? Old friends are all showing up today. Tsunade took another sip of sake. Old friends? You mean Orochimaru? Jiraiya guessed who she was referring to. What did he want with you? Nothing much. Just catching up with an old friend. Tsunade tried to hide her evasive eyes by drinking. Tsunade-sama. Shizen held taunton and looked at Tsunade with concern. Since Tsunade didn't want to talk about it, Jiraiya didn't press further. He got straight to the point. Tsunade. The village is asking you to become the fifth Hokage. Huh. Tsunade's expression changed. Has the third already? No, it's just that the third's age is no longer suitable to be Hokage. So the village thought of you. Jiraiya quickly explained. Give me your answer. Jiraiya looked at her silently, waiting for her reply. Naruto also waited. Tsunade quietly took a sip of sake as if deep in thought. After a long pause, she finally made up her mind. I refuse. Tsunade said decisively. I cannot accept. Taking another sip, she continued sarcastically. Even the fourth Hokage didn't last long. He sacrificed himself to protect the village. Life is different from money. Sacrificing your life so easily to protect the village is something only a fool would do. Tsunade's sarcasm continued. And the third at his age still trying to be a hero. The title of Hokage is worthless. Only a fool would want to be Hokage. Hearing this, Naruto could no longer hold back and stood up. Even though I knew you'd say that, I still can't help but be furious. Naruto's cold gaze pierced straight into Tsunade's heart. He is Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya's face was filled with a strange expression. And don't you think he resembles someone? Oh. This brat is the Ninetales. Tsunade with drunken eyes looked at Naruto, meeting his bone-chilling gaze. The alcohol rushed to her head. You little brat, she said carelessly. Even if you look at me like that, I'll still say it. Being Hokage is nothing but crap. You've successfully angered me. Naruto rarely showed a cold expression, his face calm and without any ripple. Tsunade had crossed his line. She had trampled on his belief in protecting. I'll make you regret this. Naruto uttered the words flatly. Bang! Tsunade slammed the table and stood up, her face flushed. You've got guts daring to say such things to me. Let's settle this outside. Tsunade-sama. Shizuka anxiously tried to dissuade her, but Jiraiya held her back, leaving her to watch helplessly as Tsunade and Naruto walked out of the restaurant. Jiraiya-sama. Shizuka wanted to stop them. That child. He'll get hurt. Jiraiya shook his head and walked out with Shizuka. Naruto is not as weak as you think. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with anticipation. I also hope someone can knock some sense into Tsunade. On the quiet street, Tsunade and Naruto faced each other. I am one of the Sannin. Tsunade shook her head disdainfully. I won't go all out against the genin. She raised a finger. One finger is enough. Humph. Naruto ignored her provocation, staring calmly at Tsunade. Are you done with your nonsense? Oh. This kid is interesting. Tsunade began to take interest, beckoning with her hand. Come on. Tsunade is being careless. Jiraiya's expression turned grave. Almighty push. Naruto aimed his left hand at Tsunade, and an utterly flat voice rang in everyone's ears. Caught off guard, Tsunade was pulled by the Rinnegan's gravitational force, flying toward Naruto. Tsunade-sama! Shizuka shouted anxiously. It seems Naruto is serious. He's using his ultimate move right away. Jiraiya's muscles tensed, ready to intervene at any moment to stop the fight. As Tsunade was pulled toward him, Naruto's lowered right hand slowly rose and pale blue chakra began to gather rapidly. In an instant the blue chakra sphere formed. Rinnegan. With his right hand Naruto slammed the chakra sphere fiercely at the airborne Tsunade. Naruto! This is… Jiraiya sighed helplessly. It seems, Tsunade, you've truly angered him. This is… the fourths. This kid. How can he… Tsunade naturally recognized the fourth signature technique. In desperation she forgot her earlier promise, and stomped her right foot hard against the ground. Though airborne, only the tip of her foot touched the ground, but it was enough to change direction. With her immense strength her body shifted slightly and the Rinnegan grazed past her. The two crossed in midair, their eyes meeting. That glance was eternal. Tsunade clearly saw in Naruto's eyes murderous intent brimming. Thud! They landed back to back. Tsunade's drunkenness had completely faded. Without turning around she asked in a strange tone. Why? Why are you so obsessed with being Hokage? Obsessed enough to kill someone who insulted it. Because my belief is, to protect. To protect everything I want to protect. Perhaps reminded of something, Naruto's murderous intent slowly faded. He looked up at the brilliant night sky. Tsunade lowered her head, her bangs covering her brown eyes, hiding her thoughts from others. That child. Shizuka stared blankly at Naruto. Yes, he is a man who inherits the will of fire. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with pride. Being with him you can't help but be infected by him. After standing still for a long moment Tsunade finally spoke. This match. I lost. Her low voice betrayed no emotion. With that she chose to walk away straight. From landing to leaving she didn't look at Naruto again. She feared that if she looked at him one more time she would be unable to suppress the memories of the two who had died. Hey! Jiraiya took 2 steps after her, saying, Tsunade, about inheriting the Hokage position. Talk about it in a week. I'm not in the mood now. Tsunade didn't look back, just waved her hand and kept walking. Tsunade-sama. Wait for me. Seeing the fight end inconclusively, Shizuka quickly chased after her. Tsunade. If you ever betray Konoha. Jiraiya thought, watching her back. Not just Naruto, I will kill you too. A week passed quickly. Between Naruto's relentless training and Jiraiya's endless drinking, time flew by. Finally the day of Tsunade's decision arrived. But it seemed Tsunade had no intention of meeting Jiraiya. Shizuka, where is Tsunade? Jiraiya asked anxiously. Last night Tsunade had plied him with alcohol until midnight, and he had only just woken up. I don't know. When I woke up this morning Tsunade-sama had knocked me out. She's probably gone to see Orochimaru now. Shizuka quickly led Jiraiya to find Tsunade. As for Naruto, he had followed shortly after Tsunade set out. Tsunade, why won't you treat him? Orochimaru looked darkly at Tsunade, whose muscles were tense. Behind him stood Kabuto and Kimimaro. Don't you want those two to be resurrected? Heh. Orochimaru, even though I know your words are lies, I still hope to see them again. Tsunade's face showed nostalgia. But because of that brat I remembered their dreams, the dreams they staked their lives to achieve. I want to help realize those dreams. Negotiations have broken down then. It seems we have to settle this by force. As he spoke Orochimaru's expression changed, and he instantly vanished from his spot. Boom! The ground was instantly blasted into a crater 7 or 8 meters in radius. Come on, Orochimaru. I've made up my mind. Tsunade, you haven't changed at all. That terrifying monstrous strength. Orochimaru said, showing considerable wariness of her power. I recall. You and I have never fought before. Orochimaru turned to Kabuto. Kabuto, take Kimimaro and leave. His condition isn't fit for battle yet. No one is leaving. I'm going to kill you scumbags right now. Tsunade swung her fist, slamming it into the wall where Orochimaru and the others stood. Under the immense force the entire wall began to crumble and collapse. Hidden nearby Naruto couldn't help but gasp in shock. One hit from her and you're done. Kabuto said, still shaken as he glanced down at Tsunade. He prepared to leave with Kimimaro, but after a single step he turned back. Better not fight here, it's too cramped. I'm worried someone with Tsunade's subordinate might come to protect her. Who do you mean? Orochimaru shot Kabuto a glance. Someone who like you and Tsunade is one of the Sannin, Kabuto said, then fell silent. Jiraiya. Orochimaru's lips curled into a cold smile. Without hesitation he turned and followed Kabuto and Kimimaro out of the alley. Damn it, I won't let you escape! Tsunade glared at the direction they had fled, then leaped after them with Naruto following close behind. Lord Orochimaru, I've long wanted to cross swords with the legendary medical ninja among the Sannin, Kabuto said with a hypocritical smile. After all you've told me her weaknesses. Oh. Orochimaru eyed Kabuto with interest until the latter felt a chill. Then she's all yours. Finish it quickly. If that idiot Jiraiya shows up, it'll be trouble. You're all going to die here. Tsunade, enraged by their words, unleashed a barrage of monstrous strength punches at Kabuto, cratering the ground and sending debris flying. For a moment Kabuto was in dire straits, barely dodging her fists by risking injury multiple times. Huff huff. Tsunade stood still, watching Kabuto, who was also beginning to tire. Her mind raced. Damn it, years of peaceful life have made me rusty. Even though I sealed away the excess chakra, my stamina has inevitably declined. I need to end this quickly. For a moment both of them had the same idea. About time. Kabuto steadied his breath and swallowed a soldier pill he had prepared. I'm not good at taijutsu. Kabuto closed his eyes, his hands swiftly forming hand seals. A blue chakra coated his hands. Tsunade frowned, her eyes fixed on the chakra scalpel in his hands. That bastard! He's a medical ninja! Bang! In the moment Tsunade was distracted, Kabuto vanished from his spot. Slap slap! His hands emerged from the ground beneath her feet, trying to grab her leg. But Tsunade was no pushover. Her superhuman reflexes allowed her to evade the chakra scalpel in an instant, and she slammed a heavy punch into the ground. Boom! A shower of rubble scattered from Tsunade's heavy punch, but the blow had missed the evasive Kabuto. Instead it gave him an opening. In close quarters his hands brushed against Tsunade's foot, arm, and chest. Tsunade retaliated with a knife hand strike to Kabuto's neck. Thud! Both of them hit the ground at the same time. My muscles have been severed. That bastard used chakra scalpel to cut my pectoral muscles and other areas. Tsunade began to struggle for breath. She clasped her hands together, and a green chakra gathered in her palms, starting to heal herself. Damn it, medical ninjutsu consumes a huge amount of chakra. Tsunade continued healing while keeping an eye on Kabuto on the other side. Hehe. Kabuto tried to stand up. I can't control my body. Did she attack my nerves? Kabuto collapsed again, trying to adjust to his movements. Just as Naruto thought Tsunade could hold out until Jiraiya arrived, Orochimaru, who had been watching the fight, finally lost patience. Kabuto, you're too slow. Orochimaru decided to act himself. I can already smell that toad, he's on his way. Orochimaru spat out the Kusanagi sword from his mouth, his neck stretching instantly, as he lunged violently towards Tsunade. She could only watch helplessly as the blade hurtled toward her. Shinra Tensei. Naruto had to step in. Though he didn't want to confront Orochimaru head-on, he had no choice now. Under the effect of Shinra Tensei, Orochimaru's extended head was instantly repelled to the side, dragging his body along with his neck. Kid, you again? Orochimaru's snake-like eyes locked onto his prey. A murderous aura began to seep out. Orochimaru was genuinely triggered. While Naruto was on high alert against the snake, he overlooked the other two. Unbeknownst to him, Kimimaro had also entered the battlefield. 10-finger drilling bullets. Bone projectiles shot from the tips of Kimimaro's fingers, speeding toward Naruto. It was only when Kimimaro's voice rang out that Naruto realized the attack. Damn it! Naruto raised his left hand, conjuring a transparent wall that completely blocked Kimimaro's attack. However, he had lost the initiative. Naruto was now forced into a defensive position. Instead of coming at Naruto, Kimimaro drew a bone sword and stabbed towards Tsunade, who was still healing her injuries. Rasengan. Naruto gathered a Rasengan in his right hand and hurled it at the advancing Kimimaro. But Kimimaro showed no intention of dodging. Dance of the Seedling Fern. In an instant, Kimimaro's entire body erupted with a mass of bones shielding himself. The Rasengan slammed hard into his bones. To Kimimaro's disbelief, cracks began to form. Then, under the force of the Rasengan, Kimimaro spun and flew backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. The moment Naruto finished using the Rasengan, he was left in a momentary stiff state. Orochimaru rushed toward him, spitting the Kusanagi sword from his mouth, while Kabuto, having adapted to the nerve displacement, threw kunai at Naruto. Damn it, one step behind. I didn't expect them to exploit that brief opening. Naruto helplessly watched the incoming attacks and Orochimaru's twisted face. Poof! A smoke cloud rose in front of Naruto. Orochimaru halted, his brows furrowed as he stared at the figure emerging from the smoke. Long time no see. Jiraiya. Your eyes are still as vicious as ever. Jiraiya twirled the kunai. Kabuto had thrown a smirk on his face. The Sannin have finally gathered. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. His gaze shifted among the three and his fighting spirit slowly ignited, his eyes clearing. Maybe I haven't reached your level yet, but 3 years. In 3 years I will definitely surpass you all. And leave you in the dust. That guy mastered body movement so quickly. Tsunade exclaimed in astonishment, watching Kabuto move freely. Her competitive spirit, far from subsiding, surged anew. Dodge! Tsunade yanked Jiraiya aside, clenched her fists, and charged forward again. I'll handle these guys. Damn it, here! Naruto tried desperately to pull Tsunade back but grabbed only air. Tsunade closed in on Kabuto, engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Even if you've mastered body movement. Tsunade struck relentlessly, seeking to take him down. You can't move as freely as usual. She finally cornered Kabuto. You have no escape. Tsunade slammed a heavy punch. Blood-splattered droplets falling onto Tsunade. My body is finally back under control. Kabuto's glasses reflected a white light, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. His right hand, cut by a kunai, stretched into the air. Blood. Tsunade's eyes went vacant, her body trembling uncontrollably as she stepped back. Lady Tsunade! Shizen screamed and rushed toward the dazed Tsunade. I'll take one out first. Kabuto punched Tsunade, sending her flying into the oncoming Shizen. This guy's movements are unusually agile. Jiraiya observed grimly as Kabuto stuffed blood-replenishing pills into his mouth. Replenishing lost blood. Your blood came at just the right time, Kabuto. Orochimaru smirked eerily, his raspy voice echoing again. Kimimaro, prepare for battle. Hearing Orochimaru's voice, Kimimaro slowly rose and returned to his side, his eyes filled with devotion. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Finally my turn, Jiraiya said flippantly, glancing back at the trembling Tsunade, then turned to Shizen. Shizen, you handle the one with glasses. Orochimaru is mine. The pervy sage then looked at Naruto. Naruto, that kid is yours. Kimimaro. Naruto looked at the opponent with a complex expression. To be honest, he really didn't want to fight him, that tragic figure. In Naruto's memory, when Kimimaro died, a flower stained with his blood withered in the wind, just like the one in his childhood, when he was the sole survivor of his clan, beautiful, pure, lonely. Caged for possessing power, even his own clan feared he became alone again after the battle with the mist. Orochimaru took him in as an ideal vessel, making him see the snake as the sole meaning of his existence. The Hokage clan's strength and folly were perfectly embodied in him. Naruto truly found it hard to feel hostility toward him, but reality was cruel. Before him, Kimimaro had already assumed a battle stance. Naruto knew that since Tsunade refused to treat him, Orochimaru had abandoned him. The snake would not cling to a flawed vessel. Such an outcome was already sealed. The only variable was whether Kimimaro would die, Naruto would live, or both would perish together. Summoning technique. Orochimaru and Jiraiya had already begun their battle. The massive smoke signaled the enormity of the summoned beasts. As if by mutual agreement, neither summoned their strongest creature. Boom! The battle between Snake and Toad began. Meanwhile, Shizen and Kabuto had also clashed. Shizen, watch out for his chakra scalpel. Naruto, fearing Shizen would be taken down as easily as in the original story, quickly warned her. Hearing Naruto's voice, Shizen immediately distanced herself from Kabuto. Ninja art poison mist. A purple-black mist billowed from her mouth, drifting toward Kabuto, preventing him from closing in. Even one breath would be fatal. Kabuto held his breath and retreated. Shizen's needles shot toward him, making it impossible for him to approach. Seeing Shizen and Kabuto locked in an even fight unlikely to end quickly, Naruto turned his attention back to the calm Kimimaro before him. Can his body still fight in this condition? Uzumaki Naruto. I've heard of you. Kimimaro closed his eyes, his elegant words dripping with murderous intent. A bone sword slowly extended from beneath his sleeve. You have obstructed Lord Orochimaru's dream. I will eliminate you. Kimimaro charged with a bone spike, slashing fiercely at Naruto. Naruto ducked the bone sword passing over his head. Though he knew the outcome, he couldn't help but try to reason with him. Kimimaro, someone like Orochimaru, he's not worth Before he could finish, sharp bone spurs grew from Kimimara's knee, thrusting rapidly toward Naruto. Damn it! Naruto kicked off the ground, leaping backward and threw several shurikens. The sharp bone spurs sliced through the shurikens like tofu, splitting them in two. Such hard bones! Naruto was inwardly alarmed. What do you know? Kimimara's eyes blazed with killing intent as he charged even more ferociously. Lord Orochimaru is my faith. As I thought, it's hopeless. Naruto could only lament the cruelty of fate and focused all his attention on the oncoming Kimimaro. Fire release, great fireball technique. A close-range fighter must not be allowed to get close. A massive fireball erupted from Naruto's mouth, hurtling straight toward the charging Kimimaro. Your attack is too straightforward. Kimimaro leaped high into the air, evading the fireball, and flew toward Naruto. Dance of the Camellia. Kimimaro used his own hardened bones as weapons, thrusting rapidly at Naruto. So fast! Naruto had no time to react. Kimimaro's bone spikes pierced him all over. His eyes wide with disbelief, he collapsed. Come out! Kimimaro didn't spare a glance at the fallen Naruto. Instead, he looked around. A sizzling sound suddenly came from the fallen Naruto. Kimimaro quickly turned toward the body. What this is? Boom! A massive explosion kicked up smoke that engulfed Kimimaro. What a meticulous mind! The huge disturbance naturally drew Orochimaru's attention. He stared intently at the reappearing Naruto. Indeed, that guy is my disciple. Jiraiya also paused, declaring with a triumphant tone. But that child Kimimaro is not so simple. Orochimaru glanced at the thick smoke, then charged at Jiraiya again. Damn you, you bastard! Jiraiya cursed and charged forward as well. The smoke slowly dissipated, revealing Kimimaro's figure completely. His body was covered in linear stripes, and beneath the broken skin lay hard white bones. An impressive strategy, using fire release to obscure my vision, leaving a shadow clone with explosive tags in place, deliberately letting me discover it was a clone to lower my guard, then detonating the tags. Kimimaro slowly raised his head. If I hadn't formed a membrane of bone beneath my skin, I would have been blown to pieces instantly. Bones! What a troublesome opponent! Naruto frowned, pondering his options. Cough! Kimimaro covered his mouth, blood seeping through his fingers. Has my body reached its limit? Naruto watched Kimimaro warily, growing even more alert. Kimimaro released his hand, revealing a pool of fresh blood, a stark reminder that his time was running out. Kimimaro looked at Naruto. The stripes on his body began to redden and spread until black covered his entire form. Uzumaki Naruto, you are a worthy opponent. I will use my final moments to send you to the afterlife. Bones began to burst from Kimimaro's body. A long black tail slowly grew. Let me show you my true power, State 2. Whoosh! Kimimaro suddenly launched himself, dragging a long tail behind him as he charged toward Naruto. Watching his swift approach, Naruto fired a continuous stream of kunai at him, but Kimimaro merely sidestepped left and right, evading wave after wave of projectiles. 10 meters. Time to prepare. Naruto calculated the distance between them. However, he miscalculated this time. What? No time. Kimimaro had abruptly accelerated, reaching Naruto in an instant. Naruto could only barely manage to repel him with a burst of repulsive force before being sent flying by the bones protruding from Kimimaro's body. Thud! Naruto crashed heavily in the distance, kicking up a cloud of dust. Uzumaki. Naruto. Kimimaro crouched down and came to a halt. Is that all you've got? How disappointing. This is the first time I've been knocked flying. Hearing Kimimaro's words, Naruto gave a helpless smile and slowly stood up. The battle isn't over yet. Earth-style swamp of the underworld. The Earth-style technique he learned from Jiraiya now proved its greatest use as a vast swamp suddenly emerged and slowly dragged Kimimaro down. For Kimimaro, this kind of ninjutsu was practically his natural enemy. The Kage clan's close combat prowess meant they couldn't use ninjutsu. At least Kimimaro couldn't. Lady Tsunade. Shizen's cry interrupted Naruto's technique, causing the swamp to only reach Kimimaro's waist. Naruto didn't mind as long as it trapped him. He turned to see Orochimaru, who had temporarily shaken off Jiraiya, spitting out the Kusanagi sword, leaping off his summoning beast, and flying towards Tsunade. Naruto crouched ready to spring, but suddenly found himself bound by a bone, unable to break free. Dance of the Clematis Vine. In an instant, Kimimaro had pulled out his own spine and tied up Naruto tightly from a distance. 10 finger drilling bullets. 5 bone bullets shot toward Naruto once more. Damn it! Seeing Orochimaru getting closer to Tsunade, Naruto struggled harder. No choice. Even if I can't fully recover, I have to use it. Naruto made up his mind. Almighty push. The immense repulsive force instantly repelled Kimimara's spine and deflected his 10-finger drilling bullets. In the next moment, Naruto had left his spot and swiftly appeared before Tsunade. 1 second. Too late. Naruto saw Orochimaru already right before him, his right hand forming a Rinnegan, which he quickly struck against the Kusanagi sword. Rinnegan. However, the kinetic energy converted from potential energy was not so easily neutralized. Under Orochimaru's eerie smile, the Kusanagi sword continued to push forward, still pressing against the Rinnegan. Enough, Naruto. Get out of the way. Tsunade, though still trembling, seemed to have snapped out of her memories. Seeing Naruto shielding her, she screamed frantically. Stop it! Don't protect me anymore! Dodge! Damn it! Naruto felt furious at his own powerlessness. Rinnegan. Under pressure, the two-handed Rinnegan he had been struggling to complete finally succeeded, as his left hand's Rinnegan also pressed against the Kusanagi sword. Oh. 2 Rinnegans. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed coldly. But it's still not enough. An eerie power suddenly made the Kusanagi sword glow. That's enough. Run now! Tsunade screamed hysterically. Pfft. The tip of the Kusanagi sword appeared before Tsunade's eyes. Drip drop. Blood trickled down the sword, dripping onto Tsunade's nose, slowly flowing down and landing in her palm. The blood was so enchantingly red, so intoxicating. Tsunade was stunned. Naruto! Jiraiya called out in desperation. Pfft. Orochimaru jerked his head and pulled out the Kusanagi sword. Such a talented brat. Better to nip him in the bud. His snake-like pupils gleamed with excitement. Naruto! Tsunade snapped out of her daze and rushed forward, madly catching Naruto's slowly falling body. Her healing chakra surged wildly into his wound. Why? Why? Helpless tears fell to the ground without pause. Naruto's hand slowly reached up to touch Tsunade's face, trying to wipe away her tears, but he couldn't quite reach. Because you're the 5th Hokage of the village. The person I have to protect. Naruto coughed up blood and spoke with a smile. I really don't want to give up. Is this as far as I can go? I haven't achieved my dream yet. No. No. You'll live. Tsunade channeled all her chakra into performing medical ninjutsu. Tsunade, it's useless. Orochimaru walked over again. Naruto's heart has been pierced by my Kusanagi sword. You can't possibly save him. Shut up. I'll kill you later. Orochimaru's words were met with a furious roar from Tsunade, and even he was startled by her tone. In that moment of hesitation, Jiraiya appeared before Orochimaru, once more blocking his path. Naruto's hand slowly slid down from Tsunade's face as if he could no longer hold on. His vision grew darker and darker. His breathing has stopped. Tsunade's pupils dilated. Damn it, damn it! Don't die, don't die, don't die! Tears streamed uncontrollably. Where is this? Before Naruto lay a desolate blood-red land. Behind him a calm river flowed slowly, and on the opposite bank bloomed crimson bewitching flowers, the spider lilies as if beckoning departed souls. Am I dead? Naruto looked at his own body and murmured. Naruto walked along the river endlessly. After an unknown time, a palace appeared before him. The gates slowly opened as if aware of his arrival. Unconsciously, Naruto walked and passed through several corridors and finally reached the main hall. Seated high upon the throne was none other than Yama. You have finally arrived, the third child to possess the Rinnegan. Yama spoke slowly, his deep voice echoing throughout the hall. Now is the time to bestow upon you all your power. The true heir. True. Then what about Nagato? Naruto asked in surprise. He chose the wrong path. He chose to use the Rinnegan for destruction, so he summoned the demonic statue of the outer path. Yama looked at Naruto. But you chose to use the Rinnegan for protection. Therefore you will attain the complete outer path, the true outer path. Before Naruto could utter another word, a mass was expelled from Yama's mouth and fused into Naruto's soul. The true outer path has been given to you. The battle among the Rinnegan users is about to begin. Return to your own world. Let the one who brings change to the world. With Yama's words, Naruto's soul slowly rose, floated out of the palace, and drifted into the endless dark sky. Outside, Tsunade had exhausted all her strength, but still could not preserve Naruto's life. As she felt his body growing cold to fire and her eyes dimmed. Just then a voice seemingly from beyond the heavens startled everyone. Outer Path Samsara of Heavenly Life Technique. A beam of white light descended from the sky and plunged into Naruto's body. Under Tsunade's astonished gaze a hand reached out and gently covered her eyes. Don't cry anymore. If you keep crying you won't look pretty. How can this be? Orochimaru's face turned pale as he watched Naruto slowly regain his vitality. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Tsunade held Naruto's hand, tears streaming down again, this time tears of joy. This isn't the power of the Nine Tails. Impossible. Kabuto's glasses couldn't hide his astonishment. For a medical ninja, resurrection held an irresistible allure. Phew, Jiraiya let out a long breath. I knew it, that kid wouldn't die so easily. Kimimaro. Finisher him! Shouted Orochimaru. Riding the snake's tail, Kimimaro escaped the swamp and heard Orochimaru's summons. He turned his gaze back to Naruto, who lay on the ground. Naruto, you can only stop here. Dance of the clematis flower. Bones continuously erupted from beneath his skin, covering Kimimaro's entire left arm, forming the hardest bone drill. It's over. Kimimaro's left hand aimed straight at Naruto as he rushed forward at lightning speed. Damn it, he's coming for Naruto. Tsunade's eyes widened as she watched Kimimaro charge. With a thud, Kimimaro was sent flying, landing in the distance. Only Tsunade remained, her leg raised high, shielding Naruto. Impossible! Orochimaru stared in shock at Tsunade. Tsunade's trembling has stopped. Because of that brat. The reason is... Tsunade's bold voice echoed in Orochimaru's ears as she lifted her head. I am the 5th Hokage of Konoha. With that, Tsunade bit her finger and began forming hand seals. That seal! Orochimaru and Jiraiya started forming hand seals simultaneously. Ninja art summoning technique! The three shouted in unison. As their voices faded, beneath their feet appeared their strongest summoning beasts, Gamabunta, Katsuyu and Manda, ready to engage in battle. Katsuyu! Protect Naruto! Tsunade said to the slug beneath her. No need, my battle isn't over yet. Naruto's voice sounded from behind Tsunade. Naruto! Tsunade turned around in surprise. Your body. It's fine. Naruto stretched and turned his gaze downward, meeting Kimimaro's eyes. My opponent is waiting for me down there. With that, Naruto was about to jump down. Naruto. Naruto paused. Don't die. Tsunade's voice trembled again. Naruto was silent for a moment, then looked back at Tsunade, a bright smile dispelling all her unease. I'll live. With that, Naruto charged toward Kimimaro. You've finally come, Kimimaro said calmly. Yes. Naruto glanced back at where Tsunade stood, where the three Sannin had already begun their battle. Turning around, he looked at Kimimaro's increasingly pale face and said, You are a warrior. As a sign of respect, I will show you my full power. Ninja Art 6 Paths Clone Technique. With a series of thuds, 4 6 Paths clones appeared on the spot. Indeed, one more had emerged. The awakening of the outer path had also awakened the Hell Path. Shadow clones? Kimimaro sneered at the clones before him. You underestimate me. And with that, he charged again, for only in close combat could his power, the Kagaya clan's power, the Shikatsumiyaku, truly shine. Underestimate? No. The leading Preta path spoke, and the human path beside it continued. You underestimate us. With that, the human path caught Kimimaro's strongest spear, while the Preta path seized the bones protruding from Kimimaro's body. Sealing technique absorption. Kimimaro's chakra began flowing toward the Preta path. What? This is... Kimimaro felt his power gradually fading. Soon, perhaps even before the disease claimed him, he would die here. No. I can't let it end like this. Kimimaro struggled desperately. Dance of the Seedling Fern. Countless bone spikes burst from his body, piercing the Preta path all over. The Preta path was dealt a fatal blow, and its grip on the bones loosened. Kimimaro seized the chance to retreat, quickly putting distance between himself and the clones to recover his strength. Summon King of Hell's image. The Hell path formed hand seals, and a massive face of the King of Hell rose from the ground. Restoration. At the Hell path's command, a beam of white light shot from the King of Hell's mouth, entering the dying Preta path's body. Gradually, all the wounds on the Preta path healed. It rose again, standing at the front of the clones, while the King of Hell's image sank back into the earth. What is this? Kimimaro stared in disbelief at the sinking image. The clone he had thought nearly killed hadn't vanished, instead it had been revived. These aren't ordinary shadow clones. Naruto didn't answer. At this life-or-death moment, who would reveal their secrets, especially with a perverted snake and a bespectacled man eavesdropping nearby? Since close combat won't work, I'll fight from a distance. Seeing the 5 clones together, Kimimaro seemed to find a solution. 10 finger drilling bullets. Over a dozen bone bullets shot toward the 6 paths clones. But this wasn't the end. Dance of the Clematis Vine. Kimimaro's spinal blade extended again, binding the target and further reducing their room to dodge. The Narutos swiftly dodged into the gaps between attacks, but the original Naruto didn't escape. He was caught squarely by the dance of the Clematis Vine. Let's see you dodge this. As the razor-sharp bone bullets flew closer to Naruto, Kimimaro, still in his State 2 form, couldn't help but feel excited. But strangely, Naruto showed no sign of panic. Instead, he smiled eerily. Something's wrong. Just as Kimimaro grew wary, a voice answered his question. Ninja art summoning technique. The animal path in the distance formed hand seals, unleashing the unique summoning of the 6 paths. Poof! The spinal blade binding Naruto suddenly found nothing. The bone bullets hit empty air. Naruto had vanished from his spot and reappeared beside the animal path. Thus 5 of the 6 paths had fully revealed their abilities. Coughed. The repeated failures of his attacks began to panic Kimimaro, and with his time nearly up, a mouthful of blood uncontrollably spilled from his lips. Frowning, Naruto spoke. Your body can't hold out much longer, can it? My body is in terrible shape, and I don't have long to live. Kimimaro wiped the blood from his mouth. But I will not perish. I am not alone. I will live on in Lord Orochimaru's heart. As much as I hate to say it, you're a truly empty person. What do you know? Kimimaro roared. I am not alone. I will remain forever in Lord Orochimaru's heart. For Lord Orochimaru. Let me show you my final swan song. Dance. Dance of the seedling fern. Kimimaro. Is this the end? Orochimaru frowned, gazing down at Kimimaro. What is that? Under the astonished gazes of Tsunade and Jiraiya, bones began to emerge from the earth with a hiss, each one towering as high as a tree, growing faster and faster, expanding ever wider. Gamabunta slug! Jiraiya and Tsunade shouted simultaneously at their summoned beasts beneath them. Got it! Gamabunta leaped powerfully, springing far away, completely evading the bone spikes. The slug split into numerous clones, fleeing to another spot and recombining into one. As for Manda, even before Kimimaro shouted the name of this technique, he wisely dispelled his summoning and returned. His, with the final bone spike thrust out, the dance of the early fern was fully revealed before everyone's eyes. A dense forest of bones reflected the sunlight, each spike gleaming with a sharp edge. Relying on the power of the Deva path, Naruto floated above the bone forest, warily watching the surrounding bones, dodging Kimimaro's lethal strike. As for the clones, he had already recalled them. Is it over? Tsunade stared in astonishment at the vast expanse of bone forest, muttering numbly. Not yet. Unyielding, Kimimaro emerged from the bones behind Naruto, wielding a bone drill, and stabbed fiercely toward him. Lord Orochimaru understands me. What do you know? Naruto! Tsunade shouted. However, Kimimaro's bone spike never landed. Under the torment of his illness, he finally collapsed. Fighting until the very end. Naruto halted his prepared almighty push, quietly gazing at Kimimaro, who had died with his eyes open. Such a fanatical one. Kimimaro. Kabuto murmured his name softly, approaching Orochimaru. Let us stop here for today. Orochimaru's hoarse voice rang out again. Kimimaro's death had tipped the scales completely to the other side. We shall meet again. My comrade Tsunade Jiraiya. Orochimaru's bizarre earth release technique manifested once more as he slowly sank into the ground. I am immortal. Until we meet again. Kabuto smiled, formed a hand seal, and vanished with a body flicker. Finally, they're all gone. Naruto could no longer control his chakra, plummeting from the sky. Having been revived from death, his mental exhaustion was immense. Naruto! Tsunade leapt over, catching the falling Naruto. She grasped his hand, worriedly checked him, and finally relaxed. It's all right, just chakra depletion. He'll recover in a few days. Great. Everyone is safe. Jiraiya said, happily clutching his injured chest. When Naruto awoke again, he was already on his way back to Konoha. However, his actions had piqued the curiosity of Shikamaru and Choji. Seeing their relentless determination, Asuma had no choice but to say, You'll know in a few days. I can't say anything now. Hearing Asuma's words, the three had to swallow their questions back down. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, Tsunade gazed at the bustling Konoha village, a radiant smile on her face. Her eyes focused on the lively streets brimming with pride. From today onward I am the 5th Hokage of Konoha. I never thought you could convince her, Hamura Mitokado said to Jiraiya standing behind Tsunade. It's nothing. Once this handsome guy opens his mouth she can't resist. Jiraiya laughed narcissistically. Ha! Then, we must invite the feudal lords to the village to celebrate the inauguration of the 5th Hokage. Koharu Yudatane's expression remained eternally unreadable. Gunma Aoba, make sure to inform everyone. Yes, the two jonin replied. Heh. Tsunade seemed to see something and let out a smile. That Naruto guy. Naruto-kun, Lord Hayashi Hyuga requests your presence. As Naruto was strolling through the streets, 2 ninjas from the Hyuga clan appeared respectfully before him. After all, Naruto's heroic image during the Chunin exams had left a deep impression. Hayashi. Naruto frowned at the ninjas. What is it about? It should be related to Lady Hinata. The 2 ninjas answered meticulously. Hinata. Could it be? Naruto seemed to realize something. Let's go. After being led to the Hyuga clan's training ground, the 2 Hyuga ninjas withdrew, leaving Naruto alone. Naruto roughly guessed what this meant. Take this. Gentle fist. A childish voice sounded behind Naruto. However, such a simple attack could never hit him. Naruto sidestepped, dodging the strike, and extended his left hand, slowly spreading a net of repulsive force from the Deva path. Under the repulsive force, Hinata Hanabi's attacks could not touch Naruto's body at all. After a brief skirmish, realizing her attacks were ineffective, Hanabi stopped her gentle fist, panted for a few breaths, and stared intently at Naruto. Just as Naruto was about to feel creeped out by her stare, little Hanabi finally spoke. I acknowledge you, brother-in-law. What brother-in-law? Naruto fell to the ground. Huahua's childish voice carried a note of determination. Huahua, stop messing around. Just as Mingren was feeling awkward, the main figure finally emerged, Rishiang Rizu, who appeared from somewhere. Mingren, I'm really sorry. My daughter is too playful. Please forgive her. Rizu's tone carried an indescribable flattery. The Zhongren exam had spread Mingren's influence throughout Mai. Seeing Mingren's leisurely manner, Rizu admired him even more, thinking, this kid, though young, has remarkable patience, not the restless attitude of typical youths. But there are matters to discuss. We can't just chat endlessly, can we? Rishiang Rizu decided to speak up. Mingren, what do you think of my daughter Chutian? As a clan firmly aligned with the Hokage faction, the Rishiang clan could more or less glean insights from the Zhongren exam and subsequent actions. Why was Mingren allowed to shine so brightly in the Zhongren exam? Why was Mingren sent to welcome the new Hokage? In the eyes of the Rishiang clan, Mingren was a member of the Hokage faction, or perhaps Mingren was the future Hokage. Riding on Mingren's rising star was a resolution unanimously passed by the Rishiang elders. As for the bargaining chip, Chutian, who was close to Mingren, was the best candidate. She is very good. She is gentle, kind, cute, and beautiful. Mingren naturally knew what the old men were up to. Personally, Mingren truly detested this kind of marriage based on interest. However, toward Chutian, Mingren felt genuine affection. Moreover, being able to draw the Rishiang clan to his side was a win-win situation. Why not go along with it? Then what about your marriage with my daughter? Rizu bluntly expressed his intention, or rather the intention of the Rishiang elders. Seeing Rizu so impatient, Mingren couldn't help but sweat a little. Clan leader Rishiang, isn't it a bit too early to talk about marriage? We're only 13 years old. Indeed. Rizu realized he had been too hasty, but that didn't mean he would give up. You can get engaged first. In a few years. The Baiyan clan leader came up with another plan. Mingren had never expected that the dignified clan leader of Mai's foremost family ostensibly would be so eager to marry off his daughter. Clan leader Rishiang, you must understand that an early engagement would distract my focus, hindering my progress. I wish to improve my strength further before considering engagement. Don't you want to hitch your wagon to my star? What you value is my strength and potential. If you push me, you'll ruin my future. Mingren's tactic was indeed ruthless. Although Rishiang Rizu knew Mingren's words were mostly nonsense, he couldn't expose it openly, and risk straining their relationship. Kid, you're tough. Rizu gritted his teeth. Then when do you plan to get engaged to Chutian? The Baiyan clan leader kicked the ball back to Mingren. 3 years. Mingren seemed to consider for a long time, giving a time that barely fell within Rizu's bottom line. Fine, 3 years it is. In 3 years you must be engaged to my daughter Chutian. Riza looked as if he had breathed a sigh of relief. Little did he know Mingren was almost laughing inside. 3 years. Anyone who knew the story would know that 3 years later was when the Great Chaos began. By then who would care about an engagement? Walking out of the Rishon clan's gate, Mingren once again marveled. Strength was truly a wonderful thing. However, Mingren had underestimated the wisdom of the Rishon clan leader. As soon as he returned home, Mingren saw an extra person in his house. It was Rishon Chutian. It turned out that the old fox Riza had already sent Chutian to Mingren's house when he summoned Mingren under the pretext of building better relations with his comrade. Regardless of Mingren's answer, Chutian could not be sent back. Damn it, those old foxes are indeed no pushovers. Mingren helplessly but happily accepted the new member, Chutian. Fortunately, after the Zhongren exam, Mingren had rented the entire building and connected the rooms into one large house, so there was plenty of space. Mingren, you're back. Bai looked at the returning Mingren with her usual gentle gaze. Mingren. From today on we'll be living together. Please take care of me. Chutian could now speak a complete sentence to Mingren. Silly girl, what need is there for such formalities between us? Mingren affectionately pinched Chutian's nose and her face turned red again. Mingren then looked at Bai. Are you doing well in my absence? Mingren was referring to the Elders' Council. He was worried that Tuanzang might collude with the elders to pressure Bai, but it seemed the third Hokage could still keep them in check. Mingren, nothing happened. Bai smiled serenely. In truth, during Mingren's absence the root had appeared around Bai more than once. If not for her Shuji being already powerful, she might not have survived. However, gentle and kind-hearted Bai naturally would not tell Mingren about this. Ding dong. The bell on the door rang. It's Xiaoying. I'll get the door. As soon as she heard the bell, Bai knew who it was. During the days Mingren was away, this place had become Xiaoying's second home. She would train in the medical unit during the day, and in her free time she would come here to chat and eat with Bai before returning home. Bai and Xiaoying had become close sisters. Sister Bai, why did you take so long to open the door? Xiaoying's voice sounded at the entrance. Xiaoying, look who's back. Bai smiled and stepped aside, revealing Mingren to Xiaoying. Mingren. You're back. Xiaoying looked with surprise at the smiling Mingren. When did you get back? I just arrived today. While eating, Mingren told them about his adventures. When he mentioned his death, the girls all covered their mouths. When he revived, their worry turned to joy. It must be said that Mingren was quite dense in emotional matters. He even brought up the matter with the Rishon clan in front of everyone. In his mind, only Chutian truly liked him. Xiaoying might have changed due to his own transformation, so she was not as violent as in the original story. As for Bai, she was just a friend. However, when he spoke, Mingren did not notice the sadness in Xiaoying and Bai's eyes. No, I can't just give up. Xiaoying's inner personality started to rage. Mingren, starting tomorrow I'm moving in too. Xiaoying said, hands on her hips aggressively. Ah, why? Mingren was dumbfounded. Because. Xiaoying's eyes darted around and she accidentally glanced at Bai. Because I want to live with Sister Bai. You wouldn't object, would you? Of course not, of course not. Mingren once again wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. My rare vacation. Mingren cried inwardly. Thus Naruto did not slacken his resolve due to the 3 girls living in his home. Instead, it further ignited his desire to protect. He left early and returned late every day, training until he could no longer walk. Influenced by Naruto, Sakura and Hinata also began to train with greater diligence. The succession ceremony for the 5th Hokage was soon held and Naruto attended to witness the inauguration. It must be said that aside from the Chunin exams, the 5th Hokage's succession ceremony attracted the largest crowd. Naruto had never realized that Konoha had so many people. Standing on the rooftop, Tsunade wore the Hokage hat, exuding an air of heroic determination. Jiraiya and the 2 advisors stood behind her, silently watching. The area below the Hokage building was a sea of people. Shinobi and civilians alike quietly awaited their new Hokage to lead them forward. Tsunade removed her hat and smiled at the people looking up at her, radiating exuberance. From today onward I am the one who governs Konoha village, the 5th Hokage. What she received in return were cheers and praise from the crowd. At that moment Naruto truly felt the people's joy, a heartfelt support. Perhaps this is what protection earns. Konoha finally returned to its normal course and Team 7 resumed their mission life. The only difference was that Haku joined as the 4th member of Team 7. With Naruto's recommendation, Sakura and Ino formally became Tsunade's disciples, beginning their lives as medical kunoichi. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, on the pretext of gathering intelligence, left Konoha again after Tsunade became Hokage, embarking on his wandering journey. Compared to arduous training, going on missions was actually a relief for Team 7. A balance of tension and relaxation was essential for cultivation. However, there was one thing Naruto had been determined to figure out since his transmigration: what Kakashi really looked like. Of course, he had to drag the other members of Team 7 into this. "Don't you want to know?" Naruto said with a sinister expression. "Kakashi-sensei's true face. I think it's quite interesting. This." Sakura, also tired of long boring practice, wanted some entertainment. "I'll follow Naruto." Haku always obeyed Naruto's words. "Boring. I'm not interested." The cool guy pursed his lips and turned away. "Today's mission is over. I'm going to train." The revenge-driven child began to walk away. But Naruto wasn't about to let Sasuke be left out so easily. "Maybe. He has big thick lips," Naruto deliberately said in a voice just loud enough for Sasuke to hear. Sasuke's steps instantly froze. Big thick lips. In his mind he superimposed thick lips onto Kakashi's face, and immediately Sasuke wavered. Feeling that wasn't enough, Naruto added, "Or maybe huge buck teeth." This time Sasuke got goosebumps all over, trembling from head to toe. Thus Sasuke changed his mind. After all, faced with the teacher who had been training him all along, he couldn't help wanting to know Kakashi's true appearance. "Then let's come up with a plan." The four of them gathered and began discussing in detail. Naruto's only advantage was knowing that those methods were fundamentally impossible. Scene 1: Ichiraku Ramen Shop. "Here you go, sorry to keep you waiting." Tucci placed the ramen in front of Kakashi. "This is rare." Kakashi crossed his arms and looked at Naruto and the others with a puzzled expression. "You guys actually invited me together. What's your scheme?" Kakashi lowered his head warily and asked. You. What are you talking about?" Sakura said with a stiff fake smile, clearly not yet skilled enough in the medical ninja's art of keeping a straight face. "We just wanted to treat Kakashi-sensei to a meal," Naruto said extremely calmly, his expression revealing nothing. The little cool guy continued to look indifferent, his stoic face being his best cover. Haku, following Naruto's lead, wore a cheerful smile. Kakashi's gaze swept over the nervous group, then he picked up his chopsticks. "Is that so? Then I'll gladly accept." His left hand began to reach for his mask. Everyone's eyes followed Kakashi's left hand fixed on his mask. To prevent any interruptions from others, as in the original story, Naruto had specifically sent out 2 shadow clones to guard the entrance just in case. Almost there. Almost there. Everyone's hearts were pounding. "Take it off. Take it off." Just as they widened their eyes ready to catch a glimpse of Kakashi's true face, suddenly a bird cry came from outside. Kakashi paused, releasing his hand from the mask and putting down his chopsticks. "Sorry, the Hokage has summoned all Jonin. You can treat me next time." With that under everyone's helpless gaze, Kakashi vanished with a body flicker technique. First attempt failed. Scene 2: on the street. Everyone stealthily watched Kakashi, who was strolling around. "Sakura, you keep an eye on the area near Kakashi's house. I'll handle the inside of his home. Sasuke, you do the direct tailing. Haku, you use your mirror to observe Kakashi's movements. Everyone understand?" Naruto looked at the others. "Then let's move out." One day later. "Damn it, he got away again," Sasuke growled. "What's going on? He hasn't moved for ages. Could it be?" Sakura ran up to see, a scarecrow wearing a mocking smile on its face. "That Kakashi, why doesn't he ever change his mask? Isn't it disgusting?" Haku complained. "Damn it, he even covers his face when sleeping. Is wearing a mask that comfortable? And what material is that mask made of? Even my Rinnegan can't see through it. Should I ask Hinata to use her Byakugan?" "Just a joke." Second attempt failed. Scene 3: Konoha main gate. "Last chance, we must succeed." A firm resolve passed through their eyes. "Yo, your team spirit is really good." Kakashi looked at them approvingly, unaware that he was the victim. "Today's mission is to help out at the ranch outside the village. We have to see his true face." Sasuke's eyes were cold as he stared at Kakashi. After a bit of roughhousing, they set off on the path to the ranch. To prevent that idiotic trio of Rain Ninja from interfering with their plan, Naruto sent out a bunch of shadow clones before leaving and knocked them unconscious by the roadside. They wouldn't be moving for at least 3 days. Sure enough, on the way to the ranch they encountered a restaurant. When it was time to eat, Kakashi used his lame excuse. I'm on a diet, so I won't eat. This left Sakura and Sasuke frustrated. But then Sasuke thought of another idea: the hot spring. Naruto and Sasuke soaked in the hot spring waiting for Kakashi to arrive. Seeing the little cool guy's excited expression, Naruto sighed helplessly, thinking, I knew it, he'll definitely wear a towel. A towel. That's it. Naruto began forming hand seals underwater. Sure enough, Kakashi appeared before them wearing a towel around his face. Sasuke took one look and passed out. But Naruto dashed toward Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, watch out behind you. Alerted by Naruto, Kakashi indeed heard a faint sound of something cutting through the air behind him. He dropped flat to dodge a barrage of senbon, but this gave Naruto a great opportunity. Having already reached Kakashi, Naruto reached out and snatched off the towel. Behind him, Sasuke's eyes widened, staring intently at Kakashi's face. He even activated his Sharingan. But fate was determined to disappoint them. Under the towel, Kakashi still wore a mask. Third attempt still failed. On the way back to Konoha, Sakura finally couldn't hold back. Kakashi-sensei, what does your face really look like under that mask? Naruto knew Kakashi was about to mess with them again. What? You want to see? Kakashi put down his copy of Make Out Paradise. Why didn't you say so earlier? You'd let us see. The little cool guy even dropped his pride to ask. It's not like I can't. Kakashi reached for his mask, baiting their curious gazes. Underneath. Kakashi quickly pulled down his mask and smiled. Still a mask. This time everyone fainted. Achoo! Naruto sat idly on his chair, staring at the movie screen with boredom. With the final strike of the Storm Princess, the great Demon King was finally defeated and the world was restored to peace. The director really lacks imagination. Such a cliched plot is just too boring. Naruto muttered in exasperation, but judging from Sakura's glaring look, she was still quite taken by it. This is the person we've been assigned to protect the actress who plays the Storm Princess, Fujikaze Yuki, Kakashi said, pointing at the princess on the screen. Wow, awesome. We get to meet the real Storm Princess. Sakura clasped her hands together, her face filled with anticipation. Oh, has it started? Snow Country Ninja Scroll. Naruto gazed at the Storm Princess on the screen. That spoiled, willful yet tragic girl. Looks like I'll need to come up with some plan. The group followed Kakashi to the theater of the Storm Princess. During the tour, Sakura noticed a photo on the wall. What a perilous cliff. Seeing Sakura's interest, a crew member explained. That's the Rainbow Ice Wall located in the Land of Snow. The film's final scene will be shot there. The Land of Snow is quite far from here. Sasuke frowned, thinking that traveling such a distance would waste a lot of training time. The leading lady's manager, Mr. Sandai, will guide you. The assistant director spoke up. It's said that in spring the Rainbow Ice Wall glimmers with 7 colors. But Kakashi cut him off. That's just a rumor. In reality, the Land of Snow has no spring. Saying this, Kakashi sank into his own memories. Huh. I looked around as if searching for something. Come to think of it, where is Miss Fujikaze Yuki? I haven't seen her at all. At the mention of Fujikaze Yuki, the crew fell silent. Let me explain. Yuki has run away. Sandai stepped forward. Run away? The group echoed in surprise. Yuki is not the kind of girl who would abandon a job once she's taken it. The director spoke. I don't care about her personal issues. I only admire her ability to deliver the best performance the moment she stands before the camera. She was born to be an actress. The director couldn't help but acknowledge her talent. But why would she bolt the moment she hears about the Land of Snow? Outside the theater, Kakashi said to the 4. We'll split up and find Fujikaze Yuki first. The others nodded and dispersed. While the rest searched aimlessly, Naruto headed straight for the place where she was most likely to be found. That was the advantage of having foreknowledge. Sure enough, Naruto found Fujikaze Yuki completely drunk in a small bar. Why did you run away? Naruto sat down beside Fujikaze Yuki and took her glass. Although he knew the reason, he couldn't just come out and say it. Fujikaze Yuki glanced at Naruto's headband, smirked, reached for the bottle in front of her, and muttered to herself. Acting is the worst profession. Only the worst people do it. She took a swig from the bottle. Naruto snatched it away. Stop drinking. You're already drunk. TCH annoying. Just disappear, will you? Fujikaze Yuki slumped onto the table, continuing her soliloquy. Living a fake life according to someone else's script. I'm nothing but a fool. Her eyes revealed deep exhaustion and sorrow. Naruto was moved. He reached out and placed his hand on her shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. No matter what difficulties you face, I'll protect you. Fujika's Yuki froze. Once upon a time she had seen that same smile on her father's face. But only for a moment she snapped back to reality and sneered. You don't know anything. And you want to protect me? Just as Naruto was about to continue, Sandai and Kakashi finally arrived. Miss Yuki. Sandai staggered in and placed his hand on her table. The ship to the land of snow is about to set sail. If we don't hurry. That's enough. Yuki raised her head, snatched the bottle from Naruto, and took another big gulp. The Storm Princess won't be boarding that ship. How can you say that? Sakura complained. What are you talking about? Sandai was on the verge of breaking down. Isn't this better? Yuki, reeking of alcohol, said nonchalantly. Doesn't this happen all the time? Changing the lead or the director for a sequel? Please don't say that. Sandai interrupted her rambling. The role of the Storm Princess belongs to no one but you, Yuki. But no matter what Sandai said, Fujika's Yuki remained unmoved, refusing to board. No choice, Naruto said. It seemed he would have to make her face her fears and confront Kazuhana Namishi, and the others after they boarded. Huh! Fujika's Yuki turned her head, curious to see what Naruto could do to get her on the ship. But before she could see, a sharp blow landed on her neck and she collapsed instantly. Nice one, Naruto! Kakashi shot him an approving glance. Sakura and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. They were clearly at their wits' end. But will Miss Yuki be alright? Sandai asked with concern. Don't worry, I know exactly how much force to use. She'll wake up in a day. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. With Naruto's assurance, Sandai relaxed. What followed was quite simple. They tossed the unconscious Yuki onto the ship, and the crew set sail for the land of snow. The sky began to lighten, and golden sunlight lazily streamed through the curtain, falling on Yuki's face. She stretched out a hand to shield her eyes, opened them, and sat up. Miss Yuki, are you awake? Sandai's voice came from outside the door. Sandai, please get me some water. Yuki rubbed her neck. Why does my neck hurt so much? And everything swaying before my eyes. Is it just my imagination? No, it's not your imagination, Sandai said. Huh. Without even fixing her clothes, Yuki rushed out, and what greeted her eyes was a massive sail. What is the meaning of this? Yuki's scream echoed throughout the entire ship. What a troublesome woman! Naruto sighed, covering his forehead. Watching the bustling preparations on the ship, he mused. They're really making the most of every moment. Naruto, this is an A-rank mission. No matter how troublesome, we have to protect her, Kakashi said, not looking up from his book. I don't see how guarding an actress could be that difficult, Sasuke said disdainfully, training his chakra relentlessly. That's not necessarily true. Naruto cast a profound gaze toward Fujika's Yuki, who was getting her makeup done. Director! The assistant shouted loudly. With his voice, everyone on the ship emerged from their cabins. Before them stood a suddenly appearing colossal iceberg. This is... The director squinted, his small eyes fixated on the massive iceberg ahead. The path was blocked when I woke up this morning. The assistant, clad in a thick cotton coat, looked worried and spread his hands, asking, What should we do? The director remained silent, staring intently at the scene on the iceberg, then suddenly widened his eyes. That's it! The elderly director exclaimed, extremely excited. Change the script. Huh! The assistant stepped back, looking puzzled. Are you stupid? Look carefully. The director gesticulated with fervor. This sheer cliff is perfect for an exterior shot. How could we let it slip through our lens? This is a gift from the god of cinema. The director waved his hand grandly. Everyone prepared to land. Helpless Fujiyuki and the others had to disembark from the ship to prepare for filming. Naruto and his team followed closely behind. Is it about to happen? Naruto surveyed the snowy terrain and icebergs, unable to discern anything unusual. The geographical advantage is too obvious. This place is very unfavorable for us. Naruto stomped the snow beneath his feet. I can't even build up speed. What's wrong, Naruto? Observant by notice Naruto's unease, approached him and asked softly. Naruto didn't answer her question, but instead asked, Why does this environment affect your bloodline ability? Of course. Fighting here I can perform at least 150 of my normal capacity. Bai sensed the ice release within her, and continued. What, is there an enemy? Yeah. Naruto nodded, leaned close to Bai's ear, and whispered softly. Be careful. The enemy also has no bloodline yet can use ice release. Feeling Naruto's concern and intimate gesture, Bai's cheeks flushed slightly. She nodded. What are you two whispering about? Sakura noticed Naruto and Bai in private conversation just as the filming was about to start, and curiously walked over. Nothing, we were just saying how rare this frost is. Naruto made a flimsy excuse to brush it off, knowing that the fewer people aware, the less likely the enemy would be alerted. He still needed the snow ninja to expose Fujiyuki's identity. If they found out and fled, it would be troublesome. Really? Sakura's suspicious gaze swept between them, but she remained silent. She watched Naruto walk toward the film crew with a complex expression. All right. Scene 36, take 22, action. By the time Naruto arrived, the crew had already begun filming. With the assistant's call, Fujiyuki started performing. You are the Demon King. Before the camera, Fujiyuki radiated charm. Perish, you insignificant insect. As the Demon King waved his hand, a deafening explosion roared. But not from the front, it came from the iceberg behind. Huh? What's happening? The actors turned to look at the iceberg behind them, where thick black smoke billowed toward the sky. What are you doing? Amid the director's furious shout, Kakashi dashed into the scene and stood in front of Yuki. Everyone fall back. Kakashi stared intently at the sight of the explosion, shouting to the actors. As the smoke gradually cleared, a human figure rose from the ground, arms crossed. Welcome to the land of snow. You are. Kakashi's eyes widened, then he glanced to the left, where a female snow ninja stood atop an ice peak. We extend our grand welcome, Princess Snow. Did you bring the hexagonal crystal? Kakashi froze, then turned to look at Fujiyuki. She said Princess Snow? Sentai Fu, standing nearby, gaped in astonishment, utterly stunned that they had been discovered so quickly by Kazuhana Doto's men. Whoosh! Another rolling sound emerged from the other side as a large snow ninja burst out from beneath the snow. As expected of Hatake Kakashi, it seems we can only stop here. By now even a fool would know they were hostile. Naruto and the others immediately shielded Yuki, known now Kazuhana Koyuki, in front of them. Everyone get back to the ship. Kakashi shouted at the crew. Then he turned around. Naruto. Protect Miss Fujiyuki. Fubuki Mizore, we entrust Princess Snow to you. The leading snow ninja said as he charged down. What a nuisance. The female ninja Fubuki grumbled, but moved swiftly, heading straight for Koyuki. Kakashi intercepted the leading snow ninja, stopping in front of him. Long time no see, Kakashi. The snow ninja sneered at him. Not running away this time. Like last time. At the mention of the past, Kakashi's pupils contracted. Gakido. Avalanche. Before he finished speaking, the two began their battle, exchanging close quarters taijutsu, the air filled with the sound of their fists and feet colliding. Boom! The large snow ninja Mizore pulled out a snowboard, tossed it onto the ground, jumped on, and sped toward Naruto and the others. Sasuke. One each. Naruto said, charging toward the giant. Whoosh! 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 He threw shuriken at Mizore. Clang! 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 The shuriken inexplicably bounced off in front of the giant. As I thought, that chakra armor. Naruto halted but slid forward a bit. This terrain. It's so frustrating. Ice release, swallow, snowstorm. Fubuki arrived as well, and dozens of ice swallows burst from the ground, flying towards Sasuke. Sasuke flipped to dodge the incoming swallows, then landed and quickly formed hand signs. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball turned the circling ice swallows into slush. Seeing the gigantic flames, Kazuhana Koyuki froze, recalling the tragedy 10 years ago. She stood rooted to the spot. Watching all the ice swallows vanish, Sasuke ceased chakra output, frowning. This place is too disadvantageous for fire release. It consumes much more chakra. Everyone get back to the ship. Sakura pulled out a kunai and spoke to the actors behind her. Hearing her words, all the actors ran toward the ship except for Kazuhana Koyuki, who remained frozen in place. Miss Yuki, Sakura called out anxiously. Just as Koyuki stood frozen, Sentai Fu ran over. Princess. Hearing the familiar address, Koyuki snapped back to reality, her eyes wide as she turned to look at the running Sentai Fu. Sentai Fuyu. Ice prison technique. The battle continued. Fubuki pressed her finger to the ground and rows of ice pillars shot towards Sasuke. Sasuke dodged left and right, evading all the pillars, leaped into the air and formed hand signs again. Fire release Great Dragon Fire Technique. A massive fire dragon roared toward Fubuki. Fubuki pointed and ice pillars rose before her to block Sasuke's powerful fire technique. It's useless. Using fire release here is just asking for trouble, Fubuki said disdainfully. Is that so? Just watch. Sasuke ignored her and quickly formed hand signs. Lightning release ground strike. The previous fire technique had been a setup for this. Lightning followed the melted ice water from the fire dragon and successfully struck Fubuki. Got it. Excitement gleamed in Sasuke's eyes. Seems like Sasuke has learned a lot from Kakashi. Naruto glanced at Sasuke's fight while continuing to battle the giant. Oh dear, I was careless. Fubuki's figure emerged unscathed from behind the ice pillars. Ice release swallow snowstorm. The ice swallows slammed into the caught-off-guard Sasuke, sending him flying. Sasuke! Kakashi broke free from his entanglement with Gakido Avalanche and rushed towards Sasuke. Water release water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon halted Fubuki's attempt to continue attacking, and Kakashi successfully regrouped with Sasuke. Even if it costs us our lives, we must continue filming. The director and his crew fearless carried the camera and moved while filming. Let them see what professional cinematography looks like. Seeing the crew's actions, Naruto was utterly speechless. There really were people who weren't afraid of death. Kakashi, that armor seems a bit strange. Sasuke stared intently at the armor on Fubuki. Chikila armor. Suiju frowned, staring at Choishue. Was that what blocked my lightning release just now? Do you remember? Langya Shuabing stood atop a high ice peak looking down at Kakashi. This armor can amplify the Chikila within the body, enhance various ninjutsu, construct a defensive wall of Chikila around the body, and even neutralize your Chikila attacks or even reverse your Chikila. No matter what ninjutsu or jinjutsu, it is useless against it. Is he an idiot? Exposing all his advantages. Mingren, after dodging a blow from the bulky figure, stared at Langya Shuabing on the ice peak as if he were a fool. Bingduan Polong Minghu. Langya Shuabing began releasing his ninjutsu toward Kakashi. But Kakashi was not to be outdone, retaliating with his own jutsu. Shueduin Shuelongden. The ice tiger and water dragon clashed in the sky. It must be said that in such an environment, Bingduan still held the advantage of terrain. The water dragon was instantly frozen into ice by the ice tiger that pierced through it, shattering into pieces, while the ice tiger continued its charge unabated, hurtling straight towards Suiju and Kakashi. Kakashi and Suiju rolled aside to dodge. At that moment, Choishue began to rush toward Fenghua Xiaoxue. Xiaoying quickly stepped in front of Xiaoxue. Move aside, little girl. Choishue quickly formed hand seals. Bingduan Bingzhu. A massive ice pillar crashed towards Xiaoying. Xiaoying wanted to dodge, but she couldn't. Fenghua Xiaoxue was right behind her. Just as Xiaoying braced for the impact of the ice pillar, Bai's voice rang out. Mishu Bingjingbi. At Bai's command, a wall of ice swiftly rose, completely blocking the ice pillar. Oh. You can use Bingduan too. Choishue was startled, asking in confusion. In that moment of hesitation, Suiju arrived. Xiaolunian activate. The Scarlet Three-Tomo Sharingan was strikingly conspicuous. 2 steel wires wrapped around her body. Huoduan Longhua Jishu. Locked on by the Xiaolunian flames, shot straight toward Choishue. Damn it! The wings behind Choishue's armor instantly spread, snapping the steel wires and carrying her into the sky. Miss Yuki, hurry, get to the ship. Xiaoying urgently called out to Xiaoxue, but Fenghua Xiaoxue seemed unresponsive, sitting in place with a vacant gaze as if lost in memory. Princess. Santeifa pleaded earnestly. Princess, please return to the ship. If you don't hurry, your life will be in danger. No. Xiaoxue's eyes revealed fear. I don't care if I die. I won't go to that snow country. Xiaoxue covered her head with both hands, shouting loudly. As she shouted, she collapsed onto the snow. What a troublesome woman! Mingren looked at Xiaoxue. I have to save her first. Shiluo Tianjing. Mingren unleashed a powerful Shiluo Tianjing, sending the bulky figure Yujiaksa flying away. Under the repulsive force, the already thin ice began to crack and shatter. Ignoring the flung Yujiaksa, Mingren quickly arrived beside Xiaoxue. Troublesome woman, wake up! He shook Fenghua Xiaoxue and patted her face. Xiaoxue swayed as she woke again. I'm not dead yet. Bingduan Ija Baijing. Langya Shuabing began a large-scale ninjutsu. A white whale made of ice emerged from the sea, crashing heavily onto the ice surface. Boom! The already cracking ice now completely shattered, sending ice shards flying everywhere. Don't talk about dying, I said I'll protect you. Mingren tightly embraced Fenghua. Xiaoxue leaped into the air to avoid the ice debris and hovered in the sky. You can fly. Fenghua. Xiaoxue looked at the Mingren holding her as if she were seeing a god, her eyes resembling those of the people during the Chunin exam. Of course I'm amazing. He gave her a big smile. Staring blankly at Mingren's smile, Xiaoxue's face inexplicably flushed. But in just a moment her face turned pale again, and she stopped struggling. Mingren, take them away from here. Kakaxi's shout came from the ice peak. Mingren knew he was about to destroy this ice island too. Xiaoying and Bai led Santeifu toward the ship while Mingren, carrying Fenghua. Xiaoxue landed steadily on the deck and took her back to her room. As for the director and the crew, they had already sensed it was time when Langya Xuebing unleashed his ultimate move. They quickly packed their equipment and ran onto the ship. Seeing that almost everyone was safe, Kakashi began to calmly form hand seals. Bingduanija Baijing. A white whale burst from the iceberg, hurtling toward Langya Xuebing. Still imitating others as always. The same jutsu won't decide anything. Langya Xuebing formed seals again, and a white whale emerged from behind him, crashing into Kakaxi's white whale. Just as Kakashi was about to taunt, another voice rang out. Bingduanija Baijing. Yet another white whale shot up from the sea, slamming into Langya Xuebing. What? Both Kakashi and Langya Xuebing turned to look at the source of the voice. There stood Zhuju, hands on his knees, panting heavily, his scarlet three-tomos Xiaolinian gleaming with excitement. Two massive white whales simultaneously crashed into the single white whale, striking the iceberg with devastating force, breaking it into pieces. The ice island began to split apart. Good work, Zhuju. The Uchiha bloodline was truly formidable. Kakashi with relief came to Zhuju's side, hoisted the exhausted Zhuju onto his shoulder, and leaped toward the ship. Phew! Langya Xuebing leaped out of the ice mist, watching the departing Kakashi and Zhuju. Uchiha! No wonder! As the ice island sank, the accompanying sea breeze pushed the ship further away. The vessel drifted farther with the wind, and the snow shinobi could no longer give chase. Cut! The director waved his paper megaphone and stopped the filming. We've captured some truly magnificent scenes. They're really dedicated. Still filming even after boarding the ship? Kakashi and his team broke into a cold sweat, staring speechlessly at the crew. How are you, Zhuju? Mingren looked at Zhuju, who was sprawled on the ground. I'm okay, just used too much tequila. Zhuju forced himself to stand again, looking at the shattered ice in the distance. That jutsu was really powerful, unfortunately. It can only be used here. One day later. Has it been 10 years since then? In Xiaoxue's room, Kakashi held the hexagonal crystal, sighing emotionally. Fenghua. Xiaoxue had been asleep for a long time due to the excessive stimulation of the past few days. Creak! The wooden door opened and Santeifu entered. We've reached the harbor. Kakashi put down the hexagonal crystal and left Xiaoxue's room. Santeifu, you know. In a certain room, Kakashi said. Yes, Santeifu replied. You can imagine what will happen to her when she returns to the snow country. Kakashi lowered his head. To bring the princess back to this country, I had no choice. Santeifu's voice revealed helplessness. Could it be that Miss Yuki is really the princess? Xiaoying asked in disbelief. That's right, Kakashi continued. Fujimine Yuki is her alias. She is actually the heir to this snow country princess, Fenghua Xiaoxue. Everyone except Mingren, even Zhuju, widened their eyes in surprise. When I was by the princess's side, Santeifu began to recount his sorrowful history. Back then we couldn't defeat that guy, so we had no choice but to flee, constantly fleeing. Kakashi's eyes showed a hint of unwillingness. If only I had died then. Xiaoxue's cold voice came from outside the door. Her eyes were filled with despair. The eyes of the crowd were drawn to Xiaoxue leaning against the doorframe. Santeifu wiped away his tears and ran over. Please do not say such things. To us, your highness, your survival is the greatest hope. Although alive, my heart is already dead. Xiaoxue's eyes lost their focus. Since then my tears have dried up. But for the people of the land of snow. Santeifu knelt before Xiaoxue and said solemnly, Princess Xiaoxue, please defeat Nuteo and become the new ruler of this country. I, Santeifu, will protect you even at the cost of my life. Please join us and regroup. Xiaoxue glared coldly at Santeifu. I won't do it. Don't be ridiculous. I refuse. Your Highness. Santeifu persisted unwillingly. I said you should all give up by now. Xiaoxue lost her patience and interrupted him. Are you idiots? No matter how hard you try, you can never defeat Naruto. Only by persisting can you see hope. Naruto stood up, his gaze piercing into Xiaoxue's heart. Those who only run away can never win. TCH. Xiaoxue pouted dismissively. It is precisely because you never give up that you see hope, and because you see hope that you can embrace the future. The director folded his arms and said gravely, Doesn't this perfectly align with the theme of Princess of the Wind and Clouds? The final chapter. Director. Are you saying you want to continue filming? The assistant looked at the director in astonishment. Think about it, isn't it extremely rare to make a movie with a real princess? The old director said with a smile. Wait. Xiaoxue hurriedly tried to stop their wild idea. No, you have only one path to take. Naruto spoke first. Now that Fonghua Nuteo has found you, do you think they will let you go? Other than fighting, you have no other choice. After hearing Naruto's words, Xiaoxue stood frozen. Seeing the atmosphere turn cold, Kakashi said, For a mission like this we should return to the village first, and gather more people. A waste of time. Sasuke said calmly, For a mission like this we are more than enough. Everyone. Sentai Fu, still kneeling, looked at them with gratitude. It's decided. We'll continue filming. The old director made the final decision. Shoot a perfect ending. Rumble, rumble. The crew's slow-moving car passed through the cave and stopped outside for a rest. Director. Something terrible has happened. The assistant jumped off the car in a panic and rushed to the director. Yuki has run away again. Meanwhile, Sakura found Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto is also missing. What? The director and Kakashi exclaimed simultaneously. Sasuke, Sakura, bye. Let's split up to search. Use the radio to contact when found. We must find Xiaoxue. Kakashi directed everyone to spread out. In the snowy forest, Fonghua Xiaoxue stumbled and ran alone. Don't be ridiculous, don't be ridiculous. Xiaoxue kept running, until she stepped into a hole and fell onto the snow, rolling forward, finally lying face down on the snow. Xiaoxue lay on the snow, unwilling to get up, eyes open, motionless. Really, how many times are you going to run away? A familiar voice came from above Xiaoxue, and a pair of strong arms lifted her up. Everyone is waiting for you. Xiaoxue finally saw the face, golden hair shining with a unique brilliance. Naruto carried Fonghua Xiaoxue on his back, walking through the cave they had already passed. Why is it that you always find me? Xiaoxue asked softly, lying on Naruto's back. Because I said I will protect you. Naruto turned back and gave her a gentle smile. No matter where you go, I will chase you to any place. Xiaoxue was stunned for a moment, then turned her head away. When we go back, I'll just act in front of the camera. I won't do anything else. Hearing Xiaoxue's words, Naruto laughed. Hey, you're such a stubborn lady. Woo! The sound of a train whistle came from behind Naruto, and the railway tracks slowly emerged from the snow, stretching into the distance. Train. Oh no, I forgot. Naruto adjusted Xiaoxue on his back and began to sprint forward. Rumble, 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 rumble. The sound of the train wheels grew closer, and its headlights illuminated the path ahead. The roaring train charged toward Naruto. We'll be caught. Xiaoxue looked back at the approaching train and shouted. We can't outrun it. Naruto yelled anxiously. It's absolutely impossible. Xiaoxue turned back and screamed at Naruto. It's obviously impossible. Shut up. Naruto yelled. Help me remove the weights tied to my body. Hearing this, Xiaoxue didn't have time to ask and reached her hands to his chest, unfastening the bindings. As the knots came undone with a thump, the weights fell to the ground. Naruto's speed instantly increased, barely pulling ahead of the train. It's useless even if you do this. Seeing the train gradually catching up, Xiaoxue closed her eyes. It's over. I won't let it end. Naruto shouted. Even if you give up, I said I would protect you. Watch. With Naruto's words, a repulsive force began to emanate from his feet. Each step produced a greater recoil, propelling him forward. Gradually his feet lifted off the ground, his legs straightened back, and he flew, carrying Xiaoxue on his back. Whoosh! Barely skimming the train, Naruto flew out of the cave and soared into the sky. Looking down at the train still moving forward, he turned back with a smile. See, I told you it would work. Fonghua Xiaoxue, having survived the ordeal, also showed a faint smile. Just as she was about to speak. Long time no see, Xiaoxue. Fonghua Nuteo's voice came through a microphone from the train. Xiao Xue's face instantly froze. Fenghua. Nuteo. It's been 10 years, hasn't it? Beside Lang Yishuebing, Fenghua Nuteo continued with the microphone. Come, let me have a good look at your face. Just as Shishua was in a daze, dozens of logs slid down from the mountain peak and crashed into Fenghua Nuteo's train. Santai Fu had arrived with Xiaoshua's loyal followers and issued a declaration of victory. Oh, so there are still such fellows left. Fenghua Nuteo looked at the ragtag group on the mountain. I'm sorry, but I'll be able to dispose of them shortly. Lang Yishuebing lowered his head. No. Fenghua Nuteo sneered. Oh no, that train is dangerous. Naruto turned to Xiaoxue and shouted. Hold on tight. Xiaoxue instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around his waist. Feeling secure, Naruto released the hands supporting her, and quickly pulled out over a dozen kunai with explosive tags from his ninja tool pouch. Before Santai Fu and the others could charge, he threw the kunai at all the train cars. Boom! The kunai launchers inside the train cars were all reduced to fragments. What? That brat! Fenghua Nuteo gazed furiously at Naruto in the sky. Boom! Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, another explosion echoed from the snowy mountain. With Sakura's explosive tags, a massive avalanche cascaded down the slope, roaring as it engulfed the train. Under the impact of the snow blocks, Nuteo decisively chose to start the train and flee. The train sped over the wooden bridge that Kakashi had prepared. With another explosion, all the carriages vanished into nothingness, leaving only the locomotive carrying Nuteo and Lang Yishuebing to escape, gradually fading into the distance. Watching the retreating locomotive, Sasuke drew a kunai and prepared to give chase. Kakashi grabbed him and said, Wait, Sasuke. Don't pursue a cornered foe. Seeing the enemy gone, Naruto carried Xiaoxue slowly down to the ground and set her down gently. Thank goodness, Your Highness. I'm so relieved you're safe. As soon as he saw Xiaoxue descending, Santai Fu immediately rushed over. Go back. Seeing Santai Fu approach, Xiaoshue's first words left him stunned. She pointed at Naruto and the others. If it weren't for them, this time you'd all be dead. If you stay in this country, everyone will die. Xiaoshue's fear of Nuteo was etched deep in her heart, impossible to shake. After speaking, Xiaoxue turned and walked toward the crew's vehicle. Your Highness. Santai Fu raised his sword, pointing at the samurai behind him. They all fought for you. Please confront Nuteo and settle this. This is pointless. Just go back. Xiaoxue continued walking stubbornly without looking back. Where are you going back to? Naruto's voice rang out from behind. Xiaoxue stopped and turned around. Your country is here, isn't it? If you want to go back, defeat Fenghua Nuteo and return with dignity. You don't know anything. Xiaoshue's cold expression made Naruto doubt the smile he had seen before. She turned her face away, hiding it from everyone. This country has no spring. It's a land where tears turn to ice and hearts freeze solid. But can't you change all that? Hokage said firmly, looking at Xiaoshue's back. Xiaoxue was silent for a moment, then resumed walking. Don't talk nonsense. Hey. Naruto trotted after her. Leave me alone. Xiaoxue pushed his hand away. Gurgle. As the two stood their ground, an airship rose from behind the cliff, its propeller blades clearly audible. That is. Sakura's eyes widened as she watched the ascending airship. Bang! Standing on the airship's door, Xiaoxue fired his mechanical arm toward Xiaoxue. Pfft. While everyone was stunned, the mechanical arm seized Xiaoxue and pulled her onto the airship. Seeing Xiaoshue's successful capture, Xiaoxue, circling overhead, casually dropped a dozen kunai wrapped with ninjutsu talismans. Not good, everyone take cover. Kakashi's eyes sharpened as he signaled everyone to dodge quickly. The kunai stabbed into the snow, instantly erupting into massive ice spikes that pierced straight through the crew's vehicle. Thanks to Kakashi and the others, the crew suffered no major injuries. However, Naruto, who had remained in place, was caught directly by the sudden ice spikes. Bang! Just as Sakura was about to rush over the impaled Naruto, turned into a puff of smoke. Shadow Clone! Could it be that he? Sakura turned her gaze toward the departing airship. The scene shifted to the airship's gondola, where Xiaoxue sat on a sofa staring blankly at the floor. You've grown prettier, Xiaoxue, Fenghua Nuteo said calmly. Do you have the hexagonal crystal with you? Xiaoxue replied with a single word. Good. Then Fenghua Nuteo began to explain his understanding of the secret treasure key. After finishing his explanation, Fenghua Nuteo said impatiently, Now hand over the hexagonal crystal. Hearing Nu Tao's words, Xiao Shui obediently removed the hexagonal crystal hanging around her neck and handed it to him. Naruto observed the scene thinking, "It seems she still lacks the courage." Nu Tao excitedly took the crystal and examined it closely. Suddenly his eyes bulged and he pulled Xiao Shui close, roaring, "Don't jest with me. This is clearly a fake." "Impossible." Xiao Shui looked at the fake crystal in disbelief, then suddenly remembered something. "Back then. Chimu Kakashi." "I see. If it's Kakashi, this is to be expected," said Long Yashuabing. "Then we'll go bring him here now." "There's no need for that." Nu Tao pushed Xiao Shui aside, a cold smile on his face. "Those guys will show up before me soon enough. Until then we'll wait." With a sneer, Nu Tao crushed the counterfeit crystal in his hand. In the prison of the Snow Country Castle, under the watch of 2 snow ninjas, Xiao Shui was shoved into a cell. Hugging her knees, Xiao Shui stared coldly at the wall. "So this is the Snow Country prison?" Naruto's voice sounded from behind her. "You? How did you get in?" Xiao Shui looked at Naruto in surprise, but then quickly turned her head away. "No matter how you got in, you're stuck here just like me now. We can't get out." Naruto didn't rush to leave. He knew that if Xiao Shui lacked courage, saving her would be futile. He sat down beside her. "What did you mean by no spring?" Xiao Shui glanced at Naruto and spoke despondently. "Father said that when spring comes we would see it. But in this country there is no spring. Father passed away and I fled from this country. I abandoned my faith, kept running away, lying even to myself, and played a role all along." Xiao Shui closed her weary eyes. "Someone like me is only fit to be an actress." Listening silently to Xiao Shui's words, Naruto felt something stirring within him, a resonance, a yearning. Gradually he seemed to detach from his own body, sinking into the memories buried deep within his mind, memories of the past. "Get lost, monster!" Children threw stones at him. "Hey, look at that! Shh, don't say anything." Adults looked at him, with cold, indifferent gazes. Everyone ignored him, as if he were cast aside by the world, locked away from everyone, gazing longingly at the outside world. Naruto lost control of his body. Under the influence of the last shred of memory, his body spoke in a low voice. "If you give up, it must be easy, right?" The tone was sorrowful and lonely. "Wouldn't it be fine to go unnoticed? But I found it painful. The world is vast, yet there is no place for me to belong." The memory seemed to reach its end, and his control over the body gradually weakened. "But once you have friends, you never give up trying, and you constantly want to protect them." His body slowly stood up and walked toward the cell door. "If you truly give up, dreams and everything else will vanish at that moment." His body reached out and grabbed the cell bars. Electricity coursed through him, and his hands trembled incessantly. "Enough. Stop moving." Xiao Shui stood up, watching Naruto with concern. "Your father's words were not wrong." His body ignored Xiao Shui and continued to exert force. "I will prove it to you." The bars were slowly pried apart by his body, and the damage from the electricity grew more severe. Finally he tore the bars apart. "Naruto!" Xiao Shui called out anxiously. "See? I told you I could do it." The last trace of memory finally reached its end. He could no longer control his body and slowly collapsed. "Even in death the spirit of protection remains in the memory. I truly thank you, Naruto." Seeing the flame rekindle in Xiao Shui's eyes, Naruto, having returned to his body, silently murmured, "Farewell, Naruto." Boom! A massive explosion suddenly occurred outside the castle of Snow Country. "As I expected, Kakashi and the others have come, haven't they?" Nu Tao sat upright on the throne, gazing at the 3 snow ninjas awaiting orders below. The ninjas throughout the castle began to stand guard, and under Kakashi and his team's tactics, explosions echoed continuously from all corners of the castle. Mingren, are you alright?" Xiao Shui shook Mingren repeatedly. Hey, Mingren's voice rang out again. "I said if you keep shaking me, I'll really be done for." Mingren stood up from Xiao Shui's embrace. "Let's go, the snow ninjas will be here soon." With that he extended his hand toward Xiao Shui. Looking at Mingren's hand, Xiao Shui nodded, firmly smiled, and took it, then walked out of the cell with him. Mingren pulled Xiao Shui and dashed through the labyrinthine prison. Suddenly a snow ninja descended along a thread and landed right before them. "Mingren, be careful!" Xiao Shui called out anxiously from behind him. "Don't worry, it's one of us." Mingren turned around and said with a smile. "You're right, aren't you, Kakashi-sensei?" "Exactly." Kakaxi's signature voice came from beneath the snow ninja mask. Removing the disguise, he revealed himself. Sorry to keep you waiting. Her Highness seems to be safe and sound. Seeing it was Kakashi, Xiaoxue lowered her guard, clutched her collar, and said, You swapped the hexagonal crystal secretly, didn't you? Sorry, I thought they would target it. Kakashi took out the hexagonal crystal from his pocket and handed it to Xiaoxue. Gazing at the hexagonal crystal in her hand, Xiaoxue murmured, For something like this. Just then Xiaoying and the others came through the passage and reached Mingren. No good, this place is heavily guarded. This way. Xiaoxue glanced at Mingren and led everyone running in the other direction. After running through a series of narrow passages, the group arrived at a vast dark hall. As their footsteps halted, the hall's lights flickered on. Feng Hua Nu Tao slowly rose from his throne, looking down at Mingren and the others. Nu Tao. Kakashi stared warily at the ruler of Snow Country. You've worked hard, Xiaoxue. Nu Tao ignored Kakashi and the others, instead praising Xiaoxue. Huh! Zuizhu and the rest turned their suspicious eyes to Xiaoxue, who stood frozen, not daring to look at them. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoxue made up her mind, left Kakaxi's side, and rushed toward Feng Hua Nu Tao. Hey, wait! Kakashi anxiously tried to chase after her, but was blocked by the 3 snow ninjas who had been waiting. No way! Kakashi stared in disbelief as Xiaoxue reached Nu Tao's side. The worst possible scene unfolded. Xiaoxue personally handed the hexagonal crystal to Feng Hua Nu Tao. Everyone seems to have forgotten, I'm an actress. Xiaoxue turned around and proudly announced to everyone below. Except for Mingren, Kakashi and the others were all stunned. That's right. Feng Hua Nu Tao's smug voice rang out again. Everything was a deception staged by Xiaoxue. The Kakashi team looked in disbelief at Xiaoxue beside Feng Hua Nu Tao. Only Mingren silently gazed at her, waiting for the final strike. Yes, it was all just a show. Xiaoxue pulled a short sword from her coat and suddenly stabbed at Feng Hua Nu Tao beside her. So I told you I'm an actress. With a pained grunt, the short sword pierced deep into Nu Tao's clothing. Everyone below was shocked by the sudden turn of events, frozen in place. Even the 3 snow ninjas turned to look at the platform. Only Mingren had silently prepared himself. Damn it! Feng Hua Nu Tao, seemingly enduring the pain, reached out and grabbed Xiaoxue's neck tightly. Sister! Mingren shouted anxiously. From the very beginning I knew Mingren. Xiaoxue struggled to speak. The moment I returned here, it was my death sentence. As she spoke, ignoring the tightening grip on her neck, she thrust the short sword deeper. So at least. Pushing against the hand on her neck, Xiaoxue forced Nu Tao step by step to the edge of the platform. Mingren. Thanks to you, she said weakly, breathlessly. At the very end I finally stopped running away. Her gaze seemed to pierce the sky, seeing her long-deceased father. No, sister. Mingren suddenly burst into action, charging toward Feng Hua Nu Tao on the platform. Want to get up? Langya Shuebing blocked Mingren's path. Dream on. Chui Xue and Yujiaxa lunged at Mingren with kunai. Mingren, watch out! Kakashi shouted anxiously. Dream on. Mingren sneered at the 3 charging at him. Open your eyes wide and watch. Shinra Tensei. Although their armor could block ninjutsu attacks, the immense repulsive force still pressed against their armor, sending them flying into the surrounding walls. Humph! Without even glancing at the incredulous snow ninjas, Mingren dashed straight to Xiaoxue's side and caught her just as she was falling. Are you okay? Mingren gently turned Xiaoxue around, his face filled with worry. Seeing his expression, Xiaoxue suddenly felt incredibly happy. She gave a weak smile and nodded firmly. He. Feng Hua Nu Tao, who was supposed to be dead, actually stood up with a cold laugh. A toy knife like this, how could it kill me? With that, Feng Hua Nu Tao removed his outer robe, revealing armor similar to the snow ninjas. This is the latest type of chakra armor. Glancing at the hexagonal crystal in his hand, Nu Tao laughed again. Time to set off, to the other side of the rainbow. As the castle crumbled, Nu Tao and the 3 snow ninjas each grabbed a cable and shot out of the hall. Amidst all the sudden chaos, Kakashi and the others were too stunned to chase after them, except for Mingren. Can't let him just get away like that. As he spoke, Mingren crouched ready to launch into the sky. Suddenly a pair of arms wrapped around his waist, holding him tightly. Huh! Mingren turned to see the owner of the arms, Feng Hua Xiaoxue. His goal is the Feng Hua family's secret treasure. I'm going with you. Xiaoxue's face was resolute, her flushed cheeks radiating extraordinary charm. At that moment she perfectly embodied the princess of wind and cloud. All right. Mingren nodded firmly, then instantly soared into the sky, chasing after the distant Feng Huanu Tao. By then Xiaoying and the others had jumped out of the castle and finally reacted, wanting to chase after Mingren. But the snow ninjas gave them no chance. The trio and the other snow ninjas each engaged their opponents and a battle was about to erupt. The scene shifted back to Feng Huanu Tao. At the mechanism he forcefully pressed the hexagonal crystal into the keyhole. Immediately the crystals leading to 6 mirrors emitted light, forming a large snowflake. Heh. Nu Tao looked ahead, expectantly waiting for the treasure to appear. But after waiting for a long time nothing changed. Nu Tao grew anxious, glancing around frantically. Where is the treasure? Where is it? Where exactly? There is no treasure at all. Mingren's voice came from above. What? Nu Tao looked at Mingren, who was slowly landing, and at Feng Huaxiaxue behind him. Look ahead. Mingren pointed mockingly. This is... Nu Tao's eyes widened as he saw the snow and ice melting ahead and felt the rising temperature. A geothermal generator. How can this be? Feng Huanu Tao stepped back in disbelief. Is this the Feng Hua family's secret treasure? You never understood Xiaoxue's father at all. He was a truly good ruler. And you are not, Mingren said sarcastically. Damn it. Feng Huanu Tao, enraged, hastily formed hand seals. Ice release, black dragon storm, kill. A stream of black chakra shot from Nu Tao's hand, forming a dragon's head that charged at Mingren. Mingren! Xiaoxue watched anxiously as Mingren stood firmly in front. Don't worry, he can't hurt you. I'll protect you. Mingren turned back with a smile, his hands moving continuously. Ninja Art 6 Paths Clone Technique. Boom! A cloud of smoke appeared in front, and then the black dragon head charged fiercely into the smoke. The loud explosion Feng Huanu Tao expected never came. The surroundings were so quiet that only the hum of the geothermal generator could be heard. As the smoke slowly cleared, one Mingren stood silently with arms spread, blocking in front of the original Mingren. What? Impossible! Seeing his jutsu had no effect, Feng Huanu Tao stubbornly formed hand seals again, this time with more chakra. Ice release, twin dragon storm, kill. It's over. The 2 dragons howled as they crashed into the Preta path, but were without surprise absorbed again. How is this possible? Feng Huanu Tao was stunned. You spoke too soon. Mingren seized the moment of his hesitation and charged toward him, a Rinnegan beginning to form in his hand. Mingren! Xiaoxue's voice rang out loudly from behind. I believe in you. Heh. Mingren gave a smile and slammed the Rinnegan hard onto the barrier generated by the chakra armor. Crack, crack. A small crack appeared on the crystal at the center of the chakra armor, but the barrier still held. Haha, you can't break this armor. Nu Tao seemed to regain confidence. Mingren! Hang in there. It turned out Xiaoying and the others had defeated their opponents and arrived. Mingren, I won't allow you to lose to someone who relies on external power. Even the Tsundra little cool guy's encouragement was so awkward. Heh. Feeling everyone's concern, a warm current rose in his heart. Mingren smiled again. These are the people I want to protect. Take this Rinnegan barrage. 2 Rinnegans struck the armor simultaneously. This time Feng Huanu Tao could no longer laugh. The tremendous force of the Rinnegans sent him flying backward, and he would never be able to get up again. Finally, it's over. Mingren turned around and smiled at Xiaoxue, Kakashi, and the others. With Mingren's final blow supported by the geothermal generator, the snowy landscape instantly turned into a lush green field. The images of young Feng Huaxiaxue and Zhaoxue appeared in the middle. Gazing silently at her younger self and her father, Xiaoxue's past memories were reawakened. So I said something like that. Tears that had been absent for so long flowed again, mingling with her smile, appearing especially crystalline. Cut! The director's voice rang out from somewhere. Accompanied by the laughter of the group, the crew jumped out from the grass. Now this is a true perfect ending. Huh! Sasuke and the others looked at Xiaoxue in astonishment, their puzzled gazes sweeping back and forth between the two. Naruto helplessly scratched his hair. Sis, I'm a ninja from Konoha. My goal is to become Hokage. I understand. Xiaoshue's expression was filled with disappointment, but it quickly returned to normal. However, Naruto, the land of snow will always be your best friend. Yeah. Naruto smiled and waved to Xiaoxue and the Sentai behind her. Then goodbye. Amidst everyone's farewells, Naruto and his team set off on the road back to Konoha. Wow, failed again. Naruto jumped up from the ground once more. This was the 97th time. Is it really impossible? Can't I sense natural energy without the Totoro from Mount Myaboku? Naruto shook his head helplessly. Since returning from the mission to the land of snow, he had been trying to absorb natural energy, but so far the results were lacking. Thinking that he had made little progress lately, Naruto decided he could no longer remain idle. It seemed he had to do something. Without hesitation, Naruto scurried to the Hokage's office. Before he could knock, Tsunade's voice came from inside. You! Why do you want to join the Anbu? Sasuke was silent for a moment before speaking firmly. Because I want to become stronger. Only in life or death situations can I unleash my potential. Only then can I kill that man. Hearing Sasuke's words, Tsunade frowned and remained silent, her fingers lightly tapping the desk. Though she hadn't been Hokage for long, she was well aware of the underhanded dealings going on behind the scenes. If Sasuke entered the Anbu and fell into the grasp of the Elder Council's faction, the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan in Konoha might be lost for good. Sasuke didn't think that far. Seeing Tsunade fall silent, he felt a bit disappointed. After all, Kakashi could only teach him so much, the rest he would have to figure out on his own. Just as Tsunade was deep in thought, Naruto pushed the door open. If I stay by his side, it should be fine, right? Having said that, Naruto smiled at Sasuke. The aloof young man, however, didn't appreciate Naruto's gesture, giving a cold humph and turning his head away. But what he really thought was anyone's guess. Ah, it's Naruto. Seeing Naruto enter, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. With Naruto by Sasuke's side, she was confident the Elder Council couldn't interfere. It's good that you're here, but are you sure? Looking at Naruto's bright smile, Tsunade felt that a place like the Anbu didn't suit him. Yeah. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, who was stealing a look at him, and couldn't help but feel happy. Of course I need to become stronger too in order to protect. Then, seeing Naruto's determination, Tsunade snapped her fingers and summoned an Anbu ninja, whispering something to him. After hearing the order, the ninja nodded to Naruto and Sasuke and vanished in an instant. Naruto, Sasuke, since you've chosen to join the Anbu, Team 7 will be temporarily disbanded. Looking at the two of them, Tsunade felt genuinely pleased. In them she saw the future of Konoha. Haku will be temporarily assigned to Team Kurenai. As for Sakura, she'll study medical ninjutsu under me and won't take on any missions for now. Tsunade had just finished explaining the arrangements when the Anbu guide arrived. Under his guidance, Sasuke and Naruto wound through Konoha and finally reached an empty, desolate area. This is the Anbu base? Sasuke asked with a frown. There's nothing here. The guide said nothing, simply clasped his hands, formed a few seals, and a massive gate inexplicably appeared in the open space. A barrier. Naruto stared in amazement at the suddenly appearing gate, thinking to himself. They actually concealed the entire Anbu base. The second Hokage's Anbu is truly impressive. Led by the guides, Sasuke and Naruto soon arrived at their team's exclusive training ground. The examiner will be here shortly. Wait here. The guide spoke his first and only words before disappearing. Such a fast body flicker. Sasuke's eyes sharpened and a hint of a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. It seems joining the Anbu was the right choice. Unlike Sasuke's excitement, although Naruto hadn't succeeded in mastering natural energy, his ability to calm his mind had greatly improved. He could clearly sense that even though no one was nearby, a faint killing intent permeated the air. Indeed, the Anbu is a place filled with bloodshed and darkness. Naruto frowned, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He by nature did not belong to the darkness. With a sudden shink, an Anbu member appeared before them. A woman. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, looking disdainfully at the long purple hair flowing from beneath the fox mask. Apparently provoked by Sasuke's words, Naruto could clearly sense the discomfort beneath the fox mask. Almost without warning, a blade slashed towards Sasuke. Startled, Sasuke barely managed to dodge, but the blade still sliced off a lock of his hair. Next time it won't be just a lock of hair. A cold voice came from beneath the mask, dripping with icy killing intent. TCH. Frightened by a woman, Sasuke couldn't help but feel humiliated. I was scared of a woman. Driven by pride, he lifted his head again, his crimson eyes seeming to bleed, ready to drip. Sharingan. In the blink of an eye, several shuriken flew from Sasuke's hands, scattering in all directions, none aimed directly at the target. Missed. No. The trailing shuriken overtook the leading ones, colliding with them and changing their trajectories. All of them converged on the Anbu woman. The Uchiha's shuriken jutsu. However, Sasuke's expectations were dashed instantly. Under the lock of the Sharingan, a piece of wood easily blocked all the shuriken. Substitution jutsu. Remember, the most basic jutsu is often the one that saves your life. The frigid voice came again from behind Sasuke. Humph. Sasuke snorted without turning around, clasped his hands together, and quickly formed seals. Fire style fire dragon bullet technique. A massive flame erupted from Sasuke's mouth, shooting toward his rear. But the enormous fire did little harm to the woman. Her blade was already pressed against Sasuke's neck. Remember, in battle the enemy won't be patient enough to wait for you to finish complex hand seals. Is that so? Sasuke suddenly turned his head toward her, his crimson Sharingan locking onto her eyes. Genjutsu activated. It must be admitted that Kakashi taught Sasuke a great deal, evident from his application of the Sharingan. The genjutsu released by the Sharingan was truly extraordinary. That Umbu member was unable to regain her senses for quite a while until finally she broke free from the illusion. You have passed. The Umbu looked at the composed Sasuke with a complex expression. You have passed my test. Follow me. The Umbu turned and walked toward the exit of the training ground. Hey! Naruto suddenly shouted, looking puzzled. What about me? I don't need to be tested. You! The Umbu turned back. A hint of amusement seemed to emanate from beneath the fox mask. I don't think I can defeat the One-Tail. During the Chunin exam, Naruto's battle with the One-Tail had been practically broadcast throughout the village. As a hero of Konoha, who would question his strength? Under her guidance, Naruto and Sasuke toured all areas of the squad's base, including the assembly point, the archives room, and the bedrooms. Of course, not all Umbu members had to reside here. Those with homes could return there. The bedrooms were merely for convenience. Handing the Umbu uniforms and masks to the two before her, the female Umbu said, In the Umbu, no ninja may reveal their true name. Each must have a code name. Mine is Purple. Dark. Sasuke interrupted impatiently, pointing at himself. That is my code name. Seeing Purple's gaze shift to him, Naruto quickly interjected. Light. Yes, Light is my code name. Very well, since you've decided, we will begin missions tomorrow. Purple studied them for a moment, and then announced solemnly. Assemble at the meeting point sharp tomorrow morning. Our squad leader will be waiting there. Squad leader? Sasuke frowned. That's right. Purple shifted her gaze back to Sasuke. You didn't think I was the leader, did you? After a teasing remark, seeing that Naruto and Sasuke had no further questions, Purple vanished with a body flicker. Light. Perhaps you truly can become the light that illuminates the Umbu. Seeing Purple leave, Naruto yawned and prepared to depart as well. But, Naruto! Sasuke's voice called out from behind, halting Naruto's stride. Huh! Naruto paused, turning back in surprise. Thank you? The cool young man rarely expressed gratitude. Naruto had come to a place like this for his sake, proving he was a true friend. It's nothing. Naruto's trademark smile appeared. We're friends, of course. I help when I can. With that, Naruto waved and walked away. The night passed without incident. The next day, Naruto and Sasuke arrived at the meeting point on time. Purple was already waiting, and beside her stood another person. Even just standing there, Naruto could sense an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. I am your captain. My code name is Cloud. Cloud's voice was hoarse yet forceful. He seemed slightly older than Kakashi. Our mission this time is to eliminate the bandits. Eliminate bandits? A mission like that gets assigned to the Umbu? Sasuke asked, puzzled. Do not underestimate these bandits. The ninjas dispatched earlier never returned, which means these bandits are not ordinary. Cloud's cat-faced mask revealed no expression, but his tone carried dissatisfaction. In the Umbu, surviving ninjas were always cautious. Underestimating the enemy was a grave mistake. Hearing Cloud's words, Sasuke's expression turned serious. He too did not wish to die due to overconfidence. Then let's move out. Is that really our target? Naruto pointed at the mountain stronghold below. The faces of the people were filled with smiles and a peaceful atmosphere surrounded them. Naruto could not believe that this was a den of ruthless bandits. According to the intelligence, this is indeed a bandit gathering. Merchants passing by and villagers from the mountains, none have survived when falling into their hands. Cloud said in a low voice. Unbelievable. Naruto frowned, staring at the people below. Now is not the time to act. Nightfall is when we strike. Purple suppressed the eager Sasuke, speaking in a low tone. Night fell quickly and the assassinations proceeded methodically until... Who's there? One bandit finally sensed something wrong. Enemy attack. The bandit's shout finally alerted the remaining survivors. In an instant all the bandits rushed out. Among them were several jonin of considerable strength. No wonder. The earlier chunin never returned. So there are 3 jonin here. Cloud looked at the bandits, his voice suddenly filled with excitement. Naruto, you take 1, Purple you take 1, Sasuke, the rest of the bandits are yours. With that, Cloud, Naruto, and the others charged toward their respective targets. Strangely, the jonin before Naruto did not attack immediately. Naruto also had some questions he wanted to clarify. Why? Looking at the ninja in front of him, Naruto asked in confusion. A ninja of your caliber, why become a bandit? You must have come to scout during the day. The jonin stared intently at Naruto. We are rogue ninjas from a certain village fleeing with our families to escape the village's pursuit. If we didn't plunder merchants and villagers, our families would have starved long ago. But why did you have to kill them? Naruto demanded. If I didn't kill them, would I wait for them to inform the village? The jonin sneered at Naruto. Looks like this is your first mission too. An Anbu from Konoha wouldn't be as wordy as you. You have your justice, I have my convictions. Enough talk. The jonin charged forward with a ninja sword, slashing fiercely at Naruto. Naruto leaped back, dodging the jonin's slash. He casually flicked out several kunai, then clasped his hands together and formed a hand seal. Clink, clink, clink. The jonin easily deflected Naruto's kunai and closed in again. By then Naruto's jutsu was ready. Ninja art shadow clone technique. A puff of smoke rose in front of Naruto. The jonin paused, stepped back, and frowned at the smoke. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more shuriken shot out from the smoke. The jonin dodged them, keeping his eyes fixed on the smoke as he formed hand seals. Earth release rock pillar spear. Rock spikes erupted from the ground, thrusting violently into the smoke. A scream came from within the smoke, but the jonin did not let his guard down. Having survived numerous pursuits, he was well experienced. Earth release earth drop cover. Another jutsu was released from his hands. A rock lid fell from the sky, continuing to smash into the smoke. The smoke slowly dissipated, revealing the rock lid beneath. No sign of life remained. Still, the jonin was not reassured. He jumped away, landing on a high rock. Earth release mud flow. The battlefield instantly turned into a muddy stream, flowing everywhere and rushing into the distance. Phew! It's over! The jonin finally relaxed his guard, dropping to its lowest point. An opening appeared behind him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 kunai with explosive tags flew toward the jonin. Boom! The massive blast sent the jonin flying. Shing! Naruto appeared beside the jonin, kunai in hand, ready to deliver the final blow. Suddenly Naruto's eyes widened. The jonin had turned into a pile of mud, slowly melting. An earth clone. When? Naruto was shocked. Thud! A ninja sword pierced through Naruto's chest. The shuriken that flew out of the smoke was your clone, wasn't it? I saw through it from the start. Seeing Naruto's incredulous expression, the jonin said smugly. I purposely fell for it. But reality was destined to disappoint him. Boom! Another explosion erupted, and this time the jonin was truly blown away. Naruto slowly walked up to him, looking down coldly, gripping his kunai tightly. So, that was also a shadow CLO. Before he could finish, Naruto swung the blade, ending his life. Frowning, Mingren looked at Yun. Are these people also to be killed? They pose no threat at all. The passing merchants and the villagers from the mountain are completely harmless. Mingren tried to persuade Yun, or perhaps to persuade himself. Remember our mission. Yun's stern gaze fell upon Mingren. It is annihilation. Not a single one can be spared. Yun pointed at the people over there. Look at their hateful eyes. Can you guarantee their descendants won't seek revenge? Can you guarantee they are not the enemy? Yun's words pierced Mingren's heart. On the battlefield, your mercy will lead to your death. What's going on? The conversation between Mingren and Yun drew Z and Zhuju over. Now kill them with your own hands. Yun ignored Z's question, his voice turning cold as he addressed Mingren directly. This is an order. Gazing at the women and children below, Mingren's hand gripping the kunai began to tremble. He had always believed his kunai would never be aimed at the elderly and children, that was his conscience. But now he was about to obliterate his own conscience with his own hands. Is this the protection I pride myself on? For the first time, Mingren felt his conviction waver. Kill me, or you will surely regret it. I will definitely take revenge. A brat finally couldn't hold back and shouted, charging at Mingren with a small knife. In his daze, Mingren instinctively dodged the attack and reflexively threw a kunai. Only then did he come to his senses and realize what he had done. The kunai struck the brat square in the head. Amidst the hateful glare the child fell. Mingren looked at his own hands. What have I done? Light finished them off. Seeing Mingren descending into confusion again, Z could not bear it. She did not wish to see Konoha's hero collapse like this. Everyone fights for their own justice. You are not a savior. I am not a savior. Z's words began to echo Mingren's doubts. I just want to protect certain people, that is my justice. Mingren's murmurs grew louder, as if he had found his hope. Even if I become an Asura, it is for my own justice. Awaken. The Asura named Justice. As Mingren chanted in a near-holy resonance, a figure mysteriously appeared before him without any warning. Is this a shadow clone? Yun asked in confusion. No. This is not an ordinary shadow clone. Zuizhu had seen Mingren's Rakuto clones many times, each with different abilities. As expected, the Asura path was a battle weapon born for slaughter, carrying the combat will of the original. It knew how to achieve maximum gain with minimal cost, facing almost no resistance, as it slaughtered all the remaining personnel. Even Yun, who was accustomed to killing, had not expected Mingren to eliminate everyone in an instant with such prowess. Although he could do the same, his combat habits were formed through countless kills. Is this really okay? Z stared blankly as the Asura path in the arena lowered its head, drenched in blood, looking exceptionally ferocious. From then on, during missions, Mingren seemed to have matured, taciturn, decisive, without a trace of hesitation, as if he had grown accustomed to the darkness. Fortunately, in daily life, Mingren remained cheerful and sunny, going on small missions with Hinata and Sakura, training with Haku, and gathering with the other Konoha 12. This relieved Z and Gang's-ho. Time passed quickly. 3 years flew by during Mingren and Zuizhu's Anbu careers. Many things happened. First, with the dominance of Zuizhu and Mingren, the Hokage faction of the third Hokage and Gang's-ho gradually suppressed the Elder Council, bringing all Anbu back under the Hokage's control, leaving only Danzo's route under the Elder Council. Second, over the 3 years, Zuizhu and Mingren each served as Anbu squad leaders. Had Mingren not firmly refused, Gang's-ho and the third Hokage would have even offered him the position of Anbu commander. Third, after the Anbu training, Zuizhu learned deep analysis. With Mingren's hints, Zuizhu conducted discreet investigations and uncovered some truths of the time, for instance that Itachi was a double agent. Digging deeper, Zuizhu soon learned from former Anbu members something that nearly shattered him. The Uchiha clan had planned a rebellion, and Itachi, under pressure from the Elder Council, chose to abandon his clan and save him. Under Mingren's deliberate guidance, Zuizhu's hatred was directed at the Elder Council and Danzo. After all, Danzo had taken so many Uchiha eyes, it was only fitting for him to bear the blame. Under immense stimulation and with the help of Kakashi's eye-opening method, over 2 years, Zuizhu's six-pointed Mangekyo finally awakened. Fourth, after countless experiments, Mingren's Sage Mode finally succeeded in the second year. With the aid of his Rakuto clones, Mingren had his head nearly beaten in before he could stabilize natural energy. When he first mastered it, Mingren tried punching the training ground, and the effect was almost identical to Gangsho's strength of 100 seal. Unlike the Toad Oil training, Mingren showed no toad features, only a circle of red eyeshadow around his eyes. After nearly a year of further training, his Great Ball Rinnegan and detachable Raisin Shuriken were also successfully completed. Now Mingren's strength had surpassed the Kage level. Fifth, while executing a mission in the Anbu, Mingren received a mission from the Land of Fields. A massive explosion had occurred in Orochimaru's territory. When Mingren and Zuizhu arrived, the scene was a mess with yellow earth everywhere. Akatsuki and Orochimaru had clashed. This was indeed good news for Mingren. Orochimaru was a pure pervert, his eerie demeanor almost terrifying. His confrontation with Akatsuki greatly reduced their attention on Mingren. Sixth, Mingren once executed a surveillance mission, and to his surprise the target was a quarantined girl. When he saw Kurenai visiting her, Mingren suddenly realized it was Kurama Yakumo. The outcome was naturally smooth. With Mingren's encouragement and help, Yakumo finally killed her inner demon Yomi, the other self, at the critical moment of life and death. It should have been a happy ending, but Kurama Yakumo insisted on not returning to her clan, instead wanting to live in Mingren's house. The Kurama clan had no choice but to not force her. They had to let her stay at Mingren's place, much to his frustration. It's finally almost over. Mingren sighed as he approached Gang's-ho. This is the last mission. After this I'm retiring. I know. Gang's-ho looked at him helplessly, always ignoring her hints. She took the report from her drawer and tossed it to Mingren. This is a plea for help from the Ghost Country. Mingren furrowed his brows as he looked at the report. Is it starting now? Morio. Are we the only village that received the distress signal? Mingren tossed the report back to Gang Shou and removed his mask. An army that nearly destroyed the entire continent won't be stopped by just our Konoha village, will it? No, the other major nations will also send ninjas this time. After all, if Morio resurrects, the entire ninja world will be destroyed. Gang Shou explained, watching the panicked crowd, her unease growing. And your mission is to protect the Shrine Maiden and safely reach the sealed land of the Swamp Country. Gang Shou turned to look at Mingren. I'm counting on you. I'll rest assured nothing will go wrong, Mingren said with a smile. The world won't be destroyed by his hands. Looking at Mingren's smile, Gang Shou's anxious heart calmed down. I believe in you. By the way, Gang Shou seemed to remember something and stopped Mingren, who was about to use the body flicker. Ning Xiai, Li Xiaoying and Bai have already gone ahead to protect the Shrine Maiden. Remember to rendezvous with them. Got it. Mingren gave a reassuring glance, put on his tanuki mask, and leaped out the window. On the other side, Ning Xiai and the others had already arrived at the palace of the Ghost Country and rendezvoused with the Shrine Maiden. Xiaoying, protect the Shrine Maiden, Ning Xiai said, staring intently at the four ninjas who approached with ill intent. Understood. Xiaoying stood in front of Ziyuan. Oh, Konoha ninjas, do you think you can stop us? Ha! Wei Tianjing laughed arrogantly. While the enemy was still laughing foolishly, Bai had already completed his hand seals. Secret art, 1,000 killing water shots. Thousands of ice needles materialized in the air, stabbing fiercely toward the four figures ahead. Clink, 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 clink. Amid the dense barrage of ice needles, the four of them fled the palace in disarray. To be able to use such a powerful ice release technique in a place without water. Ku Su-na looked back at the needles from the air. It seems you're no ordinary ninja. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Moments later, Ning Xiai and the others followed out and blocked the four again. Ji Wei Tianjing Cha Na used the combined technique. The leader Ku Su-na ordered the other three. I'll go back inside. As he said this, he attempted to leap back into the palace. Not so fast. Ning Xiai positioned his hands toward him. Take this 8 trigrams vacuum palm. An invisible mass of chakra shockwave burst from Ning Xi's palms and struck the unsuspecting Ku Su-na with full force. Whoa! Ku Su-na was sent flying by Ning Xi's 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Ku Su-na! Ji shouted, forming hand seals. Fire, release, fire, run. A flame erupted from beneath her feet, rolling across the ground violently toward Ning Xiai and the others. But that wasn't all. Wind, release, wind gust. Cha Na swept his hand and a tornado instantly formed before him, charging toward the flame ahead. Boom! The flame and tornado collided, creating a massive fire tornado that slammed fiercely toward Ning Xiai and the others. Bai! Ning Xiai shouted to Bai behind him. I know. Bai clasped his hands together and rapidly changed seals. Ice release, ice prison technique. A massive hemispherical ice dome appeared around the group, sealing off the area. Whoosh whoosh. The fire tornado, fueled by the chakra of the two, continuously spun around the ice prison, attempting to melt it. But they were destined for disappointment. The power of the Yuki clan bloodline was beyond their imagination. The ice prison Bai had formed remained utterly unmoved under the assault of the fire tornado. Ha ha! Seeing they could not break the ice prison, the two stopped releasing their techniques. As the fire tornado dissipated, Bai dispelled the ice prison, and Ning Xiai and his group reappeared before them. Something's wrong. Ning Xiai, using his Byakugan, clearly noticed. One is missing. Taking advantage of the moment, Wei Tianjing had already charged into the palace again. Bang! Just as Ning Xiai realized the problem, Xiaoying was sent flying backward. This guy can petrify. Ahahaha, Shrine Maiden, let's see who can save you this time. Beneath Wei Tianjing's mask, a twisted grin stretched across his face. His massive petrified fist aimed at the paralyzed Ziyuan. Ha! The fist slammed down hard. Boom! A huge cloud of smoke erupted from the palace. Whoosh! A ninja in Anbu garb burst out of the smoke, carrying Ziyuan horizontally. Wei Tianjing immediately followed. I didn't expect you to have accomplices, but this is the end. Fire, release, fire, bullet. A massive fireball shot towards Ziyuan and the Anbu, who were airborne and unable to dodge. Shrine Maiden! Ziyuan's remaining guard Zhu Sui shouted loudly. Ning Xiai and the others watched anxiously from below. Just as the fireball was about to hit Ziyuan and the Anbu, it seemed to be blocked by something and gradually dissipated in midair. Whoosh! The ANBU landed steadily, still holding Ziyuan. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Wei Tianjing quickly retreated to Ji and Cha Na's side. At that moment Li charged forward and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on the three. After a chaotic scuffle, the three retreated in disarray, keeping their distance. No good, it seems the combined technique used up too much chakra. We're running low. The three reverted to their normal state, and Cha Na watched the enemy ninjas warily. Brother, can't replenish our chakra now either. Let's retreat first. Alright. Wei Tianjing and Ji hoisted Ku Su Na onto their shoulders and leaped into the distance, with Cha Na following closely behind as they retreated. After a few bounds they vanished from sight. Thanks to the ANBU's help, Ziyuan returned to her palace unharmed. Thank you for your assistance. Ning Xiai nodded to the ANBU. You must have received orders from the Hokage. Yes, that's right. The ANBU removed his mask, revealing a familiar face. Ning Xiai, you've changed a lot. Ming Ren. Xiaoying cried out in surprise. So you're already in the ANBU. No wonder Gangsho-sama temporarily suspended Team 7's missions. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, but it's classified. Ming Ren scratched his head awkwardly. Suizhu is also in the ANBU. Hey Ming Ren, what rank are you now? Xiaoli asked curiously. I'm currently the squad leader of the ANBU, Ming Ren said with a smile. Wow. Xiaoli started his youthful pose again, his teeth gleaming white. That's incredible, Ming Ren. You've surpassed me by so much. This is youth. He spun around and continued his antics. Is it you? Ziyuan finally saw Ming Ren's face. You're the one who was killed by Morio. Suddenly she stopped, muttering to herself. After a moment she looked up again, her eyes filled with astonishment. What? Your destiny has changed. I can't see your fate anymore. Upon hearing Ziyuan's words, Zhu Sui looked at Ming Ren in astonishment. Lady Ziyuan cannot see your fate. What? Xiaoying looked at Zhu Sui in confusion. Lady Ziyuan occasionally can foresee life and death like she just did. Her predictions have been infallible so far. Zhu Sui looked at the group, then turned to stare intently at Ming Ren. But now there's someone whose fate Lady Ziyuan cannot see. Perhaps Ming Ren is the one who is used to creating miracles. Ning Xiai recalled his past thoughts about fate. The scene shifts to the front battlefield, where the allied forces of various nations are trying to stop the powerful Ghost Legion from advancing. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of explosive tags inserted into the cliff wall detonated simultaneously, producing a massive amount of rock debris that fell directly onto the Ghost Legion below, generating a huge cloud of dust. Seeing the ambush succeed, the members of Muyi emerged from the cliff wall. Did it work? Hondo looked at the smoke below with hope. No, it didn't. Kakashi frowned as he saw the Ghost Legion marching out of the smoke in orderly formation, and couldn't help but gasp. Indeed, an undead legion. Hon looked at the terracotta warriors marching below, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Can't you Muyi do anything? It's our turn, the Yenrin. The ninjas from Yenin village stepped out from the side. Looking at the Ghost Legion below, the leading Yenrin shouted. Move! Dozens of Yenrin simultaneously formed hand seals. Earth release, earth return. With the support of chakra from dozens of Yenrin, a several-meter-thick earth wall instantly rose across the road, completely blocking the Ghost Legion's path. Boom! The Ghost Legion crashed into the earth wall. Good next jutsu. Seeing their technique working, the Yenrin were in high spirits. The leader waved his hand and began forming hand seals again. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. The colossal earth dragon summoned by the Yenrin rapidly charged toward the Ghost Legion below. With a loud rumbling sound, the vanguard of the Ghost Legion was buried under the thick layer of earth from the enormous earth dragon. How about that? Ghost Legion, Undead Legion, they still fell to our Yenrin. The Yen leader smiled smugly at the ninjas of Muyi, but before he could bask in his triumph, his subordinate shook him. What's wrong? The leader looked at his subordinate with displeasure, only to see the subordinate pointing downward in terror. The leader looked down in confusion, and saw that the earth layer buried by the dragon was beginning to loosen. Soon it collapsed, and even the front earth wall couldn't hold and began to disintegrate. The sound of orderly footsteps rang out once more. How can this be? The leader was stunned. How, looks like you Yenrin aren't so great after all. A Wui ninja laughed from the side. Next, the other ninjas from the 5 great nations attempted several more ambushes, but the Ghost Legion remained unmoved, marching straight toward the sealing shrine of the Land of Swamps. Indeed, the only way to stop them is the sealing technique of the Shrine Maiden of the Land of Demons. Kakashi sighed. Hey ninjas, let's go. Ziyuan was the first to walk out of her room. Follow me. Is it really okay to leave Zhu Sui and the others behind? Shaoli looked back with concern and asked. I am the shrine maiden of this village. A few attendants, I can leave them behind if I wish, Ziyuan said casually without looking back. The group passed through the shrine maiden's secret passage and left the village. Swish, swish, swish. Mingren and the others carried Ziyuan through the dense forest. Hey, it's really uncomfortable to ride, Ziyuan complained to Xiaoying, who was carrying her on her back. Your body doesn't feel like a woman's at all. Xiaoying's forehead appeared with a line of black lines. Mingren, hearing Ziyuan's words, also stumbled. Ziyuan was too fierce. Hee. Bai also covered her mouth and laughed. Shua. Just as Mingren and the others were laughing, an arrow shot into the branch beneath their feet. The group immediately stopped and landed on the grass. Who's there? Shaoli shouted, striking a rather speechless pose. At that moment, Zhu Sui also walked out from the side and approached Ziyuan. How can you keep up? We were already moving at full speed. Mingren looked at Zhu Sui ahead, his mind stirred. What do you think you're doing? Ziyuan on Xiaoying's back shouted wildly. My duty is to never leave Lady Ziyuan's side for even a step, Zhu Sui said calmly with a serene expression. You're just in the way. Ziyuan waved her hand continuously, pointing at Zhu Sui. Go back to the village immediately. I cannot go back. Go back. I cannot go back. I said go back, so go back. In the end, Zhu Sui still followed behind Mingren and the others, running for a long day. I'm hungry, I want to eat. The stopped Ziyuan began ordering Zhu Sui again. She's starting to act spoiled again. Even Xiaoying, who rarely complained, couldn't bear it anymore. When Zhu Sui brought out the food, Ziyuan knocked it over. The soup is too cold. I can't swallow it, and this too. I'm sorry, but lighting a campfire now would reveal our position to the enemy. Zhu Sui knelt on one knee, apologizing to Ziyuan. Humph. Ziyuan stood up with a dissatisfied look and walked toward the forest without looking back. I'm going to sleep. Late at night, Ziyuan slept in the bedding brought by Zhu Sui, while Mingren, Shaoli, and Ning Xi guarded her in a triangular formation. Suddenly, Ziyuan's eyes flew open, her pupils showing a kaleidoscope pattern, and she woke up with a start, her forehead covered in cold sweat. What's wrong? Had a nightmare? Mingren, who had been watching her, smiled and handed her a handkerchief. Don't worry, we'll protect you. Seeing Mingren's confident smile, Ziyuan dumbly took the handkerchief. After a moment, as if coming to her senses, she snorted and turned her head away, but the handkerchief she used to wipe her sweat was clutched tightly in her hand. On the other side, Bai and Xiaoying handed food to Zhu Sui, who hadn't eaten for a long time. Have something to eat. We still have to run tomorrow. Thank you. Zhu Sui nodded and took the food from Bai. Has Lady Ziyuan always been this? Temperamental? Xiaoying asked curiously. It's because of her foreknowledge, Zhu Sui said. Those whose deaths she predicted all died for Lady Ziyuan. Therefore even the villagers began to fear her predictions, and many kept their distance from her. I see. Lonely, so that's why she acts so spoiled. Bai looked into the forest with a look of understanding. She is very much like the old me. But brother Zhu Sui, aren't you afraid of Ziyuan's predictions? Xiaoying spoke again. Our clan received an incalculable debt of gratitude from Ziyuan's mother. Zhu Sui remained as calm as ever. If I can protect Lady Ziyuan, I am more than willing to give up my life. After a night of chatting, dawn soon broke. Under Mingren's arrangements, the group quickly prepared to set off again. With a few swishes, several figures leaped across the stones in the river. Let me down! Let me down! Ziyuan frowned, struggling fiercely on Xiaoying's shoulders. Finally they stopped on a larger stone platform. Ziyuan quickly jumped down from Xiaoying's back. That's enough. You're always taking such dangerous paths. Are you really trying to protect me? Ziyuan wore a sulky face, complaining to the group. Isn't there another way? Should we change the route? Li looked at Ningxi, who was making the decision. No, Ningxi said, gazing ahead of the waterway. The route through Jiaogui has abundant water sources. The enemy's coordination is centered on fire style. What if the enemy uses water style? Mingren pointed out the flaw directly. They are Jian and they likely have two affinities. But once we pass here, the ceiling shrine is right ahead. Ningxi still believed this was the most convenient route. Then let's go. Mingren didn't bother to explain further. He couldn't say he knew the enemy would use water style. He turned to Ziyuan. Bear with it a little longer, we're almost there. Seeing Mingren's sincere face, Ziyuan snorted, put on a reluctant expression, and climbed onto Xiao Ying's back again. Just as the group breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to move on, they heard a rumbling sound from ahead. A water dragon appeared on the river surface. Water dragon? Ningxi was greatly startled. They're not using fire, they're attacking with water. Ziyuan started complaining to Ningxi again. Your judgment is off. This is irrelevant, hurry up. Xiaoying leaped toward a high platform on the riverbank with Ziyuan on her back, and the others followed closely. With a loud roar, the water dragons circled endlessly on the river, producing a thunderous sound. On the high platform, Ningxi and the other three surrounded Ziyuan in the center. We don't know where the attack will come from. Protect Lady Ziyuan. Really, how is having abundant water resources advantageous? Ningxi's future looks truly worrying. Ziyuan kept grumbling. Ningxi. Mingren, who had been observing for a while, finally spoke. You protect Ziyuan. I'll go alone. With that, Mingren created a shadow clone to deceive the enemy, then vanished from his spot. No, the enemy is too strong. Li was about to follow, but Ningxi stopped him. Ningxi looked at the direction where Mingren had disappeared with a complex expression. Trust him. He has already surpassed us by far. If you go, you'll only get in his way. I, though reluctantly, suppressed his desire to follow, and resumed guarding the perimeter. Mingren's movement was instantaneous. The four observers in the distance noticed nothing, only frowning. What's going on? Why aren't those guys moving? Ji said with a strange tone. No need to wait. They're not falling for it. Kusuna stared at Ziyuan from afar. First plan failed. Prepare for the second plan. There is no second plan. Mingren suddenly appeared behind Kusuna without any warning, having mastered the Umbu's techniques of breath concealment and body flicker. Rinnegan. The pale blue chakra sphere slammed straight into Kusuna's back. With no resistance, Kusuna was sent flying, never even getting a chance to use the dark medical ninjutsu, and lost his life instantly. Big brother. Wei Tianjing stared anxiously in the direction Kusuna had been thrown, but dared not move an inch. The Xiaoluo Dao had already appeared before them, releasing an astonishing murderous aura. Ji's face hardened, and he instantly unleashed the power granted by Wang Liang. Take this. Water-style water surface slash. A water blade tinged with purple chakra slashed fiercely toward the Xiaoluo Dao ahead. The Xiaoluo Dao stood motionless, simply releasing a suffocating aura. Did it succeed? No. A pair of hands suddenly appeared and absorbed Ji's water blade. The Agui Dao's hands spread a vast glowing barrier. How? Is that possible? Ji stared in shock at the Agui Dao blocking the Xiaoluo Dao, then suddenly turned and shouted. Chana! Chana, immobilized by the murderous aura, heard Ji's shout and steeled himself. He erupted with the power granted by Wang Liang, his entire eyeballs turning pitch black, and purple chakra surged from his whole body. Wang Liang's power! Mingren frowned at the erupting Chana. Wind-style divine wind. As expected, boosted by Wang Liang's chakra, what was originally a small wind turned into a hurricane. Combined with the fire style released by Ji, who had also erupted with Wang Liang's chakra, the entire sky turned blazing red. Overwhelming flames cascaded toward the Agui Dao as if the whole sky were on fire. Such power! I'll have to include combination ninjutsu in the Umbu's curriculum. Mingren frowned at the nearly unstoppable sky fire. But this ninjutsu, which ordinary people couldn't withstand, was extremely simple for Mingren's Rinnegan. Absorb. The vast flames gradually disappeared into the Agui Dao's hands. Impossible! Ji and Chana reluctantly continued outputting chakra to maintain the sky fire. No more chances. The Xiaoluo Dao's sinister voice suddenly sounded beside Chana's ear. Under the cover of the sky fire, the Xiaoluo Dao had silently approached Chana. Pfft. The blade pierced through Chana's neck. Blood spilled from his mouth. He tried to say something but couldn't speak. With a few gurgles, his eyes closed forever. Chana. With Chana's wind gone, Ji's fire style could no longer match its previous intensity. Having used too much chakra, she collapsed to the ground. The last thing she saw was the kunai in the Agui Dao's hand. Chana Ji Kusuna. In just a few seconds, only one of the four remained. Wei Tianjing looked at the three fallen bodies, stepped back instinctively, and then with a swish, dashed away into the distance. Hey, trying to run now. Too late. Mingren sneered at Wei Tianjing's retreating figure. Since your ability is petrification, let me show you my new jutsu. SSSSHHH. A shuriken-shaped chakra appeared in Mingren's hand. The sound of wind grew louder and louder. until it resounded through the sky. What? Wei Tianjing turned around to find a massive chakra shuriken before him along with Mingren's smirking face. In an instant he petrified his entire body. Useless. Take this. Wind-style Raisin Shuriken. Whoosh! The Raisin Shuriken spun and plunged into Wei Shinjing's petrified body. Boom! Centered on Wei Shinjing, the area spanning dozens of meters was filled with Naruto's wind-released needles, forming a massive white light hemisphere. Accompanying the light sphere, a fierce gale violently swept outward. Whoa! Cheyenne raised her hand to shield her eyes from the dust blown by the hurricane. What happened? What's going on? That's Naruto. Niji's mouth fell open, staring in shock at the enormous light sphere. So amazing. Sakura raised her hand to block the gale, her eyes wide as she watched the spinning hemisphere. I need to work even harder. Youth is all about being full of power. Naruto. Lee was the only one who reacted, starting his full-body contortions. Naruto. Only Haku looked at Naruto with concern. Using such a jutsu must have serious side effects. SSSS. At the center of the light sphere, countless tiny chakra needles continuously pierced and stabbed through Wei Shinjing's petrified body. Gradually the petrified parts began to crumble and shatter. After an uninterrupted assault lasting tens of seconds, the light sphere finally dissipated. Wei Shinjing, now unable to speak, fell from midair, dropping into the huge crater created by the sphere. The hurricane also subsided. Is it over? Cheyenne removed her hand from her eyes and looked around. Ah, it's over. Naruto's voice sounded beside her, startling Cheyenne. When did you get here? You scared me. I just got back, Naruto said with a smile, then turned to Niji and the others. It's all taken care of. We can move on. Naruto, are you okay? Haku looked at him with concern. Of course I'm fine. Why would I be anything else? Naruto scratched his hair and smiled, though his right hand, which trembled occasionally, betrayed him. Let's go. To reach the shrine as soon as possible, he shifted their attention, took Cheyenne on his back and ran ahead. Niji and the others exchanged glances and then chased after him. We're almost there, aren't we? Lee said, looking at the sealed land ahead. Yes, the sealed shrine is just ahead. Naruto glanced back at Cheyenne, whose expression was complicated. She hadn't spoken a word since she climbed onto his back. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, Sakura said with a relaxed smile, apparently believing the world would be saved by the priestess. Yeah. Let's go, Naruto said in a voice only Cheyenne could hear. No matter what obstacles we face, we have to confront them. Things like fate can be changed. Cheyenne trembled, looking at the golden hair before her. Her eyes showed disbelief and self-mockery, and she wore a bitter smile. She whispered to herself. Because it can't be changed, that's why it's called fate. Clatter, clatter. As the group leaped toward the sealed cave, the stone surfaces around them began to crack. Rumble. Terracotta warriors rose one by one from the stone piles. Terracotta warriors! Cheyenne exclaimed in surprise as she watched the stone figures stand up. Terracotta warriors! Niji and the others warily observed the surrounding stone soldiers. If these things are moving, it means that guy is not far. Cheyenne looked anxiously ahead at the ceaselessly rising terracotta warriors. As Cheyenne spoke, the terracotta warriors launched their attack. Hundreds of them brandished stone swords and charged at Naruto. What do we do? Niji quickly evaded a terracotta warrior's attack and turned to ask. You all stay here for now. Too many people would be less agile in this situation. Naruto, with Cheyenne on his back, dodged left and right, weaving through the terracotta warriors. I'll take Cheyenne straight inside. I'll signal you when I get there. So saying, Naruto began to dash inward. Hold on tight, I'm going to speed up. With a quick step he rushed forward. Suddenly a sharp pain shot through Naruto's right hand and his grip on Cheyenne's thigh loosened. Damn it, of all times! Hold on tight! Naruto roared, then leaped high into the air. Just as Naruto surged upward, Cheyenne suddenly released her arms from around his neck and fell backward toward the cliff. If I die here... She turned in midair and looked down at the ravine. Naruto and the villagers will be safe for a while. Gradually she relaxed her mind and closed her eyes, ready to die. A headband brushed past her ear and fell into the water. Then a pair of arms encircled her waist. Cheyenne was caught. Naruto held her in a princess carry, stopping in midair. Still don't believe in me or in yourself? A gentle voice sounded in her ear. Cheyenne instinctively opened her eyes, her pupils wide with disbelief. Blinding light shone from behind Naruto. Without the headband, his golden hair fluttered and shone brilliantly. Bathed in light, Naruto floating in midair seemed to radiate golden radiance. Cheyenne's eyes grew hazy. She muttered inexplicably, "Could you be my god?" Looking at her dazed eyes, Naruto smiled a radiant smile. "I don't know if I'm your god, but I promise you this: I will protect you." Looking at Naruto's face, Cheyenne suddenly lowered her head and curled up in his arms. As Naruto wondered why her voice came out, "Naruto, make a promise with me. Don't die." Naruto flew back up the cliff carrying Cheyenne and dashed straight toward the sealed cave. Thud! The two safely bypassed all the terracotta warriors and landed at the entrance of the sealed cave. Naruto set Cheyenne down. "Hurry inside," he said, then turned and released a swarm of shadow clones to block the advancing terracotta warriors. "Naruto!" Cheyenne looked at him and called softly. "What are you waiting for? Get inside," Naruto urged. Seeing Naruto standing unharmed before her, Cheyenne felt relieved, but she refused to show weakness. "Humph!" she snorted, then ran into the cave. Ha! Once Cheyenne was inside, Naruto fired a signal flare. Outside, Neji and the others began their attack. "That should do it. My hand injury is troublesome. I need to heal it first. Otherwise things will be bad when I fight Morio." So saying, Naruto sat down at the cave entrance, closed his eyes, and began absorbing natural energy to heal the damage to his hand. Nature energy slowly began to repair the damage caused by the Raisin Shuriken. At this time, the allied forces from various nations also arrived and started assisting Neji and the others in clearing the terracotta warriors. Boom! Just as the terracotta warriors were cleared away, a rumbling earthquake erupted from inside the cave. Roar! A roar echoed from the cave. Morio had finally revived. At this moment, the wound on Naruto's hand finally healed. "Kakuyo, is it? Let me see what you've got!" Naruto exclaimed excitedly, dashing swiftly into the cave. Meanwhile, Cheyenne was already being enveloped by Kakuyo's chakra. "What have I been doing all these years?" Watching Kakuyo surge skyward, tears began to stream down Cheyenne's face. "What I have been holding on to. What was it all for?" The stone floor beneath Cheyenne's feet cracked, and she fell into the abyss. "Cheyenne!" Naruto, who had just rushed and witnessed the scene. He roared and tried to get closer, but the dragon heads spawned by Kakuyo relentlessly attacked him, blocking his path. They prevented Naruto from crossing Kakuyo and reaching the center of the seal. "You bastard!" Naruto gathered a Rinnegan in his hands and fiercely pierced through the chakra dragon head, blocking him. However, in that instant of being held back, all the dragon heads rushed toward him. Shh! Naruto instantly leaped away from his spot, soaring into the air. Boom! Kakuyo's chakra dragon head struck empty space, but it wasn't over yet. All the dragon heads continued to charge at Naruto incessantly. Naruto dodged and flipped in the air continuously. Kakuyo's chakra could never land a hit on him. Shinra Tensei. Under the immense repulsive force, in an instant all the chakra dragons were shattered into pieces. For a moment a vacuum appeared. No! Naruto accelerated, darting like a shot into the center, surrounded by Kakuyo. But Naruto did not notice that the moment he charged in, all the dragon heads regained their form and suddenly lunged violently toward him from all directions. With a whooshing sound, the dragon heads charged in, unleashing tremendous power. Damn it! Naruto's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the dragon heads converging from all sides. The cooldown of Shinra Tensei isn't over. Do I have to use that move? As the dragon heads drew closer and closer, a flicker of decision flashed in Naruto's eyes. No choice. Seeing the dragon heads about to strike him, Naruto made his decision. Jingle! Just as Naruto was about to form hand seals, a needle-pierced bell appeared before his chest. Naruto's hands froze instantly, missing the timing for the hand seals. All the chakra dragon heads slammed into him. Boom! All the dragon heads struck the purple protective barrier generated by the bell and exploded. Naruto was sent flying back violently. This is Cheyenne's. As he flew backward through the air, Naruto cast a sidelong glance at Cheyenne, who was sinking into the abyss of Kakuyo. Naruto, you must live! Cheyenne in the abyss watched Naruto flying backward, clasped her hands over her chest, and murmured. Oh, you gave that power to a human! Kakuyo's mocking voice sounded again in Cheyenne's ears. Thud! Naruto crashed heavily onto the ground. Cheyenne's bell! Damn, there's no time! Naruto quickly scrambled to his feet, pressed his palms together, and formed a hand seal never seen before. Sage mode. Activate. Boom! Green chakra erupted around Naruto, enveloping his surface, surging into the sky, piercing the top of the sealed cave, and tearing through the heavens. This power! So incredible! Kakashi outside the cave widened his eyes, gazing at the chakra soaring into the sky. Such formidable chakra! All the ninjas stared intently at the green glowing chakra. This chakra! Could it be that yellow-haired ninjas? A ninja from the hidden mist frowned, thinking to himself. Such an amazing healing power! Just by sensing its energy. Sakura watched as the wound on her hand began to heal little by little. It's even more powerful than medical chakra. Madara in the Akatsuki base suddenly opened his eyes. This chakra! Such immense vitality! Hashirama Senju, has someone finally inherited your power? Such a powerful aura, unlike ordinary strength. Could it be another bloodline limit? This powerful life force. Orochimaru, who was conducting human experiments in his lab, suddenly turned his head, looked at the distant green glow, and extended his tongue excitedly. Someone has mastered Sage Mode, and with energy surpassing ordinary Senjutsu chakra. The great Toad Sage, who had not opened his eyes for a long time, suddenly opened them. This truly life-filled Sage art. How astonishing! What is this? This chakra. Kikuyo writhed all its dragon head, staring intently at Naruto enveloped in green. It actually makes me feel fear. This overwhelmingly positive power. It makes me, the embodiment of human evil, feel fear. Just as Kikuyo was about to attack, a white light emanated from the abyss of Kikuyo's chakra. Cheyenne had broken the seal. So that's what the bell was. Kikuyo turned its attention back to Cheyenne, only to see her already filled with priestess energy. It was horrified. It's all over. This is my destiny. Tears glistened at the corners of Cheyenne's eyes. Her entire body emitted a dazzling white light as the priestess's power began to radiate. You big liar, you said you would protect me? Disappear with me, Kikuyo. You stupid woman, what are you saying? In that instant, Naruto's loud roar echoed in Cheyenne's ears. Cheyenne was stunned, and the released priestess power immediately retracted. Naruto, bursting with green chakra, scooped Cheyenne up in a princess carry and flew out of Kikuyo's chakra abyss. Do you want to die so badly? Do you want to disappear that much? Naruto's furious face roared at the stunned Cheyenne. Answer me. Staring blankly at Naruto's angry eyes, Cheyenne murmured. No. 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 Her voice gradually grew louder, and finally Cheyenne shouted. Hold me tight. Seeing the tears in Cheyenne's eyes, Naruto smiled. He tightened his arm around Cheyenne's body with one hand and began to gather the mutated sage chakra with the other. Whir. A massive green glowing raisin shuriken began to take shape in Naruto's hand. A piercing whirring sound echoed throughout the sealed land. That sound? It's Naruto! Sakura cried out. It's that jutsu! Miji looked expectantly toward the cave. Naruto's jutsu! Kakashi looked at Niji and Sakura in confusion, then turned his gaze back to the sealed land. That chakra and a new technique! Could it be? Kurenai frowned at the cave. Kikuyo has resurrected. Naruto is fighting it. She moved to rush in. Kakashi quickly stopped her. No need. If even Naruto can't handle it, we would only be a burden. Seeing Kurenai's questioning look, Kakashi sighed, then said with a mix of melancholy and relief. Naruto has already surpassed me by a long shot. Watching the raisin shuriken gradually take shape, Kikuyo's unease grew. It madly swung its chakra dragon heads, charging at Naruto with all its might, but it was futile. All attacks were blocked by the green chakra enveloping Naruto. The green glowing raisin shuriken was finally complete, but it wasn't over yet. Naruto looked at Cheyenne, who was in his arms. Cheyenne, I need your power. Give me your hand. With our combined power, I will sever the so-called destiny you speak of. Yes. Cheyenne extended her hand without hesitation. Purple priestess power flowed through Cheyenne's hand into the completed raisin shuriken. Gradually the raisin shuriken grew larger until it completely surpassed Kikuyo's body. Take this, Kikuyo. Sage Art Wind Release Super Raisin Shuriken. Wah! Accompanied by the Morio's piercing shriek, a blinding radiance burst forth from the sealed cavern. Damn the range of this technique! Ningxi, evidently aware of the move's devastating power, hastily urged Kakashi to flee into the distance. Meanwhile their companions Xiaoli, Xiaoying, and Bai had already begun sprinting away, unwilling to be caught in the crossfire. Hurry! At Ningxi's words, Kakashi, without pausing to ask why, quickly signaled the allied shinobi forces to retreat far away. The moment they departed, an immense semicircular sphere of light broke free from the cave's confinement, bursting forth, and revealing itself before their eyes. Boom! The entire volcano collapsed under the impact of the purplish orb. A howling gale swept in, forcing even the distant shinobi to raise their hands against the swirling sand. Such a jutsu! Even the Sharingan cannot discern the number of strikes in a single instant. Such formidable power! Kakashi's crimson Sharingan was wide with astonishment as he gazed at the attacks within the sphere. To cause such destruction! That brat! Hondo remarked with interest, observing the devastation wrought by the super spiral shuriken. Come to think of it, after the Chunin exam I haven't gotten close to him yet. She unconsciously licked her lips. That guy is truly reliable. Shoju from the Sand Village stared at the sealed land and smiled. Amazing. Incredible. The shinobi from the Rock Village stood dumbfounded, watching the volcano crumble. It seems I must report this in detail to the Mizuki-sama. Konoha has produced such a formidable figure. The leader of the Mist Village glanced at Kakashi, and his team, his expression turning grave. Even though I've seen it before, it's still so breathtaking. Ningxi sighed. Looks like this is resolved, a perfect ending. Yes, it seems the world is saved. Xiaoying gazed toward the sealed land by the volcano as if waiting for something. As the sphere dissipated, Mingren holding Ziyuan broke through the swirling smoke and descended slowly from the sky, landing on the mountain where Kakashi and the others were gathered. All right, Mingren, put me down. Embarrassed before the crowd, Ziyuan jumped out of Mingren's arms and looked toward the sealed land. It's finally over, Mingren said, looking at Ziyuan ahead. Not yet. I must continue my work as a Miko and pass this power on to the next Miko. Ziyuan smiled, gazing into the distance. Suddenly she turned and fixed her eyes on Mingren's face. How about it, Mingren? Won't you help me? Huh? Xiaoying tensed up, watching Mingren with nervous anticipation, afraid he might stay. All the Konoha shinobi turned their eyes toward him. Sure. Mingren nodded with a smile. Just tell me if you need anything. In the end, with the help of the allied shinobi forces and Mingren, the incident in the Guijigwe came to a perfect close. Under Ziyuan's reluctant gaze, Mingren and the others set out on their return journey. Yet the repercussions of this event were far from over. What? You say that brat single-handedly took down the Morio? The Reikid Shibibilaza scowled at the Cloud Village leader before him. Yes. The Cloud leader recounted the details to Shibibilaza. Shibibilaza drew a sharp breath. A jutsu like that. Even I wouldn't survive it. It seems we need to rethink our stance toward Konoha. What an interesting boy. Oh, the Mizuki Zeomiming mused upon hearing her subordinate's report. It seems Konoha has produced an extraordinary figure. Is that Konoha brat really that formidable? The Tsuchikage Joshua pondered from his seat. Konoha. Could it be another genius? Mingren. Has he grown to that level? Woldo, listening to Shoju's detailed report, looked up at the sand shinobi behind him. I too have something I want to protect. I will become as strong as you. Gainsho slumped in her Hokage chair, recalling Kakashi's report. Mingren has grown stronger again. It seems I won't have to endure this troublesome Hokage position much longer. Excellent, now I can go gamble again. As she spoke, she picked up the sake cup on the desk and took a sip. Gansho-sama. You're drinking again during work. Jinin's voice echoed far from the office. That Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Uzumaki faced Ban after hearing Ju's report, closed his eyes in contemplation. Suddenly Ban's eyes snapped open. The tailed beast capture plan begins. Understood. I'll inform Payan and the others immediately. Ju replied respectfully, slowly sinking into the ground. Has the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki grown this strong? Tuanzang listened to his subordinate's report. It seems the Hokage faction is rising again. What a pity. I failed to control him back then. Suddenly Tuanzang rose from his seat. No, I can't wait any longer. I must become the Hokage. A cold glint shone in his exposed eye. Assemble all route operatives immediately. If we delay any longer, that brat will be pushed by Sarutobi and the others as the next Hokage. I must act now. Lord Tuanzang, a letter from Orochimaru. A route operative suddenly appeared at Tuanzang's side. Orochimaru. Let me see it. Tuanzang took the letter from the operative, opened it with a special technique, and burst into laughter. Ha ha, excellent. At the critical moment, Orochimaru delivers. Tell Orochimaru that I understand his intentions and will cooperate fully. As he spoke, Tuanzang impaled the letter on a shuriken and hurled it at the operative. By the way, don't pretend to be a rude operative. You reek of snakes, you know. Kabuto. Lord Tuanzang is truly keen. Kabuto removed his mask, revealing his trademark hypocritical smile. He adjusted his glasses. I will convey your intentions to Orochimaru-sama. The plan will be set in motion on schedule. With that, Kabuto vanished back into the darkness. Tuanzang watched him go and began to laugh heartily. It seems the day I become Hokage is drawing near. Ha ha. What is that old man Danzo up to lately? Tsunade frowned at the report handed in by the Umbua, a knot of unease tightening in her chest. The route once shrouded in darkness has now completely vanished from sight. Like the calm before a storm. What exactly is he planning? Naruto and Kakashi are still on their way back. If Danzo tries something now. Tsunade mused, her instincts, sharp as ever, already sensing the anomaly. She looked up at the two advisors before her, Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado. Please apply more pressure on Danzo. Keep him steady until Naruto returns. I fear that old man may have already lost his patience. Indeed, the two advisors stood before her. The Hokage's strong influence had swayed the once neutral advisors to Tsunade's side. Understood, Tsunade. Hamura Mitokado replied, his expression impassive. Tsunade, you must know we cannot hold him for much longer, Koharu said, her voice laced with concern. The recent anomalies had already stirred a faint sense of dread within them. With that, Koharu and Hamura turned and walked out of the Hokage's office. Sigh. Only you two are from the same era as Danzo. Only you can temporarily keep him in check. Tsunade sighed, her thoughts drifting 1,000 miles away. Naruto, when will you return? In the dim underground, a group of people sat around a conference table. At the head, Danzo, with his one visible eye closed, remained silent. Danzo, why have you summoned us all here? Elder A stood up from his seat. The other elders murmured in agreement. Indeed, they were the Elder Council of Konoha. Hearing their words, Danzo opened his eyes in displeasure and gave a signal to his root operative beside him. Instantly, a planned document appeared before each elder. All the elders fell silent. Take a look, Danzo said in a flat tone, then closed his eyes again. The elders exchanged complicated glances before picking up the documents. After only a few glances, their expressions changed drastically. Yet as elders they still possessed some patience. They suppressed their anger, and read through the entire plan. Danzo, you have lost your mind. Elder B slammed the so-called plan onto the table. You are colluding with Orochimaru. Colluding with Orochimaru. Danzo opened his eyes and looked at him with amusement. When Orochimaru conducted his immortality research, which of you did not collude with him? Using such a charge against me is laughable. But what you are doing now will destroy Konoha. Elder D stood up. No, do you think I truly trust Orochimaru? Once he loses his value, I will make him disappear from this world. Danzo rose, his ambition swelling to its peak. Even so, we firmly oppose and will not support your plan. We are after all children of Konoha. The elders finally reached a decision. Hearing their words, Danzo sneered. Ungrateful fools. Even without you I will succeed. With that, Danzo clapped his hands and a swarm of root operatives appeared in the meeting room. Danzo! What do you think you are doing? Elder C roared. Can't you see? Danzo looked at the elders as if they were idiots. Since I showed you the plan, how could I let you leave? Between life and death you chose death. Now face the punishment of death. Danzo laughed like a madman. Do it! After a series of screams, Danzo emerged from the underground. The sky grew darker, thick as ink, and impossible to disperse. Wait for me, Konoha. Soon you will be mine. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade's unease grew stronger, more restless. What's wrong? What is it that feels off? Why do I have this ominous premonition? She pushed aside her desk and stood up. Right, where are the two advisors? Why haven't they returned yet? No matter the outcome, the advisors always came back to report to Tsunade immediately. But so much time had passed, and they had not appeared. Something must have happened. Tsunade shouted anxiously. Shizen! Shizen! But after a long while there was no response. Damn it! Even a fool would know something was wrong by now. Tsunade flung open the door and rushed out. On the main street of Konoha an eerie silence prevailed. Not a single person could be found on any street. What is going on? Tsunade ran about frantically but saw no one. No. She calmed down and immediately sensed the anomaly. This is a genjutsu. She pressed her hands together and burst forth with all her chakra. Release! As her chakra erupted, the surrounding environment twisted and returned to its original form. Tsunade was still inside the Hokage building. To break free so quickly, worthy of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Danzo's hoarse voice sounded behind her. Danzo! Tsunade smiled bitterly. She had not expected him to act so soon. Since you have made your move, then the advisors. Those two old fools, fence-sitters who used their status as Hokage advisors to suppress me, they are already in the ground. Danzo laughed maniacally. No one can stop me now. TCH, since there's no other way, let's fight. Tsunade threw a punch at Danzo behind her. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from the Hokage building and a massive cloud of smoke billowed out of the office. Simultaneously, similar battles broke out in every corner of Konoha. What is happening? Yakumo watched nervously as shinobi wearing Konoha headbands fought each other for no apparent reason. Those masks. Root and Umbu. Hinata frowned as she observed the scene. What's going on? Sasuke cut down a Root operative charging at him. Has Danzo finally made his move? Perfect. Now I have my chance for revenge. The six-pointed star in his pupils flickered with an eerie light. Whoosh! In an instant, Cloud dispatched 4 invading Root operatives, panting heavily. Root has finally made their move. Their timing is impeccable. Yes. They chose the moment when light is absent. Purple finished off 2 more Root operatives. Most of the Anbu and Hokage-aligned shinobi have gone to exterminate the Morio. Purple cast his gaze into the distance, and whispered to himself. Light, come back soon. As the smoke slowly dissipated, Tsunade's exhausted figure was revealed, gasping for air, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Danzo, who showed no signs of fatigue. How is it possible? We've been fighting for so long, and he's the same age as the 3rd Hokage, yet he still has such abundant stamina. Tsunade, your era is over. Danzo strode toward her, his hands clasped together, and constantly changing signs. Do you want to know why I haven't tired after all this time? Because I have this. His right arm, wrapped in bandages, instantly transformed into wood and lashed out at Tsunade. What? This is wood style. Tsunade barely dodged the incoming wood but was still swept aside by the branches and collapsed to the ground. How is this possible? This is grandfather's wood style. Tsunade struggled to straighten herself, her eyes filled with incredulity. No wonder. The life energy of wood style keeps your cells so vibrant. But how could you possess it? As Tsunade stood in shock, Danzo's right arm detached from the fused wood, revealing a cluster of open Sharingan eyes embedded in it, slowly rotating with a grotesque ferocity. In an instant, Tsunade's eyes widened. You actually transplanted Sharingan. Does that mean you're wood style? Exactly. Danzo interrupted her guess with a wild laugh. I transplanted the cells of the 1st Hokage and the Uchiha's Sharingan. Who in this world can stand against me? You madman. Tsunade cursed loudly. The wood style of her beloved grandfather appearing in a lunatic like Danzo was a desecration of the 1st Hokage. Madman. You understand nothing. With the 1st Hokage's wood style and the Uchiha's Sharingan, I can control the 9 tails. How far can it be before Konoha unifies the shinobi world? Only through relentless war can Konoha reach its peak. You who indulge in peace have lost all combat strength. Konoha in your hands will eventually be destroyed. Danzo's eyes locked onto Tsunade, who was slumped against the wall, speaking passionately. You have been abandoned by this era. You are the stumbling blocks preventing Konoha's progress. You are the ones who must be eliminated. As he formed hand signs rapidly, Danzo inhaled and spat out a straight wind blade aimed at Tsunade. The straight wind blade pierced deeply into Tsunade, blood splattering everywhere. But Danzo showed no pleasure. Instead, he looked toward the ground. Come out, Tsunade! Before the Sharingan, nothing can remain hidden. Boom! Tsunade burst out from beneath Danzo's feet and punched at him. Danzo leaped back to evade her heavy blow. But this was not the end. Tsunade quickly closed in on Danzo, blue chakra enveloping her fist. If that punch landed, Danzo would surely be reduced to bone fragments. However, watching Tsunade's approach, Danzo sneered calmly, formed a few hand signs, and just as he completed the last one, Tsunade's chakra-infused heavy punch slammed into his body. Sizzle! From the inside out, Danzo was completely obliterated into dust. Standing still, Tsunade frowned with unease. Although the sensation on her fist confirmed it was solid, she couldn't shake the feeling that Danzo, who had been so arrogant moments ago, couldn't be killed so easily. Lady Hokage, what are you looking at? Danzo's voice echoed from behind her. What? Tsunade turned to see Danzo completely unharmed, muttering, "Was that a clone?" "No, a clone couldn't have that sensation." "What was it?" "Tsunade, the game ends here." Danzo glanced at the Sharingan on his hand and rapidly formed hand signs again. Wind-style vacuum great sphere. A wind blade larger than before shot straight at Tsunade. "You think this can kill me?" She sneered, preparing to dodge, but found her entire body frozen. In that instant the wind blade pierced Tsunade's chest. Cough. Blood gushed from her mouth. She looked down at her body, now covered in black curse marks. Realization dawned. That moment. He placed this on me. As if reading her thoughts, Danzo grinned sadistically. "That's right. This is a curse seal technique that binds movement, paralyzing the entire body, making it impossible to move or speak. Now you're helpless, aren't you?" "But..." Tsunade looked at Danzo's grin and smiled back, struggling to clasp her hands together. "I have a trump card too. Een seal release." The diamond-shaped mark on Tsunade's forehead began to glow, forming a seal. "Forbidden technique, creation rebirth." As her voice rang out, all her wounds began to emit smoke and slowly heal. In no time Tsunade's injuries were completely healed. "Oh. You broke my curse seal technique." Danzo muttered in mild surprise, observing the vanished seal on her forehead, and the fully restored wounds. He chuckled. "Immortal in battle, are you? A remarkable forbidden technique. But if I smash your head to pieces, can you still regenerate?" "Bastard." This guy immediately exposed the weakness of creation rebirth. Tsunade gasped heavily, her thoughts churning. "What should I do? This old monster is no longer human. And this damned curse seal." Breaking the seal had already consumed the chakra from the Een seal's release. Taijutsu was nearly useless against Danzo with wood style. She was out of options. "Tsunade, surrender." Danzo's right hand once again turned into wood, thrusting straight at her head. "Is this the end?" Tsunade watched the approaching wooden spike, her mind surprisingly calm, a hint of relief in her eyes. "Can I finally leave this war-torn world? Finally no longer bearing the heavy burden of being Hokage? The only thing I can't let go of." Her eyes slowly closed as the last glimmer of light before her faded. "Naruto. I really miss you." Thud. Blood splattered. Drip. Warm liquid slid down Tsunade's cheek, falling onto the earth beneath her feet. Tsunade opened her eyes, staring blankly at the figure blocking her path. His body, backlit by the sun, seemed to radiate a dazzling brilliance. Something seemed to well up in Tsunade's eyes. "This is the second time you've stood in front of me, Naruto." On the other side of the battlefield, the situation had undergone a dramatic change. 8 trigrams palms heavens rotation. A pale blue hemispherical barrier expanded around Niji, deflecting all the shuriken fired at them. Then Niji switched his stance, a green trigram formation appearing beneath his feet. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. An invisible surge of chakra shot from Niji's hand, sending the root ninjas before him reeling back, spitting blood. As the root ninjas retreated step by step, Lee charged forward and sent them flying. The new generation of Eino Shikicho also coordinated to fend off the encroaching root forces. Lightning blade. A blue glow gathered in Kakashi's hand. Amidst the screams, the blue light transformed into several bolts of lightning, piercing through the nearby root ninjas. "This is truly exhilarating," Guy bellowed as he charged at 3 approaching root ninjas, his peculiar watermelon-like hair fluttering wildly at high speed. "Rest gate open. Leaf hurricane." The sudden burst of speed, accompanied by surging chakra, sent the root ninjas flying backward from Guy's spinning kick. Root ninjas. I wonder how the Hokage is doing now. Having dealt with his opponent, Kakashi came to Guy's side, gazing worriedly at the direction of the Hokage building, now reduced to rubble. "Konoha can't withstand another blow like this." "Hey, don't worry," Guy said, uncharacteristically serious for once. "Don't forget your student, our hero of Konoha, is over there." "Yeah, you're right. With him there shouldn't be any problems." Kakashi's heart settled. With the return of the expeditionary Konoha ninjas, the balance of victory tilted toward the Hokage faction, and Danzo's route began to fall back in defeat. The scene shifted back to where Tsunade and Danzo were. "Uzumaki. Naruto." Danzo frowned, staring at Naruto, who was still smiling despite clutching his wound. "You again. I didn't expect this, Danzo." Naruto's right hand glowed with a pale green light, the wound from the wind blade slowly healing as the fluorescent light flickered. "You launch your attack so soon. It seems you've completely abandoned any pretense of being a Konoha ninja." "There's no such thing as pretense. I can't wait any longer. If you become Hokage, when will I ever realize my dream, the dream of unifying the shinobi world? Danzo said flatly, his eyes fixed on Naruto, his mind racing. Since Uzumaki Naruto is here, it means the Hokage faction's ninjas have also arrived. With my root forces alone, they stand no chance against the Hokage faction. Danzo, it seems your situation is quite dire. Just as Naruto and Danzo faced off, a hoarse voice echoed from beneath the ground. A figure slowly rose from the earth. A pale kimono, long hair covering the right eye, head bowed with a sinister smile, occasionally extending a tongue like a snake's. Golden serpentine eyes surveyed everyone around. Orochimaru. Orochimaru, as agreed, I need your help now. Danzo spoke urgently. The situation was unfavorable to him. If this power grab failed, he would be forced to flee Konoha like Orochimaru, becoming a stray dog, something he did not want. Orochimaru. Naruto's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected the man being hunted by the Akatsuki to dare appear openly here. Danzo. You dare collude with Orochimaru? Seeing Orochimaru appear, Tsunade grew even more furious, roaring at Danzo. SSS. Orochimaru's smile grew more sinister. I can't do things the same way as before. I need to add something to the original terms. What you offered before won't satisfy me anymore. Orochimaru, you dare take advantage of my predicament. Danzo exploded with rage, but quickly forced himself to calm down. He knew this was not the time to break with Orochimaru. Every moment of delay cost another root ninja. Danzo dared not haggle. I'll double the Sharingan, I promise you. That should be enough. Danzo knew what Orochimaru wanted and directly doubled the number of Sharingan offered. Good Lord, Danzo is indeed a man of his word. Having achieved his goal, Orochimaru smiled even more gleefully. He formed a hand seal and a snake instantly appeared, burrowing into the ground, disappearing in no time. Suddenly, on the various battlefields of Konoha, the overwhelming advantage of the Hokage faction began to balance out with the arrival of the Sound Ninjas. These ninjas are from the Sound Village. Haku casually froze a charging Sound Ninja with an ice jutsu. The Root Ninjas are actually colluding with Orochimaru. It seems Konoha is truly. That's why Naruto wants to bring change, to change this Konoha. Yakumo drew a quick stroke on her sketchboard and a flame burst out on a distant Root Ninja, consuming him in a tragic scream. Orochimaru, you dare show up here? Aren't you afraid of the Akatsuki coming after you? Across from Danzo, Naruto stared at Orochimaru in surprise. You don't think you're strong enough to fight the Akatsuki now, do you? Humph, the Akatsuki. Once I obtain the Sharingan, they'll be the first ones I go after. Who can stop me when I have the Sharingan? Orochimaru's hoarse voice was filled with arrogance and long-suppressed madness. But before that, I'll take you down first. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes narrowed and his neck instantly elongated, spitting out a Kusanagi blade, thrusting it toward Naruto. Naruto swiftly formed hand seals. Puff, 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 puff. 5 clouds of smoke appeared before him. From the leading smoke, Naruto burst forth, using a special kunai to deflect Orochimaru's Kusanagi, while a sword appeared in his right hand, swinging down at Orochimaru's neck. Sensing danger, Orochimaru's neck instantly retracted to its original length, causing the Azura Path strike to miss. Having missed, the Azura Path did not pursue but retreated beside the smoke. Meanwhile, the other 4 clouds of smoke dissipated, revealing identical Narutos standing side by side, their eyes rippling with concentric rings. Naruto removed his glasses, revealing his blue eyes with mysterious ripples, and stepped forward to stand alongside the other 5 figures. The 6 paths of Uzumaki present. No wonder Sarutobi intended to leave the position of Hokage to you. Danzo looked at Naruto with a complex expression. You truly possess the potential and capability to lead Konoha into a new era. Having said this, Danzo's eyes gleamed with menace as he began forming hand seals. However, I still prefer to be the one to blaze this trail. Wind-style vacuum serial waves. Several straight-line wind blades shot from Danzo's mouth, hurtling toward Naruto. Simultaneously, Orochimaru began his move, extending his hand toward Naruto. Hidden shadow snake hands. A massive swarm of snakes surged from Orochimaru's sleeve, darting toward the 6 paths clones standing before Naruto to entangle them. Naruto, however, paid no heed to Orochimaru and Danzo's actions. He stepped back, letting the 6 paths clones shield him, and said to Tsunade, You should leave this place first. Once the battle begins, I might not be able to look after you. Tsunade looked at Naruto with concern, wanting to stay and help him fight against Orochimaru and Danzo, but she knew that staying would only make her a burden. She had no choice but to nod reluctantly, saying, Be careful. Both of them are Kage-level fighters. Especially Danzo, he has a strange jutsu that seems to grant him an undying ability. With that, Tsunade cast a reluctant glance at Naruto and ran off into the distance, disappearing from his sight in a few bounds. Just as Naruto was speaking with Tsunade, the wind blades had already reached the clones. In that instant they all retreated, with the Pretapath taking the frontmost position, hands spread wide. Absorption. The wind blades dissolved into nothingness between the Pretapath's hands. However, Orochimaru's snakes followed closely, and this was not something the Pretapath's ability could absorb. In the moment, the snakes engulfed the Pretapath. With a puff, the Pretapath vanished from among the snakes and reappeared beside the animal path. The animal path's summoning technique had teleported the Pretapath out of the snake swarm to its side. The snake swarm missed its target, and pressed forward again toward the six paths clones. Meanwhile, Danzo also lunged forward, charging at the clones, while Orochimaru shot toward them as well. How do you think I'm easy prey? Naruto finally stepped in front of the clones, looking disdainfully at all the incoming attacks. Almighty push! With Naruto's shout, an invisible barrier deflected the oncoming swarm of snakes. Danzo and Orochimaru. Under the immense repulsive force, they were instantly blasted away. A shockwave of dust and sand spread outward from the repulsion. With a series of bang 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 sounds, the deflected snakes turned into puffs of white smoke and returned to the summoning realm. At the same time, the flung Danzo and Orochimaru crashed heavily against the ruined walls, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. That move again! Orochimaru slowly rose to his feet, his snake-like pupils fixed intently on Naruto's azure Rinnegan, filled with naked jealousy and greed. I'll tear those eyes out of your head! Wind-style great breakthrough! Orochimaru instantly formed hand seals, unleashing a hurricane that slammed into Naruto and swept across everyone. Orochimaru, this move is useless! The Pretapath automatically appeared in front of Naruto, swiftly absorbing the hurricane into nothingness. I know it's useless. Orochimaru let out a sinister chuckle. But I'm not fighting alone. As Orochimaru finished speaking, a sound of something cutting through the air came from behind Naruto. A massive fireball enveloping 3 shuriken in a triangular formation flew toward him, with Danzo clutching a kunai right behind. Danzo had somehow already appeared behind Naruto. Just as the shuriken were about to strike him, Naruto leaped into the air, dodging all the attacks. Danzo, you're thinking too simply. The 6 paths shared a unified field of vision. Every move Danzo made could not escape Naruto's eyes. How could a sneak attack succeed? Naruto landed behind Danzo and seized his hand. Danzo, it's over. As he spoke, the Azura Path's blade thrust toward Danzo. With his hands bound, Danzo could not perform any jutsu. Even Naruto's usually calm eyes flickered with a trace of emotion. If he could eliminate him so easily, that would be ideal. Just as Naruto thought everything was settled, Danzo suddenly turned his head to look at him. His right eye, which had been covered, was now exposed, its crimson Sharingan emitting an eerie glow. In an instant, Naruto froze in place, and the Azura Path's blade aimed at Danzo came to a halt. It worked! Danzo rewrapped the bandage over his right eye and laughed evilly. Uzumaki, Naruto is now under my control. At that moment, Orochimaru, who had been standing at a distance, approached and looked at the dazed Naruto, saying, Danzo, this is quite a harvest. Danzo of course knew what Orochimaru was after and replied, Orochimaru, we've already settled on the terms of our deal. You're not going to ask for more, are you? As he spoke, Danzo controlled Naruto and the clones to move behind him. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, a flicker of killing intent passing through, but he said, How could I? We're partners. As he spoke, he stepped back. But what about the price you set? Of course I'll give it to you. Danzo approached Orochimaru. Come with me to the root base. I'll hand it over there. As he said this, Danzo slammed his hand onto the ground. A stone coffin instantly rose from beneath, encasing the startled Orochimaru. Haha, Orochimaru, your time has come. Danzo laughed maniacally, feeling the chakra being transmitted from inside the stone coffin. This is a jutsu specifically created for you. I knew your earth style is formidable, so I forged this stone coffin with wood-style chakra infused into it, isolating you from the ground. Moreover, this coffin constantly absorbs chakra from your body. A truly impressive jutsu. Orochimaru's eerie voice echoed from within the coffin, but the next moment his voice resounded from all directions. But did you think I'd let you finish me off so easily? As he spoke, the chakra transmission from the coffin abruptly ceased. Inside, Orochimaru's form dissolved into a pile of yellow earth, melting away. Danzo, when dealing with someone like you, how could I not be on guard with every fiber of my being? I never trusted you. Orochimaru rose slowly from behind Danzo. You are a dangerous man. Orochimaru. Tuanzing's expression soured. His meticulously prepared ninjutsu had failed to serve its purpose. Yet being a man of great stature, his countenance quickly regained composure. Since the pretense had been shattered, there was no need for further words. Tuanzing, aren't you afraid I'll expose your schemes now that you've turned against me? Orochimaru's face also darkened as he glared at Tuanzing. No one would be pleased to be betrayed by their own ally. Tuanzing fixed his gaze on Orochimaru, a venomous smile curling on his lips. The rogue ninja Orochimaru of Konoha launched an invasion, slaying the 5th Hokage Tsunade and many Konoha shinobi before being cut down by the valiant efforts of Danzo. Do you think anyone will ever know I betrayed the Hokage? You've certainly calculated well, Tuanzing. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes glinted coldly. But these excuses, you'll have to live to speak them. First try to survive me. With that, Orochimaru bit his thumb, smeared blood across his wrist, and rapidly formed hand seals before slamming his palms onto the ground. Ninja art summoning technique. A colossal two-headed serpent materialized before Orochimaru, precisely intercepting the wind blades that Tuanzing had unleashed. Gazing at the giant serpent summoned by Orochimaru, Tuanzing frowned. A massive summon would inevitably ravage many of Konoha's structures. He needed a complete Konoha, not one reduced to rubble. A summoning beast. Tuanzing likewise bit his finger and began weaving seals. Ninja art summoning technique. There was no choice. If Orochimaru had called forth a giant serpent, only a similarly colossal summon could counter it. A giant Baku, a dream-eating beast, appeared opposite the two-headed serpent, its presence commanding and immense. Is this a Baku? It's far larger than I imagined. Orochimaru marveled at the creature, which seemed to him an exquisite subject for research. Even as Orochimaru stood in awe, the Baku launched a fierce assault at Tuanzing's signal. With a tremendous roar, the Baku thrust its long snout upward, opened its massive maw, and began to inhale everything before it. An immense suction force followed the Baku's movement. Debris, leaves, and the very air rushed into its mouth, which seemed bottomless, ceaselessly drawing in all that lay ahead. So this is the Baku's absorption. Orochimaru sensed the chakra within the giant serpent slowly draining away and frowned. Under the pull, the two-headed serpent could not resist, its tail dragged as it slid inexorably toward the Baku. Yet the battle was not so easily concluded. The two-headed serpent whipped its tail, embedding the tip into the ground to anchor itself. Then one of its heads suddenly swelled and its jaws opened toward Tuanzing's Baku. Purple venomous mist spewed from the serpent's mouth, carried swiftly toward the Baku by the suction. Seeing the approaching mist, the Baku ceased its inhalation. Instead, it expelled the air it had just drawn in. A gale-force wind burst from its mouth, driving the toxic fog back toward the two-headed serpent. A thick cloud of venom enveloped the two-headed serpent, obscuring the scene within. Gradually the mist dissipated, but the serpent was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a rumbling tremor sounded from beneath the earth. Below, Tuanzing leaped off the Baku, abandoning the spot. The instant they vacated, the serpents' heads erupted from the ground, unleashing two wind blades from their jaws that shot straight toward them. The Baku midair could not maneuver. It took the two wind blades squarely, crashed to the ground, and lay momentarily paralyzed, its limbs splayed. But the two-headed serpent was not finished. As the Baku lay helpless, its sturdy tail lashed out viciously. Yet the serpent had not anticipated that the Baku possessed more than its limbs. Its trunk was remarkably powerful. The Baku's trunk coiled around the serpent's tail, pulling it closer. The serpent in turn strained to drag the Baku toward itself. The two colossal summons remained locked in a stalemate. Seeing the summons struggle, temporarily deadlocked, Tuanzing and Orochimaru, as if by mutual agreement, leaped down from their respective beasts and charged toward each other. As they ran, both began forming hand seals almost simultaneously. However, Orochimaru, being slightly younger, completed his first, unleashing his self-developed forbidden technique. Forbidden technique: 10,000 snakes array. Countless serpents crawled from Orochimaru's mouth, forming a wall of snakes that bore down upon Tuanzing. Shortly after Orochimaru completed his seals, Tuanzing finished his own jutsu. Wind release vacuum great sphere. He drew a deep breath, firing countless bullets of air from his mouth that pierced the swarming snakes, momentarily holding off Orochimaru's technique. Yet a forbidden technique earned its name through power beyond ordinary ninjutsu. Tuanzing's vacuum great sphere could only withstand the assault for a moment before the endless tide of snakes once again formed a wall pressing toward him. Tuanzing frowned, his hands moving without pause as he unleashed several techniques in succession. Fire release great fireball technique. Fire release dragon fire technique. Wind release air cutter technique. 2 consecutive fire release techniques combined with a wind release finally reduced the oncoming serpent swarm to ashes. Even Tuanzang was now breathing heavily. The sustained use of multiple high-level jutsu taxed even someone who had transplanted the first Hokage's cells. Despite the heavy expenditure, Tuanzang glanced at his right arm and formed a series of peculiar hand seals. Just then the distance between them had closed to a point where ninjutsu was no longer suitable. Both drew their weapons for close-quarters combat. Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword and Tuanzang's kunai arc toward each other with deadly intent. At the very moment of their first violent clash, searing black flames erupted between them, instantly engulfing both in a fiery cocoon. Amaterasu. Standing silently beside the ruins of the Hokage building, clad in Anbu attire, his sword still sheathed Sasuke's left eye, the Mangekyo, streamed with blood. Uchiha! Sasuke! Orochimaru rolled out from the snake shed, burning with black flames glaring at Sasuke's eyes with a mix of fury and greed. Yet Sasuke paid no heed to Orochimaru, who had expended immense chakra. His crimson six-pointed star slowly rotated as his eyes fixed unwaveringly on Danzo, who was surrounded by Amaterasu. His sole purpose for coming was revenge. Poof! The burning Danzo suddenly turned into a puff of smoke, and a fully intact Danzo reappeared in place. Seeing Danzo unscathed, Sasuke frowned. No one understood the power of Amaterasu better than the Uchiha. Except for a freak like Orochimaru who could escape death by using the shedding substitution technique, almost no one could survive being enveloped by Amaterasu. Was it a clone? Sasuke barely managed to come up with a plausible explanation. Fully recovered, Danzo lowered his head to glance at the Sharingan on his right arm, then raised his eyes to meet Sasuke's. The orphan of the Uchiha. Indeed a menace. I knew I couldn't trust that Itachi. I should have eradicated the Uchiha completely back then. As Danzo's Sharingan came into view and he mentioned Itachi confessing to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke was transported back to that day of slaughter. He erupted completely. Danzo! Boom! An enormous skeletal framework enveloped in crimson flame-like chakra encased Sasuke entirely. Susanoo! The long-suppressed hatred finally exploded in this moment. Sasuke's Mangekyo underwent another breakthrough. Under Danzo's provocation, he awakened the Susanoo. Danzo, prepare to die! In a rage, Sasuke commanded the Susanoo to strike Danzo with a massive palm. Arrogant brat, how naive! A red light flickered in Danzo's right eye beneath the bandages. The long, silent main body of Naruto suddenly appeared before Danzo, standing in his way without any resistance. Sigh! At the sight of Naruto, Sasuke's pupils contracted. The Susanoo's arm halted just before hitting Naruto. Danzo, you truly are despicable! Sasuke glared coldly at Danzo, and when his gaze swept over Naruto, a trace of concern flickered in his eyes. Despicable? Danzo smiled with the satisfaction of a successful scheme. As early as 30 years ago I knew that as long as the goal is achieved, the means are not the most important thing. The only weakness of you Hokage faction is emotion, that fire will you pride yourselves on. It is precisely that which has caused Konoha to decline. Emotions. Only the victor can afford them. Danzo, you are wrong. A hoarse, aged voice sounded from behind Danzo. It was the third Hokage, Sarutobi. What? Danzo spun around, utterly shocked. Sarutobi, how is this possible? How did you get out? Danzo stared incredulously at the increasingly aged third Hokage. Old man Sarutobi. Orochimaru, whose chakra was gradually recovering, fixed his gaze on the third, his eyes flickering. Only with emotions can one understand right and wrong, know good and evil, learn to protect, and thus become strong. Shimura, have you forgotten the teacher's words? Your desire to become Hokage has already consumed you. What do you know? Danzo roared, cutting off Sarutobi's words. How could a lofty Hokage ever understand the pain of being unable to appear before the people? Only by becoming Hokage can I lead Konoha to conquer the ninja world. Seeing Danzo completely consumed by the lust for power, Sarutobi sighed, looking even more aged. As if making a decision, he said, In that case, let us act. Act? Danzo looked around suspiciously but saw no one emerging. He couldn't help but laugh mockingly at the third. Ha 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 ha, who can help you now? Is there anyone left to act? Shin. R.A. 10. Say. A sound like a divine chant echoed from all directions. Danzo turned his head in disbelief toward Naruto, only to see Naruto stretching out his right palm toward him. Before Danzo could even speak, he was blasted away by the overwhelming repulsive force of the Deva path. Under Orochimaru's incredulous gaze, Danzo drew a straight line through the sky and crashed heavily into the ruins. Thrown by the Shinra Tensei, Danzo spat out another large mouthful of blood, completely incapacitated. It must be said that Naruto's attack was so sudden that Danzo didn't even have time to use his Rinnegan. All the damage hit him squarely. How is this possible? Danzo's right eye bandage had completely fallen away, his Sharingan staring in disbelief at Naruto, whose eyes were now clear and lucid. Someone can actually resist Shinra's ability. Naruto looked at the incredulous Danzo, gathered the 5 paths back to his side, and said, "Although your Sharingan is powerful, only the Rinnegan is the true eye of the gods. No one can use genjutsu to control a true Rinnegan." Bastard. So from the very beginning I was deceived by you, Danzo said with reluctance. But he did not give up. The vitality of the first Hokage cells continuously repaired his broken body, and his injuries mended bit by bit. However, he could no longer suppress the first cells. Under the ever-active vitality, the first cells began to devour Danzo. Damn it! Danzo severed his right hand, which had turned into wood, freeing himself from the erosion of the first cells. His injuries were no longer as severe. Seeing Danzo without his right arm's Sharingan, Sasuke's resolve for revenge intensified. He glanced at Naruto, then charged forward again, engaging Danzo in battle. Meanwhile, Naruto blocked Orochimaru, who was attempting to slip away. "Orochimaru, it seems the lesson I gave you last time wasn't enough. You actually dare to return to Konoha." Naruto looked at Orochimaru with a mocking expression. But Orochimaru was surprisingly calm. Having expended a vast amount of chakra, he seemed to have accepted his fate. "I never expected that the brat from back then would have grown to this extent." He paused, then his hoarse voice rang out again. "However, you won't take my life so easily. Let me show you my final move. White Snake Forbidden Art, Yamata no Orochi." Boom. As Orochimaru's words fell, a massive cloud of smoke filled the entire battlefield, forcing even the fight between Danzo and Sasuke to a halt. As the smoke cleared, an enormous white serpent with 8 heads appeared on the spot, each head the size of Manda's head. Orochimaru's transformation into the Yamata no Orochi was now fully revealed before everyone. 8-headed snake art, huh? Naruto looked at the 8 constantly waving snake heads, furrowing his brow. This powerful forbidden technique, only Itachi Susanoo can easily obliterate it. Orochimaru, have you abandoned your human identity? Having transformed into a creature, how many heinous deeds have you committed? The third Hokage looked at his former beloved disciple, now turned into this ghastly form, and it seemed that a few more wrinkles had appeared on his already aged face. Saying this, the third Hokage was about to charge forward, but fortunately Tsunade arrived in time, and pulled him back. "Teacher, it's too dangerous here. Leave it to Naruto. Trust him, he is the 6th Hokage you appointed." As if convinced by Tsunade's words, the third Hokage gave up the idea of charging forward. He took a deep look at the 8-headed white snake, then turned and left. No one saw a crystal-clear teardrop slide from the corner of his eye. Watching the third Hokage's retreating figure, Tsunade felt that her teacher's back seemed even more desolate. She turned to look at Naruto, who was already fighting the 8-headed white snake transformed by Orochimaru, prayed inwardly, and then followed the third Hokage. Tenten manipulated her tools, cooperating with Rock Lee to take down the last sound ninja in front of them. Lightning Release. Lightning Tiger Massacre. Kakashi concentrated his chakra in his hand, creating a dog-shaped lightning bolt. The dog-shaped lightning bolt rushed past the root members in front, electrocuting all of them. All taken care of, Kakashi. Kurenai, along with the former members of Team 8, Kiba, Hinata, and Shino, walked up to Kakashi. "Yes, most of the enemies have been dealt with. A few sound ninjas have started fleeing outside the village, no longer a threat." Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. The prolonged battle had nearly exhausted his already limited chakra. As for casualties, thanks to Lady Tsunade's direct disciple, most of the injured ninjas survived. Saying this, Kakashi smiled at Sakura. "Well done, Sakura Ino." Hearing Kakashi's praise, the already exhausted Sakura and Ino smiled sheepishly. Hee. Then the only remaining enemy now is... Kakashi and the other Jonin looked towards the Hokage building. Boom! Just as they were looking at the Hokage building, the figure of a massive 8-headed white snake crossed over the obstructive buildings in between and appeared before Kurenai and the others. Even though they were far from the white snake, they could still feel its evil and immense chakra. "Snake! That is..." Kakashi stared in shock at the sudden appearance of the white snake. Could it be? The other Jonin also thought of that person. After all, the Konoha Crush plan 3 years ago was still fresh in their memories. No one could forget the one who nearly destroyed Konoha. If it's him, then it's dangerous. Asuma dropped his cigarette but on the ground tightened his grip on his flying swallow blades. Kakashi, let's go. I never thought Danzo would collude with Orochimaru. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector from his left eye, revealing his eye, a crimson pinwheel. Let's go. With a few sounds of movement, several figures vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, Naruto and Orochimaru had already engaged in battle. Due to the enormous size of the 8-headed white snake, Naruto had to focus all his attention on dodging. Each of his clones restrained one snake head, but 2 heads were still continuously attacking Naruto, among which Orochimaru's white phosphorus snake was prominent. Uzumaki Naruto. Even if you have the Rinnegan, what of it? Can you kill me? After the snake head spat out another spray of venom, Orochimaru's cold hoarse voice sounded again. TCH. Naruto sneered disdainfully, using the animal path summoning technique to dodge the venom once again. Let me show you my true power. Naruto recalled all his clones while flying into the sky, beginning to slowly gather chakra. Seeing this, Orochimaru became greatly alarmed. A technique that even a Kage-level ninja needed to gather chakra to release was unimaginably powerful. Orochimaru quickly controlled the other several snake heads, all lunging towards Naruto. At that moment, Naruto was gathering chakra completely defenseless. He could only watch helplessly as the snake heads drew closer. Seeing Naruto about to be torn apart, a flicker of unease crossed Orochimaru's mind. He didn't believe Naruto would be taken down so easily. There must be a trap. With that thought, Orochimaru's white phosphorus snake head recoiled while the other heads continued their charge. Seeing Orochimaru's main body stop, a hint of regret flashed in Naruto's eyes, but his hands didn't stop. He suddenly ceased gathering chakra and raised his hand towards the charging snake heads. He never intended to release a large-scale technique. He was baiting me. As clever as Orochimaru was, he understood Naruto's intention the moment Naruto stopped gathering chakra. He hurriedly tried to stop the snake heads, but the momentum of the 8-headed snake was too great. He could only slow down the charge but could not stop it. Shinra Tensei. The immense repulsive force shot directly towards the 8-headed snake. In an instant, 2 of the 7 snake heads were turned into pulp by the enormous repulsion, while the remaining snake heads were flung away heavily injured, dragging along Orochimaru's main body the white phosphorus snake head. Now is the real moment. Naruto began to bring his hands together, forming a series of hand seals that even Orochimaru had never seen. What kind of seals are these? Orochimaru watched with trepidation as Naruto continued to form unfamiliar seals. He wanted to stop him but was hindered by his other heads. For the first time he regretted using this technique. As the hand seals neared completion, a white light began to emanate from Naruto. Sage Mode. Open! Naruto's white light shone and transformed into green chakra, enveloping his entire body. This life force. So it was you that time. Orochimaru trembled, staring at Naruto in the sky. Prepare yourself. Just as Naruto was about to finish off Orochimaru, a large tree suddenly grew rapidly from the ground, reaching straight towards Naruto. Before Naruto could react, he was caught by the branches. However, the tree seemed unsatisfied. It continued to wrap around Naruto little by little, finally encasing him in a thick cocoon of wood. Naruto! Sakura's piercing scream echoed throughout Konoha. Naruto! Sakura cried out as she and the others arrived near the Hokage building, only to see Naruto enveloped by trees. Naruto! Hinata, who was with them, stumbled and would have fallen if not for Haku's steadying hand. The Jonin were also shocked. Turning to see the fallen snake, they charged forward to engage Orochimaru in battle. Sakura and Haku did not stay put but ran toward the place where Naruto was encased. The closer Sakura got to Naruto, the more she felt the surging life force. This feeling. It's that power from before. Sakura recalled Naruto's Sage Mode from not long ago. That's right. This power means Naruto should be fine. Sakura's heavy heart began to lighten. Meanwhile, the battle between Kakashi and the 8-headed snake had already begun. Fire-style Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Wind-style Great Breakthrough. Aided by the wind, the Fire Dragon charged even more fiercely toward the 8-headed snake. Boom! The Fire Dragon struck the snake accurately, but before the Jonin could react, a tail whipped out from the smoke and swept several nearby Jonin away. Yet the snake under the Fire Dragon's assault only appeared slightly singed, not seriously injured. Damn it! Asuma muttered, holding his flying swallow knives and channeling chakra into them to form sharp blades. Then he leaped high, slashing at one of the waving snake heads. but before he could get close another snake head lunged at him midair. Asuma remained calm, twisting his body to evade as the head passed beneath him. Perfect! Asuma's eyes lit up as he drove his flying swallow into the snake head below. Thud! The blade sank deep into the head. Hiss! The wounded snake head thrashed wildly, and the other 5 heads lunged at Asuma simultaneously. Due to the erratic thrashing, Asuma couldn't immediately pull out his flying swallow, and struggled to keep his balance. Seeing the other heads closing in, a shout came from below. Asuma, move! Asuma instinctively jumped back. The space in front suddenly warped. Orochimaru, using the press of the other heads, barely managed to squeeze out of the attack range, but the other 2 heads were not so lucky. They crashed into the distorted space and were swallowed without resistance. Kamui! Kakashi's headband was lifted, revealing a crimson 3-bladed windmill pattern. Huff! After using Kamui, Kakashi was left drained, the technique having consumed all his remaining chakra. He dodged it. Kakashi had already identified the white phosphorus snake in the center as Orochimaru's true body, and Kamui had been aimed directly at it, yet Orochimaru still managed to evade. Mangekyo Sharingan. Space-time ninjutsu. Orochimaru, having narrowly escaped, stared at Kakashi's left eye with a mixture of greed and fear, his serpentine pupils narrowing further. Kakashi, your luck is truly remarkable. I'll gouge out those eyes of yours. With that, the white phosphorus head shot toward Kakashi. Kakashi wanted to dodge, but his body was too fatigued to move quickly. As he was about to be swallowed by the snake, a voice rang out from above. With style, tree world birth. Naruto's resonant voice echoed across the battlefield. What? To Orochimaru's astonishment, countless trees erupted from the ground, lifting the 8-headed snake, now reduced to 4, completely into the air, higher and higher. Bastard! The white phosphorus snake manipulated the remaining heads, writhing futilely to break the trees. But these trees, brimming with life force, were harder than forged steel. With hundreds of them entwining the snake, it was impossible to break free. Gradually more trees grew, immobilizing the entire 8-headed snake. Worse, the snake's chakra began to be absorbed by the trees, which grew even more wildly as they fed on it. In the end, the snake was completely drained, hanging weakly among the trees. How is this possible? This is the first Hokage's wood style. Kakashi and the Jonin stared in awe at Naruto, who seemed divinely empowered. For a moment they saw the first Hokage in him. Naruto, you might truly be the one to change the times. Meanwhile, Danzo, who had been knocked down and was being tormented by Sasuke, widened his eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? Could the blood of the Sage of Six Paths truly flow within him? But Naruto paid no attention and flew straight to Orochimaru, landing on his head. He looked at him coldly. Orochimaru, do you have any last words? Her last words? Orochimaru's eyes became strangely clear. I'd really like to know what expression that old man who's so obsessed with becoming the Six Paths would have if he knew the true heir of the Six Paths is here. Naruto's face betrayed no emotion, but turmoil stirred within him. That bastard Madara really wants to become the new Six Paths. Are you done? Is that your final farewell? Naruto raised his right hand toward Orochimaru's head. Orochimaru gazed at the sky and murmured, I truly wish to see eternity. Eternal life. Shinra Tensei. Regarding the rebellion in Konoha, the other 4 great nations unexpectedly remained silent, neither launching a sudden assault nor offering assistance, maintaining the stance of observers. The sole explanation was that Konoha harbored someone they feared. That someone was none other than the primary figure who ended the rebellion, Uzumaki Naruto. During the rebellion, Naruto displayed extraordinary prowess, whether it was single-handedly confronting Orochimaru and Danzo or ultimately defeating Orochimaru. Especially after activating Sage Mode, the sudden sprouting of trees added a layer of mystery to his persona. Now, after this great battle, Naruto had earned the epithet the Light of Konoha, a title devoid of any color, shining upon the village like the rays of the sun. That was Naruto. While the shinobi world buzzed with discussion, the hero who quelled the rebellion, Uzumaki Naruto, had vanished. Bang! The door to the Hokage's office was smashed open once again. Ah, the 18th one. Shizen, standing beside Tsunade, held her forehead and sighed helplessly. Before she could finish, a green-clad figure had already flown in. Tsunade-sama, where is Uzumaki Naruto? Youthful passion waits for no one. The green-skinned watermelon-headed Might Guy, not yet steady on his feet, already flashed his gleaming teeth. Guy, how many times have I told you? Uzumaki Naruto has been sent on a mission. Tsunade glared furiously at the watermelon head, whether for the broken door or something else. Tsunade-sama, such words may fool outsiders, but they cannot deceive us. Kakashi's voice came from outside and his figure appeared at the doorway. That day we clearly saw Naruto leave immediately after speaking a single sentence to you. The eye not covered by Kakashi's headband revealed a trace of concern, for no matter how strong Naruto had become, he was once his student. Afterwards Sakura Haku, Hinata Yakumo, and the other rookies entered, among them even Sasuke. Tsunade-sama, we thought Naruto had some urgent matter he couldn't disclose, so we didn't press further. Haku stepped forward and said. But now 2 months have passed, and there's still no word from Naruto. That cannot help but worry us. Tsunade-sama, please tell us where Naruto is. Yes, Hokage-sama, if something happens to that kid Naruto, I won't have anyone to spar with. Kiba continued his boastful antics. This. Tsunade looked at the crowd, frowned helplessly, and turned her gaze to Sasuke, hoping he would remain calm and dissuade them. But to her surprise, Sasuke also came seeking Naruto's whereabouts, otherwise he wouldn't have been among those asking. Tsunade-sama, I too wish to know where Naruto has gone. Perhaps having avenged his family, Sasuke's words carried less coldness and more emotion. Though still cool, he was no longer so distant. Seeing even Sasuke like this, Tsunade could not withstand the collective gaze and had to speak. To be honest, I don't know where Naruto is either. The moment these words landed, they caused an uproar. Tsunade-sama, you can't be serious. How could you not know where Naruto went? Ino, her long blonde hair tied back, asked. Back then Naruto only spoke to you. Seeing the disbelief in their eyes, Tsunade shook her head helplessly. Indeed, Naruto said a sentence to me at that time, but he merely told me he was going somewhere to train for a while. Where exactly he didn't say. Train? Sasuke looked at Tsunade doubtfully. He had to leave the village just to train. Having worked with Naruto for 3 years, Sasuke never knew him to have such a habit. However, seeing Tsunade's firm gaze, he knew he would get nothing more, so he turned and left. So Naruto went to train. Even someone with such immense power doesn't stop training. Youth indeed must not be wasted. The hot-blooded master and disciple, as simple-minded as ever, bounded out, muttering, I can't fall behind. 500 laps around the village. The others, however, were not as naive as Guy and Lee, but they realized they could not get an answer from Tsunade, so they retreated and left the Hokage building. Phew! Tsunade let out a long breath as the crowd departed. Tsunade-sama, is it alright not to tell them? Shizen looked at Tsunade with concern. To be honest, she was also worried about Naruto. Tsunade shook her head and closed her eyes. Although Konoha's combat strength has greatly diminished now with Danzo and the Elder Council's obstruction removed, the village will develop much faster. What matters most now is stable development. And the only one who can currently deter the other 4 nations is Naruto. Tsunade rubbed her temples. Naruto did tell me where he went, but he also instructed me never to disturb him until he returns. Although I don't know what Naruto is up to, I understand it must be very important to him. Therefore I cannot let Kakashi and the others interfere with Naruto now. Besides, since the 3rd Hokage was rescued from Danzo's dungeon, he has been disheartened and retired. The other elders of the council were killed by Danzo, leaving the Elder Council in name only. This is a golden opportunity to abolish the council and cleanse all the malignant tumors from Konoha. If I tell them where Naruto is, they will all go searching for him, and I will have few capable people left to take on major tasks. I could use the authority of the Hokage to force them to stay, but that would ultimately breed resentment. It's better not to tell them. At this point Tsunade opened her eyes, looking utterly exhausted. It would be better to hand over the title of Hokage to Naruto soon. A hint of tenderness flickered in Tsunade's eyes. After all, in Konoha now he is the strongest. While everyone was worrying about him, where was our Naruto? The scene shifted to a cave not far from where Naruto sat cross-legged on a stone bed with closed eyes while his other 5 clones stood guard before him. In Naruto's mental space, a middle-aged man with long brown hair clad in ninja armor and a forehead protector looked at Naruto from a distance and sighed with emotion. Your talent truly astounds me. Naruto, your growth rate has already surpassed mine and Madara's in the past. Hearing the man's words, Naruto paused his movements, set down the lively wooden puppy and said, First, Hokage-sama, you shouldn't belittle yourself. You are the legend of Mai. You pacified the chaotic era, founded Mai, divided the tailed beasts, defeated the 4-nation alliance, and triumphed over the peak Madara and the 9 tails. Indeed, the middle-aged man with the Mai forehead protector was none other than the first Hokage of Mai, Qianshou Zhujian. The first Hokage smiled bitterly at Naruto's words. The world says I defeated Uchiha Madara, but how could a man who already possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan be so easily vanquished? He gazed absently at the sky of the mental space, a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. Ah, enough of that. After a moment the first Hokage regained his composure. I have to thank little Shimura. If he hadn't transplanted my cells and preserved them until now, I wouldn't have been able to awaken. It turned out that when Naruto activated his mutated Sage mode that day, a surge of life force stimulated the growth of the first Hokage's cells in Danzo's severed right hand. The cells flowed toward the source of life, awakening the soul of the first Hokage, which had been hidden in Naruto's mental space since the Chunin exams. Naruto, you have fully grasped the essence of wood style. As a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, wood style is but an incomplete form of the power of creation. It uses life force to generate wood. But true creation power is creating something from nothing, creating out of thin air. That is the true power of the Six Paths. The first Hokage looked at the ripples in Naruto's pupils and continued. Uchiha Madara always wanted to become the second Sage of Six Paths, but how could he know that the Uchiha who only inherited the Sage's eyes could never succeed? He paused, gazing at the whirlpool mark on Naruto's clothes, and smiled. Only you who inherited the Uzumaki clan and the Rinnegan, Uzumaki Naruto, are the one who will lead this world's transformation, the true second Sage of Six Paths. Naruto was puzzled, looking at the first Hokage with confusion. Indeed, the Rinnegan is the power of the Six Paths, but the Uzumaki clan. You still don't know. The first Hokage was surprised, then looked toward another corner and said, Sherman Shinai, haven't you told him yet? At the mention of his parents in this life, Naruto was shocked. Following the first Hokage's gaze, he saw two figures gradually emerging in the white mental space. One had golden hair like Naruto's, wearing a white Hokage cloak. The other had long red hair, gazing at Naruto with a gentle smile. They were the fourth Hokage, buffing Sherman and Schwanwa Chinai. First Hokage-sama, said Sherman. We have only just awakened and haven't had the chance to meet Naruto yet. Besides, his face darkened as he spoke, for his child had been orphaned at birth, leaving no opportunity to tell him. Although Shuemin did not finish, the first Hokage understood. He turned to Naruto and asked, Naruto, do you know how the Sage of Six Paths defeated the Ten Tails? Though excited to meet his parents in this life, Naruto knew he must first understand his own power. Suppressing the urge to rush into their arms, he said, It should have been a seal. It is said that the Sage of Six Paths eventually sealed the Ten Tails within himself. Since you know that, do you know what the Uzumaki clan excels at most? Asked the first Hokage with a smile. Could it be? Naruto recalled the description of the Uzumaki clan, masters of sealing techniques, skilled in developing and utilizing various sealing arts, and their derivative series. The clan members were born with immense physical strength and vitality, and the outstanding among them possessed enormous chakra that could effectively suppress tailed beasts. That's right. The Uzumaki clan is the true inheritor of the Sage of Six Paths bloodline. The first Hokage looked at the shocked Naruto with gratification filled with pride, because Naruto was a ninja of my true bloodline. Naruto clenched his fists in disbelief. Haha, indeed. Perhaps even the Uzumaki clan themselves didn't know. Isn't that right, little Chinai? The first Hokage turned to the fourth Hokage couple. Chinai's mouth was wide open in disbelief, clearly unaware that her clan possessed such a noble lineage. No way. Are we really descendants of the Six Paths? Hee, little Sherman, little Chinai, the preparations you made for Naruto are useless now. As a descendant of the Six Paths, he is the natural enemy of tailed beasts, said the first Hokage kindly. Yes. All that effort we put in back then was for nothing. Shuemin had recovered from his shock and smiled too. But this is good, otherwise we wouldn't even have had the chance to see our grown-up son. This is truly wonderful. Yes, truly wonderful. Chinai looked at Naruto, her eyes brimming with tears. Naruto slowly walked toward his parents, wanting to speak but finding himself unable to utter a word. Seeing the family reunited, the first Hokage tactfully vanished from the mental space, allowing them to savor this rare moment of togetherness. Father! Mother! Naruto looked at the two familiar faces, recalling his parents from a past life, and his eyes grew misty. Finally he wept, releasing the fear and pain he had held in ever since his transmigration. There, Naruto, don't cry. Chinai, inexperienced in motherhood, immediately embraced Naruto, and soothed him like a child. Suddenly Chinai gave the fourth Hokage a sharp rap on the head. It's all your fault. You said let Naruto live on, strongly sealing the nine tails inside him. He must have suffered so much. As she raised her hand to strike again, the fourth Hokage covered his head. I'm sorry, Chinai. Hey, that hurts. I'm sorry, ease up. Watching his parents bicker, Naruto's unease and pain gradually faded, replaced by laughter. Haha. Hearing Naruto's laughter, Shuemin and Chinai stopped, exchanged a glance, and laughed as well. He. Laughter echoed through the mental space. Let Naruto savor this rare happiness for a while. With a swish, a figure suddenly appeared on the Hokage rock of Konoha. Golden hair and the beard on his face unmistakably revealed the identity of the newcomer, Uzumaki Naruto. Watching the village now completely renewed through the efforts of its people, Naruto's face showed a rare smile, but it quickly faded. He grasped his white haori and his eyes dimmed. This coat was a replica of the one his father had worn. The first and fourth Hokage had ultimately dissipated. Souls without bodies were not allowed to linger in this world. But as the fourth had said, having this much time to spend with his son was more than enough for him. Even when they left, they departed with smiles. The first and second Hokage departed with relief, knowing that Konoha had worthy successors. Although they had spent only a short time together, Naruto felt their profound elder care from them. Over the months he had already regarded them as true elders. Watching the first and second Hokage emitting white light and disappearing before him, Naruto's tears flowed uncontrollably. He knew that he and Konoha now shared another bond. At present, Naruto could be considered one of the few standing at the peak of the ninja world. Possessing the secret techniques of the first, second, fourth, and the Uzumaki clan, he had completely surpassed Pain. But the more powerful he became, the more he could sense Madara's terror. He was not yet a match for Madara, who possessed the Rinnegan. "Hey, who's that standing on the Hokage's head?" A villager seemed to spot Naruto. "That guy, how dare he stand on the Hokage rock, disrespecting the Hokage? Hey! Bastard, get down here!" More and more people noticed Naruto, and ninjas began to head toward the area. The noisy commotion snapped Naruto out of his reverie. Looking at the villagers and ninjas gathering around the Hokage rock, Naruto gave a helpless yet relieved wry smile. "First and second Hokage, father, your protection has been recognized by everyone." Under everyone's gaze, Naruto flipped his haori and vanished from the Hokage rock, drawing gasps from the villagers. Since the eradication of the Elder Council, the lives of the Jonin had become much easier. Especially since they all got along well, they often gathered together when free. Just then the Jonin were about to go for a group dinner when they inadvertently noticed the crowd near the Hokage rock. "What's going on? So many people?" Takuma Hyuga asked, lazily chewing on a toothpick. "That guy, is it an enemy attack?" Asuma was too far from the Hokage rock to see the person clearly. The other Jonin also spotted the figure, and tensed up immediately. "No. That person." Kakashi, who seemed to have seen something, said, "Quick, go to Lady Tsunade's office." With that he leaped out first. The other Jonin, not knowing what Kakashi had seen, followed behind him. Inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade was buried in paperwork when she suddenly heard a swish. She looked up to see a figure appear before her. "Such speed! Impossible, it's more like teleportation, the fourth's flying thunder god." Just as she thought this, she recognized the newcomer, and exclaimed in shock. "The fourth? How is that possible?" The white haori, golden hair, and height close to the fourth's. It was normal for Naruto to be mistaken. With a series of swish, 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 the ANBU guarding the Hokage also appeared in the office. They had not shown up immediately, clearly also shocked. Seeing the shocked group, Naruto helplessly pressed his forehead and said, "Murasaka, long time no see." He walked toward the female ANBU at the front. "You are Lord Hikari." Murasaka stared at Naruto in surprise, not even noticing when her mask was removed by him. "Lord Hikari. Lord Hikari is back." Several of Murasaka's ANBU's subordinates who had experienced Danzo's rebellion were immensely admiring of Naruto. "Naruto, you're finally back." Tsunade stood up in surprise. "How did it go? Successful?" Seeing that the Hokage and Naruto had matters to discuss, the ANBU tactfully vanished from the office. Murasaka took her mask from Naruto's hand, covered her face, and left the office. "Yeah, it was quite fruitful this time." Naruto naturally knew that Tsunade was asking about his training. Hearing Naruto's answer, Tsunade felt relieved. She had been worried that Naruto might have suffered some aftereffects from his battle with Orochimaru and needed treatment. "Since your strength is completely fine now, when do you plan to assume the position of Hokage?" Tsunade narrowed her eyes, a hint of slyness flashing in them. She didn't want to stay in this exhausting position any longer. Naruto hadn't expected to be caught so soon after returning. He thought he should have avoided coming here first. He stammered evasively. "It's still early. I'm still young. If I become Hokage at this age, people will say I lack experience and qualifications. Moreover, my strength is not enough to convince others, and my methods are insufficient. If I reluctantly become Hokage, I'm afraid I'll make Konoha even worse." Ahem. Before Naruto could finish, two elderly men entered coughing from outside, followed by a large group of jonin. Uzumaki Naruto, no more excuses. If lack of age and experience could be reasons, then your father Minato Namikaze would never have become the fourth Hokage. You say your strength is insufficient. Do you think we are blind and deaf? Everyone knows you are now the renowned light of Konoha. Insufficient methods. Is it someone with insufficient methods who could completely take control of the ANBU in the hands of the Hokage within a few years? Everyone knows you are now the renowned light of Konoha. Insufficient methods. Is it someone with insufficient methods who could completely take control of the ANBU in the hands of the Hokage within a few years? Koharu seemed very angry and spoke a lot as soon as she came out. Moreover, making you Hokage is not only our recommendation, the third Hokage also regarded you as his successor. Do you want to disappoint his expectations of you? The two elders seemed determined to push Naruto into the position of Hokage, even revealing that the fourth was Naruto's father. Hearing this shocking news, the jonin began to chatter. I never expected Naruto to be the fourth son, Kurenai said slowly. That guy is even a second-generation official, Anko said resentfully. Ignoring the chattering jonin, Mitokado frowned and looked at Naruto. Then tell me, Uzumaki Naruto, do you accept the position of the sixth Hokage? Mitokado's voice was not loud, but all the jonin stopped talking and stared at Naruto, waiting for his answer. Seeing the situation, Naruto knew he had no choice but to accept. Just as he was about to bow his head in agreement. Dong dong dong. A chunin rushed in from the door. Suna has requested aid from Konoha. The Kazekage has been captured. The Shippuden saga finally begins. With a swift whoosh, a figure pulled two people and appeared at the entrance of Sanagekure. Who goes there? The guards at the gate tensed up instantly, surrounding the newcomer with 4 or 5 ninjas. Too many incidents had occurred in Sanagekure recently, and the ninjas there feared further trouble. The newcomer tapped his forehead protector and declared, Leaf ally jonin, Uzumaki Naruto. He's from Konoha's alliance. Let us in, Kankuro still needs an antidote. Temari stepped out from behind Naruto, shouting at the guards. Lady Temari. Let them through. The guards, upon seeing Temari, bowed their heads and made way. So she's the princess of Suna. Such bureaucracy. Naruto muttered under his breath, observing the scene. Temari turned around. What did you say? Say it louder if you dare. Faced with her fierce demeanor, Naruto helplessly shrank back, signaling he had said nothing. Hee. Sakura, watching Naruto's embarrassment, covered her mouth with a laugh. In truth, it was Naruto's own fault. He had been in such a hurry to leave that he dragged Sakura and Temari away from the main group. Naruto's speed was now among the top tier in the ninja world. Even carrying 2 people, he moved like the wind, frequently using the body flicker technique. Sakura and Temari, pulled along by him, suffered greatly. Sakura, a taijutsu type, could barely endure the torment, but Temari, a ninjutsu specialist, couldn't handle such velocity. She nearly vomited several times. How could she maintain a pleasant temper? A cowardly man. Temari snorted and turned away, dashing toward the village while thinking. He really doesn't know how to treat a lady. Kankuro. Temari led Naruto and Sakura into Kankuro's recovery room. I'm counting on you, Sakura. Sakura didn't answer. Instead, her hands glowed green with chakra, fully focused on Kankuro's wound. Are you the light of Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto? Chiyoba, who had been silent since their arrival, finally spoke. Her eyes fixed on Naruto, using a declarative tone despite the question. Yes, I am Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto shifted his gaze from Sakura to Chiyo and replied respectfully. Konoha truly produces talents one after another. Ebizo sighed. From Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama to the 8 colors of Konoha and the San, and then Uchiha Itachi and Hatake Kakashi, and finally you. Heaven favors Konohagakure. Ebizo thought of his own Sanagekure and couldn't help but feel deeply moved. You flatter me, elder. Naruto responded modestly, not knowing what else to say. Konoha only sent you 2. It seems that woman Tsunade cares less and less about Konoha's alliance. Chiyoba remarked, looking at Naruto and Sakura with dissatisfaction. Chiyoba, besides us, Konoha has dispatched other jonin for support. We just broke away from the main group and arrived early. Seeing Chiyo about to seize on the matter, Naruto explained helplessly. Ahaha, I was just pretending to be senile. Chiyoba laughed awkwardly. Sister. Ebizo also covered his forehead in exasperation. All right. At that moment, Sakura finally extracted the toxin from Kankuro's wound. He's no longer in danger. I've forced the poison out directly. Ha! Hearing Sakura's words, Temari, who had been worried for a long time, finally relaxed and slumped against the wall. She had been utterly exhausted these past few days. Even though I've expelled the poison, we can't let our guard down. Please follow my instructions. As soon as the topic turned to treatment, Sakura began a torrent of commands. Chio watched Sakura, feeling moved. I never thought I'd meet a girl like you, just like the slug woman. This isn't the time for reminiscing. Naruto frowned. Where did they take Gaara? Unclear. None of the combatants on site witnessed where they took him. Baki replied. They have Gaara. We can track his chakra signature. Also, they left a piece of cloth in the crow's grasp. After Sakura's emergency treatment, Kankuro regained consciousness temporarily. Good, as long as we can track them. Naruto took the cloth fragment and Gaara's scarf. Then Sakura asked, Naruto, do you have a canine summon? How are you going to track them? Naruto smiled and began forming hand seals, green light emanating from his hands. That's a medical jutsu. No, it's different. Sakura's mouth fell open. This feeling. It's Senju Hashirama. Chio and Ebizo watched in shock as Naruto continued his seals. Would release creation. Roots of trees burst from the ground, gathering before Naruto, gradually shrinking into a wooden dog. Woof! Creating life. Combining would release with the Rinnegan, Naruto had broken through the human barrier. This godlike ability left Ebizo and Chio utterly astounded. Impossible! Heh! Naruto paid no heed to their bewildered gazes, picked up the wooden dog and vanished from the room. For a long time not a sound broke the silence in Kankuro's recovery room until Ebizo finally snapped out of his shock. Baki, Ebizo said gravely. Announce to the outside, Suna will forever be Konoha's most steadfast ally. Yes. Baki nodded numbly and withdrew. Meanwhile, Naruto was already on the move, carrying the wooden dog. In truth, creating life was not so easy. With his abilities, Naruto could only produce low-level animals with a short lifespan. Each creation lasted only a few hours. Thus Naruto had to catch up to Akatsuki within a limited time. Please make it in time. I arrived 2 weeks early. I hope the tailed beast extraction hasn't started yet. Naruto frowned, roaring inwardly. Shush! His figure flickered ceaselessly through the forest, alternating between flying thunder god and body flickers, swiftly closing in on the source of the scent. Finally, 2 black dots appeared in Naruto's Rinnegan. His heart leaped. He had caught up. Shwa! Another flash, and Naruto's Rinnegan clearly saw the 2 figures ahead riding a giant bird, Deidara and Sasori. And Gaara was tied to the tail of the giant bird. Having spotted the target, Naruto no longer felt so anxious. He maintained a steady pace, preventing them from widening the distance, and began restoring the chakra and stamina consumed by the long journey, adjusting his state. Deidara, who was about to reach the base, suddenly sensed something. He turned back his mechanical telescopic eyepiece, emitting a faint glint, then curled his lips. Uncle Sasori, it seems a little bug has followed us. It actually caught up to us. Are they from Sunigekure, Deidara? A low voice came from the mouth of the Hiriko puppet without any change in intonation. Deidara's mechanical eyepiece telescoped again, and he said, That headband, it's not from Sunigekure. It's a Konoha ninja. A Konoha ninja? I didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. Sasori paused. In that case, we can't go back to the base anymore. It will be exposed. By the way, is that ninja a silver-haired one with half his face covered? At the last sentence, a hint of hatred seemed to appear in Sasori's tone. Uncle Sasori, you guessed wrong this time, Deidara said smugly, as if pleased that Sasori had erred. This one has golden hair, about 15 or 16. Not the copy ninja Hatake Kakashi. A hint of surprise crept into Sasori's tone, but in the next moment the eyes of the Hiriko puppet narrowed as if he had realized something. It seems we have a remarkable figure here. The light of Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki who killed the traitor Orochimaru. Deidara said disdainfully. He stole my mission. If the organization hadn't been too busy to deal with that Orochimaru, that traitor would have died 700 or 800 times already. I doubt that Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is all that strong. The conversation between Deidara and Sasori continued, but the giant bird had already veered off course, moving away from their base. Uncle Sasori, how about we capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki as well? Then let's see what Uchiha Itachi has to say in front of Zero. His mission will be completed by us. Deidara's face twisted with a ferocious hatred. I'll make the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki understand that art is an explosion. Wrong, true art is eternity. Only eternity is the most beautiful. Hearing Deidara start talking about his art again, Sasori unyieldingly proclaimed his own concept of eternity. Deidara immediately grew defiant. Know that instantaneous explosion, how splendid it is. That is true art. True. Amid their quarrel, the giant bird had flown over a barren stretch of land. The bald rocks and scattered stone pillars eroded by the wind shed gravel and sand. Let's finish him here. Deidara and Sasori halted their nth argument. Sasori grabbed the unconscious Gaara from the bird's tail, leaped off the giant bird, and said, Deidara, I'll wait ahead. Make it quick. Got it, Uncle Sasori. It won't be long. Deidara smiled confidently, descending the giant bird to a lower altitude, and stopping. The moment Deidara stopped, Naruto had already brought his condition to its peak. Seeing the changes in the giant bird's flight path along the way, Naruto knew he had been spotted long ago. Now that Deidara had stopped, it was clearly to eliminate him before returning to the base. But who would eliminate whom? A cold smirk tugged at the corner of Naruto's mouth, and he vanished from his spot in an instant. Deidara was suddenly startled. He's gone! Naruto had disappeared right before his eyes, and even his presence was undetectable, sending a jolt of alarm through Deidara. Shwa, a golden flash appeared behind Deidara. Naruto drove a kunai into Deidara's chest. This feeling. No. Naruto was shocked. Boom! A massive explosion blossomed in the air, kicking up a cloud of dust. Harris-style clay clone. Deidara emerged from underground, looking at the flames in the sky with disdain. Too weak. Aside from speed, even the one-tailed jinchuriki is far stronger than him. No sooner had he spoken than Deidara's expression stiffened. A golden figure appeared behind him, kicking him in the back. Bang! Deidara was sent flying. You spoke too soon, Naruto said, slowly lowering his leg. Tch. Deidara slowly got up from the ground, wiping the scratches on his face. I admit I underestimated you, but this is as far as you go. As he spoke, Deidara reached for his clay pouch. But before his hand touched the clay, the sound of a kunai cutting through the air came from behind him. Damn it! Deidara roared in frustration, forced to abandon his attempt to grab the clay. He ducked his head to evade the thrown kunai, then rolled away from the spot while swiftly forming hand seals. Substitution jutsu was already in use. At the original spot, Naruto held a kunai in one hand while the Rinnegan in his other hand slammed into the ground. Boom! The Rinnegan blasted a large crater where Deidara had stood. Huff huff! Having narrowly escaped, Deidara panted a short distance away. What kind of jutsu is that? It's so fast. But Naruto did not answer him. Instead, he said matter-of-factly, It seems that just as the intelligence reports say, without your clay you're nothing. What? Hearing Naruto's words, Deidara couldn't help but seethe with rage. Not good. Before he could finish, Naruto vanished again. Sensing imminent danger, Deidara dared not attempt complex hand seals for fear of losing his life before completing them, so he repeatedly used substitution jutsu. For a moment, Deidara was forced into a miserable state by Naruto's relentless assault. Damn it! If only my giant bird were still here, I wouldn't be so cornered on the ground. Deidara couldn't help but regret his decision to self-destruct the giant bird and the clone. Shwa! Another golden flash. Deidara was too late to form hand seals. He could only twist his body to avoid a fatal blow, but still Naruto's kunai struck him. Fortunately, Naruto had been using the Flying Thunder God technique so rapidly that he couldn't prepare a Rinnegan in time, or Deidara would have suffered more than just a wound. Damn it! Young and hot-blooded Deidara could no longer endure. Ignoring Naruto's threat, he reached directly for the clay pouch at his waist. Opportunity. Having spent time in the Umbu, Naruto naturally would not let this chance slip. A golden flash and Naruto was already in front of Deidara. The kunai aimed straight for Deidara's heart. Deidara was determined not to withdraw his hand, desperately shifting his body. Just as Deidara was about to fall under Naruto's blade. Bang! A mechanical tail swept Deidara away. Naruto withdrew the kunai that had missed its mark and looked at the Hiriko puppet, whose tail slowly retracted. Sasori had arrived. Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. I didn't expect you to know about me. A low, peculiar voice emanated from the red sand scorpion, revealing a hint of suspicion. You shouldn't know about me, should you? Naruto laughed disdainfully. Do you really think no one knows about the Akatsuki's actions? Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninja of Konoha, has been investigating you for a long time. At the same time, Naruto thought to himself, sorry pervy sage for using you as a shield. Sasori lowered his head in thought. Jiraiya, huh? I see. Then, Sasori raised his head again and said, although it's somewhat different, that's the Flying Thunder God technique, isn't it? Naruto smiled noncommittally, and raised his kunai again with his left hand. Clearly battle was his answer. In that case. Before Sasori could finish, he suddenly opened his mouth and fired high-density poison needles and spikes from the mouth of the Red Sand Scorpion puppet surging toward Naruto. Red Sand Scorpion Needle 8 waves. Though his mouth was open, the eerie voice still came from the puppet. Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, you might as well surrender. Facing the overwhelming onslaught of poison spikes and needles, Naruto felt a jolt of fear and quickly formed hand seals. Earth-style earth wall. A tall earth wall swiftly rose from the ground, blocking Naruto's front. The endless stream of poison spikes and needles thudded into the wall. With a flash, a golden figure appeared behind Sasori. Naruto's right hand formed a Rinnegan and struck toward the Red Sand Scorpion wrapped in the Akatsuki cloak. Behind you, Uncle Sasori! Deidara, who had just recovered, shouted as he saw Naruto about to hit Sasori. But Sasori showed no panic, ceasing the poison spikes from his mouth. Red Sand Scorpion Tail Sand Strike! The tail of the Red Sand Scorpion suddenly tore through the Akatsuki uniform and struck Naruto at a speed of 15 times per second, piercing him with dozens of holes in the blink of an eye. With an expression of disbelief, Naruto dissolved into a wisp of smoke. Shadow Clone! Sasori sneered as the smoke slowly dissipated. A child's game. As if to confirm his words, amid the billowing white smoke, countless Narutos appeared around him, at least 100 of them. The Narutos paused for a moment, as if synchronized, then swiftly charged towards Sasori at the center. Sasori lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. Deidara, move aside. Got it, Uncle Sasori. Deidara finally reached the clay, skillfully summoned a giant bird and flew swiftly into the sky. At that moment, the 100 Narutos were only a few meters away from Sasori. Red Sand Scorpion Heavy Weapon Vault. Bang! 2 mechanism boxes appeared in front of and behind Sasori. But that wasn't all. He spread his arms toward the Narutos on the other 2 sides. Red Sand Scorpion Prosthetic Needle 1000. The 2 mechanism boxes shot countless poison needles, poison darts, and venom-laced kunai senbon and hidden weapons from their holes. At the same time, cannons suddenly ejected from the arms of the Red Sand Scorpion, loaded with cylinders containing over a dozen poison needles each. Sasori swung his arms, and the cylinders sprayed in all directions, releasing poison needles that pierced the charging Narutos. For a moment, Sasori was like an ultimate human weapon, firing poison needles and saban in all directions. But it didn't end there. The 2 mechanism boxes suddenly reversed, unleashing countless kunai, each with several explosive tags attached. Explosions roared continuously. The area within 50 meters of Sasori was engulfed in a sea of flames. Great job, Uncle Sasori. Looks like you've acknowledged my art. Art is an explosion. Hearing the ceaseless roar, Deidara felt elated, temporarily setting aside the frustration of being cornered by Naruto. Uncle Sasori, did you finish him off? Deidara shouted into the smoke below. But there was no response. Uncle Sasori. The smoke slowly cleared, revealing the shattered remains of the Red Sand Scorpion before Deidara. What happened? Deidara frowned for the first time. Uncle Sasori, what's wrong? I didn't expect you to have reached this level. A slightly youthful voice came from the other side. A handsome boy in the Akatsuki cloak slowly stood up. To completely immobilize me with an unknown power in an instant, then shatter my Red Sand Scorpion with the 4th Flying Thunder God and that chakra sphere. You're a formidable youth. Hey, are you really Uncle Sasori? How is that possible? Deidara was dumbfounded, utterly unable to accept it. So are you going to use your true strength? That jutsu that destroyed a country? Naruto said solemnly, watching Sasori reveal his real body. No, Sasori said slowly. That jutsu isn't suitable, it would actually reduce my power. He pulled out a scroll. I'll use my most precious puppets to deal with you. Poof! A puppet appeared floating in the air under Sasori's control. Let me show you the strongest Kazakage, the 3rd Kazakage. Sasori's hands emitted a blue chakra. Just as he was about to send the 3rd Kazakage human puppet charging forward, a flock of white birds flew toward Naruto's body first. Boom! A massive explosion erupted. Deidara, what is the meaning of this? The handsome-faced Sasori turned back to look at Deidara in the sky, seeming displeased. Deidara was unperturbed. I don't know why you've changed, Uncle Sasori, but time for Leader Zero is running out. Let's finish him together. Deidara's mechanical telescope once again focused on the center of the explosion as he muttered something about art being an explosion. TCH. Sasori turned back in annoyance and manipulated the third Kazekage into charging into the smoke after the explosion. He didn't believe Naruto would be so easily defeated. Naruto vs. Deidara Red Sand Scorpion, begin. With another boom of explosion, Naruto dashed out from the smoke. We can't drag this out any longer. After all, they are S-rank rogue ninjas. 1 + 1 is definitely more than 2. Naruto looked at the ready Sasori and Deidara flying in the sky and became serious. I must take out one of them first. Even as he thought this, Naruto's hands moved swiftly. With a series of swishes, over a dozen kunai flew towards Sasori of the red sand. But that wasn't all. Naruto clasped his hands together and began forming hand seals. Ninja Art Shadow Clone Jutsu. Instantly the dozen kunai multiplied into a dense rain of kunai falling towards Sasori. With a tremendous boom, just as Naruto finished his hand seals, a massive explosion erupted right above his head. C2. It turned out that at some point the bird beneath Deidara's feet had transformed into a massive dragon which kept spewing out homing missiles that bombarded the area where the explosion had just occurred. At the same time, Sasori manipulated the third Kazekage to block in front of him. Iron Sand Rashomon Shield. A large amount of iron sand gathered in front of the third Kazekage, utilizing the magnetic resonance repulsion of the Kekkai Genkai to create a unified ultra-high-strength iron sand absolute defense. But this was not the most formidable part. The countless kunai flying through the air never even reached the third Kazekage's Rashomon shield. Instead, they stopped strangely about a meter from the shield and instantly reflected back. Indeed, that was the true power of the Rashomon shield. It reflected all metal ninja tools. Deidara's explosion was not over yet, and the reflected kunai shot back into the smoke of the explosion. Booms and clangs echoed continuously, lasting for several minutes before gradually subsiding. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, only a huge crater and numerous kunai remained with no sign of Naruto. A shadow clone? Deidara frowned. He was certain that Naruto had had no chance to perform hand seals at that moment. The only possibility was that it had never been Naruto's real body. A fierce wind began to blow, and the sand stirred up by the explosion danced in the air. Sasori and Deidara stood still, not daring to relax in the slightest. At their level of skill, they could naturally sense that they had been locked onto by someone. With two swishes, two golden flashes appeared behind Sasori and Deidara simultaneously. Two Narutos, each holding a kunai, stabbed toward Deidara's neck and Sasori's heart. Naruto's modified Flying Thunder God technique was truly eerie. Even the fourth Hokage had marveled at this application of space-time ninjutsu. Instead of using kunai as spatial markers, Naruto used his own chakra to mark coordinates in any space he visited, allowing him to fight at zero distance from any location he had been to. Deidara was still a bit young. Having never experienced a great ninja war, he faced the bizarre Flying Thunder God technique only by turning his head aside and maneuvering his dragon to dodge. He didn't expect that Naruto had never intended a one-hit kill. This time Naruto didn't put any force into his attack, he merely tilted his hand and slashed downward. With a wet sound, blood gushed from Deidara's shoulder, staining his Akatsuki cloak. But he was an S-rank rogue ninja after all. At the critical moment, he used his secret technique to turn part of his body into clay, avoiding being cut clean in two. As for Sasori, he appeared much more composed. He simply shifted his body, avoiding the vital spot of his heart, and allowed Naruto's kunai to pierce into his body. With a creaking sound, the kunai cutting into his body made a noise like chopping wood. Huh! Naruto sensed something was wrong and was about to pull away. Thinking of running now. Too late. Having experienced the ninja war, Sasori could naturally sense that the one before him was the real body. His Akatsuki cloak instantly burst open and both of his hands separated into several wooden structures, firmly locking Naruto in front of him. At the same time, the palms of both hands aimed at the immobilized Naruto, and the fire and water attribute scrolls on his back were activated. Flame Prison Array. A flame with immense melting power and temperature shot from the pipe in his left palm. Corrosive Stream. A high-impact corrosive and poisonous water jet shot from the pipe in his right palm. Worse still, the unmanned third Kazekage also flew toward Naruto, a large amount of iron sand forming an extremely hard needle cone that followed the Kazekage's charge. Iron sand scatter. Uzumaki Naruto die. Sasori's eyes blazed with fervent flames. Become my eternal work of art. At this moment, however, a strange arc curved the corner of Naruto's mouth. In his gem-like azure eyes, ripples began to appear, the Rinnegan. Under Naruto's Rinnegan, a blue chakra thread connected directly from Sasori's heart core to the third Kazekage's brain. It seemed this was how he could control the Kazekage without using his hands. But this is where it ends. The ripples in his blue eyes trembled instantly. Ignoring the flames and poison water that were about to engulf him and disregarding the iron sand cone about to pierce his body, Naruto spoke calmly. Super Almighty Push. As Naruto's voice ceased, space seemed to freeze for a moment. All attacks stopped in place around Naruto, and the entire area fell silent. Even Deidara in the air was affected, momentarily trapped in space. The next second, a tremendous repulsive force pushed everything away with unparalleled power. Continuous booming sounds erupted, and even Deidara in the sky was sent flying while the Naruto in front of him had long vanished. The power of the Super Almighty Push leveled everything within a radius of 10 li. All jagged sand pillars and wind-carved caves ceased to exist, revealing the black soil underneath. From above, it looked like a black circle had been dug out of the yellow expanse. As for Sasori and the third Kazekage at the center of the power, they had been shattered into pieces by the violent force. At this moment, Naruto stared at his hands in shock. This feeling, the fusion of space-time power and the power of the 6 paths, can actually stop time. Amidst the rubble, a chakra crystal suddenly flashed with red light and shot away rapidly. But how could Naruto let it escape? He stretched out his hand and aimed at the fleeing crystal. Universal pull. The fleeing crystal paused, then was pulled back without any resistance into Naruto's hand. So this is Sasori's heart core. Naruto toyed with the red crystal in his hand. It's over. With a slight squeeze, the crystal turned into dust. Sasori of the Red Sand, dead? A once-in-a-generation genius puppet master who single-handedly captured the strongest wind shadow and triggered the Third Shinobi World War perished at the hands of Naruto. Naruto stood silently gazing at his own hand that had crushed the heart core, utterly oblivious to Deidara's frantic escape, remaining motionless in place. For the first time after all these years, I can truly feel my power. Naruto closed his eyes, his hand falling to his side as his thoughts churned violently. Akasuna knows Sasori dead by my hand. This is the strength I have gained over the years. The power to protect what I want to protect. This feeling is so exhilarating. Hua! Naruto opened his eyes, looking up at the sky. A surge of energy erupted around him, scattering the debris in all directions. At last an aura emerged from Naruto. The aura of a true powerhouse. Perhaps it was the drawback of being a time traveler. Knowing everything about the future, Naruto was fully aware of the immense power of the enemies he would eventually face. Therefore, he never dared to slacken in his pursuit of strength. Even though everyone else already saw him as incredibly powerful, Naruto himself lacked that self-awareness. He continued to train tirelessly, struggling relentlessly, living in constant trepidation. An aura, the most crucial element, is confidence. This aura existed in the Kage of the 5 great nations, in the Sannin, and even in Kakashi and Gai. Yet Naruto, whose strength had far surpassed Kakashi, had not the slightest inkling of it before. Without the self-awareness of being a powerhouse, even if you gave Naruto another decade, he could not grasp this key. Without that self-awareness, no matter how strong Naruto became when facing Pain or Madara, he would always feel an insurmountable gap. Now the death of Sasori finally forced him to confront his own power. Naruto had finally acquired the self-awareness of a strong man. And this long-delayed aura burst forth like a pent-up flood, perhaps. Accumulation over time leading to a sudden release. Could best describe the current situation. What an extraordinary young man! To have grown to such a level without any guidance. A shadowy figure hundreds of miles away spoke in admiration. As he said, from a dead last to where he was now, Naruto had struggled almost entirely on his own. And because of his own circumstances, Jiraiya had never become his master. To reach this level, Naruto had pushed himself with a desperate, relentless drive. He was too exhausted. If not for the people who cared about him behind his back, he would have stopped long ago. Such strength, such mental fortitude, such perseverance. When Hashirama and I were his age, I fear we were far inferior. The shadow gradually revealed his swirling face. Konoha truly is a cradle of geniuses. Uzumaki Naruto. I never expected that this young man could now use space-time techniques to such a level. The swirling face slowly revealed the Sharingan on his right side. It seems he has encountered some kind of fortune. Namake's space-time ninjutsu has been passed down to him. Then he must not be allowed to live. The Sharingan on the swirling face began to slowly rotate, eventually merging into a single pattern. His gaze turned toward Gaara lying on the side. Another genius is about to fall. The scene returned to Naruto. After venting the pent-up anxiety of years, he finally remembered Gaara and rushed toward the distant figure lying on the ground. An anomaly occurred. Gaara, who had been lying quietly on the ground, suddenly let out a loud howl, clutching his head with both hands. His green eyes snapped open, colors shifting continuously. "What's happening?" Naruto, who had been moving unhurriedly, heard Gaara's screams and felt a pang of unease. His speed instantly increased as he dashed toward Gaara. "What?" Naruto, after all, did not make it in time. After an even more violent howl than before, a series of rumbling sounds came from ahead. Boom, boom, boom. Naruto stopped in shock, raising his head and staring in disbelief at the colossal figure before him. "How is this possible? It's Shikaku!" Naruto suddenly noticed Shikaku's eyes. 3 distinct tomos slowly formed a circle, then gradually faded away. This. Could it be Uchiha Madara? Indeed, without a word, Shikaku fired a wind ball at Naruto. No doubt about it. It must be Uchiha Madara. Naruto used space-time ninjutsu to evade the massive chakra sphere. The wind ball slammed into the ground, creating a huge crater of sand. Given Shikaku's arrogant personality, he would have been shouting and roaring the moment he appeared. But now he makes no sound at all. He must be under control. Another space-time maneuver, and Naruto dodged Shikaku's sandstorm attack once more. Just as he tried to catch his breath, he noticed an enormous curtain of sand surging toward him from all directions, covering the entire area for miles around. Indiscriminate attack. Sand waterfall. If the ninjutsu used by shinobi were compared to bullets fired from a pistol, then the jutsu wielded by tailed beasts were unquestionably nuclear bombs. Such a massive area of effect attack was nothing short of catastrophic. Naruto now finally understood why every nation craved to possess jinchuriki, and why the ancient tailed beast wars could ravage so many lands. This kind of jutsu was simply unstoppable. Unless one could hide in a separate dimension like Uchiha Madara, there was no escaping its range. There was no other choice. He spread his arms wide, facing the colossal sand waterfall. The aura he had just awakened rose slowly from Naruto. If I cannot dodge, then I will face it. Shinra Tensei. Modified. In the next instant, the immense sand waterfall crashed down upon Naruto. The thunderous roar defied description. The sheer impact in that single moment was enough to nearly deafen. It was not over yet. Before the first wave subsided, the sand stirred up by the collision formed another smaller waterfall, slamming down fiercely. But Shikaku seemed unsatisfied. Its 2 massive claws slammed heavily onto the sandy ground. Boom! A tremendous cloud of sand erupted as Shikaku's claws struck. Full hardening. Sand streamed steel. The sand, which had flowed like water, instantly solidified. In the next moment, the density of all the sand suddenly increased, transforming the soft granules into a sheet of hardened steel. Naruto was engulfed. Afterward, the site of the great battle became a trading post for Sunigakure, where ninjas from various nations came and went, undertaking missions and seeking leisure. According to later generations, the terrain layer underwent 2 massive transformations within a single day, turning the desert into a plain and then abruptly into a steel rock ground. The reason for this remained unknown for a very long time. Yet now the 2 perpetrators who caused these terrain changes were utterly unaware of the immense impact their actions would have on future generations. After Shikaku's one strike of sand flowing into steel, a vast silence fell over the area, devoid of any sound. Suddenly, just a few meters from Shikaku's feet, the steel rock ground burst open with a gap, and a golden figure appeared before Shikaku. Big Ball Rinnegan. Naruto slammed the enormous red chakra ball fiercely into Shikaku's body. Ugh! Shikaku finally let out a cry of anguish, pushed back several steps by the immense force of the Big Ball Rinnegan. A huge crater formed on its chest, but the steel rock ground continuously turned into sand to refill the wounds, slowly healing the damage from the Rinnegan. Naruto executed a backflip and landed steadily on the ground. Upon closer inspection, one could see a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I was careless after all. Naruto wiped the blood from his mouth in a disheveled manner. I never imagined that under Madara's control a tailed beast could unleash such power. So it's true, only a tailed beast controlled by a human is a true weapon of war. Under the tremendous impact and the crushing pressure of the sudden density increase, Naruto's sustaining repulsive barrier finally gave way. In that instant, though he amplified his chakra output, he still sustained a significant internal injury. Naruto watched as Shikaku's wound nearly recovered, his brow furrowing slightly. A tailed beast's recovery speed is truly extraordinary. And it seems Madara is nearby, so I absolutely cannot drag this into a prolonged battle. I can't even use techniques that require time. What should I do? What can I do? Naruto found himself in a dire predicament. Just as Naruto was lost in confusion, Shikaka had fully recovered. Controlled by the Sharingan, it showed no hesitation, swinging a claw made of sand, unleashing another wave of sand that blotted out the sky. Area attack. Sand Shuriken. Facing this technique again, Naruto, still bewildered, desperately used the Flying Thunder God technique to reach his maximum distance, yet still couldn't evade the endless rain of sand shurikens. He could only cross his arms in front of him to block. SSSHHH. The torrent of sand shurikens sent Naruto's defense flying, his white divine robe torn to shreds, leaving him utterly disheveled. Has it come to this? Madara let out a faint sigh, his tones seeming to carry a hint of inexplicable regret and sorrow. In the distance, a deep black chakra sphere had already formed before Shikaka's mouth, clearly a tailed beast bomb. Hashirama, it seems that in this world no one will ever be worthy to play chess with me again. Madara sighed, slowly turned his head away from Naruto's battle and vanished into the darkness. Shikaka's tailed beast bomb was in its final stage, yet Naruto still lay on the ground motionless. The black chakra sphere was swallowed into Shikaka's mouth, and in the next instant a massive chakra cannon blasted violently from its jaws. Boom! The tailed beast bomb carved a deep trench across the ground it passed, and a small hill facing Shikaka in the distance was obliterated into nothingness. And Naruto turned to dust. But at the moment the tailed beast bomb was fired, Shikaka's eyes had already reverted to cross-shaped pupils. Damn it! The instant Shikaka awoke, a piercing howl tore from its mouth and echoed across the surroundings. In the distant shadows, Madara heard the sound and merely smiled faintly, his contempt unmistakable. Tailed beasts are forever just pets of the Uchiha. As if hearing Madara's disdainful remark, Shikaka howled even more wildly. At that moment a green speck appeared beneath Shikaka's feet. In the blink of an eye the speck grew larger. It was a tree. In an instant towering trees rose up, their branches coiling and firmly binding Shikaka's tail head and limbs with slow yet unyielding force. This power! Shikaka screamed in agony, writhing its body uncontrollably. Hashirama Senju! Swish! A flash of golden light and the disheveled Naruto stood atop Shikaka's head. I should have realized earlier. The wood release that ended the era of chaos is also the bane of tailed beasts. Trees that absorb chakra, they're tailor-made for controlling tailed beasts. As the trees continued to grow, Shikaka's agonized cries gradually faded until it was completely engulfed by the forest. Then, before Madara reacts, I'll finish you off. Naruto swiftly formed hand seals and another Naruto appeared beside him. The human path had emerged. Following Naruto's will, the human path extended its hands and pressed them onto Shikaka's head. Super. Soul absorption activate. What? The previously subsiding cries suddenly redoubled, deafening Naruto standing atop Shikaka's head. Hurry! Hearing Shikaka's sudden cry, Naruto, fearing it would attract Madara, placed one hand on the human path's back and poured chakra into it continuously. This operation hinged on Naruto's fate. Whether he could stop Madara depended on whether Shikaka's soul could be extracted. Beads of nervous sweat began to form on Naruto's forehead. Finally, the human path slowly pulled Shikaka's soul out bit by bit, and its screams subsided. At last the soul of Shikaka was completely extracted. Within the massive body was only a soul sphere the size of a raisin gan. Naruto exhaled, released the hand transmitting chakra, and began forming seals. Unlike the Akatsuki's method of extracting a tailed beast's power, I only extract Shikaka's soul, leaving its power within Gaara. That way Gaara will definitely not die. Whirlpool's secret art. Seal. A blue vortex suddenly appeared before Naruto's abdomen, spinning rapidly. The human path slowly guided Shikaka's soul into the vortex. The pale green soul sphere flickered and vanished within, and the blue vortex disappeared as well. Finally succeeded. A joyful smile spread across Naruto's face, but it immediately faded. Now is not the time to celebrate. Naruto picked up Gaara, who lay on the ground, and vanished from the spot in a flurry, racing towards Sunagakure. Gaara rescue, complete. Not long after Naruto left, a distortion appeared in space and a masked face emerged. Madara gazed at the enormous trees left on the ground, his Sharingan slowly rotating. It seems there is someone in this world who can play chess with me after all. A chess game where the world is the board. Madara's murderous intent was palpable. As soon as he opened his eyes, Wei Luo heard a complaint. He propped himself up in bed with effort, and stared in astonishment at Mingren, who was standing by the bed smiling at him. What a worrisome little brother. Kinjio Lang with his painted face squeezed through the crowd to the bedside, tilting his head though the curve of his lips revealed his joy. Kinjio Lang. Wei Ai Luo looked at Kinjio Lang. Hey, what are you guys doing? Acting so tough. The only female ninja who spoke so boldly was Shou Ju. She helped Wei Ai Luo lean against the headboard. Wei Ai Luo is the Wind Shadow, don't be so arrogant. Shou Ju turned back and gave Mingren and Kinjio Lang a disdainful glare. Mingren and Kinjio Lang exchanged a glance and simultaneously sighed helplessly. Mingren spread his hands and said with a wry smile, "Indeed, the princess of Shiyin Village always so overbearing in her speech." Ignoring Mingren's antics, Shou Ju looked at Wei Ai Luo with concern and asked, "Wei Ai Luo, how are you feeling now?" Hearing Shou Ju's words, Wei Ai Luo tried to push himself up from the bed to check his condition but found his arms trembling uncontrollably, unable to exert any strength. Ugh! Wei Ai Luo closed his eyes and let out a groan. Wei Ai Luo! Shou Ju stopped Wei Ai Luo from straining further and advised worriedly, "It's better not to move suddenly. Your body's stiffness hasn't fully dissipated yet." Outside the hospital, the Shiyin ninja, upon hearing the news that Wei Ai Luo was safe, erupted in excited cheers. The roar of hundreds of voices soared into the sky, adding a touch of vitality to the dreary Shiyin village. Ugh! Ugh! Great! Amid the cheers, Extra A wiped his tears with a sobbing voice. "I thought the Lord Wind Shadow was dead." Bang! The female ninja A beside him gave Extra A hard knock on the head and shouted, "Lord Wei Ai Luo wouldn't die so easily. Lord Wei Ai Luo is so silent, cool, strong, handsome, and elite." Girl A began to swoon. Yeah, and he seems so cute, and he doesn't put on any airs as the Wind Shadow." Girl 2 joined the fangirling. Right, Lord Wei Ai Luo." The crowd of girls fangirled in unison. "Next time I must be the one to rescue Lord Wei Ai Luo." The girls shouted and pushed forward toward the bed. "Wow!" Mingren exclaimed, helplessly pushed out of the room. Watching Wei Ai Luo surrounded by Shiyin ninja, he sighed. "I really envy you, Wei Ai Luo, to be loved by so many people. Actually, you have many supporters too." A delicate hand landed on Mingren's shoulder. He turned to see Xiaoying's smiling face. She looked at him tenderly and said, "Actually, you've become the guardian deity of my village. Many injured ninja at my hospital admire you greatly. When many nurses mention you, their eyes turn into hearts." At this point, Xiaoying shot Mingren a reproachful glare, her words tinged with jealousy. "Oh well?" Mingren was speechless and scratched his hair. Actually, if Mingren still couldn't see Xiaoying's feelings for him, he wouldn't be worthy of the title of a transmigrator. However, he truly didn't know how to face her now, nor did he have time to deal with his emotions, as the future crises would only grow greater. Xiaoying didn't press Mingren to speak but continued on her own. "More importantly, your influence has now spread to the ordinary people of my village. They know you've been protecting them and they admire you too. The master said that thanks to you, the enrollment rate at my ninja academy has increased significantly. Many children from ordinary families have been sent to the academy all because of you, Mingren. Is that so?" Mingren walked to the window facing the sunlight and looked out at the people cheering, crying, and celebrating. A faint smile appeared on his face. Under the sunlight, Mingren's golden hair radiated a gentle glow, and his white divine robe fluttered lightly in the breeze blowing in through the window. Not far from the ward, Qian Dai and Hai Lao Zong watched Mingren smile, and couldn't help being infected by him. "Sister, he really looks just like him," Hai Lao Zong said with emotion. "Yes, the golden flash from back then. Actually, I wish he could have been a member of our Shiyin village. What a pity. My village is truly a blessed land full of geniuses." Qian Dai looked at Mingren's smile, and a warmth welled up in her heart. In this ninja world built by old men and women, to have a kid like him appear is truly heartening. Turning her gaze to Wei Ai Luo in the ward, a tear of joy rolled down Qian Dai's eye. "It seems the only right thing I've done is to make Wei Ai Luo the Wind Shadow." "Sister." Hai Lao Zong smiled and embraced Qian Dai's shoulders. "Enough, don't let the youngsters laugh at us. Yes, getting old brings many sentiments." Qian Dai wiped the tear from the corner of her eye and followed Hai Lao Zong toward Mingren. At the doorway of the ward, Shou Ju, who had been pushed out by the girls, looked at Mingren with a strange expression. She had heard everything Hai Lao Zong and Qian Dai said. "Mingren, you really are an incredible person. Even Lady Qian Dai has changed because of you." "Little Mingren." Hai Lao Zong, supporting Qian Dai, called out. "Ah, it's Lord Hai Lao Zong and Lady Qian Dai." Xiaoying quickly bowed to them. "Lord Hai Lao Zong, Lady Qian Dai, is there something you need?" Mingren turned around and asked curiously. "All we two old folks are here on behalf of Shine Village to thank you for saving Wei Ai Luo," Qian Dai said to Mingren. "These are all things I should do. Mai and Shine are allies, aren't we?" Mingren replied with a smile. "Yes, Mai and Shine are allies, and they will be eternal allies," Hai Laozang said meaningfully. The two exchanged a smile, and everything was understood without words. "Well, farewell then," Naruto said with a wave, a smile on his face, adding, "Make good use of the Shikaku's power within you." Before leaving, Naruto had already told Chio and the others, including Gaara, that he had extracted Shikaku's soul. Without Shikaku's interference, Gaara could now fully master the power of Shikaku, and no longer suffer the agony of sleeplessness. Though he could no longer transform into a tailed beast, Gaara's strength had actually increased significantly. Chio and Gaara naturally had no complaints about this, instead they were grateful to Naruto. Gaara remained as taciturn as ever, but his gentle gaze revealed his goodwill. After bidding farewell to Gaara and the others, Naruto and Sakura set out on the road back to the village. In fact, Tsunade had originally dispatched Kakashi and the others to provide support. However, just as Kakashi and his team were about to reach Sunagakure, they received word that Naruto had already rescued Gaara. Having made the trip for nothing, they had no choice but to turn back, wasting a considerable amount of time on the road. Naruto stretched his arms above his head, raising his hands in a lazy yawn. It was already evening on the third day when Naruto and the others returned to Konoha. Finally back. "So Sakura, let's head to the Hokage's office first and report the situation," Naruto turned and said to Sakura. Sakura nodded and smiled in agreement. At the Hokage's office, Naruto knocked on the door. Thump, thump, thump. Hearing a response from inside, he pushed the door open and stepped in. "Tsunade, we're back," Naruto said brashly as he walked in. Hearing this, Sakura shot him a reproachful glance. She didn't dare to be as disrespectful as Naruto, so she bowed to Tsunade. "Master, I'm back." You're back," Tsunade replied casually, but her eyes drifted toward Naruto, casting a long, reproachful gaze. If he hadn't rushed off to Sunagakure so quickly, the position of Hokage would have been his by now, forcing Tsunade to remain in that seat and deal with so many documents. Here's what happened." Naruto ignored Tsunade's glare and recounted the events in Sunagakure one by one. After hearing Naruto's words, Tsunade lowered her head in deep thought, remaining silent for a long time. "It seems the situation is serious," Tsunade finally spoke after a long pause, her delicate brows tightly furrowed. "Sasori of the Red Sand and that Deidara, they're all S-rank rogue ninjas from various nations, extremely powerful and highly dangerous. For such people to belong to the same organization, it's just as Jiraiya said, Akatsuki has grand ambitions. And this organization is even capturing jinchuriki. It seems all nations are in danger now." With that, Tsunade looked up at Naruto, her clear eyes filled with concern. Seeing Tsunade's worry, Naruto smiled and gave her a meaningful glance. Catching Naruto's signal, Tsunade paused for a moment, then understood immediately. She said, "Naruto, Sakura, you've worked hard. Go back and rest for a few days, I'm giving you some time off." Sakura noticed the exchange between Naruto and Tsunade and felt a flicker of suspicion, but she was indeed exhausted after the non-stop journey from Sunagakure. She nodded and pulled Naruto out with her. Sigh. As Naruto and Sakura left, Tsunade let out a complex sigh, silently leaving her chair. She turned and gazed through the large glass window at Konoha in the sunset. Tsunade could no longer sort out her feelings for Naruto. Was she treating him as a substitute for Dan and Nawaki? There was both familial care and romantic affection. Her mind was in turmoil. But was he really just a substitute to her? She herself wasn't sure. "Tsunade, what are you thinking about?" A gentle voice reached her ears and a hand rested on her shoulder. "Have you figured out how to deal with Akatsuki?" Naruto asked with a smile. "Not yet." Tsunade stared into Naruto's sapphire blue eyes, lost in thought, her mind completely unable to focus. Seeing Tsunade's reaction, it would be a lie to say Naruto wasn't excited. After all, as a time traveler, he had harbored some improper thoughts about Tsunade. Even before the start of the Shippuden arc, he had been working toward that improper goal. But now Naruto realized his emotional life had become a tangled mess. "Forget it, at worst I'll just go with the flow," the time traveler mused inwardly. "I think we should contact the Kage of all nations to deal with Akatsuki together," Naruto said, setting aside his distracting thoughts and speaking with righteous conviction. "Huh." Tsunade clearly couldn't understand Naruto's reasoning. "Why? Do we need all 5 great nations to act against a few rogue ninjas?" Tsunade still hadn't grasped the true scale of Akatsuki's power. Before reading the manga, Naruto wouldn't have thought that Madara working with Kabuto could start the Fourth Great Ninja War. If some Akatsuki members weren't dealt with now, once Madara launched the Fourth War, the difficulty for the 5 great nations to win would increase exponentially. Seeing Tsunade's dismissive attitude, Naruto decided to tell her the truth. Do you think Akatsuki's power isn't worth the combined effort of the 5 great nations? Wrong. Not to mention Uchiha Itachi, who was driven out by the elders. Almost every member of Akatsuki is capable of destroying a small country on their own. More importantly, their true leader is Uchiha Madara. Impossible. At the first few words, Tsunade looked shocked, but when Naruto uttered the last name, she immediately refuted. Absolutely impossible. Uchiha Madara died at the Valley of the End. That's what my grandfather told me personally. Tsunade said excitedly, unwilling to allow anyone to deny the first Hokage's abilities, not even Naruto. No, it's true. Uchiha Madara is still alive, and he even became the Mizuki of Kirigakure. Naruto grabbed Tsunade by the shoulders, trying to calm her down. This isn't speculation, it's fact. It was told to me by the first Hokage and my father. That old bastard is really still alive. Tsunade's pupils contracted as she seemed to connect something from Naruto's words. Taming the Ninetales with the Mangekyo's Sharingan. Could it be that incident 16 years ago? Tsunade looked at Naruto's blonde hair in disbelief. That's right. Naruto lowered his head gloomily, evidently recalling his parents from this life who had perished due to Madara Uchiha's machinations. The Ninetales rampage 16 years ago was orchestrated by Madara Uchiha. Naruto's words dripped with hatred. Having lived in this world for so long, he had fully integrated into it, inheriting both Naruto's emotions and his resentments. His hatred for Madara, the one who caused his parents' death, had never ceased, and ever since meeting Minato and Kushina in the soul space, that hatred had only grown more intense. Naruto recounted to Tsunade everything he remembered, how Madara had released the Ninetales during Kushina's childbirth, ultimately leading Minato to seal the beast within him. Madara Uchiha is still alive. Tsunade snapped out of her shock, her face filled with worry. That ancient monster who has lived for centuries would be a tremendous nuisance if he set his sights on someone. Yes. Madara is now controlling the Akatsuki hunting-tailed beasts across the land. He must have a grand scheme to overthrow the shinobi world, Naruto said to Tsunade. So now is not the time for personal grudges. Only by uniting the 5 great nations can we truly withstand the Akatsuki. I understand. I'll discuss it with the 2 advisors and push for a summit of the 5 great nations as soon as possible. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tsunade made a decisive resolution. Seeing Tsunade agree with his proposal, Naruto breathed a long sigh of relief. There was still plenty of time before Madara would launch the 4th Great Ninja War. If the 5 great nations could prepare in advance, Madara would be at a disadvantage, greatly increasing their chances of victory. If you need someone to discuss matters with, you can call Shikamaru. Naruto, fearing that Tsunade might overexert herself pondering such troublesome affairs, unhesitatingly offered up his friend. That kid is a genius with an IQ of 200. If he helps, it'll be a lot easier. Great idea. Tsunade's eyes lit up at Naruto's suggestion. Shikamaru had already demonstrated his exceptional intelligence over the past 3 years. With him, Tsunade wouldn't have to work so hard. Seeing that Tsunade understood, Naruto smiled. Then I'll be off. After so many days of roughing it outdoors, I'm tired. I'll go back and rest for the night. As he spoke, Naruto yawned. Go rest and take care of yourself, Tsunade said with concern. Now you're the pillar of Konoha. You are my pillar too. Tsunade kept the second half of her sentence to herself, her gaze soft and tender as she watched Naruto's retreating figure. After a moment, Tsunade suddenly realized something was off. Wasn't I supposed to talk to him about succeeding the Hokage position? How did I let him leave? Damn it! A furious roar erupted from the Hokage's office, echoing throughout the entire village and causing passers-by to stop and stare. How dare he slip away? Don't let me catch you. Tsunade sat in her chair, her face contorted with anger. But a moment later she burst into laughter, her body shaking with mirth. Naruto, walking home, suddenly felt a chill run up his spine, making him shudder. Is someone thinking of me? As he pondered this, the door to his house appeared ahead. Dismissing the strange sensation, Naruto quickened his pace and pushed open the door. I'm home. His loud shout startled the few people inside. You're back, so what's with all the shouting? Yakumo waved her hand impatiently. Since Naruto had freed her from the illusion, she had become increasingly tsundere, constantly bickering with him and going against his wishes. Yeah, we're not deaf. Ino, who had been constantly competing with Sakura over the years, had also moved in and become Yakumo's staunch supporter, joining in to tease Naruto. When Ino first moved in, Naruto had a private talk with her. After all, unlike Sakura, who was a civilian kunoichi, the Ino Shikacho formation belonged to some of Konoha's upper-middle-class families. Didn't her family care? But Ino answered matter-of-factly, have you ever seen my family meddle in our personal lives? Didn't you notice that even my mother runs a flower shop without anyone interfering? Ino shot Naruto a glare. Sakura and I grew up together. I've always stood in front of her, shielding her from the wind and rain. If she moved into your house alone, I'd be worried about other girls bullying her. Besides, having such a gentle guy as a boyfriend wouldn't be so bad. Flustered by Ino's teasing, Naruto retreated in a cold sweat. After that, Ino settled into Naruto's home without any qualms. Naruto. You're back. Only the sweet, soft-spoken Hinata could speak so quietly. Hinata, who had let her hair grow long, no longer stuttered when speaking, but she was still incredibly shy. Her adorable demeanor always made Naruto want to tease her. Seeing Hinata fidgeting with her fingers, her cheeks flushed, Naruto chuckled softly and pulled her into his embrace. His arms wrapped tightly around her, and he brought his lips to her ear, whispering gently, It's been a while since I've seen my little Hinata. You've become even more beautiful. Hinata's face turned crimson, and the warmth of his breath against her ear made her body go limp. The other girls nearby felt a pang of envy, but none said a word. After all, to the outside world, Hinata was the one engaged to Naruto, his official girlfriend. After indulging in a moment of affectionate bliss, Naruto finally released Hinata and turned his gaze to the cool, elegant figure beside him. Naruto, welcome home. Perhaps only Haku would say such words. A gentle smile never left her face. Haku, thank you for your hard work. Naruto naturally took Haku's hand. When Naruto was away, the entire household was managed by the eldest Haku. Over the past 3 years, if not for Haku listening to Naruto's confessions, offering him support, and comforting him every time he returned from the ANBU, Naruto might have succumbed to the darkness. Naruto and Haku had long understood each other's feelings but never voiced them. This silent understanding was the bond that tied them together. Clenching the delicate hand in his, Naruto looked around at the women surrounding him. These were his bonds. That evening, Naruto for once sat around the table with the women, sharing a warm and cozy dinner. Yet as soon as the meal ended, ignoring their wistful gazes, he retreated alone into his room. The timing and location over the past few days had been unsuitable, so Naruto hadn't dealt with Shikaku's issue. Now that he was back home, he could finally address the problem of the one-tail. Naruto sat cross-legged on his bed, slowly closing his eyes, his consciousness gradually sinking into slumber. The sound of dripping water roused his awareness. Naruto gazed at the familiar surroundings and sighed in resignation. Why is it always the sewers? Every time I want to see that Ninetales, I have to go through this place. What a hassle. Muttering complaints, he navigated the sewers with practiced ease and arrived once more before the massive iron cage. Fox, long time no see. Naruto looked at the sleeping Kurama inside the cage, sweat drops forming on his head. Wasn't the Ninetales supposed to be furious? Why did it seem perpetually sleepy? Brat, why are you here? I just got that raccoon to quiet down, and now you come chattering away. Kurama seemed genuinely annoyed, its tail swishing with each word. Seeing Kurama's demeanor, Naruto's sweat drops multiplied. Ever since they had signed the contract, the Ninetales had grown lazier and lazier. To prevent Kurama from growing angrier, Naruto wisely diverted its attention. Where's Shikaku? Naruto looked around, but aside from Kurama's cage, the surroundings remained pitch black, revealing nothing. That stinky raccoon. Kurama scratched its head with a claw in annoyance. It's right next to me, locked in a cage as well. With that, Kurama pointed to its left with another claw. Following Kurama's gesture, another cage materialized. Unlike Kurama's rectangular iron cage, this one was a hemispherical dome, made of wood. At the center of the cage, a massive whirlpool emblem radiated an eerie green glow. Inside this cage lay a colossal raccoon, but strangely, stars spun above its head, 2 large lumps protruded from its skull, and its tail twitched intermittently. What happened? Naruto's face was now covered in sweat drops. He realized he had been more dumbfounded today than ever before. Kurama, with its eyes half closed in contentment, glanced at the fallen raccoon and sneered. That stinky raccoon came in screaming like a maniac, annoying me to no end. I wasn't happy, so I gave it a whack. But once it noticed me, it screamed even louder. I got really annoyed, so I gave it another whack to quiet it down. Naruto's mouth twitched as he stared at the 2 lumps on Shikaku's head. So that's what you meant by quiet it down. A groan emerged from the wooden cage. Naruto and Kurama both turned to look at Shikaku, who was rising slowly while clutching its head. "You're awake, Shikaku the One-Tail," Naruto said helplessly as the raccoon shook its head. Shikaku flicked its tail, focused its eyes, and roared. "You!" Another thunderous bellow erupted from the cage, leaving Naruto's vision spinning. Boom! Shikaku collapsed again. "Stinky raccoon, you're too loud!" Kurama yelled impatiently, scratching its own sleek tail with a claw. One might wonder how Kurama could strike Shikaku when it was also locked in an iron cage. In truth, ever since signing the contract with Naruto, Kurama's chakra had gradually been able to seep through the bars. Over the years, the iron cage had lost its ability to restrain Kurama's chakra. Using its chakra, Kurama formed a massive hammer which passed through the cage and slammed hard onto Shikaku's head. "You stinky fox!" Shikaku shook its head and stood up slowly. "Little raccoon, how does it feel to be controlled by someone?" Kurama taunted. Kurama sneered at Shikaku. During Naruto's battle with Shikaku, the impact of tailed beast power had awakened Kurama from its slumber. Through the shared Rinnegan, Kurama had witnessed the entire fight and naturally discerned Shikaku's abnormal state. "Uchiha Madara, that vermin! I'll kill him with my own hands!" Kurama's mockery instantly rekindled Shikaku's hatred for Madara. After all, for a revered tailed beast to be controlled by someone it considered a mere insect was a profound humiliation. Hearing Shikaku's grandiose declaration, Naruto said, "Kill him with your own hands. Can you even withstand his Mangekyo Sharingan?" Shikaku was instantly silenced. It said nothing, for the memory of those sinister eyes still filled it with dread, and the sensation of being controlled remained vivid. "Kid, do you have a way to deal with him?" Shikaku growled. Just as Naruto was about to speak, Kurama interrupted. "Raccoon, haven't you noticed his eyes?" Kurama said to Shikaku with a peculiar tone. "Huh?" Shikaku focused its gaze on Naruto's eyes and was startled. "This? Rinnegan." Shikaku stared at Naruto, examining him up and down with uncertainty. Suddenly, as if recalling something, it exclaimed, "The brat from 3 years ago, that was you." Hearing Shikaku's question, Naruto rubbed his nose helplessly. "Yeah, that was me." Once Naruto confirmed, Shikaku fell silent, closing its eyes as if deep in thought. Only its constantly twitching tail betrayed its agitation. After a long moment, Shikaku opened its eyes, its cross-shaped pupils fixed intently on Naruto. A towering murderous aura erupted, sweeping toward Naruto like a violent gale. Naruto's divine robe fluttered violently under the force of Shikaku's killing intent. Facing Shikaku's murderous aura, born from countless kills, Naruto involuntarily stepped back half a pace, but he stood firm, facing the colossal beast. Compared to 3 years ago, when he had collapsed in terror before Kurama's aura, Naruto had grown immensely stronger. Gradually the killing intent subsided and Shikaku's pupils relaxed. "Successor of the Sage of Six Paths, summon your animal path. I am willing to form a contract with you," Shikaku said calmly. "Excellent." Naruto's face lit up with joy. He knew he had passed Shikaku's test. Truly, the Rinnegan held extraordinary significance for tailed beasts. With a gesture from Naruto, the animal path appeared before him. At the same time, Shikaku began its own ritual. Shikaku clasped its hands together, and a faint breeze stirred within the spiritual space. Gradually the breeze intensified into a raging hurricane, even a tornado, all swirling around the animal path. "In the name of Shikaku, I, together with the heir of the Six Paths, hereby seal the blood contract." Shikaku's voice echoed from the cage. As Shikaku spoke in the real world, the nine-tailed seal suddenly appeared on Naruto's abdomen, and beside it the markings of Shikaku, the Wind God's seal, slowly emerged. The Shikaku contract was established. Blinking open his eyes once more, Naruto found himself back in the real world. Rubbing his golden hair, Naruto helplessly climbed out of bed. "If I have to endure this kind of torment every time I sign a contract, I'll eventually die in agony," he grumbled. "But this feeling is really incredible." The world before Naruto's eyes became exceptionally clear, as if natural sounds had suddenly magnified several times, echoing in his ears. Especially the wind and earth elements, they seemed to actively swirl around him. The liveliness of wind, the steadiness of earth, the emotions of this natural chakra vividly surfaced in Naruto's heart. "If suffering can bring me this kind of power, then it's more than worth it." A smile curled at the corners of Naruto's mouth. As he spoke, a small whirlwind abruptly swirled and dissipated from his right palm. Just as Naruto wanted to savor the new power bestowed by Shikaku, the door to his room was kicked open with a bang. "Uzumaki, Naruto, come shopping with us," Ino shouted, rushing in, followed by a crowd of girls who flooded into Naruto's room. Seeing Ino's fierce demeanor, and Yakumo's look that clearly said, "Dare to refuse and see what happens," Naruto broke out in a cold sweat. "But I haven't trained yet today," Naruto said weakly, looking like a Naruto version of Grey Wolf. Before Naruto could finish, Ino pounced on him like a wolf, wrapping her arms around his. "It's fine, you train so hard every day, you need a day off too." Feeling the softness of the girl, Naruto didn't even hear what Ino was saying, his mind was already wandering. Scanning the group of girls, he saw everyone looking at him with eager eyes. Bai's gentle gaze with a hint of pity, Hinata's soft eyes with a trace of pleading. As a normal man, how could Naruto harden his heart to refuse these lovely girls? So half-reluctantly he was dragged out onto the street by them. Half an hour later. "I'm so stupid. How could I be foolish enough to go shopping with women?" Naruto sighed to the heavens, laden with bags of all sizes almost buried under them. Watching the girls ahead chattering about where to go next, he felt like crying. Naruto suddenly spotted Might Guy and his team walking ahead. "Long time no see, Guy-sensei, Rock Lee, Neji, and lovely Tenten." "Really? You're so sweet, Naruto-kun." Tenten cupped her cheeks, smiling at Naruto. "Following Guy-sensei on missions every day, I was afraid my skin would get rough. Looks like that moisturizer really works." Indeed, girls become oblivious to everything when praised. She clearly only caught the last sentence. "Yo Naruto, long time no see." Guy gave Naruto a thumbs up, still full of energy. "Hey Naruto-kun, you're truly diligent, training all the time, even carrying so much weight while shopping. You're just like me, someone who understands the true essence of youth." Rock Lee looked at the bags hanging on Naruto, clearly misunderstanding. His burning soul of youth ignited again, much to the dismay of Naruto, Tenten, and Neji. Naruto broke out in a cold sweat. Then an idea struck him. "Rock Lee, you want to train, right? I'll let you have this opportunity." With that, Naruto tossed all his bags onto Rock Lee, letting out a sigh of relief. With Rock Lee as free labor, he felt light as a feather. "Ah!" Rock Lee fumbled to catch the bag, saying, "Thank you so much, Naruto, for giving me such a wonderful training opportunity. I'm truly... This is the charm of youth. No jealousy, no envy, only passion. I'm already boiling." Guy obviously fell into a passionate state too. Tenten rolled her eyes repeatedly. Relieved of his burden, Naruto finally had free hands. Seeing the group looking travel-worn, he asked, "Neji, did you just finish a mission?" "Yeah, it was quite a tricky mission, but we managed to turn the tables in the end." Neji glanced at the passionate duo. Naruto didn't press further about Neji's mission. Even if he asked, Neji and his team wouldn't tell, since the ninja code stated that mission details must not be disclosed to anyone outside the team. "Let's get together for a meal, a welcome party for you." Naruto smiled and invited Neji and his team. "Guy-sensei, you should come too. I have a few things to ask." The members of Guy's team exchanged glances and finally accepted Naruto's invitation. Seeing they agreed, Naruto waved to the still chattering girls and called out, "We're going to eat together." "Huh." The girls finally noticed Guy's team. It seemed that when women go shopping, they forget everything else. "Coming." The girls, embarrassed to blame Naruto for cutting their shopping short, walked over to greet Guy's team, and together they headed toward the barbecue restaurant. Girls really do get along well. Soon Tenten was chatting with the others, calling each other sisters. Naruto and Neji were stunned. Her social skills were master level. As for the passionate duo, they were busy venting their energy. After walking less than a few hundred meters, Naruto spotted Shikamaru lying on a roof watching clouds and Choji eating snacks. Believing that the more people at a meal the merrier, Naruto decisively called them over. "A group meal. It's still troublesome, but I can't refuse a friend's invitation." Lazy Shikamaru flipped over and jumped down from the roof. As for Choji, upon hearing free barbecue, he had already bolted ahead. Along the way they ran into Kiba walking his dog and Shino shopping. Now, except for Sasuke, who was in the Umbu, all the Konoha 11 had gathered. "Let's make it a full reunion." Naruto signaled to a nearby Umbu operative to call Sasuke over. Now it was complete. All 12 Konoha ninjas were together, the boys in one group, the girls in another, and they marched in a grand procession toward the Konoha barbecue restaurant. "What's going on?" Everyone instantly ceased their chatter, directing puzzled gazes toward Guy-sensei as he charged ahead. But 2 seconds later they all understood with a sudden clarity. "Kakashi, let's have our 432nd duel!" Guy shouted, dashing toward Kakashi, who stood at the entrance of a bookstore. Naruto was speechless. Guy's instinct for locating Kakashi surpassed even the most skilled sensory ninjas. "Come on Kakashi, let's settle this." Guy was clearly overexcited, shouting and leaping around Kakashi, throwing wild punches and kicks. Kakashi looked up with a blank expression. "Are you talking to me?" A crow flew silently across the sky. Naruto and the others burst into laughter. The exchange between Kakashi and Guy was always hilarious. Guy froze mid-kick, looking utterly defeated. "Kakashi, you truly are my eternal rival. Your sense of timing is as impeccable as ever." Just as Kakashi was about to ignore him again, the group approached. "Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing at the bookstore?" Sakura asked with a mischievous grin, her voice loud. "What else could it be?" "He must be buying those scandalous magazines," Naruto declared without hesitation. "According to the Umbu, there's always a latest issue in his ninja tool pouch." Hearing Naruto's teasing, the girls burst into cheerful laughter. Kakashi looked helplessly at Naruto. Turning to Sasuke, he said, "Are you Umbu members really that bored investigating such trivial matters?" The complaint even drew a rare smile from Sasuke, who hadn't felt this lighthearted since learning the truth about Itachi. "Enough about me. Where are all of you off to with such a crowd?" Kakashi deftly changed the subject, asking about their purpose. "Oh, we're heading for a feast right now. Since you've got nothing else to do, Kakashi-sensei, why not join us? You can buy those magazines anytime." Naruto, seeing Kakashi at leisure, decided to invite him along. "Well, alright." Kakashi knew Naruto had gathered so many people for a reason, so he accepted without hesitation. Just as they were about to set off again, "Kakashi, Guy, where is everyone headed?" Anko asked, chewing on a skewer of dango while holding two more in her hands. Kurenai stood beside her, eyeing Naruto with curiosity. Naruto invited us to a feast. Would you two like to join?" Kakashi, thinking the more the merrier, extended the invitation on Naruto's behalf. "Oh, not her." Naruto broke into a cold sweat, glancing at Anko. Among the Jonin, she was notorious for being reckless and unreliable, much like the original Naruto. Moreover, he seemed to have offended her during the Chunin exams 3 years ago. "What, our Light of the Leaf doesn't welcome me?" Anko's eyes flashed with murderous intent even as her smile grew warmer. Women are indeed not to be crossed. Of course not, of course not." Naruto wiped the sweat beading on his forehead. "He..." Anko let out an eerie laugh. "Then it's settled. We must get to know our hero of the leaf better, don't you think, Kurenai?" She nudged Kurenai with her elbow. "Indeed." Kurenai's lips curled into a dangerous smile, her ruby-like eyes fixed on Naruto. "I'm quite intrigued by you too, Naruto." At Kurenai's words, all the girls turned to stare at Naruto, their resentful gazes nearly tangible, sending chills down his spine. "I really have nothing to do with her," he screamed inwardly. "Yakumo, are you getting used to living at Naruto's place?" Kurenai approached the group, gently stroking Yakumo's hair as she asked softly. "Yes, there are many sisters there who take good care of me." Yakumo basked in the comfort of Kurenai's touch, a blissful expression on her face. Kurenai and Anko seamlessly blended into the conversation among the younger girls. After all, they were like older sisters to the rookies, and Kurenai was Hinata's instructor and Sakura's Genjutsu teacher. "Well, Naruto, you're quite fortunate," Kurenai said with a knowing look, her words laced with innuendo. "Ahem." Naruto coughed awkwardly. Whether it was a coincidence or all the Jonin had the day off, Naruto encountered several more along the way: Tokaro, Shikaku, Nara, and Noichi, Yamanaka, and others. He decided to invite them all as there were matters he wanted them to know in advance. The veteran Jonin didn't refuse either, for they were all aware that Naruto was practically the 6th Hokage, and it was time to build connections with their clans. Thus the group swelled to include nearly all the elite forces of Konoha. They marched in a grand procession toward the barbecue restaurant, making it look as if a rebellion was afoot, requiring such a massive response. The restaurant owner noticed the huge crowd, the village's most vital members, heading toward his establishment. He hurried to the entrance, fearing his shop might be in trouble. Assuming they were there to inspect, he launched into a flurry of apologies before anyone could speak, leaving Naruto bewildered. "Wait, you're not here to check on the place?" The owner looked confused, making the group laugh. "Of course not, boss. We're here for a feast." Choji pushed through the crowd and explained. "Ah, it's Choji." The owner immediately recognized him, as Choji was a regular, and he always ordered a massive amount of food. Seeing the owner's relief, Naruto spoke up. "Now do you believe us? We'll need 2 tables. Naruto glanced back at the rookies and the Jonin, thinking the age gap might make them uncomfortable if they sat together. "No problem." The owner bustled off to prepare, and the group exchanged smiles before following him inside. Yamanaka and Noichi, ignoring the reproachful look in Akimichi Choza's eyes, snatched a piece of grilled meat from Choza's bowl, took a delicious bite, and then said, "Yeah, it's been a long time since we've had this much fun." Inoichi glanced at Kakashi, who was eating grilled meat while still wearing his mask, Rinnegan poking at meat with a toothpick. Guy whose face was flushed red from drinking and challenging Kakashi to a match, Anko loudly demanding dumplings, and other jonin chatting and drinking. A broader smile spread across Yamanaka Inoichi's face. How nostalgic. All of them are comrades from the past. MMPH gurgle grumble. Choza's mouth was stuffed full of grilled meat, and he mumbled indistinctly, causing Inoichi and Shikaka on either side to break out in a cold sweat. Shikaka gave Choza a hard slap on the back and said, "Swallow your food before you talk." Choza quickly gulped down the meat in his mouth and grinned so broadly that his eyes disappeared into slits. "This feels really great, everyone being together." Saying that, Choza couldn't wait and grabbed another piece of grilled meat, stuffing it into his mouth. Kakashi set down his sake cup from the side. But these peaceful days might be coming to an end soon. Kakashi sighed inwardly. Though deeply worried, his expression betrayed nothing. On the other side, the small gathering of Konoha's 12 young ninjas was already in full swing. "Naruto, are you sure you're treating today?" Watching Choji's mouth working nonstop as he kept tossing grilled meat into it, Kiba wiped a cold sweat from his forehead and turned to Naruto. "Did you bring enough money?" "Kiba, you don't need to worry about that. Naruto definitely won't be short on cash." Before Naruto could speak, Shikamaru's lazy voice answered for him. TCH Kiba clicked his tongue and stroked Akamaru, who was lying beside him. Over the past 3 years, Akamaru had grown much larger, and could no longer perch on top of Kiba's head as before. "How do you know Naruto won't be short on cash, you lazybones?" Seeing Shikamaru's listless demeanor, Kiba's temper flared. Looking at Kiba's expression, Shikamaru sighed helplessly. Has he been around animals too long? Is his intelligence dropping to that of an animal? "What did you say?" "Woof woof." Clearly Shikamaru's jab provoked strong indignation from both Kiba and Akamaru. Kiba, one's status is determined by one's strength. Shino, who had always been inconspicuous, finally drew everyone's attention. His usually calm tone seemed to tremble slightly, but the Aburame clan's characteristic reserve quickly steadied him. "That's the rule of the ninja world. Yeah, Kiba, you don't need to worry about Naruto." Unusually, Sasuke also joined in the banter. Otherwise, how could he support so many people? As he spoke, Sasuke glanced at the girls on the opposite side, making them blush deeply, and Naruto also felt embarrassed. After a while, the playful commotion subsided. Niji asked softly, "Naruto, do you have something to tell us?" In fact, he had sensed along the way that Naruto seemed about to announce something important, otherwise why gather so many people just for a party? As soon as Niji spoke, the room fell silent. Even the girls stopped whispering and everyone's eyes locked onto Naruto. Seeing the lively atmosphere cool down, Naruto shook his head slightly, stood up, and his previously smiling face turned serious. "Actually, I really don't want to say this, but if I'm not mistaken." Naruto paused, looking at the bewildered expressions of the young ninjas, and dropped a bombshell. "War is about to break out." The room was utterly silent. Though a few clever ones had some inkling, hearing it from Naruto's own mouth left them all stunned and unwilling to accept it. Watching the others digest the shocking news, Naruto shook his head quietly, opened the door of the private room, and headed to the Jonin's room. "Naruto, you're here." Rinnegan bit the grilled meat off his toothpick and nodded at Naruto. He had been Naruto's examiner during the Chunin exams back then, so they were quite familiar. Seeing Naruto enter, Kakashi's worry eased a little. Having such an outstanding disciple was always a comfort. "Naruto, are they all settled?" Kakashi asked. Naruto nodded and sat down at the table. "No way, they're already drunk that fast." Guy's face suddenly appeared in front of Naruto, his expression horrified as he stammered, You didn't let Lee drink, did you?" The moment Guy mentioned Lee's drunken behavior, Naruto shuddered and quickly replied, "How could I? Niji and Tenten are watching him, they'll make sure he doesn't touch a single drop." "That's a relief." Guy relaxed his bushy brows, smoothing out. Bang! The window of the room suddenly flew open. "Who?" Kakashi swiftly rose from the table, his right hand pulling out a kunai, his entire body poised in a defensive stance. The whole process took less than a second. The other Jonin also tensed their muscles, silently on alert. For someone to approach unnoticed, the intruder must be powerful. "Yo, you're having a party. Looks like I came at just the right time." A lecherous voice came from outside, and Jiraiya with his long white hair leaped into the room from a toad's back. "Lord Jiraiya." Everyone present stood up and gazed at him with respect. Jiraiya of the Sannin, the gallant Jiraiya, had always been an idol to these jonin. Pervy Seijutsu. Naruto also stood up, calling out loudly and casually, making the jonin break out in cold sweat. And me. As the voice rang out, Tsunade opened the door and walked in. The assembled jonin immediately bowed to her. Lady Hokage. The great gathering of Konoha's shinobi. Tsunade's words were a blatant slap to the faces of everyone present. Although Tsunade usually joked around and got close to the jonin, this time was different. Not taking the Hokage seriously, that was a cutting remark. None of those present dared to touch that topic. They all turned their heads in unison toward Naruto. Naruto looked at Tsunade's feigned displeasure, feeling a pang of helplessness. Tsunade was creating an opportunity for him to establish authority, already clearing the way. After all, with such a large group coming to the barbecue restaurant, how could Tsunade as the Hokage not know? Given that Naruto and Sasuke had taken control, the Umbu were scattered throughout the entire village. It seems the title of Hokage can no longer be avoided. Thinking this, the bitterness on Naruto's lips became more pronounced. Wasn't this pushing him into the spotlight? Seeing Naruto's bitter expression, a hint of amusement flickered in Tsunade's beautiful eyes, but she put on a look of sudden realization. Is it Naruto? Then forget it. Just remember to invite me next time. Tsunade nodded magnanimously. Hearing her words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seems Naruto's status as Hokage is really decided. Tsunade's words made it clear to everyone, and one by one they relaxed. Few noticed the smile on Tsunade's lips. With Jiraiya and Tsunade joining in, the originally casual gathering of friends became formal. With nearly all of Konoha's combat strength present, no one believed there was nothing important going on. Everyone had basically understood the purpose of this gathering. The first was clear, to push Uzumaki Naruto forward. The second was likely to announce something significant. Naruto looked at the group of jonin sitting upright, innocently thinking, I really just wanted to treat everyone to a meal. How did it turn into this? Tsunade and Jiraiya sat down without intending to eat much. They just moved their chopsticks a bit before setting them down. They exchanged glances as if they had made a decision. Tsunade cleared her throat and said seriously, There are a few things to announce. I originally planned to announce them when I summoned everyone in a few days, but since everyone is here now, I'll take this opportunity to say them. Hearing this, several of those present showed an expression of, just as expected, and pricked up their ears waiting for Tsunade's announcement. After discussions with the two Konoha advisors and my teacher, we have decided that Uzumaki Naruto will succeed as the 6th Hokage. A wave of incredulous murmurs erupted from Tsunade's words. The jonin began discussing among themselves. Although they knew Naruto's appointment as the 6th Hokage was a foregone conclusion, logically speaking it would be at least 3 more years before Naruto was most suitable to take over, because no matter how strong Naruto was, he was still only 16 years old. Kakashi couldn't sit still. When it came to his most cherished student, the copy ninja could also be impulsive. He stood up and said urgently, Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya, isn't it too early for Naruto to become Hokage? He's only 16. No matter how powerful he is, the other nations won't see it that way. This will give other great nations that covet Konoha an excuse to start a war against us. Moreover, he's young. Being burdened by Hokage duties so early will greatly hinder his growth. Kakashi spoke a long string of words, his concern for Naruto evident, moving Naruto to the point of being stunned. Yes, Lady Hokage. We also know Naruto is Konoha's future, but isn't this a bit too hasty? Yamanaka Inoichi also stepped forward, supporting Kakashi's view. Besides, you are not physically unable to continue working. You can certainly serve as Hokage for a while longer. Inoichi's words gained the approval of most present. If Tsunade could still carry on, why was there such a rush to change the Hokage? Inoichi. Shikaku Nara, Shikamaru's father, pulled Inoichi back. I think I already understand why Lady Tsunade is so eager to push Naruto into the Hokage position. Shikaku's words successfully piqued everyone's curiosity. Even Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at Shikaku, wanting to hear what he had guessed. Shikaku, don't keep us in suspense. Spit it out. Enko, impatient, urged Shikaku. She was one of those who least wanted Naruto to become Hokage. If Naruto became Hokage, when would she ever get a chance to tease him? Wouldn't the incident in the Forest of Death just be brushed aside? Enko was inwardly anxious. Truly, women's minds can be quite baffling. Urged by the crowd, Shikaku of the Nara clan uttered 2 words. War! War! Silence fell over the scene. Every person present had experienced war. Everyone knew the pain of war. Once war broke out, Konoha would know no peace. For a moment, everyone's mood became extremely heavy. Tsunade and Jiraiya both looked relieved. Truly a clever man. Shikaku continued. It should be that the fourth great ninja war is about to begin. The only top combat power Konoha has right now is Naruto. Only by making Naruto the Hokage can he stand against the Kage of the other nations. Moreover, doing so will quickly make Naruto's name resound throughout the ninja world and establish his authority in Konoha during the war. At this point Shikaku paused and looked at Tsunade. Lady Hokage, am I correct? Tsunade and Jiraiya nodded. The white-haired sage had not been so serious for a long time. Shikaku, you are generally correct. Indeed, war is imminent. Hearing the official news from Jiraiya, everyone fell silent. A somber atmosphere began to envelop them. The era of war was about to begin again. The elderly burying the young grandfathers, sending off grandsons, sons sending off parents, comrades sending off companions, students sending off teachers. The shadow of war had already infected everyone in Konoha with a negative emotion. No one knew if they would survive the battlefield this time, nor whether their loved ones would live. But this time the enemy is not one of the other great nations. Jiraiya continued, looking at Naruto. It's Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. That name exploded like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. For a moment doubtful gazes shot toward Tsunade. Uchiha Madara was killed by Hashirama Senju at the Valley of the End. Now news of Uchiha Madara being alive had emerged. They wanted to see how the princess of the Senju clan would react. It's true. Our opponent this time is Uchiha Madara, who is as famous as my grandfather. Tsunade nodded firmly. As a legendary figure, whether it was his ability to stand equally with the Senju clan during the chaotic era under the leadership of the Uchiha, or his joint founding of Konohagakure with Hashirama Senju, his strategic brilliance was evident. Having pacified the turbulent era alongside the first Hokage and suffering a narrow defeat at the Valley of the End against Hashirama Senju, his deeds were beyond the imagination of contemporary shinobi. He had become a deified figure just like the first Hokage. Now appearing in this world once again as an enemy of Konoha, how could the shinobi of the village not feel a profound sense of dread? Thinking that they were about to wage war against a legend, the Konoha shinobi suddenly felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Everyone, even if our opponent is the legendary Uchiha Madara, we cannot retreat. Seeing the shadow of gloom in their eyes, Naruto knew that if he did not ignite their confidence, the battle would be half lost before it even began. Naruto rose from his seat facing the sunlight, and said solemnly, behind us stands Konohagakure, our families. The existence of us Konoha shinobi is not as tools nor for destruction but for protection. In an instant everyone seemed to see behind Naruto the gentle smiles of the first, second, and other Hokages of the past. Echoing Naruto's words, the first Hokage's warm and resonant voice seemed to appear in their ears. Protect your loved ones. Second Hokage, protect your friends. Third Hokage, protect your comrades. Fourth Hokage, protect everything in Konoha. This is our mission. The voices of the Hokages harmonizing with Naruto's words seemed to pierce through everyone's souls in that moment, rekindling the will of fire with blazing intensity. After a long moment the sunlight shifted and the figures in their eyes gradually faded as if they had never been there. Only the tears at the corners of their eyes bore witness to what had just transpired. At some point the gloom in their eyes had vanished. Protect Konoha. One person stood up and shouted loudly. Protect Konoha. 3 people stood up. Protect Konoha. Gradually everyone rose, raising their hands high and shouting. The words "Protect Konoha" rang out with extraordinary clarity, piercing through the windows and doors of the room, spreading far and wide. In the next room the young ninjas, including Shiro and Yakumo, who had just recovered from their shock, also heard the stirring shouts. Seems like the old folks next door are full of fighting spirit too, Shikamaru mused. Kiba added, if the old-timers are so spirited, how can we be afraid? Rock Lee, already brimming with emotion, expressed his feelings through action. Protect Konoha. Even louder shouts erupted from their room, merging with the roars of the Jonin and echoing throughout the entire village. The Jonin in the other room naturally heard it as well. Exchanging excited glances, they shouted with even greater fervor. On the streets pedestrians paused and shops owners and clerks stopped their work. In the fields farmers halted their plowing, even housewives at home opened their windows and leaned out. Though they didn't know what was happening, the sound infected them, and they shouted out loud. Everything converged into 4 words: Protect Konoha. The resounding cry rose from every corner of the village, and a soaring spirit ascended from the entire community. All of Konoha had never been so united. Jiraiya looked at the proud and upright Naruto with a sense of satisfaction as if gazing at his own grandson. Minato, you have a fine son. The will of fire burns fiercely within him. Shikaku Nara fixed his gaze on Naruto's face, and a smile inadvertently curled at the corner of his mouth. Uzumaki Naruto is truly an extraordinary person. Looking at his now motivated comrades, Shikaku felt his own blood stir with rare excitement. You indeed possess an irresistible power that infects everyone around you without notice. Even I feel like fighting alongside you. With that thought, Shikaku turned his gaze to Tsunade, who was still staring at Naruto with a dazed look. Perhaps this decision you made will be the most important in Konoha's history. He will truly lead Konoha into a new world. The shouting gradually subsided until it was no longer audible. Though no longer shouting, the jonin in the room remained fervent and spirited, a stark contrast to their state minutes before. It was only now that Naruto noticed something amiss. A slight frown creased his brow and a sense of foreboding rose from the depths of his heart. Tsunade, who had been watching Naruto intently, caught the change in his expression at once. What's wrong, Naruto? Where is Asuma-sensei? It had taken Naruto this long to realize that Asuma, the teacher of Team 10, was not present. He must have gone on some business, Naruto reassured himself inwardly, but his unease grew. He felt he had forgotten something very important. Oh, you're asking about Asuma, Tsunade said, her expression relaxing. You know, Asuma was once one of the 12 guardian ninja who protected the daimyo. He shares a deep bond with a monk of the Fire Temple, also a former member of the 12 Guardian Ninja. Every year he takes a few weeks off to visit him. Nothing important. Unlike Tsunade's relaxed demeanor, Naruto's face suddenly turned grim. The 12 Guardian Ninja, the monk Chiriku, the immortal duo. Naruto immediately recalled. Damn it, how could I forget? Haiden and Kakuzu. Lady Tsunade, I request permission to leave the village for the Fire Temple. Naruto said urgently to Tsunade. The Akatsuki are going after the 12 Guardian Ninja. What? Hearing Naruto's words, Tsunade was greatly shocked but quickly calmed down. Uzumaki Naruto, I order you to proceed to the Fire Temple immediately to investigate the situation. Mission Rank A. Wait, I'm coming too. At that moment the door swung open and the young Konoha ninjas entered with Sasuke at the forefront. I'm going with Naruto. Lady Tsunade, is it wise to let Naruto leave like this? After all, the Akatsuki's target is him. One of the women spoke, and the little piglet in her arms grunted in agreement with surprising intelligence. The other woman with twin golden blonde ponytails remained silent. She withdrew her gaze from the distant sunset, paced to the table, and picked up the straw hat inscribed with the character fire. After a long pause she finally spoke. If it were possible, I truly wouldn't want to let Naruto take this risk. But... Tsunade's hand gripping the hat clenched tightly. If even he cannot stop the Akatsuki, then who among us can protect him? At that moment Tsunade felt a profound hatred for her own powerlessness, which reawakened the same helplessness she had felt when Nawaki and Dan died before her eyes. As the Hokage, she was powerless to protect those she wished to guard. She dared not imagine what would become of her if Naruto met the same fate as those two. Under Shizen's complex gaze, Tsunade abruptly closed her eyes and prayed silently. You must return safely, Naruto. Meanwhile, on the road to the Fire Temple, two figures flickered incessantly. No, at this rate I'm afraid I won't make it in time. Naruto's heart was filled with immense anxiety. If only I hadn't forgotten. Blaming himself, Naruto pushed his speed even further, nearly turning into a streak of golden light. Behind Naruto, Sasuke silently increased his own speed. Thus far, although Sasuke had only grasped Amaterasu in terms of Mangekyo utilization, and its consumption was extremely severe, he had more or less started to understand the abilities of his own six-pointed star Mangekyo. Imitation. Just as the Sharingan's widely renowned reputation in the shinobi world, imitation, or rather copying. Of course, Sasuke's six-pointed star Mangekyo could not simply copy ninjutsu like the three-tomo Sharingan. What it imitated were the unique abilities of other Mangekyo. For instance, Sasuke's Amaterasu was precisely the result of Itachi's repeated use, which stimulated Sasuke's own Mangekyo Sharingan, firmly imprinting its ability through imitation. Sasuke could now wield Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi almost as well as Itachi, though the cost was far greater. Ultimately, battles between Sharingan boiled down to a clash of ocular power. Sasuke's six-pointed star was not without limits. Each time he imitated a dojutsu, he permanently reduced his maximum ocular power. Therefore, the more abilities he imitated, the less ocular power he could store. Sasuke himself understood this flaw, so he had no intention of copying Tsukuyomi, which was less suited to him. Instead, he sought to imitate another ability, Kakashi's Kamui. Speaking of which, one must mention the recent situation of Team 7. As each of his 3 disciples embarked on their own paths, Kakashi, the team's mentor, found himself at leisure. Tsunade had intended to assign him a new squad of fresh graduates, but Kakashi declined. Being surpassed one by his own students filled Kakashi with immense pride, yet it also stirred a touch of melancholy. The bittersweet smile of the new replacing the old was hidden behind his mask, unseen by anyone. However, Kakashi was after all a prodigious ninja. This melancholy did not linger long. Instead, his students reignited his fighting spirit, and the long-sealed shackles of the Quasi-Kage level began to loosen as he broke through his inner turmoil. Kakashi seized the moment, requested leave from Tsunade, returned home, and began an intensive period of secluded training. As soon as word spread that Kakashi had started training in seclusion, his comrades who had fought alongside him through the Great Ninja War knew that the breakthrough delayed by a decade had finally arrived. Unlike other shinobi, the Quasi-Kage level was never meant to be Kakashi's limit. His potential stretched far beyond. However, the breakthrough to the Kage level, which should have occurred 10 years earlier, was thwarted by the psychological blows of the White Fang's suicide, the decline of his clan Obito's death, and the passing of his mentor, the 4th Hokage. Entangled by these heart knots, the past decade had only accumulated combat experience and chakra reserves with no significant leap in power. Kakashi, you've finally reached this level. Guy halted his training, smiling as he gazed toward the ancestral home of the Hatake clan. Indeed, the seemingly comical Guy had reached the Kage level long before Kakashi. Following the path of his father, the Azure Beast, Guy's training was far more purposeful than Kakashi's self-made journey, and he had achieved the Kage level much earlier. As time passed, 1 month, 2 months. From within Kakashi's secluded residence, a Kage level aura gradually rose, growing sharper and sharper like a blade piercing straight into the clouds. This aura finally startled everyone. They all knew that Konoha was about to gain another Kage level powerhouse, one who should have existed long ago. At that moment, the retired 3rd Hokage, gazing through his crystal ball at Kakashi's house, smiled with satisfaction. Tsukumo, your son has finally carved his own path. He will surpass you. In the dim underground, Danzo clutched the report in his hand, the only exposed eye glinting with darkness. The son of the White Fang. The Hokage faction grows ever stronger. At this rate, my dream of becoming Hokage will never be realized. No matter the turmoil outside, the fact remained immutable: Kakashi had broken through. He had finally stepped through the gate of the Kage level, and his Sharingan had evolved unexpectedly as well. The triangular pinwheel Mangekyo Sharingan, Kakashi's unique Mangekyo. Its attached ability was similar to Madara's, influencing space through ocular power. During Sasuke's time in the Umbu, Kakashi had repeatedly used his Mangekyo to stimulate Sasuke's awakening, and naturally Sasuke could imitate its ability. Now Sasuke was precisely applying that trait, constantly affecting the space around him to increase his speed. Sasuke lifted his head, gazing at the golden figure ahead, silently shouting in his heart, "Itachi, wait for me. I will definitely bring you back to Konoha. The Konoha you love so deeply. Still struggling in vain. Your fate was sealed the moment I arrived here." A man in a black cloak with red clouds fixed his gaze on the Konoha ninja kneeling not far away, speaking in a calm tone. "Huff. Huff." Asuma gasped heavily, his left hand pressing against the wound on his abdomen, while his right hand gripped the Hien blade, pointing it at the enemy. The excessive blood loss and massive chakra expenditure had blurred his consciousness. He dared not even speak in rebuttal, fearing to waste a single ounce of his remaining strength. With a whoosh, another figure appeared, clad in the same black cloak with red clouds. Asuma knew that his comrade was likely in grave danger. The newcomer swung his 3-bladed scythe and shouted to the other, "Kakuzu is still not done. Let me grant him the judgment of Lord Jashin." "No need. I alone am enough to finish him. Stay out of this." Kakuzu's voice was low, seemingly displeased with Haiden's interference. He turned his attention back to Asuma. "I originally only planned to take out Chiriku of the Guardian Shinobi 12 for some cash, but since you two are together, I'll take your head as well." Secret technique, Jiangu. As Kakuzu's secret technique activated, 4 masks burst through the back of the Akatsuki cloak, connecting with black threads to form 4 monsters around him. One of the cracked masks twisted and collapsed. Kakuzu glanced at the broken mask. "The Guardian Shinobi 12 are indeed no ordinary men, capable of destroying one of my hearts. Then I'll take yours in exchange. Fire-style Headhunter. Lightning-style False Darkness. Earth-style Earth Spear." The 3 monsters opened their mouths, simultaneously unleashing ninjutsu that hurtled toward the kneeling Asuma. "Ugh!" Asuma gritted through the pain, leaping high backwards while keeping his eyes locked on Kakuzu's main body. With a flick of his wrist he infused wind-style chakra into the hien in his left hand and hurled it straight at Kakuzu. Facing the rapidly approaching blade, Kakuzu drew several kunai and flung them in response. The hien, saturated with sharp chakra, was not easily deflected by mere kunai. It paused, only briefly slicing through the kunai and continuing toward Kakuzu. Yet that brief pause bought him time. He kicked off the ground and leaped backward, and the hien embedded itself into the earth before him. But this was not over. Madara Suma formed hand seals with his remaining chakra, expertly executing the substitution jutsu. He knew Kakuzu's attack would not be so simple. Sure enough, the very next instant after Asuma completed the seals, several black threads pierced through the substitute log, shattering it instantly. Asuma gripped the blade in his right hand, held his breath, and leaned against a tree, observing every move Kakuzu made nearby. "Dodge, did you?" Kakuzu walked to the substitute log, crushing the wood splinters underfoot, and looked up at the sky. "But—" The next moment his voice sounded from behind Asuma. "Time to end this game." Asuma's eyes widened in shock. Fresh blood dripped from the black threads that pierced through his chest, while blood also flowed ceaselessly from his mouth. The Kakuzu by the log had already turned into a puddle of water. "Don't you know that the scent of blood is quite delicious?" Kakuzu brutally ripped out Asuma's heart. Thus fell one of the Guardian Shinobi 12. Kakuzu retracted his Jiangu, hoisted Asuma's body onto his shoulder, and called to Haiden. "Let's go. Bring the monk's corpse. That's 30 million ryo." I know. You're always thinking about money, Kakuzu." The two carried the bodies and gradually disappeared into the distance. A breeze blew, leaving only the hien stuck in the ground, humming softly in the wind. Traveling day and night, Naruto and Sasuke finally arrived at the gate of the Fire Temple. The Fire Temple was now in a state of devastation. Most of the buildings had been reduced to rubble, with only a few structures surviving the battle. Sensing the arrival of newcomers, several monk ninjas emerged from nowhere, weapons at the ready, until they saw the Konoha headbands on the two and relaxed. "Who are you?" An elderly high-ranking monk stepped forward, escorted by a few young monks. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance. Naruto stepped forward and said, "We have been ordered by the Hokage to recall the Jonin Sarutobi Asuma." The elder sighed. "I'm afraid you are too late. As you can see the temple's condition." He gestured to the ruins. "Two enemies in black cloaks with red clouds came earlier, targeting Chiriku and Asuma. Now I fear." Naruto frowned. The worst had happened. Without knowledge of the immortal duo's abilities, Asuma's fate was almost sealed. "Which direction did they go?" Sasuke asked, urgently eager for any news of the Akatsuki, and most importantly of Itachi. The elder hesitated, thinking that even if the two gave chase, they would only throw away their lives against such formidable foes. Naruto, regaining his composure, saw the elder's hesitation and understood his thoughts. A flash of golden light, Naruto appeared behind the elder. "Elder, I swear by my future title as the 6th Hokage, if Chiriku and Asuma have met with misfortune, I will avenge them." The golden light left the monk ninjas in awe. "Could it be? You are? No wonder. Then I shall tell you the direction they took." Having obtained the information they needed, Naruto and the impatient Sasuke were about to depart, but the elder stopped them briefly. "At least allow me to offer a blessing for the two about to enter battle," the elder said with a serene expression. Naruto's sun-like golden hair gleamed as he smiled. "Elder, thank you for your kindness. Let's go, Sasuke." After receiving the blessing from the elder of the Fire Temple, Naruto, accompanied by the impatient Sasuke, set off in the direction where the immortal duo had departed. At the gate of the Fire Temple, the elder watched Naruto and Sasuke leave with a smile. "Are you sure about this, elder? Those two are elite S-rank rogue ninjas. Can they really handle them?" A disciple behind the elder stepped forward, a hint of doubt in his eyes. The elder narrowed his eyes, but his smile grew even brighter. "If even he can't stop the Akatsuki's advance, then there is no one left in the vast land of fire who can." Meanwhile, the immortal duo had already arrived at the hidden location of the underground exchange restroom. "Kakuzu, hurry up. I'm dying from the stench." In the restroom, Haiden sat crouched with a frown, occasionally fanning the air in front of his nose. "Couldn't you have built the secret door somewhere else?" Kakuzu waved his hand impatiently. "Hold on, I still need to count the money." "Humph." Haiden tilted his head. "I don't know if it's urine or corpse stench, but I'm never coming to a place like this again. I'm going out first." With that, Haiden shouldered his three-bladed scythe and swayed out. Kakuzu didn't stop him counting the money in his hands, his eyes now only seeing the cash. Haiden staggered out of the restroom, intending to find a place to sit and contemplate the great Lord Jashin, when suddenly a chill ran down his spine. Instinctively he lunged forward. Pfft. A mass of black flames erupted abruptly where Haiden had been standing. Amaterasu! Haiden broke out in a cold sweat. As a member of the Akatsuki, he naturally knew the power of this flame. It was the complete bane of an immortal body. This fire, which consumes everything, never extinguishes until the target is destroyed. Once it touches you, even immortality cannot save you. Haiden looked up and quickly scanned his surroundings, finally spotting the caster on a telephone pole not far away. Uchiha Sasuke! Haiden glared fiercely at Sasuke, whose Sharingan was active. Uchiha Itachi really left a big trouble for the organization. The location of this restroom was quite eerie, situated on a road between two forests, with only a row of telephone poles stretching into the distance, so there were few passers-by. Haiden quickly realized that Sasuke had come for them. He guessed that Sasuke was seeking revenge against Itachi and had traced them to get information. Bastard! How dare you ambush me! The more Haiden thought, the angrier he got, and he charged straight at Sasuke on the telephone pole. Receive the judgment of Lord Jashin. In truth, Haiden's seemingly reckless move was carefully considered. This technique that could completely counter him surely couldn't be used repeatedly. Itachi needed a long rest after each use, and even if it could be used frequently, it required some time before reactivation. As long as he could get close and obtain his blood, he could kill him. Indeed, rogue ninjas in the Akatsuki were no ordinary people. However, he miscalculated. Using Itachi as a reference to judge Sasuke's abilities was incomparable. In the organization, Itachi was terminally ill, his body unable to sustain his eyes, while Sasuke was at his peak. The two were vastly different. But Haiden's gamble paid off. Sasuke didn't intend to burn him to death, yet he still needed to extract Itachi's whereabouts from him. Thus their battle began. Facing the charging Haiden, Sasuke took a deep breath, his hands moving rapidly, almost invisible. Within a second or two he had completed the hand seals for the Fireball Jutsu. Fire-style Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball nearly 3 meters in diameter shot straight at the charging Haiden. Instead of dodging, Haiden laughed and accelerated. As the fireball was about to hit, Sasuke's gaze grew sharper. For an enemy to be so audacious, either he was confident in his invulnerability, or had another plan. Boom! Haiden plunged headfirst into the fireball. Sasuke frowned, his Sharingan instantly scanning the surroundings. He didn't believe that someone from the same organization as Itachi would fall for such a simple trick. But this time Sasuke was mistaken. He hadn't expected Haiden to rely on his immortal body to withstand the fireball head-on. Thus, as Sasuke looked around, the flaw appeared. Haiden burst out of the still-burning fireball, his three-bladed scythe raised high, slashing straight at Sasuke. His Akatsuki cloak was mostly burned away, leaving only his upper body charging forward. Sasuke hadn't anticipated Haiden's reckless resistance. By the time he realized, he had lost the initiative. Facing the descending scythe, Sasuke could only draw the Kusanagi sword from his waist and hold it horizontally before him. The scythe clashed with the sword. The kinetic energy from Haiden's charge was fully transferred to his strike, and the immense force pushed Sasuke off the telephone pole. Seeing Sasuke airborne and unable to adjust, Haiden pressed his advantage, swinging the scythe again at the midair Sasuke. But Sasuke was no pushover. His Sharingan completely read Haiden's movements, and he wielded the Kusanagi sword to parry and block, occasionally even counterattacking. In an instant the air was filled with the clang of metal. Clang, clang, clang. The Sharingan was indeed a renowned dojutsu in the ninja world. With its insight, Sasuke reversed the tide in just a few breaths. Every time Haiden's scythe was about to strike, Sasuke's sword knocked it back. Before the Sharingan, Haiden's mediocre taijutsu was riddled with openings. They finally landed, but the situation had drastically changed. Initially Haiden was attacking the airborne Sasuke, but after landing, Sasuke was overwhelming Haiden, much to Haiden's frustration. Finally Haiden couldn't take it anymore. Bastard! He roared, ignoring his wide-open defense. He raised his scythe with one hand and slammed it fiercely at Sasuke while his other hand guarded his chest. Facing Haiden's roar, Sasuke curled his lips in disdain. Before Haiden's scythe could fall, he closed and kicked away Haiden's guarding hand and thrust the Kusanagi sword straight at Haiden's heart. Pfft. Blood splattered. A smile tugged at Sasuke's lips, but it instantly turned to shock. The scythe, undiminished in force, was still swinging straight at him. Impossible! Startled, Sasuke pulled out the sword and retreated swiftly, but was still grazed by the scythe, leaving a wound. However, too shocked to care about the injury, he exclaimed, "I clearly struck a vital point. Could it be? You have an immortal body." Haiden, speaking, dipped his foot in the blood dripping from his heart, and began drawing a ritual circle. Perhaps due to his familiarity with the procedure, a circular formation had already appeared beneath his feet before Sasuke could even make a move. With the ritual circle complete, Haiden grew even more emboldened. "It hurts so much that you stabbed me just now." His triple-bladed scythe pointed at Sasuke from a distance. "Those who don't understand others' pain shall be punished by God." With the start, both Haiden and Sasuke's eyes snapped open and they instantly shot forward. Clang! After a single collision between Haiden's triple-bladed scythe and Sasuke's Kusanagi sword in midair, the two crossed paths. Sasuke landed on one leg, then spun sideways to charge again at Haiden, who was still adjusting his stance after landing. Swoosh! Haiden, however, leaped again, flipping his body in midair to create distance from Sasuke while simultaneously releasing his triple-bladed scythe toward the charging Sasuke. In desperation, Sasuke used his Kusanagi sword to deflect the thrown scythe, but the weapon didn't fly far. Instead, it came at him again, for a rope was attached to the scythe's handle, firmly held in Haiden's grasp. Meanwhile, Haiden had landed safely and his scythe came straight down at Sasuke's head. Damn it! Caught off guard, Sasuke's right hand, which held the Kusanagi, was severely cut by the scythe. Got it! Haiden rejoiced inwardly. With a flick of his hand gripping the rope, his weapon flew back to him. However, Sasuke's wound was not in vain. While Haiden was manipulating his scythe on the spot, Sasuke had already completed his jutsu. His uninjured left hand erupted with a blue lightning arc and a solid bolt of electricity shot straight at Haiden's head. Chidori Sharp Spear. Sasuke couldn't believe that Haiden could survive even if his head was blown off. As expected, facing the swift lightning, Haiden chose to dodge. Due to the speed, he could only tilt his head to avoid the Chidori Sharp Spear. Seeing this, Sasuke smiled. He swung his hand, controlling the lightning diagonally downward, and Haiden's left arm, along with half his shoulder, was instantly severed. The agony of losing his arm finally drove Haiden into a mad roar. So painful! He lowered his head to clutch the wound, his body trembling as if enduring immense torment. A flaw. Sasuke's still active Chidori Sharp Spear slashed fiercely at Haiden's head. He no longer wished to question anything from him. Just as the Chidori Sharp Spear was about to strike Haiden, he suddenly ducked, rolled on the ground, and dashed toward the blood-drawn ritual circle with lightning speed. Trying to dodge. Sasuke chuckled lightly, flicking his left wrist to slash the Chidori Sharp Spear at Haiden again. Just as it was about to hit, one of Haiden's legs had already entered the ritual circle. Suddenly, Sasuke felt an excruciating pain in his left arm. The electric light in his hand gradually faded away. Ha! Hurts, doesn't it? Haiden, adorned in a skull pattern, slowly raised his head. You've been punished by God. You've been cursed by me. Now the ritual begins. Haiden shouted at Sasuke arrogantly. Come! Experience the ultimate pain with me. Haiden raised his large scythe and stabbed it straight into his own thigh. With a squelch, blood gushed out. Sasuke felt a sharp pain in his leg, staggered, and fell to the ground, supporting himself with his right hand on his thigh, trembling uncontrollably. What's going on? This can't be. Damage sharing. How about that? Even if your name is Uchiha, so what? Haiden laughed loudly, a perverse pleasure rising from within him. It hurts, doesn't it? This isn't a vital spot. But the pain is the greatest. Haiden had become insane, the black and white skull pattern on his face appearing extremely ferocious. The agony of others at the moment of death has seeped into my body. Beyond pain, it becomes pleasure. Now you'll understand. Haiden looked at the fallen Sasuke with a mocking expression, holding the scythe against his own stomach. Damn it! Sasuke lay on the ground looking at Haiden in pain. If only I hadn't been careless. Haiden's eyes widened bloodshot, and he stabbed the scythe straight into his own stomach, roaring, Die! Just as the scythe was about to pierce, a warm voice sounded from somewhere. Universal pull! A tremendous force yanked Haiden out of the ritual circle, and the scythe stabbed straight into Haiden's abdomen. Ah! Haiden cried out in pain. Sasuke, who had thought he would die, felt no pain. Recalling the situation, he immediately understood the function of the ritual circle. Turning his head, he saw Haiden now lying on the ground. Seize the opportunity, for it never returns. Amaterasu. A mass of black flames erupted directly onto Haiden's body. Haiden screamed even more miserably. The agony of his burning soul made him howl incessantly. Even his body, cursed by the Jashin, could not withstand this pain. Gradually, under the inexhaustible flames, Haiden was reduced to ashes. Seeing Haiden completely dead, Sasuke finally breathed a sigh of relief. His constantly spinning Mangekyo Sharingan faded, revealing his black pupils. I was careless after all, Sasuke sighed. The Akatsuki members were indeed not to be trifled with. Their secret techniques were simply impossible to guard against. How are you? Still okay? With a whoosh, someone appeared in front of Sasuke. It was Naruto. Naruto's hands glowed with green light as he pressed them against Sasuke's body, and Sasuke's wounds began to slowly heal. Some might ask where Kakuzu went. In fact, Naruto had been lurking near Sasuke from the start to prevent any unexpected incidents, so Kakuzu dared not appear suddenly. If he did, they would fall into a disadvantage. Moreover, the situation was favorable to them. Sasuke was still at a disadvantage. In Kakuzu's mind, even if Naruto wanted to save him, it would be too late. However, he never expected that Naruto possessed a power similar to Pain's. Haiden's killing blow had failed to work, and Sasuke's quick reaction also deprived Kakuzu of any motivation to rescue. He also knew that no one could survive being hit directly by Amaterasu. Having lived for so long, Kakuzu was naturally a person who knew when to advance and retreat. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, he immediately abandoned his comrade and chose to retreat. And thus Naruto was able to come out. "We've lost another comrade," the foremost figure said indifferently. "Haiden is dead too." "Oh." The undead duo actually lost one member. Kisame, standing second from the last, chuckled. Wasn't he supposed to be immortal? Didn't his Jashin god protect him? Pain, standing at the front, frowned. The Akatsuki was not a harmonious group. All were S-rank rogue ninjas who refused to yield to one another, and minor conflicts were common. His killer was Uchiha Sasuke. Pain's eternally monotonous voice rang out once more. Itachi, standing beside Kisame, felt his pupils constrict sharply before returning to normal. No one noticed the change. "Sasuke, I never imagined you would grow to such heights," he thought, his heart filled with immense relief. Hearing Leader Zero's words, everyone turned their attention to Itachi. "Itachi, it seems your little brother has become quite formidable," Setsu the dual face being taunted with an eerie tone. "You'd better be careful, Itachi. After all, you spared him back then." Deidara sneered viciously at Itachi. "Enough." Pain barked. "This meeting is adjourned. Everyone disperse." With that, the phantom images before the assembled ninjas gradually faded away. In a distant base, the frail Nagato released the hand seal, his arms dropping limply, gasping heavily as sweat dripped profusely from his forehead. A hand holding a handkerchief dabbed at Nagato's brow, wiping away the sweat. "Are you all right, Nagato?" Konan asked, her gaze filled with concern as she looked at his emaciated frame. "Don't push yourself too hard," she said, worry etched on her face. After a long moment, Nagato finally recovered and lifted his head. "No, I must hasten. The power of the six paths is gradually fading, especially recently. Even using a single astral projection technique consumes immense chakra." "Impossible." Konan's face paled in shock. "How can this be? Isn't this your bloodline limit? How could you lose such power?" "I don't know." Nagato shook his head and sighed. "But the power of the Rinnegan is indeed diminishing. Could it be that I was wrong? Is heaven punishing me?" His eyes grew vacant and lost. Konan's heart ached at the sight of his confusion. "Don't be like this, Nagato." She bit her lip, gently trying to persuade him. "Forget it, Nagato. Abandon that plan. I never trusted that man from the start. Now that your power is fading, let's find a quiet place and live peacefully together." Her words seemed to jolt him awake. His vacant eyes refocused. "No. I must make the world know pain, only then can true peace be achieved." Nagato's expression grew fervent. "Before my power completely vanishes, I must accelerate my actions. Complete my plan, Nagato." Konan tried to reason with him, but he cut her off. "Enough. Say no more. Nagato said you should leave. The Land of Rain needs you to manage the Rain Ninjas." Seeing his resolute stance, completely deaf to her words, Konan pressed her lips together, and finally abandoned her attempts to persuade him. Let him do what he wants, she told herself, finding an excuse. Watching her sorrowful departure, Nagato's fervor gradually subsided. He looked at his own skeletal hands and let out a bitter laugh. "A quiet life. What right do I have to live such a life with you?" As Konan left, the base slowly darkened, swallowing the last traces of human presence. "You're back." Shizen, who had been waiting at the gates of Konoha, beamed with joy as she saw Naruto supporting Sasuke. Shizen-san, please take Sasuke to the medical team. The nerves in his left arm seem severely damaged and need treatment." Naruto hastily handed Sasuke over to Shizen. "Understood." As a medical expert, Shizen immediately recognized the severity of Sasuke's injuries. With a serious expression, she hoisted him up and vanished in an instant. After Sasuke and Shizen left, Naruto turned his gaze toward the Hokage's office building, deep in thought. After a moment of deliberation, he decided to meet Tsunade first. The distance from the Konoha gates to the Hokage's office was not short, but under Naruto's speed it seemed inadequate. Along the way he encountered many acquaintances but dared not even greet them. Lord Naruto. The guarding ninja at the office entrance, seeing him approach from afar, saluted. Naruto nodded and walked straight in. Though still young, his status in Konoha had almost elevated him to an uncrowned king. The common folk held him in greater esteem than the legendary Sannin, rivaling even the village's founder, the first Hokage. A knock echoed. Tsunade, busy at work, looked up. "Come in," she said. The door opened and Naruto entered. The moment she saw him, Tsunade dropped everything and rushed over, patting him all over. "Are you all right?" Her bright brown eyes locked onto him intensely. "Of course I'm fine," Naruto said with a smile. "Do I look like I'm in trouble?" "Good." Relieved, a smile spread across her lips. She looked behind him and asked, "What about Asuma? Didn't you bring him back?" Hearing this, Naruto fell silent, his expression darkening. Seeing his face, Tsunade's smile faded. She frowned. "Could it be?" Naruto nodded. "How could this be?" Tsunade cried in disbelief. "The son of my teacher died in battle like this." Mingren nodded and said, "They are the Super S-rank rogue ninjas Fei Duan and Jiao Du." "Jiao Du? How is that possible? People from the same era as Grandpa keep popping up one after another." Gang Shou sighed helplessly. As the granddaughter of the first generation, she naturally knew who Zhu Jian had fought against. There were not many ninjas who could escape unscathed from Qianshou Shujian's hands. Ming Ren's tone grew even lower. "Also, Di Lu of the 12 Guardian Ninja has fallen." His heart became more self-blaming. If he hadn't forgotten this matter, Mu Yi would not have lost two capable talents. Boom! The successive bad news ignited Gang Shou's fiery temper. A huge hole was punched through the wall of the office building by her fist. Shao. Truly a menace. Not a single one of the former 12 Guardian Ninja is still alive. After venting her anger, Gang Shou sat down. The atmosphere in the office instantly turned cold. Tap tap tap. A knock on the door sounded particularly conspicuous in the silence. Hearing the knock, Gang Shou concealed her weary expression, mustered her spirits, and transformed back into the vibrant Gang Shouheim. "Come in." Her commanding shout perfectly embodied the status of the fifth Huaying. As she spoke, the door opened and two elderly individuals entered. They were the Huaying advisors, Xuanqing Xiaochun and Shuahuman Yan. Even with the advisors, Gang Shou was blunt. "What do you two old fogies want?" The two elders' expressions remained unchanged. They knew Gang Shou's personality. Advisor Xiaochun glanced at the large hole behind Gang Shou and said, "Gang Shou, the alliance of the 5 great nations has been finalized. They have decided to hold the Wuing Huitan in Taijigua." "So soon?" Gang Shou lazily glanced at the resolution document handed over by Elder Menyan. "I thought it would take them a long time to decide." Originally, besides Shaoyin Siyu and the other 3 great nations indeed intended not to participate, Shuhuman Yan explained. But shortly after the resolution was delivered, Lei Jigua seemed to suddenly change its stance. The Leiying of Yunin Siyuan decided to join, and the Tuing of Tu Jigua also decided to participate, forcing the Shuiying of Wuyin Siyuan to change his mind. The elder paused. "I wonder what caused Yunin and Yanin to change their attitudes. It must be because the heir Wei Renjuli was captured." Mingren suddenly spoke up. Mingren interjected. "Fei Duan and Jiao Du had already gone to Lei Jigua earlier. As for the Tuing, it's probably because he discovered that Di Dala is in Shao. He is the current Tuying's beloved disciple." "No wonder," Gang Shou murmured. "Then when exactly will the Wuing Huitan begin?" Mingren seized the key point. By now Shao should have nearly collected all the Wei Shou. Advisor Xiaochun glanced at Gang Shou and said, "In 1 month." "So soon?" Gang Shou exclaimed. "One more thing." Shuhuman Yan turned to Mingren, who was about to sneak away. "The inauguration ceremony of the 6th Huaying will be held in front of the Huaying Yan in 1 week." What? It wasn't just Mingren who was shocked. The same went for his companions and the Jonin. After consulting with the 3rd generation, the elder advisors had sent out the news of the new Huaying's succession. "Mingren is actually becoming Huaying." Ye looked incredulous. Beside him, Qi Wan barked twice. "He finally made it this far," Ningxi said, turning his gaze toward the Huaying building. Not far away in front of a wooden post, a green-clad bowl-cut-haired man was doing one-handed push-ups non-stop. Youth. That guy Mingren has become Huiying. I need to work even harder. 989-990. On the rooftop, Ding Ci with his mouth full of snacks said to Lu Wan. Lu Wan Mingren. Mumble mumble. He. Mumble mumble. Became Huiying. I know. Lu Wan said, gazing at the clouds in the sky. What a pain. Mingren becoming Huiying. I won't have any peace from now on. Forget it. His grim face suddenly relaxed, and he even closed his eyes to sleep. I'll worry about later things later. Hey Kakashi, I've lost to you again after all. Your disciple has actually become Huiying. It really gets my blood boiling. In front of Kakashi, Kai was waving his fists excitedly. Let's start our 251st match. But Kakashi remained indifferent, and vanished before his eyes. With a whoosh, he reappeared in front of the Wailing Bay. Sensei, your son has finally fulfilled his wish. Kakashi crouched down, touching the name of the fourth Huiying, smiling brightly. He has surpassed me. He will surely lead Mu Yi to glory. In a tavern, Hong held a wine glass, her face flushed red. That brat has actually become Huiying. That guy of all people became Huiying. I can't cause trouble for him anymore. Hong Do said, sitting across from Hong, eating rice balls with a frustrated expression. Oh, has our lovely Hong Do's heart begun to flutter? Always thinking about that guy. Hong teased, a seductive glint in her eyes. You're the one. Hong Do, unusually blushing, shouted back. Who is it that goes to that guy's house all day long? I'm just taking care of my little apprentice. As she said this, Hong's face grew even redder, whether from the alcohol or not. TCH, hey, that guy actually became Huiying. Bai Yun tugged on Jing Ye's hand, complaining. Then won't he have even less time to spend with us? Yeah. He was born to do great things. Jing Ye's expression darkened. If he became Huiying, wouldn't the distance between them grow even greater? Don't worry, Mingren isn't the type to neglect his family. Bai said to Jing Yi, the teasing tone in her voice unmistakable. Sister Bai. Jing Yi rarely blushed. As for Chu Tian, she wasn't surprised by the news. I knew from the very beginning that Mingren's wish would come true. Oh, our future Huiying's lady is very happy, isn't she? Bai Yun teased softly. Yeah. Everyone turned to look at Chu Tian. And no. It's not. Chu Tian, shy as she was, couldn't withstand such teasing and immediately blushed. Ha! Bursts of laughter came from Mingren's house. As if fulfilling a destiny, Naruto felt a sudden emptiness in his heart, a hollow void. What's wrong? A delicate hand rested on Naruto's shoulder. Tsunade spoke with a gentle smile, seeming unusually relaxed today, as if the burden of being Hokage had been lifted from her. Are you nervous? No, Naruto replied, snapping back to reality, as he shook his head lightly. It's just. It all feels unreal somehow. Tsunade suddenly sensed Naruto's figure growing blurry, as if he no longer belonged to this world. A pang of unease seized her heart, and she instinctively grabbed his hand. The faint sense of separation vanished as if it had never existed. Don't be like this. Your mission has only just begun. You still have a long path ahead. Even Tsunade herself didn't realize that her voice was laced with a plea. Yes, there are still many things I haven't done. Naruto offered a faint smile, his hand unconsciously reaching up to touch Tsunade's cheek. The warmth of his touch completely enveloped Tsunade. She couldn't recall when it had started. Perhaps even he didn't know, but she had fully surrendered to Naruto's tenderness. You little brat. How dare you tease me? Tsunade shook her fist in mock anger, but the blush on her cheeks betrayed her true feelings. Alright, I'm sorry. Naruto laughed as he placed the Hokage hat on his head and shrugged on his white Hokage Hiyori, the word 6th Hokage clearly visible on the back. Let's go. If we don't hurry, the advisors and the daimyo outside will be getting impatient. With that, Naruto grasped the door handle and pushed it open. A thunderous roar of cheers greeted his ears. Wow! Nearly every villager of Konoha had gathered there. Countless shinobi surrounded the platform, and the endless crowd of villagers and ninjas cheered, pouring out their sincerest adoration for Naruto with their loudest cries. What are you daydreaming about? Tsunade grinned and gave Naruto a gentle push, guiding him to the front of the platform between the two elder advisors. Sixth. The overwhelming cheers and smiling faces stirred Naruto's calm heart. He felt his own pulse racing in unison with the crowd below. Elder Hamura Mitokado slowly walked over to Naruto and said, Naruto, let us begin. Naruto nodded, slowly removing the Hokage hat from his head. His golden hair shone with an exceptionally brilliant radiance, warming everyone's hearts like sunlight. The cheers in the square gradually faded with Naruto's movement. Perhaps some of you once despised me, perhaps some of you once hated me. Naruto's calm voice spread across the entire square as if speaking directly into each person's ear. His words made many lower their heads in shame, and some even shouted apologies loudly. But what I want to say is that I never gave up because of that. Today your presence here watching me take this greatest step is the finest apology I could ever receive. Naruto's smile grew even brighter. Because you have accepted me. Gazing at the people in the square, he made his declaration: shinobi exist to protect. The will of fire shall be passed down in the hearts of all. From this day forth, in the name of Naruto Uzumaki, I will protect this village, for you are all my family. I will lead Konoha, making everyone's lives happier, and this village more prosperous. Bridging every gap between people, turning this land into a paradise on earth. In my name I swear to you. As long as I live, none of you shall come to harm. Naruto hurled the Hokage hat into the sky. The crimson round hat spun, catching the sunlight, and soared upward amid the chirping of birds. At that moment the figure in the white haori seemed to be mythologized, etched indelibly into every heart, never to be erased. Wow! Wow! The crowd in the square erupted. They raised their hands high, shouting to express their joy. Even the shinobi for this moment forgot the composure required of them, and reveled freely. Sixth Hokage! Sixth Hokage! Sixth! In that moment the hearts of Konoha's people were united as one, cheering for a single person, stirred by a single person, rejoicing for a single person. The cheers coalesced into a mighty force, piercing the clouds. That Naruto! He's so stirring. Might Guy wiped his streaming tears and sniffled. Sensei, Naruto has completely surpassed you. You can rest easy now. Kakashi's gaze grew distant as he looked at the figure on the platform. Naruto, you were born to stand there. Tsunade watched him as if a god. You've done better than I ever could. On the other side of the platform, the daimyo of the Land of Fire had listened to Naruto's speech. They are so alike, the invited daimyo remarked with emotion. The sixth and the fourth could be carved from the same mold. Are they father and son? Yes, Naruto is indeed Minato's son, Elder Kohara said. So that is the case. The daimyo sighed. If the fourth had not died so young, Konoha would surely have flourished even more by now. Such a pity. But I believe Naruto will do even better, Elder Hamura said, looking at Naruto with a smile. He will surely surpass his predecessors. I trust him. Just as everyone else does. The elder looked toward the jonin below, and all eyes were filled with faith in Naruto. Is this trust? The daimyo mused. It seems the Land of Fire is about to experience another era of development. Chitahito, I'm counting on you. Lord Tsuchikage. Swallow the leaders of other villages in one gulp. The Genin ninjas shouted to their beloved Tsuchikage. Too troublesome. A short old man carrying a Tsuchikage hat complained while rubbing his waist. At this age I still have to attend some meeting, what a pain. Tsuchikage daimyo touched the box on his back. You don't even worry about me carrying a bomb. Young people are so inconsiderate. Isn't it about time you retired, old man? Tsuchikage's granddaughter Haita said with a smile. How long do you want to be in the limelight? At the same time the tall and fat Chita picked up the Tsuchikage's backpack with both hands. Ahahaha, let me carry the Lord Tsuchikage's luggage. Chita, don't touch it. Daimyo pointed at Chita, clearly provoked by Haita's words. I don't need you to worry. With that the little old man lifted his box. Crack! A sound came from his waist. Oh! My waist! The old man's face was covered in cold sweat. What's wrong? Do you want someone else to go for you? Haita teased. You rascal, who do you think I am? Daimyo said with a stiff face, enduring the pain. I am the fearsome Tsuchikage known as the Two Scales of Genin Daimyo. I'll carry my own luggage. If it weren't for his twitching eyebrows betraying him, the little old man would have looked quite imposing. What a stubborn old man, Haita said, helplessly tapping her forehead with her finger. All right then. Then the big fat Chita lifted the Tsuchikage along with his luggage and placed him on the backpack on his back. Please carry your own luggage. Let's go. Meanwhile, in the Land of Water, far from the mainland, another group was seeing someone off. Then we entrust the Mizukage-sama to you, a Ween ninja said. Don't let the Mizukage-sama act recklessly. Since the reform of Ween village, the atmosphere in the village had changed drastically. The former bloody mist was gone forever, and the ninjas no longer had to endure the pain of killing their own comrades. The overall strength of Ween began to gradually rise. An elderly bald man leaning on a cane walked tremblingly to the Mizuki and handed her the Mizuki hat. "Thank you, Elder." The charming long-haired woman took the hat, and said, "I will stake the Mizuki's name, and complete the mission perfectly." The elder, who seemed on the verge of death, let out a creepy laugh. Hey, as a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, you must protect the Mizuki-sama well, Changshilang," another Ween ninja said. "Why, yes. Probably no problem," a bespectacled youth said shyly, looking very unconfident. "I think you need to have more confidence in yourself, you are very strong," the mature and charming Zaomiming said with a smile. "That's why I chose you as my guard during the summit, right, Changshilang?" The youth seemed encouraged. Yes, I'll do my best, probably." The elderly ninja nearby looked dissatisfied with Changshilang's answer. "At times like this you just need to say yes. How can you get things done with that personality?" Ching said helplessly, touching his forehead protector. "That's why I say the young people these days lack spirit." Alright, let's go quickly or we'll be late." Then Changshilang aching. "Let's set off." Zaomiming waved to everyone with a smile. In the land of lightning, far opposite the land of water, preparations were also underway. "Haven't you contacted B yet?" An angry voice rang out in the Reiki's office. "That kid, where has he sneaked off to play again?" "Reikage-sama, I think there will be contact soon," a fair-skinned white-haired woman reported to the Reikage. "Moreover, we have notified B-sama in advance about the summit. Even if we don't meet on the way, we can contact via messenger birds." "Good, that's fine." A rough middle-aged man stamped his feet. "Let's go. Alan Aji." Boom! The Reikage leaped out of the office, smashing the huge floor-to-ceiling window. "Follow me. Here we go again." The woman was speechless. "Hey Alan, let's go," Aji said to a person who was yawning. "Forget it, I'll take the main gate." "You go ahead." Alan waved his hand, turned, and walked towards the main gate. "I'll catch up." "Oh dear." Aji shook his head and followed. "In the land of wind nearest to my village." "Kenjilang, you're too slow," said the arrogant young lady Shoju, standing at the village gate, fanning herself with a small fan impatiently. "What's that?" Kenjilang, whose face was painted with strange patterns, came out carrying a box. It took too much time to assemble the new puppet. At the entrance of Cheyenne village the ninjas had gathered. "Take care on the road, Kazakage-sama." "Kazakage-sama." The fangirls shouted at Woluo. "Kenjilang-sama, Shoju-sama, we leave the rest to you," the Cheyenne ninjas said to the two. "I understand." Shoju, in new attire, fanned her small fan and said coolly. But in her heart she was thinking of something else. "I wonder if I'll meet Mingren at the 5 Kage summit." As she thought, her face turned red. Hey, the job of guarding Woluo is basically unnecessary," Kenjilang said. "Then let's go," said Woluo calmly, carrying his gourd on his back, turning and walking towards the village exit. "My village. We're off." Mingren, wearing a Hokage hat and a white Hokage Haori, smiled at Gangsho and others at the gate. "Mingren really don't want me to come along," Gangsho said, knowing it was unlikely but still wanting to go. "No need, my village still needs you to maintain normal operations." Mingren refused with a smile, although he also wanted Gangsho to accompany him. Reason prevailed over emotion. "Then Kakashi Xiaoying's Wuju, I entrust Mingren to you," Gangsho said solemnly. Hey, Mingren said helplessly. "I'm not so weak that they need to take care of me." Hee. Everyone laughed. "Then let's set off." Kakashi squinted his eyes and said with a smile. Shwa. Several figures disappeared at the entrance of my village. "I'm so excited to be going to the land of iron for the first time." Sakura reached out her hand to catch the snowflakes drifting down from the sky, smiling as she said, "What kind of place is it?" "Kakashi-sensei. The land of iron." Kakashi lifted his head, propping his chin with his fingers, recalling as he spoke. "It is a country named after the 3 mountains known as the 3 wolves." Kakashi continued, "It is a neutral nation with its own unique culture, its own authority, and formidable military power. Also," Kakashi seemed to suddenly remember something, "the land of iron does not rely on shinobi. It has had nothing to do with ninja affairs for a very long time. Instead, it is protected by a group of people called samurai." While the Konoha group was still traveling to the north of the Fire Continent, many had already arrived. "We have been awaiting your arrival, Kazakage-sama," a bearded man with bandages wrapped around his head said solemnly. "I am the general of the land of iron. My name is Mifune." Gaara pulled down the scarf wrapped around his face and said, It is a pleasure to meet you. I am the Kazekage Gaara. Ugh, so cold. It's the complete opposite of the climate in the land of wind. Kankuro shivered beside him in the heavy snow of the land of iron. We have prepared hot tea for you all. Please come in. Mifune extended his hand, inviting the Suna delegation inside. Nearby, the wreckage was also rapidly approaching. Suddenly a small bird flew onto the hand of Atsui, who was beside the wreckage. Reikage-sama, we have made contact with B-sama. Atsui shouted toward the wreckage. Contact made. The wreckage turned back and said in a gruff voice. Tell him to return to the village immediately. Understood. Atsui clasped his hands together, and a rune appeared on the bird as it flew upward. Completing the jutsu, Atsui sighed in relief. Reikage-sama, I have notified B-sama. Good. The wreckage seemed delighted. Full speed ahead. With that, a figure shot forward. Honestly. Speeding up again. Darui beside him said, helplessly forced to accelerate once more. Such a hassle. Ahead is the land of iron, right? Watching the samurai patrolling back and forth ahead, Naruto frowned and exchanged a glance with Sasuke. Sasuke nodded in understanding, then with a push of his feet vanished from beside Naruto and the others. Kakashi watched Sasuke's movement, squinting his eyes, then looked at Naruto as if about to ask something. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from asking. However, Sakura had no such reservations. Naruto, where did Sasuke go? I had him go into hiding, Naruto said calmly, quickening his pace toward the land of iron. I believe Madara will definitely not miss this opportunity and will launch an attack against us. Therefore I had Sasuke conceal himself during the 5 Kage summit to prepare for Madara's surprise attack. Naruto looked ahead at the now clearly visible castle of the land of iron and spoke softly. Besides, for this 5 Kage summit, each Kage can only bring 2 bodyguards. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The group arrived at the gate. Welcome to the land of iron, Hokage-sama. This way, please. A samurai of the land of iron guided Naruto and the others toward the meeting room. Naruto nodded and walked slowly into the meeting room within the pyramid-shaped building of the land of iron. Upon entering the meeting room, the other 4 Kage were already seated. Naruto's arrival drew everyone's attention to him. It's Naruto. Temari, standing behind the character 4 Wind, recognized him immediately, filled with delight. He actually became the Hokage. TCH, that brat. Kankuro clicked his tongue. Yo, if it isn't the renowned light of Konoha. Mei Terumi blinked in surprise at the sight of Naruto entering, then quickly regained her composure. She touched her lips with her finger and smiled seductively. He looks like a fine man indeed. TCH, another greenhorn. The short old man Inoki glanced at Gaara, then looked at Naruto, folding his arms across his chest, sneering contemptuously. What about your 5th Hokage, Tsunade? Why hasn't she come? Exactly. This 5 Kage summit was proposed by her. Why isn't she present? The hot-tempered Reikage, I shouted at Naruto. And when did you become the Hokage? Their reactions were understandable given the urgency of the situation. Naruto's appointment as Hokage had been arranged hastily, and aside from the land of fire there had been no time to notify the other nations. Naruto swept his gaze across everyone present, offering a smile only when his eyes met Gaara's. Then he calmly walked toward his designated seat, the place beneath the large character for fire. The current argument seemed utterly meaningless to him. You little brat. How dare you ignore me? The Reikage roared, standing up and slamming his fist into the ground. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The bodyguards of each village flickered out from behind the large characters, weapons drawn, standing before their respective Kage and pointing their weapons at the Reikage. Ice guards also stood in front of the Reikage. This is a place for negotiation. Please restrain your reckless behavior. The leader of the land of iron, Mifune, stepped in as a mediator, though his face was equally stern. Sakura, Kakashi. Stand down. This was the first time those present heard Naruto speak. His voice was filled with warmth, accompanied by his smiling face standing out sharply in the freezing cold. After a moment of hesitation, each Kage signaled their respective guards to withdraw. You two also stand down. Temari, Kankuro. Gaara waved his hand. Eo Chojuro, rest assured. The mature woman Mei gave Naruto a deep look, curled her lips, and said, Humph. The old man Inoki refused to even speak, merely jerking his head toward Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi. The meeting hall finally returned to order. Very well, please place the 5 Kage hats before you. At the front of the conference table, the leader of the land of iron, Mifune, sat upright. At the proposal of the Hokage-sama, the 5 Kage are now assembled once more. I will preside over this meeting. My name is Mifune. Now the 5 Kage summit begins. The composition of the 5 Kage has changed greatly. For someone of your age to bear the title of Kage is truly remarkable, Lord Kazekage. The diminutive old man Inoki spoke with a sneer. Your father must have taught you well, but it seems you haven't even learned basic etiquette. Gaara's expression remained unchanged. Perhaps so. That is why I sit here as the Kazekage. Waha! What an arrogant brat! The Tsuchikage laughed loudly, his disdain audible to all. Lord Tsuchikage, please do not interrupt, Meitorumi said sternly. Lord Kazekage, please continue. Behind the character Kaze Kankuro glared fiercely at the old man. What the hell is that Tsuchikage doing? Quiet, Temari whispered beside him. I was once a jinchuriki and I was captured by the Akatsuki, which nearly cost me my life, Gaara said, folding his hands and resting his chin on them. Therefore I believe the existence of the Akatsuki is an extremely dangerous issue. I have repeatedly sought assistance from the 5 Kage, but in the end, aside from the former Hokage, I received no response. Gaara's voice resonated through the hall. And now, after the jinchuriki have been captured, you think of cooperation. It's far too late. Humph. Even if a jinchuriki from a major ninja village is captured, it must never be disclosed to other nations. This is a great disgrace, the Tsuchikage said solemnly. It is common sense to retrieve the jinchuriki covertly without public announcement. One should not seek aid from other nations immediately after a capture. Dignity. Honor. Gaara's words dripped with disdain. A backward way of thinking. Humph. You brat. Repeatedly contradicted by Gaara, the Tsuchikage grew increasingly irritated. Wait, you just said once a jinchuriki. Meitorumi seemed to grasp the key point. Does that mean the one tail of Tsunegakure has already been extracted by the Akatsuki? Gaara glanced at Naruto and shook his head. Although the power of Shikaku remains within me, Shikaku itself is no longer in my body. At best I am half a jinchuriki. Then where is Shikaku? Meitorumi frowned. It is within me. Naruto finally spoke. To prevent Madara from controlling the one tail again, I extracted Shikaku's soul and sealed it within myself. Soul. This sensitive word shocked everyone present. Extracting a soul. How is that possible? Even the usually composed Tsuchikage was stunned. Extracting Shikaku's soul, this is the soul of a tailed beast. Meitorumi's eyes shimmered with astonishment. Hey, that guy must be joking. How could anyone extract a tailed beast's soul? Io, hidden behind the character Mizu, found it hard to believe. Kakashi was equally surprised. Naruto, you even sealed Shikaku. How is that possible? He is. Right. Naruto seemed to recall something. I am also the host of the Nine Tails, one of the only 2 jinchuriki not captured by the Akatsuki. These words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing a massive uproar. Impossible. No one has ever sealed 2-tailed beasts within the same person. The Raikage suddenly stood up and shouted. Even your first Hokage couldn't do it. Naruto glanced at the raging Raikage and said calmly, I have indeed accomplished it. The usually impulsive Raikage was stunned by Naruto's words. Now that the Akatsuki has already collected 6-tailed beasts, our priority is no longer to assign blame. We must find a way to counter them. Naruto stood up. Uchiha Madara's power has reached an immeasurable level, and with 6-tailed beasts and other S-class rogue ninjas, his goal of conquering the ninja world is clear. Don't give me that nonsense. If not for Konoha, Tsunekiri, and IWA, the Akatsuki is entirely composed of your rogue ninjas, not to mention their true leader Uchiha Madara. The Raikage began to rage, pointing his finger directly at Konoha. And the other villages. During the war you hired the Akatsuki, allowing them to grow stronger. The strangest is Kirigakure. You never engaged in diplomacy. There are rumors that Kirigakure is the birthplace of the Akatsuki. Naruto frowned. The Raikage's hot temper was too troublesome and detrimental to the unification of the 5 great nations. I suspect. Meitorumi lowered her head, her expression dim. Whether the 4th Mizukage was secretly manipulated. Possibly by the Akatsuki, so we never dared to speak out. That must be the work of Uchiha Madara, Naruto said, looking at the bowed 5th Mizukage. Again Uchiha Madara. The Tsuchikage's face darkened. That man is a monster to have survived until now. After the battle with the first Hokage, Uchiha Madara went into hiding, Naruto said, standing up. He saw through the era's development, exploiting the conflicts between nations during peacetime to grow his organization. At this rate, even the 5 great nations uniting would not be enough to defeat him. Exactly. Mifune the moderator spoke for the first time. As a neutral nation, I believe the 5 great ninja villages should attempt to establish the world's first allied shinobi forces. Allied forces? The Reikage was astonished. That is a good proposal. Mei Terumi considered it, and said, I hope to unify the command system and prevent the current chaos from spreading. Mifune added. Then, the question is who should command the allied forces? The Tsuchikage raised this critical question. Mifune seemed stumped by the question. Naruto and Gaara were too young, Inoki too old, Kirigakure was the birthplace of the Akatsuki, and the Reikage was too impulsive. For a moment he could not think of anyone suitable for the responsibility. Just then a divine sound seemed to ring above the heads of the 5 Kage. Shinra Tensei. Boom. A colossal force descended from the heavens, ruthlessly crushing the pyramid-shaped structures of the land of iron to the ground. So immense was this power that it swept away the perpetual snow covering the land of iron, exposing vast stretches of frozen earth beneath. Crash. In an instant the once mammoth edifice had been reduced to a sea of rubble, with jagged stones standing tall, and collapsed blocks strewn everywhere. Several large banners bearing the words, 5 Great Nations, lay torn and tattered. Boom. Stones from several piles of rubble were suddenly flung aside. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, are you alright? Naruto's voice rang out from within, and soon 3 figures leaped out. We're fine. Kakashi's left eye, the Sharingan, was already activated. What about the people from other villages? We're fine too. A seductive voice came from the side. Hiss. The originally sealed stone pile seemed to melt, steaming as it gradually sank into the ground, revealing a square stone chamber. It turned out that Terumi Mei had instantly used lava release to form a sealed chamber blocking the falling stones. The 3 shinobi from Kirigakure stepped out of the stone room. Where's that old geezer? At his age he wouldn't be buried alive by the rocks, would he? Terumi Mei laughed as she glanced around. What a venomous tongue indeed. Impossible. As the Tsuchikage, how could I be buried alive by rocks? The old Tsuchikage floated out from the side, his face ashen. Boom! Another thunderous roar, and the Reikage Uai glowing with blue lightning burst out from the rubble. Which bastard dared to ambush me? It's Akatsuki. Naruto looked up at the sky where a vague figure was slowly descending. He frowned. It's Pain. With the clatter of wooden clogs, the figure's true image finally became clear before the 5 Kage. That orange-yellow hair, the stern face, the forehead protector of a rogue ninja from the Rain Village, the black short rods piercing his face, and the distinctive black cloak with red clouds of Akatsuki, all of this formed a unique aura and charisma. Tendo Pain. Looking at the man before him, Naruto knew the toughest battle was about to begin. The other 6 paths would surely appear as well. This man possessed extraordinary power. He had taken down Hanzo of the Salamander, who once stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, killed Jiraiya in Sage Mode, annihilated Kakashi, and ravaged Konoha. Even Naruto, who had achieved perfect Sage Mode in the original story, was no match for him. This man undoubtedly had the strength to be revered as a god. Are you ready to accept pain? Tendo Pain slowly raised his head and looked at the person before him. What a joke! The Reikage, enraged, instantly charged forward. With his body activated, he was enveloped in blue chakra like armor, lightning flickering across his body from time to time. In an instant the Reikage appeared before Tendo Pain. The blue lightning chakra completely converged on his elbow as he struck at Pain's head. Die, heavy stream blast! The Reikage seemed to see the light of victory. Shin! R.A. 10. Say. Pain ignored the incoming attack and calmly uttered 4 words. In the eyes of the Mizukage and others, the Reikage's attack seemed to freeze in an instant, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his face. Bang! 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 Boom! The Reikage flew backward at a geometrically multiplied speed, carving a sharp trail on the ground. After smashing through several large rocks, he finally crashed into a pile of rubble. What's going on? Mizukage Terumi Mei was shocked, cold sweat appearing on her forehead. The 4th Reikage's ninja body technique was not only blocked but also sent flying back. The old man was unsettled, his mouth agape in exaggeration. So this was the Rinnegan's Shinra Tensei. Naruto sighed. It could use intermolecular forces to change the force of any matter within a certain range into a repulsive force centered on itself. The greater the force of an object within range, the stronger the repulsion of Shinra Tensei. In other words, the Reikage was struck by both his own attack power and the repulsive force. How could this be? The Reikage scarred Eiji widened, his eyes already sweating. The Reikage-sama with his body activated couldn't even block that man's single move. How could that be? Have you begun to feel a little pain? Tendo Pain's indifferent voice rang out again. This time everyone finally saw his eyes clearly. Those silver-white eyes with rippling rings, the Rinnegan. That's the Rinnegan. The oldest old man Inoki was the first to react. That was the advantage of age, having seen and heard much. Could it be that the legend of the Sage of Six Paths is true? Unbelievable. Terumi May shook her head with a bitter smile. I never imagined Akatsuki would have such a figure. Are we fighting against the progenitor of ninja, the descendant of the Sage of Six Paths? This statement from Terumi May directly crushed the already low morale of the 5 great nations shinobi which had fallen due to the Reikage's swift defeat. Was it true that the Sage of Six Paths created ninjutsu and established the profession of shinobi? Was there really any hope of victory against his descendant? In that instant all the shinobi wavered, except for Kakashi and Sakura. They both set their eyes on Naruto. They still had Naruto. My target is not you, Tendo Pain said, ignoring the Reikage climbing out of the rubble, instead pointing his finger at Naruto. It's you, Uzumaki. Naruto. The other possessor of the Rinnegan. What? Everyone turned their gaze to Naruto, their faces filled with shock and doubt. Naruto was not surprised Nagato's only target could only be himself. For the first time Naruto removed the contact lenses he had never taken off in front of outsiders. Those sky-blue eyes rippled with circles, eyes filled with hope and determination. Also the Rinnegan. Inoki was shocked again. The old man's fright today was a bit beyond his capacity. That young man. For the first time hope arose in Terumi May's heart. With Rinnegan against Rinnegan, it seems we still have a chance. Everyone stepped back. This is between him and me, Naruto said without looking back, walking toward Tendo Pain. With a series of swishes, everyone instinctively ran outward. The only dissatisfied Reikage was also carried away from the center by his 2 guards. Clatter, 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 the sound of wooden clogs landing again. 5 people with the same hair color descended from the sky. They stood in order beside Tendo Pain. 6 paths of pain make an appearance. The 6 paths of pain, huh? Naruto exhaled, calming his mind, and his hands quickly formed seals. This was the fastest he had ever formed hand signs. Perhaps due to excitement his state had reached its peak. Bang. 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 5 puffs of smoke appeared around Naruto, and as the smoke cleared, 5 Six Paths clones stood beside him. Let's begin. 6 Paths of Pain versus Uzumaki 6 Paths. Shinra Tensei. 2 furious shouts erupted simultaneously. Naruto and Pain's Tendo Path extended their hands toward each other, unleashing 2 immense repulsive forces that clashed head-on between the 6 opponents. A thunderous roar and violent tremors exploded between them, shrouding the battling figures in smoke. The snow on the nearby mountain peaks shuddered and collapsed, triggering a massive avalanche that rumbled downward. Is this the collision of Rinnegan? The power of the 6 Paths descendants? Tsuchika Jinoki stared intently at the battlefield from afar. A single casual strike can shake the earth and mountains. Such power. Konoha has grown this formidable. My goal of unifying the shinobi world seems far more difficult to achieve. Inoki furrowed his brow. Unlike the old man's ambition, Terumi May was more concerned about who would emerge victorious. So what's the situation inside now? Byakugan activate. Ao opened the covered Byakugan beside him. Kakashi's left Sharingan spun continuously, and gradually his brow knit together. The situation is dire. Ao's words drew everyone's attention. It seems the Hokage is slightly outmatched. Naruto. Sakura clenched her fists against her chest, praying for him. TCH, that brat. The Reikage turned his gaze back to the battlefield of the 2. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing Naruto half crouching on the ground, pushed back, leaving a long trail behind him. The other 5 paths Naruto clones protected him in front. Is this your power? Pain's Tendo Path stepped forward slowly, his cold tone instilling fear. Naruto slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Relying solely on the Rinnegan, I cannot defeat Pain. Nagato, who has mastered the Rinnegan, is definitely stronger than me in its use. Naruto's eyes sharpened, but I am not just this. A flash of gold. A golden light streaked by and Naruto appeared behind the Gakido Path of Pain. His left hand instantly formed a blue Rasengan, while his right hand reached for the Gakido Path. Bansho Tenin. Rasengan. Yellow flash. From afar the onlookers saw only a golden flash and Naruto was already behind the Kakito path which looked like a middle-aged man. Faster than the Raikage. So terrifying. The Raikage scarred Eiji felt that the shocks he received today surpassed all he had ever experienced. In surprise Tsurumi looked at Kakashi. May I ask 6th Hokage what is your relationship with the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze? Tsurumi's question clearly echoed the thoughts of many present. While focusing on the battle they cast sidelong glances at Kakashi. He is the 4th Hokage's son, Kakashi declared with immense pride, his eyes crinkling into a smile. I see. No wonder he resembles Minato Namikaze so much, even mastering the yellow flash technique. Most present found the reason for Naruto's extraordinary strength, but the Kage thought otherwise. Didn't the 4th Hokage die 16 years ago? Inoki asked, frowning. Yes, the 4th Hokage perished during the Nine-Tails attack when Naruto was just born. Kakashi recalled the past with a heavy expression, but soon smiled. So Naruto's growth to this level is entirely due to his own comprehension. Such extraordinary talent. To reach this stage solely through his own understanding. And at such a young age. Even the Raikage had to acknowledge Naruto's aptitude. This is beyond the word genius. As the distant observers discussed, the battlefield underwent a new change. Ninja art summoning technique. A large sturdy black bear suddenly appeared before Naruto. Forced to act, Naruto slammed the Rinnegan into the black bear. In the next instant the Kakito path behind it had vanished. Shared vision. If one of the 6 sees my move, the others have seen it too. Bansho Tenin. The tables turned. This time Naruto was pulled. While in the stiffness after using a jutsu, he was yanked forcefully toward Pain's Tendo path. Before the Tendo path stood the Azura path, already transformed into an arsenal, its long blade-like tail thrusting viciously at Naruto. Poof! Just as the blade was about to pierce him, Naruto suddenly dispersed into a puff of smoke. He reappeared beside the Chikashodo path clones summoned back by the summoning technique. Go! Naruto's 6 path clones sharing the same mind charged toward the Pains. The 6 paths of pain controlled solely by Nagato received the command and rushed toward Naruto. The Tendo path leaped high, its black rod slashing straight down at one of the 6 identical Narutos. Seeing the Tendo paths move, the Geto path Naruto jumped up, blocking with 2 kunai, while the Shirato path Naruto shot 3 kunai toward the airborne Tendo path. Then the Shirato path itself prepared to leap into the sky. But at that moment the Azura path's fists had already launched toward the 6 path clones. Kaidoken. Fists wrapped in chakra shot from the cyborg path's wrists, blasting forward. Forced to act, the Shirato path Naruto grabbed the nearby Chikashodo path Naruto and tossed him aside. Ninja art 6 paths summoning technique. The airborne Chikashodo path Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, summoning the other path clones within the fist's range to his side. Boom! The fist struck empty air, causing a massive explosion. Meanwhile the Tendo path in the sky, seeing the Geto path Naruto and the 3 kunai flying toward him, quickly activated his ability. Shinra Tensei. Invisible ripples erupted, sending the Geto path Naruto and the kunai flying away. The Geto path Naruto smashed through several rocks, crashed into a pile of rubble, spat out a mouthful of blood and lay still, clearly incapacitated. Wind release great breakthrough. Fire release dragon fire technique. Taking advantage of the 5-second interval after Tendo paths, Shinra Tensei Naruto rapidly launched 2 techniques toward the airborne paths. The wind fueled the fire. A colossal fire dragon, its power magnified by the wind, roared and charged toward the Tendo path in the sky. The Tendo path frowned, clearly surprised at Naruto's timing, but quickly accepted it. After all, his opponent also possessed the Rinnegan. However, this did not mean he would be easily defeated. A figure flashed before the Tendo path. The Kakito path spread its arms, completely absorbing the massive fire dragon, which vanished in frustration. Watching the dragon disappear, the Tendo path revealed a smile, but in the next second it turned to shock as he heard a single sentence. You fell for it. Naruto's distinctive voice suddenly rang out from behind the Hell Realm, which was the last in line. At this moment all of the 6 paths of pain were facing forward, their backs completely blind spots. Only the Animal Realm was ahead of the Hell Realm, the other paths couldn't return in time. This was the only chance. If he failed, Pain's intelligence would never allow such an opportunity again. He had to strike a fatal blow. Giant Rinnegan. A massive Rinnegan appeared in Naruto's right hand and slammed fiercely into the back of the Hell Realm. Before he could even scream, the Hell Realm was crushed by the giant Rinnegan and blasted into the sky. The Hell Realm shattered into pieces in the air under the crushing force of the giant Rinnegan. Success. With the Hell Realm lost and Nagato's real body absent, the 6 paths of pain temporarily lost their ability to revive. Moreover, while Naruto's real body was launching a sneak attack on pain, the Hell Realm Naruto had already pulled up a King Yama face from the ground, reviving the human realm Naruto. As a result, Naruto had completely seized the advantage on the battlefield. Uzumaki Naruto. Truly extraordinary. A voice tinged with weariness rang out from above the distant ninjas. A man wearing a swirled mask appeared on the cliff above the 4 Kage. To think he could push the god of pain to such an extent. Who goes there? The hot-tempered Reikage, upon seeing the man dressed in the Akatsuki cloak, vented his pent-up frustration from being repelled by pain earlier. His entire body cloaked in blue lightning chakra, he launched a straight punch aimed at the swirled mask's face. Whoosh! The Reikage actually passed right through the swirled mask's body. His punch struck the snowy mountain wall behind Madara. Boom! A large crater appeared on the cliff. The tremendous tremor once again triggered an avalanche, sending a massive amount of snow and ice cascading down, blanketing everyone. Hey, can't you at least listen to what I have to say? The swirled mask's calm voice spoke again. My name is Uchiha Madara. What? The 3 Kage below changed expression. Even the just returned Reikage was shocked. Let me explain, and then I have questions for you. Madara glanced at the Reikage who had landed again, and the other 3 Kage. My goal, the Moon Eye plan. What Akatsuki plan? It must be some kind of scheme. No need to listen. The Reikage's body erupted with blue chakra armor again, about to charge. However, the veteran Tsuchikage Inoki reached out and stopped him. Inoki floated over to the Reikage, looked up at Madara and said, Calm down, Reikage. Let's hear him out first. It's not too late to act afterwards. TCH. The Reikage clicked his tongue in frustration, effectively agreeing. Was that Madara's ability just now? Kankuro had witnessed the Reikage suddenly passing through Madara's body. A space-time ninjutsu. Temari frowned deeply. The old man Inoki, floating about a meter above the ground, said, I never thought that Uchiha Madara would actually be alive. I thought it was just an excuse by the Hokage. The Tsuchikage looked seriously at Madara on the cliff. A man like you, why would you beat around the bush? With your abilities, any plan should have been a natural success. The battle with the first Hokage Hashirama left me deeply wounded. Now I have almost no power left. No one could discern Madara's expression, but when he mentioned the first Hokage, his tone revealed a hint of respect, a hint of resentment, and a hint of helplessness. In truth, I am nothing but a shell right now. Could it be? Mizuki Tsurumi looked up at the swirled mask. Are you planning to restore your original self? You could say that. Madara thought for a moment. But it's not just that. At this moment, the host of the conference, Mifune, finally appeared. What are you plotting? What exactly is the Moon Eye plan? Let me speak slowly. First, sit down. Madara glanced at the fierce battle between Naruto and Pain in the distance, then jumped down under everyone's gaze and simply sat on the ground. Madara raised a finger and said, All things in the world shall unite with me, becoming the complete entity of heaven and earth. His crimson Sharingan kept spinning. All the ninjas were stunned, then glared angrily at the calmly seated Madara. What uniting? What heaven and earth? The old man stared intently at Madara. What is going on? Madara half closed his exposed Sharingan and said, The Uchiha clan has an ancient stone tablet passed down through generations, now also beneath Konoha, recording the secrets written by the Sage of 6 Paths. Without ocular power it cannot be read. In order of the Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan, the interpretable content increases. The Sage of 6 Paths. So he really exists. The old man's forehead began to sweat. Boom. The hot-tempered Reikage stomped the ground hard. Don't change the subject. What does your plan have to do with the Sage of 6 Paths? Do you know why he became a legend and was worshipped as the god of shinobi? The swirled mask ignored the Reikage's rage. That is the connection between my goal and this man. Uchiha Madara. You have the Mangekyo Sharingan and there's a Rinnegan user over there. Tsurumi glanced at the distant battle. It seems you truly know everything. Continue. The old man seemed shocked as well and slowly landed on the ground. He once saved the world from the clutches of a monster, Madara said. Monster? Gaara asked in confusion. Madara glanced at Gaara and said, You are merely a part of that monster sealed away. That monster is the aggregate of all tailed beasts. The most powerful chakra existence. The 10 tails. Gaara and the others were stunned. No. Kakashi urgently spoke up. Aren't there only 9-tailed beasts? I already said that monster is the aggregate of all tailed beasts. The only eye Madara revealed glinted with greed. Gaara folded his arms and said, "What an inauspicious plot. So that's why the Akatsuki wants to collect the tailed beasts." Madara did not respond to Gaara but continued speaking as if to himself. The Sage of Six Paths developed a ninjutsu to save the world from the clutches of the 10 tails. This technique has been secretly passed down to this day, the sealing system of the jinchuriki. Exactly. The Sage of Six Paths was the 10 tails jinchuriki. Madara's tone was fervent. To suppress the 10 tails, he sealed it within himself. Thus the sage who saved humanity from the 10 tails' iron hooves was revered as a god, but Madara's tone shifted. The exceedingly evil chakra of the 10 tails would awaken from its seal after his death and wreak havoc on the world. To prevent this, the Sage of Six Paths on his deathbed used the last of his strength to divide the 10 tails chakra into 9 parts, and scattered them across the world. And he extracted the empty husk of the 10 tails, stripped of its chakra, and cast it into the sky where no one could reach it. As he spoke, Madara gazed at the heavens. That became the moon. Your words are too exaggerated. Can a human really achieve such a feat? Meitorumi sighed incredulously. As the 10 tails jinchuriki, the Sage of Six Paths had long since transcended humanity, Madara said. So you intend to gather these 9 scattered pieces of chakra. That is all the tailed beasts, and thus obtain that superhuman power. Mifune, the leader of the Land of Iron, had clearly guessed his purpose. Then, what will you do once you obtain that power? Revive the 10 tails. Madara spoke of this world-threatening event as if it were trivial. And I shall become its jinchuriki. And with this immense power I will enhance my ocular prowess and ultimately unleash a jutsu. Unleash a jutsu. The old man Inoki was unsettled. A jutsu unleashed with such overwhelming power, the mere thought terrified him. What is that? What do you intend to do? Madara's voice grew deeper, the Sharingan in his right eye gleaming with a crimson light. A grand illusion that projects my eye onto the moon, infinite Tsukuyumi. A genjutsu cast upon all humans in the world. Madara spoke as if it were a trivial matter. I will manipulate all of humanity freely within that illusion and unite the world into one. Everyone was stunned by Madara's plan. For a moment they were rendered speechless in shock. Madara's ambition had expanded to encompass the entire world. A world without barriers, without conflict. Madara continued. Everything shall merge with me into a single ultimate unity. This is my moon's eye plan. Silence fell over the scene. After a moment, a furious roar erupted from the crowd. Are you out of your mind? There's no way I'm handing the world over to you. Reikijay shouted, his face contorted with rage. His outburst seemed to jolt the others back to their senses. A world within an illusion is mere fantasy. Only a world realized in reality holds true meaning. Gaara said. Meitorumi, what would even exist in such a world? No hope, no dreams. This is nothing but escapism. The old man Inoki spoke gravely. Your uniting the world merely reduces it to a possession of your own. The old man actually says something decent once in a while. Kuratsuchi chuckled. The Mizuki's words are too kind. She's truly gentle at heart. Chojuro stared at Meitorumi dazed. Hehehe. Madara suddenly laughed, causing the others who had been emboldened by the 5 Kage's words to tense up again. And what have you 5 Kage accomplished? Madara's words left them speechless. You know full well that this world holds no more hope. Hope and surrender are no different. They are merely empty platitudes. Madara looked calmly at the 4 Kage around him. Hand over your 8 tails and Naruto Uzumaki at once and obediently help me complete my plan. Otherwise, there will be nothing but war. War. The guards exclaimed in shock. Impossible, Gaara said firmly. I feel the same. Mizuki Meitorumi glanced at the distant battle still raging. And you, Reikage? The Tsuchikage asked without turning around. The Reikage suppressed his anger and said, Of course I won't hand over my own brother. Though I no longer have much power, I possess the tailed beasts I have gathered so far. You stand no chance. Madara said. Is it because of that person? He glanced at Naruto, who was now locked in a fierce battle with pain. We will not give up hope, Gaara declared firmly. Very well. Madara surveyed the assembled group. Then I shall now declare the 4th Great Ninja War. Let it begin. The 4th Great Ninja War, you say? Are you serious? The old Tsuchikage's heart could barely take it. He had just heard someone declare they would start a fourth great ninja war single-handedly. I am not a fool who would jest about such matters, Madara said calmly, once again looking toward Naruto in the distance. We shall meet on the battlefield next time. Zzzzzzzzzzz. Before the eyes of the crowd, Madara dissolved into a swirling vortex and vanished from everyone's sight. So, what should we do? Sasuke Jinoki frowned deeply, recalling the words Madara had left behind. To launch the fourth great ninja war alone, what overwhelming audacity. Probably only Madara in the whole world would dare to do so. Only by forming a united ninja alliance can we stand against the power of the six-tailed beasts. Gaara looked at the other Kage around him and said, What is the Raikage's opinion? Terumi glanced at Yayuai. We absolutely cannot be toyed with endlessly by the Akatsuki. We must form a united ninja alliance and finish them off in one go, the Raikage said. That's right. Everyone present nodded. Suddenly everyone present felt a massive tremor from the ground. Super Shinra Tensei! Super Shinra Tensei! The two shouts rang out as if right in everyone's ears. Boom! Infinite repulsive force radiated from the two individuals. The ground began to sink completely, 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Until it had sunk about 10 meters before the force striking the ground was neutralized. But this was not the end. The force seemed to surge outward in all directions, and the two giant craters created by the repulsion began to spread outward. Not good run. As the Sasuke Jinoki naturally knew that the terrain here was about to change. He shouted, then dashed with his two guards toward a farther place. The others also reacted in time and rushed out, but it was too late. The massive repulsive wave forcefully flung them away. Fortunately, Naruto and Pain were not targeting them, and they were far away, but the power still gave everyone a series of shocks. Just when everyone thought it was over, they realized that this was only the beginning. A tremendous light erupted between the two, its brilliance seeming to even overshadow the sun. This was the clash of divine power against divine power. At that moment everyone suddenly went deaf. They shouted but found themselves hearing nothing. The world seemed to have fallen silent. The blinding light temporarily blinded everyone, leaving only a vast whiteness before their eyes. After a long while the white light before their eyes gradually dimmed and their eyesight returned. What met their eyes was no longer the original snow-covered valley, but a giant pit nearly a kilometer in diameter and over 10 meters deep. Everyone was speechless. This was no longer a power that a single person could achieve. Even the Raikage, who had always been confident in his own strength, felt a sense of dread looking at this giant pit. The landscape here had been completely transformed. The snow-capped mountains that originally surrounded the valley had been leveled to the ground by this clash of power. This area of the Land of Iron was utterly ruined. So this is the true power of the Rinnegan. Terumi stared at the scene before her, completely stunned. Even my earth release couldn't change the terrain so thoroughly. Anoki suddenly felt a sense of aging and weakness. As expected, Naruto's power has reached such a level, Kakashi muttered to himself. Suddenly he seemed to snap back to reality. Where is Naruto? How is he? The others also realized. If a jutsu that caused such massive devastation could affect even those far away, what kind of power must the people at the center have endured? Ayo! Check the situation. The battlefield was too far away, no one could directly see the center. Terumi called out anxiously. Understood. Ayo, who had a Byakugan, looked toward the center again. But his expression grew worse and everyone's hearts seemed to sink. What's going on? Sakura couldn't help but ask urgently. Right now there's only one person floating above the giant pit at the center, it's Pain. Ayo looked into the pit again, shocked. The Hokage is lying in the pit, his fate unknown. Fate unknown. Those 4 words struck like a thunderbolt. Sakura's whole being collapsed. Naruto! She cried out, and tried to rush to the center, but the still rational Kakashi held her back. Though his heart was also filled with anger and anxiety, he was still Kakashi. Sakura, you have to trust Naruto. If even he is no match, you definitely can't go up there. Kakashi's rationality told him that Naruto would not die so easily. In a cave only a few kilometers away, Nagato was panting heavily with a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Nagato, stop. You used that life-shortening technique again. Your body can't hold on. Konan looked at Nagato, who was controlling the Geto statue, with concern. It's fine. Nagato took 2 more breaths. This is the last time. Uzumaki Naruto is about to be obtained. At that moment, at the center of the giant pit, Paine's clothes were already tattered, revealing half of his torso pierced with black rods. The Deva path Pain slowly descended, extending several black rods from his hand and flinging them toward Naruto. Thud, thud, thud. Naruto's body was pierced through by Paine's black rods, pinning him firmly to the ground. His cloak was also torn to shreds. Uzumaki Naruto. You are the first to make me fight so hard. But you cannot defeat a god. Pain landed beside Naruto and said, Now the One Tail and Nine Tails are mine. It's all over. Saying that, the Deva path Pain reached out his hand toward Naruto. It's not over yet. A warm voice seemed to pierce through the air and reach everyone's ears. A surge of vibrant chakra shot up into the sky. The Deva path Pain was violently blasted away. Would release Tree World Birth. What's wrong, Qing? Zhao Meiming rushed over anxiously and supported him. What exactly did you see? Trees, huge trees. Could it be? Qing was speechless, his finger pointing straight into the distance. Zhao Meiming turned around and froze. Rather, everyone present was frozen. Trees, towering giant trees, countless towering trees. The nearly kilometer-wide crater was filled with trees in just a few seconds, forming a primeval forest. Is this the first Hokage's wood style? Anoki asked uncertainly, his voice carrying a tremor he himself didn't notice. Is that the legendary wood style that pacified the chaotic era? Zhao Meiming saw for the first time the ninjutsu recorded in the village. In the records of the Mist Village there was no extra description of wood style, only a few words: under heaven no one can match it. This was the first Hokage's wood style. Since the death of Hashirama, the legendary wood style appeared before the world's eyes once more. Even the usually domineering Reikage was rendered speechless. In the center of the crater, now filled with trees, Naruto, having entered sage mode, was wrapped in a layer of green chakra like crystalline armor. He walked to the unconscious Tendo Pain and pulled out the black rods embedded in his body one by one. Thus you can't control him anymore, Changmen. Mingren looked at the weakened Tendo Pain and sighed lightly. Pfft. In the distant cave, Changmen coughed up another breath of air. His already pale face showed no trace of color. Pain has been defeated. Changmen. Xiao Nan's heart tightened. I never expected. Xian Wen Mingren truly possesses such immense power. Could it be that I was wrong? Changmen muttered to himself, growing increasingly uneasy about his convictions. Suddenly he sensed another pair of Rinnegan appearing in his mind. What? Changmen was greatly shocked. What's wrong, Changmen? Xiao Nan asked anxiously. Changmen glanced at Xiao Nan and gave a bitter smile. Xianhua Mingren has already found this place. It turned out that Mingren used the sensing ability of Sage Mode and the black rods Changmen used to control Payan to trace the chakra back to Changmen's location. Shua! Mingren leaped out of the crater and ran along the trees. Mingren! Seeing that he was unharmed, Xiaoying cried with joy, and Kakashi also let out a sigh of relief. In a few bounds Mingren landed beside the group. Did you take him down? Wei Luo's question carried a hint of concern. Not yet. Mingren smiled at him. I'm going to find his real body now. What? The old Sasuke shouted. Among these guys there's no real body. Yeah. Mingren nodded and said to the Kage. I'll go find his real body and settle this. As for the shinobi allied forces, let Kakashi decide on my behalf. With that Mingren dashed off into the distance. Watching him leave, Zhao Meiming seemed to remember something. We haven't told the Hokage about Madara's appearance just now. It's fine. The first to know about Ban's Moon Eye plan was probably the 6th Hokage, Kakashi said. Even the existence of Ban was revealed to Lord Tsunade by Mingren. What? Do you mean this 5 Kage summit was proposed by Xianhua Mingren behind the scenes? Yui frowned. Truly a hero emerges from youth. Diyimu couldn't help but sigh again. Then, since the Hokage has entrusted the matters of the shinobi allied forces to Chimu Kakashi, let's continue our discussion. Everyone present was exceptionally powerful, so naturally they wouldn't mind the freezing snowfield. Moreover, time was pressing and there was no time to find another meeting room. If we want to stop Ban's Moon Eye plan, we must never hand over the 8 Tails and Xianhua Mingren. Speaking of this, Zhao Meiming herself chuckled lightly. No one here would likely hand over Xianhua Mingren. Therefore it's best for our allied forces to hide the 8 Tails and Mingren. Exactly. Exactly right. Chan Shilang, though shy, supported whatever Zhao Meiming said. However, Mingren is the 6th Hokage. Hiding him is not very feasible. Diyimu found a loophole. Moreover, the power of the six-tailed beast gathered by Ban cannot be underestimated, and he might even have some jutsu or other trump cards to control them. Otherwise he wouldn't be so arrogant. The big man Chitu added. So why don't we the shinobi allied forces not hide Mingren and the Eight Tails but count them as part of our combat strength? Sachikage Yimu proposed. Not feasible. Wei Luo immediately retorted. This is also a war to protect them. Using the six-tailed beasts collected by Ban as a pretext for war. I'm afraid that relying on the current weakened Ban and the remaining members of the Akatsuki is insufficient to capture the Eight Tails and Nine Tails, or even if they could, the risk would be too great. Therefore perhaps Ban wants to lure them out through war. Wei Luo summarized. I agree with this analysis. Zhao Meiming said. I also agree with the Kazakage's opinion. The Reikage said. To be safe we must never reveal the Eight Tails and the Hokage easily before the enemy. Moreover, my younger brother as the jinchuriki of the Eight Tails has nothing to do with the word combat in the first place. Speaking of his younger brother, even the Reikage had a black line on his forehead. That guy is always rapping. I can't understand what he's doing at all. He might mess up the battlefield. But how do we arrange the Hokage? Yimu said. You can hide the Eight Tails, but Xianhua Mingren cannot be hidden. He is the leader of Konoha. Speaking of this, everyone was helpless. I think the Hokage can sit in the headquarters of the shinobi allied forces so he won't have to appear on the battlefield. Kakashi said. I agree. Yimu said. Agreed. Kazakage Wei Luo. Agreed. Zhao Meiming. Agreed. Reikage Uai. But someone still raised the question. In that case, wouldn't the command of the shinobi allied forces be handed over to Konoha? Yimu's granddaughter Heitu said. Little girl, do you think he doesn't have the qualification? Zhao Meiming pointed at the nearby crater and said teasingly. But is this really okay? Seemingly everything had already been decided. The old man Inoki asked. The power of the six-tailed beast controlled by Madara is still unknown. If we restrain the Eight Tails and the Hokage because our shinobi alliance protected them, and the alliance is wiped out, then it would be utterly meaningless. So it would be better to let them fight from the beginning, launching a coordinated battle of the shinobi alliance, which would be more advantageous for us. The old man proposed again, and everyone bowed their heads in thought. That may not be the case. Someone suddenly interjected. Huh! Inoki turned to look, and it was Mifune of the Land of Iron. Right now the world's first shinobi alliance is being born and its power remains unknown, Mifune said. Even if Madara can use the power of the six-tailed beast, there should be risks, otherwise he wouldn't have come here specifically to negotiate. So the other side must have disadvantages as well. Uncle Mifune pointed out what no one had thought of. Additionally, in this war the samurai of our Land of Iron will also join the fight. In that case, Sachikage-sama, what else are you worried about? Humph. The old man was contradicted face to face, but though dissatisfied he still acknowledged the words. Then there is no problem in entrusting the command of the shinobi alliance to the Hokage, who cannot appear on the front lines? As the moderator Mifune asked. As the Hokage's proxy Kakashi nodded in agreement. The Reikage thought for a moment, and said, Agreed. What do the Mizuki and Kazakage think? Inoki did not answer first, but instead looked at the other two. We cannot argue any longer. I trust the Hokage. Terumime was still shaken by the recent battle. Garen naturally supported Naruto. Leave it to Naruto. Seeing that the situation was beyond his control and his wealth of experience was of no use, the old man had no choice but to nod in agreement. Inoki of the two scales. The Reikage suddenly spoke. Although the Hokage's strength is extraordinary, I fear he is too young and lacks experience. Let you who has fought against Madara before assist him. Hearing the Reikage's words, Inoki looked up and glanced at him. You still the same as always, speaking in a commanding tone. Remember, the commander of the alliance is not you now. Sachikage-sama, the Reikage is also thinking of the big picture. We must set aside personal feelings and cooperate. Kakashi stepped in to smooth things over. Are you the son of the White Fang of Konoha? Inoki looked at the standing Kakashi side and finally came around. It's better than losing this war. I'll listen to you this time and help the Hokage. Inoki agreed. Seeing that Sachikage agreed, everyone present smiled. They had witnessed the formation of the First Shinobi Alliance. While everyone was busy with the affairs of the First Shinobi Alliance, on the other side Naruto had also arrived at the location of Nagato's true body, the entrance of a cave. With a tap tap tap, Naruto walked in step by step. Before him a blue-haired woman stood in front of a gaunt skeletal figure. Cough cough. Conan stepped back. The red-haired man whose body was almost nothing but bones spoke. Nagato. Conan looked at him with concern. Nagato stared intently at Naruto. Peace is about to come. Are you the real body of pain? Naruto stared at his red hair, the mark of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Naruto. Another pair of Rinnegan. Nagato looked wildly at Naruto's eyes. Sacrifice yourself obediently for my peace. Whoosh. A black rod shot into Naruto's body. At this close range I can control you at will. Nagato laughed wantonly, but suddenly his laughter ceased. Naruto grabbed the black rod with one hand and yanked it out fiercely. How is this possible? At such close range he can resist Nagato's chakra. Conan looked at Naruto in shock. Naruto raised his eyes and stared straight at Nagato. The two pairs of Rinnegan from the same era focused together at this moment. The peace you seek is wrong in itself. True peace is not like this. Peace achieved through pain cannot last. Naruto said. What do you know? Nagato roared, interrupting Naruto. You people of the Land of Fire are all hypocritical pacifists. Constantly relying on the subsidies from Konoha only fuels the war. Most people in the Land of Fire know they are participating in war yet still speak of hypocritical peace. Your peace of the great nations is built precariously on the sacrifices of us small nations. Your peace is violence against us. Silence fell. Naruto had no idea how to persuade him, for he was not the original Naruto. He could not say, I know your story. You were used by Madara. It really is you, Nagato. Another voice came from outside the cave. A white-haired man walked in slowly. Jiraiya-sensei. Conan looked at the man before her with a complex expression, unsure whether to be happy for the reunion, or sad that Konoha had gained another ally. Jiraiya looked at them seriously and slowly walked to Naruto's side. When I investigated the Akatsuki and learned that someone there had the Rinnegan, I thought of you, Nagato. I never expected it to be both of you. Seeing Jiraiya arrive, Naruto slowly stepped back. He had known all along that he could not convince Nagato, so before setting out he had given Jiraiya a kunai marked with a space imprint. Once Nagato was found, he would be transported through reverse space. Now it had indeed come in handy. Since both of you are here, where is Yahiko? Jiraiya looked around but did not see the yellow-haired boy. Yahiko. He died long ago, Nagato said in a flat tone. Jiraiya's body stiffened, then he let out a bitter smile. No wonder you've become like this. Can you tell me what happened after I left? As expected of the master who taught Naruto the power of words through his own novels and hopes for the future, Jiraiya effortlessly persuaded Nagato and Conan, revealing the truth that Uchiha Madara had been using them to achieve his own goals. However, when Jiraiya tried to persuade them to leave with him, Nagato shook his head with a bitter smile. Master Jiraiya, say no more. It's not that I don't wish to go with you, but my body has reached its limit. As he spoke, Nagato coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. The frequent activities over the past few years and the life-shortening techniques he had used against Naruto had brought his life to its end. The power of the Rinnegan has been slowly fading for a long time. I never understood why until his appearance. Nagato looked at Naruto behind Jiraiya and sighed. Another pair of Rinnegan eyes. I knew my time was running out. The Rinnegan's power I've been using lately consumes my life force. Nagato turned his head to glance at the black rods embedded in his back, then began to struggle as the rods gradually fell off. Perhaps heaven hates me for waking up too late. I can no longer watch you walk forward, my clansman. Nagato painfully pushed himself up and broke free from the strange device. Nagato. Conan covered her mouth and nose, tears streaming down her face. It seems this is my final mission. Nagato stumbled down and walked toward Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. I have had a premonition ever since I mastered this technique. Nagato formed hand seals, completing a few simple ones in an instant. Outer Path True Reincarnation Technique. Two beams of white light descended from the sky, instantly enveloping Naruto and Nagato. Of the same clan, same bloodline, similar names, and identical Rinnegan, at this moment their minds became one. Naruto. This is my last power. I hope you can bring change to the ninja world and let this cruel world see new hope. Nagato's remaining eye power and experience in using the Rinnegan were all transferred to Naruto at this moment. Gradually the two white lights faded and Nagato's complexion turned rosy. No one felt happy, for they all knew this was a final flicker of life. Take care of Conan for me. Nagato glanced at Conan, who was supporting him, and his voice gradually faded. It seems my mission ends here. Naruto, you will surely. Nagato. Jiraiya sighed, perhaps lamenting his untimely death. All his disciples had been so outstanding, yet they all died so young. Watching the sheets of white paper wrap Nagato's body layer by layer, Naruto and Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Conan, what will you do now? Jiraiya asked. After burying Yahiko and Nagato's bodies, I will go with him. Conan looked at Naruto and said, Since Nagato entrusted his dream to you, I and the Rain Village will stand with you to fulfill their dream. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sasuke and Itachi had already met. You have finally come to this point, Sasuke, Itachi said, expressionlessly staring at the agitated Sasuke. With the same eyes. Itachi, I already know the truth. Sasuke gazed intently at his brother with his six-pointed star Mangekyo Sharingan. It was Danzo and the Elder Council. It was those people in the clan. Itachi was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized. So you know everything. A long-lost smile returned to Itachi's lips. Danzo also died at your hands, Sasuke. You have truly caught up to me. Brother, come back with me, Sasuke said, and even though he was accustomed to a cold expression, he was now beaming with joy. No. But Itachi's answer shattered Sasuke's smile. Why? Sasuke was unsettled. Why not return to Konoha? Everything you did was for Konoha, wasn't it? Why not return to the Konoha you love? Cough. Itachi coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. Because my time is already running out. With his heart unburdened, the disease Itachi had been suppressing finally erupted. While coughing up blood, he explained his illness to Sasuke. Itachi told Sasuke about Madara and warned that to fight against the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, only the same eyes or the first Hokages with style could counter it. Hearing this, Sasuke fully understood Itachi's intention. Terminally ill Itachi could not transplant his own eyes, he wanted to give his eyes to Sasuke. Brother! Sasuke cried out. Itachi wiped the blood from his lips and smiled as he patted Sasuke's head. Crying at your age. The Uchiha clan depends on you from now on. He pressed his finger against Sasuke's forehead. Forgive me, Sasuke. This is the last time. Brother! Sasuke struggled but found himself unable to move. Tears streaming, he shouted, trying to stop Itachi's actions, but was powerless. Streams of pure eye power flowed from Itachi's Mangekyo into Sasuke's eyes. Finally, when Itachi's last bit of eye power was given to Sasuke, he could no longer resist Sasuke's struggles. With a smile, Itachi collapsed. Sasuke's eyes were filled with confusion. He crouched down and tightly embraced Itachi's body. Brother, you will soon be home, back to the Konoha you love. Sasuke picked up Itachi's body and vanished from the spot. Shortly after Sasuke disappeared, the Venus flytrap Setsu emerged from a tree. I didn't expect Itachi to die too. The organization has lost Pain, Conan, and Itachi in one go. I must quickly inform Obito. With that, he shrank back into the tree and was nowhere to be found. 5 large television sets connected the 5 daimyos together. Though it was unclear how they could see each other, they could indeed converse through the screens, and their discussion was fervent. The daimyo of the Land of Fire shook his fan and said, the Akatsuki now possesses the tailed beasts. This is no time to stand idly by. But the Shinobi Alliance. Granting too much power to the shinobi might lead to trouble if it evolves into a problem. The daimyo of the Land of Water seemed to harbor deep distrust toward his own country's shinobi, having once clashed bitterly with the Blood Mist village. Daimyo of the Land of Water. Do you truly have no faith in your own shinobi? The daimyo of the Land of Earth, an elderly man who appeared venerable, was about to voice his opinion when the communications officer interrupted him. If you don't decide quickly, the battery power will soon run out. After all, this is long-distance communication. Hearing this, the daimyos hurried to state their positions. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning spoke first. The Land of Lightning approves. The daimyo of the Land of Earth followed suit. The Land of Earth likewise. The Land of Wind also approves, said the portly daimyo of the Land of Wind. The daimyo of the Land of Fire shook his fan calmly, and said, very well then. The Land of Fire approves. Seeing the other daimyos in agreement, the daimyo of the Land of Water pondered for a moment before reluctantly saying, understood. The Land of Water approves. Excellent. With the daimyos united, the liaison officer exclaimed excitedly, thus the establishment of the Shinobi Alliance has received unanimous approval. This video has been recorded. I, Tian Shu, bear witness. The daimyo of the Land of Fire nodded, and said to those beside him, then. Contact Konoha immediately. Yes. Meanwhile, what was our protagonist doing? Several figures whisked through the forest path. Hey Naruto, slow down. I can't keep up. Jiraiya grumbled behind Naruto, gesticulating wildly. Have some consideration for me. Yeah. Naruto relented and slowed down. I never thought Jiraiya-sensei could be so amusing. Witnessing this, Konan flying overhead couldn't help but smile. The grief of having just buried Nagato and Yahiko had slightly eased. She had shed her Akatsuki robe for ordinary clothes, appearing less cold and more pure. After resolving matters with Nagato, Naruto, Konan, and Jiraiya hurried toward the 5 Kage, only to learn that the summit had ended and the Shinobi alliance was nearly finalized. The Kage had returned to their villages, so Naruto and his group headed toward Kakashi and his team. En route, Konan split off a paper clone to return to the Land of Rain and change their strategy toward the 5 great nations. As Naruto anxiously rushed to catch up with Kakashi, he suddenly sensed a presence. Who's there? Naruto stopped and hurled several kunai toward the hiding spot without much chakra, simply to force them out. Wah! A figure scrambled out from the bushes. Red hair, crimson eyes, black shorts, long stockings, and signature black-rimmed glasses. Naruto instantly recognized her from the depths of his memory. Karen. Naruto slapped his forehead in frustration. I've changed too much indeed, the entire plot is a mess. Even Karen appears here. Who knows what Madara will pull out? Meanwhile, Jiraiya had already approached, locking his gaze on Karen, his aura immobilizing her. You carry the scent of Orochimaru. Who are you? I'm called Karen. Completely overwhelmed by Jiraiya's presence, she stammered out her story. After Orochimaru's death, Kabuto had taken over his subordinates, but he wasn't Orochimaru and many rebelled. Karen seized the chance to escape. Perhaps deeming Karen useless or having other priorities, Kabuto didn't send anyone after her after quelling the rebellion. Thus she wandered alone, hiding from place to place. I see. After hearing her explanation, Jiraiya found no flaw and released his oppressive aura, though wariness lingered deep in his eyes. Karen had one more reason she didn't mention. She stole a glance at the frustrated Naruto, having heard he had become Hokage and was heading to the Land of Iron for the 5 Kage summit. So she came to the path he must take, waiting for him. Do you still remember me? Karen tried to approach Naruto, but was stopped by Jiraiya's gaze. She asked softly. Naruto snapped back to reality, completely lost. Seeing his confusion, Karen feared he had forgotten entirely, and nearly in tears said that. During the Chunin exams, do you remember? You saved a girl with glasses. Naruto finally understood, and couldn't help but laugh wryly. So that was you. Women truly change dramatically. 3 years ago Karen was a short-haired girl, now she was tall and slender with flowing hair. Naruto wondered if girls in this world were all on growth hormones. Seeing that Naruto remembered, Karen's face lit up with a smile. Jiraiya noticed the exchange and looked at them with a strange expression. So what will you do now? Seeing Karen homeless, Naruto asked sympathetically, unknowingly playing right into her hands. Could I come with you? Karen asked weakly, her face flushing. Even becoming a Konoha shinobi would be fine. Jiraiya was speechless. She wanted to become a Konoha shinobi just to follow Naruto. He inwardly screamed, isn't that the wrong way around? Naruto set off again, but this time there was one more person in the group. Naruto took Karen's hand and hurried forward, claiming that her speed was too slow and holding her hand would make her faster. But who knew if that was really what he thought? Karen, being pulled by Naruto, had already blushed deeply. Jiraiya-sensei. Konan descended from the air, flying beside Jiraiya, and gestured with her chin towards the two in front, asking, Is that guy always so popular with girls? Jiraiya wanted to say no, but when he thought of the group of women living in Naruto's house, he felt helpless. Yes. Why am I still without a partner at my age while Naruto, only 16, has so many admirers? At this moment Jiraiya was filled with resentment, muttering to himself. Am I really that ugly? Completely ignoring her teacher's resentment, Konan looked at Naruto ahead with curiosity. While Naruto and his group were still desperately trying to catch up with their team, the other Kages had already arrived at their respective villages. At the entrance of Tsunade, Kirigara and his 2 companions walked slowly into the village under the welcome of Suna's elite jonin. Did you receive the letter brought by Fiwen? Temari asked as she walked. How is the report from the daimyo? At the same time, the Mizuki and others also received news from the jonin at the village entrance. We just received the report from the daimyo. Let's hear it. Mei Terumi stopped walking and said, Right here. How fast, there's already a result. The little old Tsuchikage and his 2 guards were already standing at the entrance of the Tsuchikage's office. The daimyos must have made their decisions quickly because they heard about the tailed beasts and Madara. The big tall chubby Akatsuchi said with a smile. Has it been decided? Raikage slammed his hand on the table in front of him, looking excited. Then let's start preparing. Just as the Raikage was very pleased, the dark-skinned ninja walked over and said weakly, Raikage-sama. What is it? Yuai turned and asked. Bai-sama has run away again, the dark-skinned ninja said. A huge roar came from inside the office. What? That idiot Bai. Really, here we go again. Alon sighed and scratched his head helplessly. At the gate of Konohagakure, Naruto finally caught up with Kakashi, and the others reuniting with them. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto stopped in front of Kakashi and nodded. Just as he was about to speak, someone pounced on him. Naruto looked down and saw a head of pink hair. It was Sakura. You're safe, it's really good, Sakura said with tears streaming down her face, burying her head tightly in Naruto's chest. You were gone so long without news, I was so worried. Seeing Sakura's tear-streaked face, Naruto smiled gently. I'm sorry. But someone else was not happy. Karen, who had just been held by Naruto, was filled with anger. She stepped forward and pulled Sakura away. You daring to throw yourself into a man's arms in broad daylight, have you no shame? After being pulled away, Sakura realized her own behavior, and blushed. But hearing Karen's words, she immediately wiped her tears and retorted. Looking at the red-haired woman in front of her, she said, Who are you? What does it have to do with you how Naruto and I are? The two women actually started arguing right at the entrance of Konohagakure. Naruto immediately got a headache. He really couldn't understand women's minds. Just a moment ago they were crying profusely, and now they were energetically arguing. Naruto looked helplessly at Kakashi. Kakashi, however, had no intention of getting involved and quickly told Naruto what had been decided at the 5 Kage summit. After listening to Kakashi's report, Naruto fell into thought. I never expected the 5 Kage summit to turn out like this. I became the commander of the allied shinobi forces. Naruto suddenly raised his head and said, Kakashi-sensei, go inform them and immediately convene a war preparation meeting. Understood. Kakashi nodded and vanished from the entrance of Konohagakure with a shunshin. Let's go. Naruto called out to the two women who were still glaring at each other, and under the welcome of the Konoha ninjas he was the first to walk through the gate. Hearing Naruto's call, the two of them snorted, stopping their endless confrontation, and followed Naruto on either side as they entered. Feeling Naruto's warm and gentle chakra, Karen only wanted to stay close to him. By the way, pervy sage. Naruto suddenly turned around and Karen almost bumped into him. Jiraiya responded. Naruto looked at Konan beside Jiraiya and Karen behind him and said, Konan-san and Karen are not familiar with this place. Could you please take them to register as Konoha ninjas and find them a place to stay? I really have important matters, Naruto said with a pleading look. Jiraiya shook his head helplessly and complained. I've almost become your errand boy. But despite his complaints, Jiraiya naturally knew Naruto had important matters. He took Konan and the reluctant Karen and left first. Watching them leave, Sakura's heart immediately became excited. Yes. Finally I can be alone with Naruto. But Naruto's words shattered Sakura's hopes. He turned to look at her and said, Sakura, you should go back first. You've been traveling for so many days, you must be tired. Go home and rest. Sakura wanted to say she wasn't tired, but her physical exhaustion indeed made it hard to muster energy. She nodded and left, looking back every few steps. Watching her disappear from his sight, Naruto went straight to the door of the conference room in the Hokage building. Pushing open the door, what reached Naruto's ears was a respectful voice. Hokage-sama. Naruto nodded. To be honest, their speed was quite fast. From the moment Naruto entered the Konoha gate and gave the order to the time he arrived here, only a short 10+ minutes had passed, and almost everyone who should be here had arrived. Naruto nodded at Tsunade, and the two advisors then sat down in the Hokage's seat. Seeing that Naruto was in place, the two advisors exchanged glances and nodded, saying, Now commence the war strategy meeting for the upcoming battle. First, commence the stockpiling of ninja tools and provisions immediately. Advisor Koharu Udatane scanned the assembled attendees with a stern expression and declared the shinobi will be divided into two units, the combat unit and the support unit. Next we will discuss the squad composition of the combat unit. Submit the complete roster of all shinobi. Seated at a relatively distant spot, Shikamaru, clad in a jonin vest, murmured to himself, war has begun after all. Said Shikaku, who was sitting beside him, in a low voice. Although you are permitted to attend the war council, you are still too young. Pay attention and don't slack off. I know. Shikamaru replied with a facade of earnestness. I will engage my mind fully and commit everything to memory. The same situation unfolded in other hidden villages. Every nation began active preparations for war. The entire shinobi world had entered a state of war and a grave atmosphere spread across the land. Within just a few weeks each hidden village had assembled all its shinobi, ceased accepting missions, and officially entered a full war footing. A stern expression was evident on every shinobi's face. Several days later on the main street of Konoha, shinobi wearing various headbands walked back and forth, each with a solemn countenance. No civilians were to be seen on the streets. Shinobi from all directions gathered and the allied shinobi forces were ready. How is it? Naruto tilted his head and asked Tsunade beside him. The villagers of Konoha have all been arranged. There will be absolutely no mishaps. Tsunade declared resolutely. Good. Naruto nodded, then turned to look at the other Kage seated around him. He was about to speak when he suddenly heard a Kumogakure shinobi enter and report. New intelligence. On the table lay a large map. Shikaku Naru pointed at various locations on the map, and said it has been confirmed that location X is the enemy base, a place called the Mountain Graveyard. If they intend to attack they must pass through Takigakure and Yugakure. We must send evacuation warnings to both nations quickly. According to intelligence from the Infiltration Reconnaissance Unit, the enemy has approximately 100,000 troops. With such a massive army it will be troublesome if we get surrounded. Shikaku concluded. It seems that striking first is the key to victory. The old Tsuchikage stared at the map on the table with a furrowed brow. The burly Reikage roared at those beside him. First assemble the surprise attack unit. Then have the assembled combat divisions confirm their formations. Similarly have the rear support medical unit prepare and carry medical ninja tools. Naruto turned to Shizune, who stood behind Tsunade, and said, then addressed Shikaku. Shikaku, you are responsible for checking and consolidating the intelligence routes of the intelligence unit. Regarding the sensing unit, you also contact AO and urge them to hurry. Torimime said sternly to Chojuro. Yes, yes. Chojuro stammered in response, then ran out. Naruto, before coming here we had already prepared this. Gaara took several headbands from Tamari's hand and distributed them to everyone. The character shinobi was clearly visible on the headband. Ho! This is the headband of our allied shinobi forces. It is quite impressive. Gaara's appreciation for this headband was evident in his words. The leader of the land of Iron Mifune also arrived. He took over Gaara's topic and said, I designed it. From now on we will share the same fate. What does it mean to be a shinobi? Ho Mifune stood up. Furthermore, we samurai will also join forces with the shinobi in battle. Everyone move out. At the same time the first allied shinobi forces had assembled near Konoha. The surprise attack unit. The rear support medical unit. The intelligence unit. The sensing unit. These 4 units had assembled at their respective designated locations led by Kankuro, Shizune, Inoichi, and Ao. In addition, on an open field directly facing the main gate of Konoha, the main combat force, the main combat division, had also formed ranks. Naruto stood on a high platform looking at the troops below alongside the other Kage, his heart filled with expectation. He turned to Gaara beside him and said, Gaara, I leave the rest to you. Gaara nodded, stepped forward 2 paces, and his calm voice resounded in everyone's ears. For the sake of our own nation's interests. We have already experienced 3 great ninja wars. Shinobi have hurt each other, hated each other, and that hatred led humanity to crave power, ultimately prompting my birth. Gaara's voice instantly silenced all the shinobi. Once I too was a jinchuriki surrounded by hatred and power, and I hated this world and humanity. I once considered destroying everything. Just like what the Akatsuki intends to do now. There are no enemies here. Because everyone bears the wounds inflicted by Akatsuki now, here there is no distinction between Suna Iwa Konoha Kiri or Kumo shinobi. There are only shinobi here. I want to protect my friends, and I also want to protect this world. I hope you will lend me your strength. In Gaara's passionate shout, everyone's hearts were shaken. His speech contained no grand principles, only a single word, yet that word reached the depths of everyone's hearts. That word was protect. Oh, Lord Gaara, we all support you. Wah! The thunderous cheers fully demonstrated the success of Gaara's speech. Naruto looked at Gaara, who was spreading his arms, and smiled happily. This way the last obstacle of the allied shinobi forces has been removed. Only a united allied shinobi forces can truly represent the shinobi and protect the world. Naruto then turned to look at the old Tsuchikage, the sultry Mizukage, and the burly Reikage beside him, and spoke with righteousness. The 4th Great Ninja War. We will surely win. They all exchanged glances and nodded. Yes. Huh. Naruto exhaled, slowly opening his eyes to sense the peculiar chakra enveloping his entire body. A transcendent feeling welled up within him as if he were viewing all things in the world as mere ants. His state of mind was continuously transformed under the influence of this power. Is this the realm of the six paths? This power? The war had been raging for a year and a half. Initially, the allied shinobi forces suffered massive losses from the fierce assault of tens of thousands of white setsu. However, in subsequent battles they surged forward with an incredible force, annihilating tens of thousands of white setsu with an unstoppable momentum. Midway through the war, Kabuto's use of impure world reincarnation dealt a heavy blow to the allied shinobi forces. Yet through the collective intellect of the command staff and the valiant efforts of the shinobi on the front lines, the alliance quickly discovered the weakness of that technique, thus rendering Kabuto's impure world reincarnation no longer a significant threat. The allied shinobi forces advanced with overwhelming momentum, and the resistance of the white setsu army began to wane. The Kage saw the dawn of victory on the horizon. But amidst his joy, Naruto sensed a faint unease. Madara had launched the fourth great ninja war with such confidence it was impossible that the allied shinobi forces would win so easily. Naruto handed over command to the Raikage, entrusting Tsunade with his duties. With the support of the two advisors, he was confident they would not suffer losses. He then began to go into seclusion once more. As the fourth great ninja war commenced, the strange feeling in Naruto's heart grew stronger and stronger. This intense, inexplicable sensation drove him to train relentlessly. As Naruto was reminiscing, the white chakra covering his body gradually faded away. Soon the chakra was completely gone. How Naruto propped himself up with his hands on the ground, his entire body devoid of any strength. Is this the after effect of the six paths mode? I can't feel even a trace of chakra. Naruto complained with a wry smile, but silently calculated in his mind, even with Kurama's chakra supply it can only last for 15 minutes. After that my body can no longer support the output of such a massive amount of chakra. With two complete Rinnegan as the catalyst, Senju power as the vessel, and tailed beast chakra as the fuel, such power is truly not something one can use casually. Yes, Naruto had comprehended the true essence of his Rinnegan. Just as Nagato's essence was the destruction of the Geto statue, Naruto's essence was the creation of the Six Paths Sage. It took another 2 days for Naruto to restore his power to its peak. The memory of that complete loss of strength sent a shiver down his spine. Stepping out of the room he had specially sealed with barriers, a brilliant ray of sunlight fell upon Naruto. Shielding his eyes with his hand, he looked toward the former Hokage building, now the headquarters of the allied shinobi forces. In the next instant Naruto appeared inside the room. Sister Tsunade, what's the situation now? He walked over to Tsunade and asked. Over the past year the Kages had grown accustomed to Naruto's sudden appearances. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him and said, "The battles have been decreasing lately. Those monsters seem leaderless, and we can barely find any white sets of forces willing to face the allied shinobi forces head-on. I think they're nearly wiped out." Terumo chimed in with a smile. "The allied shinobi forces are now searching for the remaining white setsu. I believe this war will soon be over. It looks like the Kazekage will be returning soon." "Not necessarily." The old man Inoki, who had participated in several great ninja wars, did not let his guard down. With a serious expression he said, "So far no member of the Akatsuki has appeared on the battlefield. No one knows what tricks Madara still has up his sleeve." "That's right." The burly Raikage nodded in agreement. Alerted by the two, Tsunade and Terumo also dropped their smiles. Mei said, "If Madara wants to win this war now, what else could he do?" No one present could answer. They had suffered the loss of 100,000 troops. What other options could Madara have? While the Kages were deep in thought, Naruto had a strange feeling. The massive deaths of white setsu. The leaderless white setsu. Could it be that Madara simply sent them to die? Naruto seemed to sense Madara's scheme, but he couldn't fathom its purpose. A wave of intense unease washed over his heart. "Report!" A shout roused everyone from their thoughts. A shinobi wearing a forehead protector bearing the character Shinobi rushed in with an urgent expression. "What is it?" Naruto had a feeling that the news would not be good. The shinobi gasped for breath. "The Raikage's brother Killer Bee is missing." "What?" The burly man erupted in fury, his hair and beard standing on end. "How could this happen? How did Madara find him?" I don't know," the shinobi replied. "The other shinobi guarding the Eight Tails location have also vanished." Hearing this, Naruto knew that Killer Bee had fallen into Madara's hands. Despite their careful concealment, Madara had still found him. Naruto sighed and was about to speak when another shinobi rushed in. It's bad. Akatsuki members have suddenly appeared at the gates of the Hidden Leaf village, charging inside. Before he could finish, a massive explosion resounded. Boom. That sound, no mistake. The old Tsuchika Jinoki stood up, staring excitedly at a tiny dot in the sky. It must be Deidara. Then Kisame must have come too. The voluptuous Mizuki Terumo also rose. Today I will reclaim that Samahata. Without even a word, the Raikage leaped up, smashing through the roof. He was determined to capture an Akatsuki member and force them to reveal his brother's whereabouts. Watching the three Kages rush out one after another, Tsunade looked at Naruto with concern. Should we go take a look too? No need. Tsunade suddenly noticed that Naruto was staring at the sky, his expression extremely grave. He has already arrived. The black trench coat, the huge war fan, the scythe with chains, and above all the swirling mask, all unmistakably revealed the identity of the newcomer, Uchiha Madara. Madara's mask was no longer the single-eyed one, now both eyes were exposed. This deeply worried Naruto, for he had brought back Nagato's body and buried it. Surely Madara couldn't have obtained the Rinnegan, could he? Naruto turned to Tsunade beside him and said softly, "Take everyone away from here. This command post is useless now. The coming battle will affect you all." Tsunade clearly understood this might be Naruto's toughest fight. She stared at him intently. "Don't you dare die." Naruto was taken aback, then relaxed into a smile. Tsunade quickly evacuated everyone, leaving only the other Kage and Akatsuki members fighting at the village entrance. The entire vast Konoha had become a ghost town. During this time Madara made no move, perhaps out of confidence in his own strength, but it somewhat relieved Naruto's concerns. Naruto sprang lightly, flipping nimbly onto a rooftop, and stared directly at Madara across from him. "Uzumaki Naruto, I must say you are a genius, no less than me and Hashirama." Madara's voice came from behind the mask, sounding remarkably youthful, completely different from what Naruto had heard before. "Aside from Hashirama, you are the first opponent I have taken this seriously." Naruto frowned, sensing that Madara had no intention of attacking for a moment, and asked, "Why haven't you made a move? Your subordinates won't hold out for long." Naruto was referring to the other Akatsuki members. "No rush." Madara planted the large war fan on the rooftop and leaned against it, speaking casually. "It's been a long time since anyone had the right to speak with me as an equal. At this moment, if I don't chat with you, I might be very lonely later. Are you so sure you'll win?" Heh. Madara chuckled but didn't answer Naruto's question. Instead he said, "Naruto, do you know why we two are fighting?" "Why?" Naruto found the question amusing. "You want to rule the world and I want to stop you. It's as simple as that." "No. It's not just that, Naruto." Madara shook his head gently. "In the end our goals are the same. I simply want to achieve peace through power, while you want humanity to achieve it by themselves." "But Naruto, is your idea truly feasible? From the era of samurai to the era of shinobi, from wars between great nations to conflicts among hidden villages, the barriers between people have never disappeared. Humanity alone can never achieve true peace. Thus we need a force to unify them. Just as Hashirama used wood release to pacify the chaotic world and achieve temporary peace, I too want to use my power to bring true peace to this world. That is unification. In my jinjutsu there will be no barriers between people, hearts will be united. Thus betrayal and misunderstanding will never occur." Madara's voice suddenly rose, his expression agitated, but he quickly realized and regained composure. "Sorry, I got carried away." He looked up at Naruto. "Join me, Naruto. Your goal and mine are the same. Abandon your impossible dream and join me in creating this peaceful world. As inheritors of the Six Paths, let us brothers cooperate at this moment. With the Rinnegan you will certainly not die from losing the Nine Tails." Madara looked at him seriously, trying to persuade him. "Sorry, I refuse." The calm reply dashed Madara's hopes. "Why?" Madara asked in confusion. He was supposed to be the only one who understood him. Why would he refuse? "I cannot abandon my dream." Naruto raised his head calmly and said slowly, "Despite all the flaws of humanity, they still possess qualities like hope, strength, courage, and intelligence. Even though the past was filled with conflict, no one can predict what the future world will be like. Humanity is a race with infinite possibilities. They have boundless creativity. From the pain they have endured they will reflect. Isn't human history advancing through such setbacks?" So, their choice for the future should not be made by you. At this moment Naruto felt power welling up from the depths of his heart. Humanity is an incredible race. I believe that a world filled with peace will be created by humanity itself. That day is not far off. Looking at the person before him, Madara thought of Hashirama once more. It seems the inheritors of the six paths are destined to oppose each other again. Is this fate? Madara looked coldly at Naruto, killing intent already evident. Let us see who will become the true six paths. This sentence was full of murderous aura. In the next instant Madara vanished from his spot and appeared behind Naruto, swinging the huge scythe fiercely toward Naruto's waist. The sound of air being cut from behind made Naruto clearly aware of Madara's attack. He clenched his hand and formed a wind sword, then thrust it fiercely toward Madara behind him, not believing that Madara would dare trade wounds. Sure enough, just as Naruto was about to strike Madara chose to become intangible. The wind sword passed through Madara's body without any resistance, and the large scythe also passed harmlessly through Naruto. It's not over yet. A smile curled on the hidden corner of Madara's mouth beneath his mask. The moment the wind sword and Naruto passed through his body, he immediately cancelled the intangibility, and the chain connecting the war fan and scythe swiftly wrapped around Naruto's body. Puff! Before Madara could unleash the chakra on the chain that caught Naruto had already turned into a log. A flash of surprise crossed Madara's face. I didn't expect you to use such childish tricks on me. Whether it's childish or not, as long as it works. Naruto walked out from the side. The warm-up is over. Let's get serious. Come on. Madara's pair of crimson Sharingan began to spin. Shwa. 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 In an instant they had clashed 4 times. Both possessed space-time ninjutsu, rendering their eyes virtually useless. Their ceaseless flickering made it impossible for either to observe the other with sight. They could only sense each other's movements through the fluctuations of spatial energy. There! The moment Ban materialized at a spot, he immediately sensed another spatial disturbance elsewhere. With a sweep of his giant war fan, a colossal fireball hurtled toward that location. Mingren had just appeared at that position when he saw a massive fireball bearing down on his face. With no alternative, he extended one hand to absorb the fireball, while his other hand aimed at Ban, who had just manifested above him. A cyan-tinged wind dragon roared forth from his palm. Ban had no choice but to render his body intangible once more, letting the wind vortex pass through him. When he peered through the swirling gale to where Mingren had been, the latter was already gone. Clearly this was not the first time such a situation had occurred. Mingren reappeared at another spot, smiled wryly at Ban, and thought, I need to reveal some trump cards or this battle will never end. Indeed, a duel between two ninjas who mastered space-time ninjutsu was bound to be an interminable confrontation. As he deliberated, Mingren abandoned the idea of continuing to use space-time ninjutsu. He adopted a strange hand seal and began to channel the surrounding energy. A golden opportunity. Ben saw that Mingren had stopped teleporting and instead remained still. Elated, he instantaneously appeared behind Mingren, swinging his massive scythe fiercely toward the latter's body. Clang! Ban frowned. The scythe had struck a barrier, and despite his immense power it could not advance an inch. He immediately retreated, distancing himself from Mingren. When he looked at Mingren again, he saw the latter slowly bringing his hands together in a triangular shape. Chakra became visible to the naked eye, gathering in his palms. A sense of unease surged in Ban's heart. The Mangekyo pattern in his eyes spun faster and faster. This is a sealing technique formula. Ban finally understood Mingren's move. Bastard! He immediately tried to flee from Mingren, but it was too late. Sealing formula, forbidden seal. With Mingren's shout, a gigantic hexagonal star pattern blazed beneath his feet, radiating countless golden rays that surged straight toward Uchiha Ban. No! Ban's cry was drowned as the golden light instantly engulfed him. Watching the sealing formula flicker beneath him, Mingren exhaled deeply. Even if he couldn't fully seal Ban, it would sap a great deal of his strength. Seizing the moment, Mingren began to replenish his chakra. That was close. Ban's voice actually emerged from within the golden light. I almost got sealed. How is that possible? Mingren looked up at Ban only to see a colossal red ethereal figure completely enveloping him. A crimson sword held by the figure was firmly blocking the sealing light from Mingren. It was Susanoo. As Susanoo's Tatsuka blade resisted the sealing light, it began to elongate, thrusting toward Mingren, preventing him from dispelling the sealing technique. Since you've revealed your ultimate move, I'd be remiss not to show you mine. Let me demonstrate my power. Enveloped by Susanoo, Ban smiled. His eternal Mangekyo spun even faster as he looked at the trapped Mingren. He clapped his hands together and slammed them forcefully against the ground. Arise, Gedo statue! Boom! A gigantic figure materialized on the ground. The entirely wooden Gedo statue once manifested lifted its head and let out a long howl. Roar! An invisible sonic wave spread from its mouth, causing Mingren's mind to blur and his spirit to waver. The sealing formula which was holding back the Totsuka blade dimmed and trembled. Hey! Brat! You're disappointing me! A piercing roar echoed in Mingren's mind, snapping him back to reality. The faltering sealing formula instantly stabilized again. Thanks, Ninetales. Mingren thought. No need, I'm helping myself. If you're defeated, I'll lose my consciousness too. Outside, Ban smiled appreciatively. If you were so easily beaten, you wouldn't be worthy of being my opponent. His hands began to form seals again. Let me show you the power of the eternal Mangekyo. The Mangekyo in his eyes spun at an astonishing speed. This time the summoned Gedo statue radiated a crimson glow, and correspondingly a moon appeared in the sky. A red moon. How is this possible? A moon in broad daylight. On another front, Zhao Meiming and the others had just finished their battle, having slain the members of Akatsuki. And that giant? The Tsuchikage stared gravely at the red glowing Gedo statue. It must be Ban's scheme. Quick, let's go. The Reikage dashed toward that location at lightning speed. When Ban completed the final seal, the red moon shot down a beam of light that plunged straight into the Gedo statue's body. Simultaneously, Ban's eyes emitted a beam of black light that also entered the statue. Finally, it's done! Ban's Susanoo vanished at that moment. He could no longer sustain it. Mingren also breathed a sigh of relief as the sealing formula dissolved into starlight. Mingren stared intently at the Gedo statue. Having absorbed so much power, it was certainly extraordinary. Yet in the next instant the Gedo statue shattered. Yes, shattered. The entire colossal Gedo statue silently disintegrated into countless fragments. Mingren was stunned. Had Ban expended so much effort on the Gedo statue only for it to dissipate in vain? Mingren looked at Ban only to find that he seemed not at all displeased. A sense of dread struck Mingren, and he instinctively tried to teleport away, only to discover that his teleportation was useless. The next moment the space around him cracked open. Crick! Crack! Countless fissures formed in an instant, and then the space where Mingren stood shattered. An immense suction force pulled Mingren helplessly into the rift created by the spatial collapse. After a dizzying whirl, Mingren was sucked into another place. A sky filled with a crimson moon, blood-red earth, and air thick with the scent of blood. Where was this? Just as Mingren was about to take a step, countless voices came from all directions. Welcome to my world! Eternal Realm! In the real world, the originally azure sky suddenly vanished, replaced by a world of crimson moon, blood-soaked earth, and Naruto standing within it. At that moment the entire continent darkened, sunlight could no longer reach the land, and the sky of the entire Naruto world had ceased to exist. What is this? Tsuchikage Inoki stared at the sky, utterly stunned. That's Madara's jutsu. He has already replaced the sky. Mei Terumi smiled bitterly in resignation. Does this mean everything we've done is useless? The Reikage punched the ground in frustration. No, it's not over yet. Gaara's eyes were fixed unwaveringly on Naruto, who stood amidst the blood moon and crimson earth. We still have hope. At that moment, within Madara's eternal kingdom, Naruto was trying to find a breakthrough. It's useless, Uzumaki Naruto. This is not an illusion, it is a real world. Madara's voice echoed again from all directions, and at the same time people across the world heard the voice from the world in the sky. With the power of my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and my own space augmented by the chakra of the tailed beasts and the 10-tailed beast, this is already a true other-dimensional world. In this world I am a god. The arrogant voice not only reached Naruto's ears but also stunned the shinobi in the real world. Creating a world. Can such power truly be attained by a human? Kakashi gazed at the world in the sky, feeling waves of helplessness. Don't worry. A hand landed on Kakashi's shoulder. Guy flashed his teeth, which still gleamed even in the darkness. We must believe in the Savior. Kakashi looked around. All the shinobi were gazing at the figure standing in that world filled with hope. Yes. We still have hope. Kakashi looked up at the sky again, this time with a resolute expression. A god. Naruto chuckled lightly. If you are a god, why don't you show your body? Could it be that this world is based on your body? Madara said. You wouldn't understand. Let me use you as a stepping stone to become a god. I said you should suffocate to death. The moment those words were spoken, the air around Naruto instantly vanished, and the faintly bloody scent could no longer be felt. Naruto immediately leaped backward a great distance, leaving the vacuum zone, and breathed air again. Huff! Huff! He gasped for breath, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. How can such a thing be possible? Words becoming reality. Tsunade, who was leading people to shelter, watched the sky with worry. Naruto, hang in there. Hinata clasped her hands together, silently praying for Naruto. Naruto! That was Sakura. Naruto, don't struggle. In my world you cannot defeat me. Madara's voice came again. So give up. Let me control the moon, draw all people into the illusion, and achieve peace. I said you should be burned by fire. Whoosh! Flames suddenly erupted on Naruto's body, covering him entirely. He tried desperately to extinguish them but found the fire unquenchable. As the flames seared him, Naruto finally collapsed. Naruto! Naruto! Kid! Naruto! The moment Naruto fell, countless people who cared for him in the real world cried out loudly. The flames dissipated, leaving Naruto's body scorched all over. He lay silently on the blood-soaked earth, seemingly completely unconscious. Well, it's all over. Madara's voice trembled with excitement. People of the world, you are fortunate to witness me ascend the throne of godhood. Boom! A giant stone tablet suddenly appeared on the blood-soaked earth, and countless identical tablets surrounded Naruto. They gradually closed in, encasing his body until he was no longer visible. It can't be. It can't be like this. Hinata stared blankly at the sky, her eyes vacant. Impossible. Naruto wouldn't die so easily. Two tear streaks traced down Sakura's cheeks. Haku. It can't be. Naruto, he won't die. Naruto. Foam Hwashiashua collapsed onto her throne. Naruto. No, the child of destiny cannot die. Cheyenne stared at the sky, clutching the bell in her hand. That guy. It's impossible. Yakumo's drawing board slipped from her hand. Dead. He's dead too. Tsunade slumped to the ground. That brat. He hasn't treated me to enough dumplings yet. How can he die so easily? Anko said. Naruto, don't give up. You are the true savior, Jiraiya said. The third Hokage, who had not appeared in public for a long time, still smiled kindly at this moment of crisis. Naruto, I believe in you. You will win. The ramen shop owner smiled too. Naruto will definitely win. Naruto wouldn't give up so easily. Guy. Giving up easily is not the Uzumaki Naruto I know. What a bother. That was Shikamaru. You still owe us barbecue, so don't lose, Choji said. You can break fate, Niji said. I don't believe you'll be taken down so easily, Tamari said. Naruto. Boom. As if responding to everyone's hope, golden light suddenly burst from within the stone chamber. In the next instant, all the stone tablets crashed down. A figure enveloped in golden radiance stood in the air. Uzumaki Naruto 6 paths mode. Impossible. How can you resist my absorption? Madara's voice finally betrayed a hint of panic. Nothing is impossible. You use the power of the 10-tailed beast while I use the power of the Sage of 6 Paths. Naruto declared solemnly. The power of the 6 Paths. Could it be that you have already received his inheritance? Madara's unease grew. Madara, I have seen through your true form. Today I will finish you here. Naruto extended his hand, aiming at the countless blood moons in the Eternal Kingdom. Impossible. You don't know which one is my true body, you can't find it. Madara roared in desperation, trying to stop Naruto with his words but failing completely. If I can't find it, I'll destroy them all. 6-path style annihilation seal. A massive golden Bagua array appeared before Naruto's palm with the Taiji symbol spinning at its center. Go! With Naruto's command, the golden Bagua array flew toward the blood moons in the sky, growing larger and larger as it traveled until it covered the entire sky of the Eternal Kingdom. Countless blood moons were drawn into the Bagua array, sucked into the spinning yin-yang fish at its center. No! One of the blood moons struggled desperately to escape but could not break free. Under the effect of the golden Bagua, Madara finally revealed his true form, an aged Uchiha Madara being pulled inexorably toward the yin-yang fish. At last his feet were drawn in and turned to ash. Yet at that moment Naruto's body seemed to become ethereal, flickering in and out of everyone's sight. This feeling. Tsunade, still reeling from the shock that Naruto was alive, noticed his state. It was the same sensation she had felt when he became Hokage. Ha! Madara too perceived Naruto's condition. As he resisted the pull of the yin-yang fish, he said, Uzumaki Naruto, this is fate's design. As the child of destiny, your fate is to kill me. Once I die, your final destiny will be fulfilled and you can no longer remain in this world. Ha! This is fate's arrangement. Madara laughed maniacally as his lower body completely dissolved. As Madara was gradually dissipated by the yin-yang fish, Naruto's body became visible for shorter and shorter intervals. Impossible. Naruto is going to leave this world. Everyone was stunned by Madara's words, especially Tsunade. She finally understood why she had felt that way when Naruto became Hokage, because he had already fulfilled most of his destiny. Naruto, don't go! Tsunade shouted. Naruto, don't go! Everyone cried out. In the sky, only Madara's head remained and Naruto's figure could no longer stay clear. Only a faint outline remained. He looked down at the ground as if seeing through Madara's world. This is what I must do. Take care of yourselves. I believe the conviction of protection will guard you. Trust me, I will return. Madara vanished and with him Naruto. The world and the sky collapsed, and the clear sky bright sunlight once again shone upon the earth. On a patch of grass a little girl with pink hair crouched under a tree weeping. Why? Just because my forehead is a little wide, why does everyone bully me? Suddenly she felt a shadow fall over her. She looked up and saw a boy with golden hair smiling at her. In the sunlight he seemed to radiate a warm glow that made her feel extraordinarily comforted. Don't cry. If you keep crying you won't be pretty anymore.